Long Live Summons Chapter 703 to Chapter 748. Gate of Life and Death, Gate of Death's Altar. After hugging, Yu Yang realized that something was wrong. He felt that Princess Sisai and Xue Wuxia were very different. Originally, because they had been training with Ji Zun and Night Empress, although they had made great progress, they had only reached innate level 5. Now, not only had they climbed to innate level 6, there was also an indescribable qualitative change. Could it be that they had already comprehended their own domain? Yu Yang was surprised and happy. Using his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he realized that Princess Sisai, Tigress, was emitting a kind of holy power. Although this kind of holy power could not be compared to the Prison Emperor divine sword at the moment. But it was compatible with her guardian beast, White Tiger. They mutually strengthened each other, allowing Princess Sisai's strength to increase by leaps and bounds that made Yu Yang have a whole new level of respect for her. If the Princess Xianxia in the past was just a tiger cub that had yet to grow its baby teeth, then the current her was a fierce tiger that had grown wings. Describing her progress as being like a tiger that had grown wings was the most appropriate. The holy power in her body was definitely the best power to assist her in battle. What was even more amazing was that this kind of holy power was actually a type of Yin ability. It did not hinder Princess Sisai from unleashing her full potential. At the same time, it also had a strong complementary effect to the Yang ability in Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang did not dare to imagine what kind of power he could unleash if he fought together with Princess Sisai. This was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Tigress, when did you comprehend the domain of life and death? Yu Yang asked in surprise. 3 days ago. Princess Sisai was a little proud. She raised her small fist and lightly pounded on Yu Yang's chest. We are not idiots. Previously, we had been suppressing our levels to train so that we could have a greater harvest in comprehending the domain of life and death. Otherwise, how could we have left you behind so much in terms of levels? Ji Zun had said that if one were to comprehend domain power in the gate of life and death, it would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Although the gate of life and death was hard to endure, cultivating here was much better than slowly comprehending in normal battles. Wu Xia and I had spent a lot of effort to pass through the gate of life and then enter the gate of death to comprehend our domain. Now, it's your turn to catch up to me. I've finally surpassed you in something. Congratulations, Tigress, you are indeed a good girl. Yu Yang flattered Princess Sisai and looked towards Xue Wuxia, who was pretending to be calm. She pretended to be calm, but the joy that flashed in her eyes exposed the pride in her heart. It could enhance one's strength and become a powerful aid to one's lover. Wu was the greatest hope in her heart. Now that she had gone through a lot of hardships and finally got what she wanted, it was impossible for her not to be happy. If she had obtained the same achievement as Xue Wuxia, if it was City Mistress Fallen Flowers, she would definitely throw herself into his arms and tell him everything in detail, telling him all the pain she had suffered in the process of training so that he would love her. Otherwise, she would have shared all of her gains with him and let him praise her achievements. If she didn't act coquettishly to her lover after achieving success, she wouldn't be his fallen flowers. On the surface, Princess Sisai liked to quarrel with him, but she couldn't suppress the pride in her heart and couldn't help but boast to him. When she punched him just now, it was a little bit like showing off her joy. However, Xue Wuxia wasn't Princess Sisai. She wasn't City Mistress Fallen Flowers either. Or Impatience. She was the one and only Xue Wuxia. Even if she had thousands of feelings in her heart, on the surface, she would only smile slightly. They didn't need to talk too much. Just by looking at each other or smiling at each other, they understood each other's feelings. Other than her, there wasn't anyone else who could have such a tacit understanding with him. Although Yu Yang already knew that Xue Wuxia had also comprehended the power of the domain and was mentally prepared, with his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he realized that he couldn't see through her strength at a glance. He immediately shouted in shock, "What? What the hell happened? Did you refine the artifact? I've discovered an unimaginable power in you." Xue Wuxia's lips curved beautifully, and there was a happy smile in the depths of her eyes. Princess Sisai saw that she still hadn't announced the answer, and was a little anxious for her. She reached out and patted Yu Yang's shoulder. "You have a good eye. Although the domain of holy power that I comprehended from the 4 symbols has already exceeded my expectations, it's still lacking compared to Wu Xia's domain of divine sense. Yu Yang's heartbeat sped up 100 times, divine sense domain? Wu Xia is very hardworking. I also didn't expect that she would actually use the ancient book to fuse with the supreme divine sense left behind by a holy supreme ranker in the Gate of Death. Now, her book has become the Book of Truth, a semi-god artifact. Her guardian beast, Blizzard Lady, has also reached the level of a semi-god beast, Storm Goddess Envoy. In the future, she will advance into a divine beast. The Night Empress's heavenly voice sounded softly, and her words were filled with admiration. Wu Xia and Xianxia's comprehension of the domain is not bad, and now Fallen Flowers is also working hard. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yu Yang held Shui Wuxia's hand. He knew that in order to achieve such success, she must have paid an extremely arduous cultivation. Shui Wuxia smiled. She knew that he was only feeling sorry for her, and not blaming her for not telling him in advance. She could feel his concern from the bottom of her heart. Sometimes, words were not needed for him and her, because the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other. Shui Wuxia gently held Yu Yang's big hand with her small white jade hand. Looking at him, her lake-like eyes smiled at him. All the hardships in cultivation, in this moment of looking at each other, had all disappeared. What was left was the sweetness of two hearts close together, the happiness of sharing with one's lover. Princess Sisai was a little angry in her heart. She had also comprehended the holy domain that could be supported by the power of 4 elephants. Why didn't this brat hold her hand? He was always especially nice to Wu Xia. She reached out and pulled his other hand. If he didn't pull her, it would be the same if she pulled him. Anyway, she couldn't let him escape from her hands. With the experience of success, everyone will catch up in the future. Let's not talk about the Death Gate for now, at least we have to pass the Life Gate trial. Night Empress first let Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai enjoy the quiet and sweet moment. She went to pick up City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who had reached the limit of her endurance training in the Death Gate. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was drenched in sweat. When she saw Yu Yang, she jumped into his arms in surprise and kissed him excitedly, completely disregarding the fact that everyone was looking at them. Why are you here? City Mistress Fallen Flowers' joyful expression suddenly darkened. I haven't been able to comprehend the domain of power yet. If only you had come a few days later. It's okay. Maybe you have comprehended the domain of power and I haven't succeeded yet. Yu Yang channeled a strand of innate qi into her and kissed her forehead lightly. Go back to the grimoire world and rest for a while. Wu Hen is here too, don't tire yourself out. Rushing for quick results is actually a hindrance to cultivation. Alright then, I'll be lazy today. City Mistress Fallen Flowers stuck out her pink tongue. Guided by little Wenli, she entered Yu Yang's grimoire world. After the girl's love was over, she officially began to cultivate. Night Empress explained the key points of the Death Gate to Yu Yang, while Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai supplemented them with their own experiences. Their experiences might not be useful to Yu Yang, but at least, Yu Yang wouldn't have to repeat their wrong cultivation path. This was also the main reason why warriors with good teachers and helpful friends were more likely to succeed in their cultivation than warriors who were alone. Their cultivation realms were raised faster and higher. Night Empress warned, you have to pay special attention to one thing. Inside the Death Gate is the true law trial point left behind by the ancient experts. Inside, there is a special world. If we call the Life Gate outside the outer world, then it is the inner world. In the inner world of the Death Gate, everything about it is the complete opposite of the Life Gate. Everything is real. Real existence? Yu Yang's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. It was as if he had some inspiration, but he couldn't capture it. I don't know how many divine wills there are inside. Their remaining divine power will transform into flaws in their hearts, turning illusions into real existences. You have to use your will to deny these real things. As long as your will surpasses the divine will inside, you will be able to obtain their approval. Night Empress explained. Is it a complete denial? Like the Life Gate? After Yu Yang heard this, he pondered for a moment and then asked. Absolutely not. Night Empress's answer was like this. I will use my will to guard it, and only focus on the blessing. Princess Sisai's method was to take out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and use her usual sword training state to guard it. On the contrary, my method is to directly fuse with the other party and turn them into my book. Just like reading a book, I will maintain the ethereal realm like usual, or a higher ethereal realm. Shui Wuxia also said her own method. I understand a little. Yu Yang nodded. Before he stepped into the death gate, he suddenly turned around and asked, what kind of domain is Jizun? She is the person who has stayed in the death gate for the longest time. No one has ever been able to use the death gate to cultivate for a long time, but she can use it to cultivate in seclusion for a maximum of 1 month. Therefore, what she comprehended is the one and only Jizun domain in the world. That is a kind of supreme domain power. When Night Empress finished speaking, she scared Yu Yang so much that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. God, even the prison emperor could only stay in there for a day, but she could stay in there for a month. Although this had nothing to do with strength, it at least proved that her will was already able to resist the interference of the divine will left behind by the ancient rancors. Yu Yang looked at Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai with an inquiring gaze. Of course, the two of them understood what he wanted to ask. Princess Sisai's answer was 1 hour. It was because she had passed the trial that she could comprehend the holy domain. Shui Wuxia's answer was 3 hours. She was even better than Princess Sisai. She had actually obtained the approval of the divine will and divine power left behind by an ancient rancor. She had fused with the ancient book and achieved the divine will domain. At the same time, she had also leveled up to become a semi-god equipment, the Book of Truth. I will work hard. Yu Yang didn't ask Night Empress. He knew that she would definitely be in there for more than 1 day, maybe 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, her starry sky domain wouldn't be this powerful. How long can he last when he enters the death door for the first time? Night Empress was also a little curious. The standard of ordinary people wouldn't work on Yu Yang. 5 minutes. Princess Sisai guessed. In her heart, she felt that it would actually be a little longer, but she deliberately said 5 minutes. More than 10 minutes. Shui Wuxia felt that Yu Yang would definitely be able to last for more than 10 minutes. Unexpectedly, Yu Yang ran back in less than a minute. The 3 girls fainted. They were extremely surprised. Without waiting for them to ask, Yu Yang hurriedly asked, is the Jizun sitting cross-legged in the death door real or fake? Princess Sisai wiped the sweat on her forehead. One is real, but there might be a few hundred more. You don't have to worry about Jizun, just guard your thoughts. Yu Yang shook his head fiercely. I'd better wait for a while before I cultivate. Jizun is inside, I'm nervous and can't concentrate. Before he finished speaking, Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia fell to the ground, speechless. However, without waiting for Yu Yang to react, Jizun instantly flashed out. She grabbed his arm and casually threw it towards the death door. Now it should be fine, right? Half an hour later. Yu Yang, who was covered with cuts and bruises, ran out sadly. Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia went up to him and asked curiously, what happened? How did you get injured like this? The clown, Lionheart King, Scarlet Emperor, and Ancient Demon King's incarnation are just fleeting clouds. Even if they are formed from God's power, I am not afraid of them at all. However, maybe it is my psychological barrier, there is a Jizun inside. No matter what, I can't deny her, so I was beaten up badly. I really couldn't take it anymore, so I ran out to take a breather. Now, I understand how abnormal it is for the prison emperor to stay in there for a day. Yu Yang was very depressed. He originally thought that even if he couldn't catch up to Shui Wuxia, he wouldn't be any worse than Princess Sisai. Who knew that he would have to quit in less than half an hour? Half an hour is already very good. I didn't even last a minute in the previous few trials. I had to go through thousands of trials before I could understand the domain of power. Princess Sisai saw Yu Yang's depressed expression and her heart softened. She quickly comforted him. Let's rest for a while and challenge again later. Shui Wuxia knew that this was normal. Without going through hardships, one wouldn't be able to truly improve. Yu Yang gathered his courage and entered the death gate again. Another half an hour passed. Yu Yang, who was crying out strangely, once again escaped from death in a sorry state. This time, his left face was swollen and his clothes were torn into pieces. If it wasn't for the Nirvana flame armor, he would have become a naked beggar. Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia naturally encouraged him. They used body fusion to heal his injuries and massaged his shoulders like a wife, wiping his sweat and feeding him water. Princess Sisai looked at the timer and praised him, 5 minutes more than before. Continue to work hard, you will reach the 1 hour mark very soon. Shui Wuxia objected, at least 3 hours. Actually, as long as you persevere, nothing is impossible. She didn't want Yu Yang to spend less time at the gate of death than she did. Furthermore, he did not wish for the other party to comprehend a domain that was inferior to his. Yu Yang could not show any weakness in the face of the two girls' ardent expectations. He stood up and continued to cultivate in the gate of death, once, twice, thrice. He had already lost count of how many times he had let the supreme martial artist inside attack him. However, he was adamant on staying inside for at least 5 minutes every time. There was no time limit of 1 hour, nor was there a time limit of 3 hours. Yu Yang's idea was to persist until he completely denied that Jizun formed from divine power and divine will, and completely denied her existence. If he couldn't even pass such a small threshold, how could he even talk about comprehending a domain? What Yu Yang needed wasn't as simple as persisting for an hour, nor was it as simple as comprehending a domain. What he needed was to be like a paragon, to have a supreme will, to be able to negate everything, to look down on all living things, to achieve the supreme will of a paragon. He might have already done it 100 times, but Yu Yang felt that this was the 101st time that he was beaten down by the supreme martial artist inside. All the real illusions inside could be negated, including the hundreds of paragons that were created. Even divine will was unable to affect Yu Yang's paragon heart. Only the first formed paragon could not be negated. When she raised her right hand and condensed the destructive black pieces, Yu Yang had a feeling of death. If he didn't escape, he would definitely die here. Should he escape like before, or continue to stay here and negate her existence? If he died, what would happen to Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai? What would happen to Fourth Mother, Bing Er, and Shuang? There was also the secret of the pitiful guy's mother that he hadn't solved, and he hadn't helped Queen Vivian Li escape from the black hole seal. He hadn't nurtured little Wen Li, Duo, and the others, and he had even failed to live up to the expectations of the heavenly sword goddess. Was he really going to die here? In the end, was he still an ordinary otaku, even with the fortuitous encounter of meeting the old Taoist, even with the help of the Phoenix sisters? Unable to go against the heavens, unable to create a life that belonged to him? Was everything going to be annihilated under this black peace? Yu Yang felt that he had entered a state of mind that he had never thought about before. In the face of death, this was the first time he calmly thought about it. It was not fear or regret, but a kind of rereading of life and past experiences. In this rereading, he reflected and made new discoveries. However, he knew that no matter how much he learned, it was useless, because he was about to die. Should he escape? No, if he couldn't even face death calmly, and couldn't even negate a paragon that he knew was fake, he would probably be killed by Jiao Shao, Void, and other great leaders of Heaven Realm in one move if he went up to the Heaven Realm. He had to pass the test of death to have a future. Yu Yang didn't know what to do, but he decided to stay and face it calmly, no longer running away. Why don't you run away? Jizun suddenly stopped and asked. You can speak? Yu Yang was shocked. The Jizun who hit him was real? That was too dizzy. She was a real person, how could she use her will to negate it? Because your situation is a little special, in order to let you better experience and face death, I used this method. Jizun turned and left. Not only did you pass the test of the death gate, you also passed the test of Jizun's will. Comprehend it well, you should have a lot of insights. Damn. Yu Yang woke up from his stupor. Previously, Jizun had been using her supreme will to suppress Yu Yang's will, causing him to have the illusion of death in an instant. Only now did Yu Yang realize that it was no wonder that the Phoenix sisters didn't come out to rescue him. The reason was that it was just a feeling created by Jizun's supreme will. It was a test to force Yu Yang to face death and comprehend death. Ordinary pre-celestials didn't need it, but as a pre-celestial sovereign, he had to see through the major barrier of life and death. If he couldn't see through life and death, then he wouldn't be able to have the firmest sovereign's heart and form the supreme sovereign's will. In the future, the power of law that he controlled would also be greatly affected without the supreme sovereign's will to control it. Although he hadn't reached the divine sovereign yet. However, Jizun, she had already paved a path for Yu Yang to step into the divine sovereign. Comprehending the domain was the first step, possessing the sovereign's heart and supreme will was the second step, and mastering the law was the third step. Yu Yang touched the slightly swollen scar on his face, and his heart was suddenly enlightened. Why did Jizun wait in the world of the Death Gate before? It turned out that she had been waiting for him. She never explained what she had done for him, but he had never carefully understood the painstaking effort she had put in. I will work hard. If I don't comprehend the main domain, I won't go out. Yu Yang looked in the direction where Jizun disappeared. Even though she had already left and could no longer hear his voice, Yu Yang still couldn't help but shout out the emotions in his heart. He felt that he was an idiot. In fact, this painstaking effort should have been reflected on the heavenly sword goddess a long time ago. Why didn't he realize it now? 1 day passed. Yu Yang didn't come out. 2 days, 3 days. Yu Yang had already entered the world of the Death Gate to cultivate for 3 days, but he still hadn't come out. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai were a little worried. It wasn't that they didn't have confidence in him, but that he had been in there for too long. They really wanted to enter the Death Gate to take a look, but they were afraid that he was at an important juncture in his comprehension. If they went in, they would disturb his cultivation. The 2 girls had been suppressing the longing in their hearts and waiting for him with great spirit. The Night Empress would come every day to comfort him. Then she left. On the 3rd day, she and Jizun came together, giving Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai a big fright. Could it be that something had happened to him? Don't be nervous, he's fine. I just sensed that he was about to succeed, so I came to take a look. Do you need 3 days to comprehend? What an incredible domain. The Night Empress' voice was filled with anticipation, causing Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai to be pleasantly surprised. Yes, I'm out. Jizun waited for a while, nodded, and turned to leave. She seemed to already know about Yu Yang's situation. 10 seconds after Jizun left, a strange and mysterious energy slowly overflowed from the Death Gate, filling the entire Death Gate. Even Raging Flame and Drunken Cat, who were on the Life Gate's altar, could clearly sense this kind of energy. They looked over in surprise. Originally, no energy could pass through the space of the Gate of Life and Death. Only divine power and divine will could exist here. Now, the strange energy that overflowed from the Death Gate could easily pass through space and form an energy field of its own. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai ran down the steps of the altar. They stood at the forefront, waiting for Yu Yang to return. A man whose entire body was emitting tens of thousands of golden lights slowly walked out. In his hand, there was a magical pearl that was surrounded by 7 colors. The pearl, in the instant before it left the Death Gate, was still absorbing the divine power and divine will inside. It was only when Yu Yang took his first step into the altar that it gradually stopped. Shui Wuxia's sharp eyes discovered that the pearl was the mysterious pearl that Yu Yang had obtained in the 12 zodiac temples. Unexpectedly, it could also absorb divine will and divine power like the spirit of her ancient book. Moreover, this mysterious pearl absorbed more than one type of divine will and divine power. On Yu Yang's body, another strange light flashed. It was the reward for Yu Yang winning the death arena, the divine light that the square divine steel projected onto Yu Yang's body. At this moment, the divine light shot out from Yu Yang's body and entered the shining 7-colored mystical pearl. The miraculous divine light, divine power, and divine will fused together within the pearl. It formed a dazzling divine pearl. Yu Yang cut his finger and dripped a drop of his blood on it. An energy that was even more mysterious and vast than the Prison Emperor Divine Sword or even the Prison Emperor Divine Seal soared into the sky. With Yu Yang's will, it enveloped the entire Gate of Life and Death. At this moment, there was only one kind of will in the world, and that was Yu Yang. The power of the laws of the Gate of Life and Death seemed to have retreated at this moment. Even if Raging Flame and Drunken Cat ran over, it did not have any effect. Perhaps, this was the first time in history. Divine equipment, so this is how divine equipment are born. Night Empress, who was hiding in the starry sky domain, was faintly discernible. Under the shroud of Yu Yang's will, her starry sky domain had almost lost its invisibility effect. However, Night Empress had forgotten all of this as she murmured excitedly, the primogenitor's origin orb, the origin of divine light, the fusion of several divine powers and divine will, and the birth of blood, produced a brand new creation orb. That's right, this is the creation orb. It is one with the creation domain that he comprehended under the will of the sovereign. Phew. Yu Yang did not hear Night Empress's voice, nor did he see her beautiful figure. When his mind left the mysterious realm of the divine equipment's birth, his legs had unknowingly stepped onto the first step of the altar and left the gate of death. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai could no longer hold it in. They pounced on him and hugged him tightly. That indescribable joy could only be hugged with all their might. Only then could they barely express it. Divine equipment. Yu Yang finally had his first divine equipment. Moreover, it was a divine equipment that completely belonged to him. In fact, this was a divine equipment that he had created himself and would grow with him for the rest of his life, Creation Orb. The Creation Orb turned into a ball of colorful light and entered Yu Yang's grimoire. It seemed to be absorbing more energy with the help of the Halo World. Yu Yang didn't have the time to care about it for the time being. He was more focused on familiarizing himself with the creation domain that he had just comprehended. What's the use of your domain? Princess Sisai was the most anxious to know. I guess it should be similar to the Gate of Life and Death. Shui Wuxia was indeed the smartest among the girls. Although she didn't guess 100% correctly, she could still guess a little. Her words caused Yu Yang to be surprised, but he immediately nodded in agreement. That's right, the creation domain that I comprehended was formed based on the Gate of Life and Death and the will of the sovereign. In the long run, the laws of the Gemini Temple and the Virgin Temple of the 12 Zodiac Palaces are all related. There's also the Death Arena, and many more. Almost everything I've experienced, I've thought about it again, rethought it, reread my own life, and then created a domain. That's true. Your domain is all-encompassing and extremely complicated. Furthermore, it's only the beginning. Everything hasn't been formed yet. Queen Knight agreed, it's precisely because of this that your domain is the creation domain. Hurry up and find a place to test it. Princess Sisai couldn't wait to see how powerful Yu Yang's newly comprehended creation domain was. You guys go. Queen Knight prepared to leave. I want to ask, why didn't the War God Guard sisters transform into humanoid divine soldier when they were assisting me in battle? They were still in human form. Yu Yang remembered that when he was fighting in the tomb and secret passageway of the guiding shrine, the two sisters, War God Guard Yao and Feather, had transformed into humanoid sword and humanoid bow respectively. However, they hadn't completely transformed like the blood-winged angel. Transforming into a humanoid divine soldier is not something that can be done immediately. You guys are just the beginning. As your cultivation increases, they will slowly awaken. Just like how we comprehend domain power, they also need to comprehend the perfect human divine weapon state. Moreover, the War God Guard sisters have inherited the power of the lovebird and have not fully grasped it. As they continue to fight, they will become more and more tacit with you, and in the end, they will become one with the human divine weapon. Don't be anxious. With the power of the lovebird, their future is limitless. You have to spend more effort to nurture them. The Night Empress explained softly to make Yu Yang feel at ease. Then, she floated away. Although Raging Flames also wanted to know the use of Yu Yang's creation domain, she was unwilling to leave just like that. He decided to stay. He had been cultivating in the Gate of Life and Death. For the time being, the Death Gate was not something she could cultivate. At the very least, she had to stay at the Life Gate for an hour. Drunken Cat also stayed behind. Her progress was even better than Raging Flames. The current her could already last for more than 10 minutes. Compared to the first 3 minutes, she had improved quite a bit. Moreover, she also knew that Yu Yang would bring Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai with him. The young couple would probably be lovey-dovey for a while. If she followed them, wouldn't that disturb Yu Yang's sweet moment? Before he left, impatience came with Anan and Yu Bing. When they heard that Yu Yang had comprehended a new domain and wanted to find an enemy to try, they immediately became interested and wanted to follow along to watch the show. Big Brother is so amazing. In just 3 days, he successfully walked out of the Gate of Death, comprehended a new domain and obtained the divine artifact creation orb. In comparison, I'm too weak. I cultivated with the Night Empress for more than half a year, but in the end, I just crossed the Gate of Life and fought out of the Gate of Death in less than a minute. After hearing this, Yu Bing stuck out her tongue. You've already crossed the gate of life? When Raging Flame heard this, she felt as if the sky had exploded with a bolt of lightning. How old was this little girl? How could she be stronger than herself? Actually, crossing the gate of life is very simple. You just have to pretend that it doesn't exist. I didn't understand it before, but after I understood it, a day passed. Yu Bing kindly introduced her experience to Raging Flame. Raging Flames felt as if her face was filled with tears. She, who was at the 5th level of Heaven stage, was actually unable to compare to a little girl at the 2nd level of Earth stage. Although the Earth stage in Tong Tian Tower was a little different, the Earth stage here was called innate, and they all had summoning grimoire, but the difference couldn't be so great, right? Perhaps seeing that Raging Flame's situation was a little low, Inan, who had the best relationship with Raging Flame, comforted her in a low voice, "Big sis, don't mind us. We have specially cultivated the spiritual force field. If you had trained like us, you might have already crossed the gate of life and death and reached the standard of the trial." Raging Flame knew that she was comforting her, but her mood was a little better. Alright, there wasn't a single normal person in Tong Tian Tower. It wasn't a big deal for her, a Heaven stage level 5, to be defeated by them. Seeing that there were so many people, Shui Wuxia suggested, "There's no hurry to cultivate. Everyone, let's go. Perhaps, in the process of experimenting with the power of the domain, everyone will gain new insights. Sometimes, it's not good to build a car behind closed doors. Open your heart, and maybe you'll be enlightened and discover something." Her words were not only spoken to Raging Flame, but also to admonish Drunken Cat. Since Shui Wuxia, who truly had the right to speak, had spoken, Raging Flame naturally didn't dare to not give her face. Here, she wasn't the big sister, but a female giant of the Heaven realm who couldn't even reach the standard of the gate of life and death, causing her to feel a sense of inferiority. Yu Yang brought them to the southern Heaven realm. In the Emerald Territory, they were looking for a magical beast whose strength had reached the 1st level of Heaven stage. Because the first to experiment was not Yu Yang, but Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia. What kind of surprise would their Holy Force domain and Divine Sense domain bring to everyone? Not to mention Fallen Flowers and the others, even Yu Yang was looking forward to it. Raging Flame knew that Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai's battle prowess couldn't be compared with common sense, but she couldn't help but feel dizzy. Earth stage level 6 against Heaven stage level 1? Even if it was a challenge of a higher level, wasn't it too much? A Heaven stage magical beast was not a soft persimmon. It wasn't something that could be pinched easily. The Heaven stage magical beast that Yu Yang used to test was the boss of a nearby mountain. It was a Heaven stage level 1 golden flaming lion. With its copper skin and iron bones, it wasn't afraid of any attacks. In the vicinity, even the city lords of Heaven stage didn't dare to provoke it. The golden flaming lion was the king of the Lion King Valley. Within 100 kilometers of the Lion King Valley, it had drawn out its territory. With its sensitive senses, it immediately discovered the invasion of a group of human warriors. Out of caution, it did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, it drove away a group of Earth stage level 6 demonic cows and had them charge towards the enemy to test the waters. As a king, it had quite a bit of intelligence and could determine whether the enemy was dangerous or not. It even knew that the Emerald Lord had sent people to capture it and its descendants more than once, so that it could become his guardian war beast. The golden flaming lion absolutely rejected this kind of loss of freedom. However, the strength of the Emerald Lord was not something it could contend against at the moment. Therefore, every time it saw an intruder, it would be exceptionally cautious, wary of the hunting mercenaries sent by the Emerald Lord. Raging Flame, who was wrapped in the invisible cloak, really wanted to ask for permission to fight, because there were at least 1,000 demonic cows on the other side. Although these demonic cows' levels were not high, when they were enraged, they were extremely powerful. If a weak mercenary group or bandit group encountered them, other than the strongest leader or backbone, most of the ordinary members would be annihilated. "Big brother, leave it to me this time." It had been a long time since Yu Bing had shown Yu Yang the results of her cultivation, so she decided to take the opportunity to report it to her brother. "Can you do it?" Raging Flame was sweating profusely. In her previous chivalrous bandit group, Earth Stage Level 2 could only be logistics, responsible for moving things and the like. That was simply courting death, Yu Bing did not answer. 1,000 demonic cows seemed very difficult. But she still had a way. Pressing her small hands on the grimoire, she summoned 2 ancient titan trees that had already leveled up to platinum ranked level 5. Then, she summoned the green light tree demoness that had already leveled up from silver ranked level 3 to platinum ranked level 3. The green light tree demoness of platinum level 3 was no different from a real person. However, she was still an elemental body and was still a distance away from becoming a human. However, she, who was originally quite intelligent, had advanced by leaps and bounds because of the focus of nurturing and Yu Bing's will. She looked very much like a human. In the future, it was almost certain that she would advance to Holy Beast. Compared to the green light tree demoness, the titan ancient trees probably couldn't hope to advance to Holy Beast. The direction of their development was towards giant war beasts. With a height of 50 meters, the moment they appeared, the herd of demonic cows that were galloping towards them were at a loss for what to do. The demonic cows were all 5 meters tall. The leader was only 6 or 7 meters tall. Of course, it was taller than a human, but compared to the 50-meter tall titan ancient trees, it was nothing. The green light tree demoness sprinkled out a soft green light, using the green rush special skill on the titan ancient trees. In an instant, the titan ancient trees became even taller, and whether it was the trunk or the branches, they were all plated with a dark and ancient aura. The crown on top of their heads became greener, and more roots hung down. Their legs also extended out huge roots, firmly nailing the 2 titan ancient trees to the ground. Not to mention a herd of demonic cows, even a herd of mammoths wouldn't be able to shake them. The herd of demonic cows stopped and didn't dare to go any further. They snorted, and their expressions revealed hesitation as if they were in a dilemma. When the golden flaming lion saw this situation from the high cliff, he immediately leaped down and chased out all the fire hyenas that were in charge of cleaning up the carrion in his territory. He ordered them to pounce on the herd of demonic cows, forcing them to do things for him as if they were hunting for food. There were over 100 fire hyenas. They were all Earth Stage level 7 magical beasts. They had a strong bite force and the ability to spit fire. They were one of the nemesis of the herd of demonic cows. Woof! When these fire hyenas crazily attacked from behind, the herd of demonic cows scattered in all directions. They could no longer care about the titan ancient tree in front of them. As prey, they fled for their lives. Although most of them avoided the direction that the titan ancient tree was blocking, a small number of demonic cows had no choice but to rush over under the pressure of their companions. Surprisingly, when they charged in front of the titan ancient tree, they discovered that this tall war beast had strangely disappeared. The green light tree demoness and Yu Bing had already flown in front of the fire hyenas at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, they cleverly used a tree reset. The 2 titan ancient trees were like Mount Tai pressing down on them, bringing a calamity to the fire hyenas. A few of the fire hyenas that had escaped from the pressure of the big tree discovered that countless thorns had risen in front of them. These thorns seemed to have a life of their own as they wrapped around the struggling fire hyenas. Countless spikes broke out from the ground and pierced into the bodies of the fire hyenas. As long as they saw blood, they would die immediately. Even though the carrion-eating fire hyenas had an extremely strong resistance to poison, they all died under Yu Bing's raging flame's inherent skill and sealing throat at the sight of blood. Tree reset. The green light tree demoness followed closely behind Yu Bing. The moment she killed the fire hyenas, she placed the 2 titan ancient trees in front of the herd of demonic cows. Then, she allowed them to carry out a simple and effective massacre. Ah, so fast? Raging Flames was in disbelief. This kind of efficient killing ability was something that even a heaven stage cultivator might not be able to do. Was this little girl really only at the 2nd level of Earth stage? If this little girl was allowed to grow up, then not to mention a herd of demonic cows, even a giant dragon would probably suffer under her hands. Yu Bing had always followed her brother, Yu Yang, and had participated in countless fierce battles. Especially the experience of fighting against the super expert crow from tens of thousands of years ago. Although she had failed, it had allowed her to reach a higher level of comprehension. Later on, she had crossed the gate of life and death from the gate of life and death. Her progress could be said to be 1,000 miles a day. Not to mention these Earth Stage level 6 and 7 fire hyenas and demonic cows, even more powerful war beasts would die miserably under the green light tree demonis, titan ancient tree, raging flame inherent skill, and blood-sealing throat. I didn't kill the leader of the fire hyenas immediately, and the position of the big tree should be in the middle of the herd of demonic cows. In order to kill all the demonic cows, blocking in front of them is a flaw. That's the reason why a lot of demonic cows ran away from us. Yu Yang even criticized him. Yu Bing listened to them one by one, and nodded seriously, Impatient yawned lazily. Her charming voice seemed to be a little bored. Little Yu Bing is not bad, but I just want to see Tigress and Wu Xiao's domain. Hurry up and kill that stupid lion that's hiding on the cliff and peeping at us. City Lord Fallen Flowers replied with a smile, I think it's quite smart. It actually knows how to use tactics. Why don't we catch it and see who's suitable for the contract? Just as City Lord Fallen Flowers had said, the golden flaming lion was indeed very smart. As a masterless magical beast, to be able to do this, even Yu Yang, who was planning to kill it, was a little surprised. If Yu Yang knew that this golden flaming lion was originally just a wandering lion, and had stubbornly wandered through dozens of Heaven Realm territories before accumulating enough strength to fight for this Lion King Valley, defeating the powerful old Lion King with a non-Lion King bloodline, successfully seizing the old Lion King's wives, concubines, and everything in the territory, using deterrence to subdue the fire hyenas and become its subordinates, managing the Lion King Valley to prosper day by day, he believed that he would be even more surprised. The golden flaming lion was indeed smarter than ordinary magical beasts. Strength didn't represent intelligence. Even heaven-rank magic beasts didn't know how to use tactics, let alone subduing fire hyenas. Facing this group of humans, who seemed to be very powerful, the fire hyenas quickly died out. The golden flaming lion realized that something was wrong. It retreated to the cliff and shouted at the female fire lions behind it, preparing to lead them away temporarily. Previously, when the Emerald Lord had sent someone to capture it, it had also avoided the enemy's edge and was unwilling to fight head-on with the enemy. Otherwise, it would have become the spoils of war of the Emerald Lord. Roar, 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 the old Lion King, who had been defeated and expelled by the golden flaming lion, suddenly appeared and roared at his mortal enemy who had seized his throne. It had already recovered from its injuries and had accumulated enough power, ready to challenge again and take back everything that belonged to it. It was impossible for the old Lion King to let the golden flaming lion lead his pride away. It roared at its mortal enemy, declared war, and threatened the pride, forbidding them from leaving the Lion King Valley. The golden flaming lion was usually not afraid of this defeated opponent. It had wandered to many places and experienced too much. It was not something that the old Lion King, who had been trapped in the Lion King Valley his entire life, could compare to. The golden flaming lion had enough pride. Facing the old Lion King, it felt that it had a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Even though it didn't know the word wisdom, after being captured by the mercenaries and imprisoned in a cage, it understood the importance of wisdom. Those mercenaries would use all sorts of methods to capture magical beasts that were clearly stronger than them. As for magical beasts, they were unable to do so. After escaping from the cage, the golden flaming lion didn't know if it was because it had drunk the treasure spring water or because it had devoured the bodies of the mercenaries that had killed each other and obtained their intelligence. In short, from then on, it felt that it couldn't live like an ordinary magical beast. It had to be like a mercenary and know how to use its own head. Learning how to use its head to think, it survived countless battles and dangerous experiences. He had even used tactics to defeat the Lion King, who was originally a little stronger than him, and successfully seized its throne, becoming the only master of the Lion King Valley. Roar! The golden flaming lion looked down the cliff and saw that the humans were getting closer and closer. The golden flaming lion had long since seen this kind of calm demeanor from a very powerful heaven stage expert. He knew that this kind of person was extremely dangerous. It roared at the lionesses, urging them to follow it out of this dangerous place. However, these lionesses had long since gotten used to the Lion King's struggle for hegemony. Whoever was the strongest would be the husband. They all retreated, leaving space for the two lions to fight. They did not interfere and were only willing to follow the victor. Only two very young lionesses, who had given birth to cubs, talked about their children, intending to stay away from them so that the cubs would not die in the fierce battle. Roar, two gigantic male fire lions, quasi-heaven stage existences, appeared behind the old Lion King. They were the two reinforcements invited by the old Lion King. In order to share the lionesses, they constantly interfered in the battle between the Lion Kings. The two male fire lions roared proudly and quickly intercepted the two lionesses who were leaving with their cubs. They ordered them to put down their cubs. Facing the threat of the lion, a lioness rose up to resist. That was because it completely belonged to the golden flaming lion. It had never let the old Lion King touch it before, so it would definitely not give its child to another lion, because if it did, the other party would immediately kill the cub. The other lioness was a little hesitant. Although the child belonged to the golden flaming lion, it was also once the beloved concubine of the old Lion King. The golden flaming lion looked down the cliff for the third time and found that the humans had already disappeared. He was even more nervous. With a wild roar, he knocked away the male fire lion that was about to kill his cub, picked up the cub, and then knocked away the male fire lion that was intercepting his young wife. After taking on the full force of the old Lion King's attack, he let his young wife enter the cave tunnel that he had personally dug to avoid the Emerald Lord's hunt. Under the attacks of the three fire lions, he persisted for a minute until he ensured that his young wife had escaped safely. Only then did he quickly escape with the cub. When it rushed into the cave passage, it vaguely heard someone exclaim, "Huh? A flaming lion with intermediate intelligence. Not bad." Yu Yang praised. The cave passageway is filled with claw marks. If this passageway was dug to escape from the enemy, then it's really quite amazing. Princess Sisai's six senses inherent skill was very observant, and with a single glance, she discovered that there was something unusual about this cave. The most important thing is that it actually feels a sense of danger to us, who are hiding our strength. This is the rarest thing. Shui Wuxia also praised him, which was a rare sight. I'll catch it. It's good to have another lion guarding the door. When Impatience heard that, she became interested. Woof. Grey Wolf hurriedly protested and wagged its tail to please its master. It had an expression of "I'm the best watchdog" on its face. The little water-repellent golden-eyed beast could not speak yet, but its eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Grey Wolf, who was usually in charge of training it, was its great enemy, the old Lion King, who was bent on regaining his throne, did not know that a group of humans had arrived. Now that he saw it, he did not care. It usually ate a lot of Earth-stage mercenaries. The old Lion King, who deliberately wanted to show off his might as a Lion King in front of the lionesses, let out an earth-shattering roar towards Yu Yang, Yu Bing, and Anan, roaring like thunder. The other two male fire lions, who were preparing to share the lionesses with the old Lion King, were not willing to fall behind. They shook the flaming mane on their necks and erupted with the power of quasi-heaven stage, approaching Yu Yang and the others step by step. In order to test her holy power domain, Princess Sisai stood up. Afraid that the aura of the divine equipment would scare the demonic beasts, she deliberately kept the Prison Emperor divine sword and replaced it with an ordinary bronze-ranked giant heavy sword. The heavy sword had no edge, and it was a great weapon. In the hands of Princess Sisai, even a bronze-ranked sword was a terrifying killing weapon. Summon the Azure Dragon holy power. Princess Sisai stabbed the bronze giant sword that was several times larger than her body into the ground, deeply into the hard rock. She pressed on the sword with one hand and raised the other high into the sky. Her body silently burst out a kind of energy that expanded rapidly. With her body as the center, it reached a radius of 1,000 meters. In this domain of energy, everyone felt a kind of divine boost, as if their bodies were not restricted by gravity at all, and could easily float. On the contrary, the movements of the fire lions became slow, as if their bodies were being hindered by an invisible force. The sky inexplicably darkened. Thunder exploded in the air, and silver snakes danced wildly. There was a kind of magical cry that people had never heard before. It sounded in the depths of the sky and reverberated in everyone's soul. A strange green light, in the shape of a dragon, flew down from a high altitude. Its flight was a beauty that had never been seen before. It was different from any other bird. Its wingless flying posture was not like flying, but like swimming in the sky. Just as everyone was staring at it, the dragon-shaped green light had already swooped down at an extremely fast speed. It spun a few rounds above Princess Xianxia's head, and finally swooped down on Princess Xianxia and the bronze greatsword in her hand. Boom, the hard rock below the bronze giant sword exploded. The giant sword, which was covered in silver lightning, floated in the air automatically as if it had a mind of its own. When Princess Xianxia opened her eyes, everyone was surprised to find that her pupils had turned silver. Kill! Princess Xianxian held the huge bronze sword in her hand and slashed at the male fire lion on the left. The male fire lion of Quasi-Heaven stage had a head that was as hard as iron and was protected by flames. It was easily cut down by Princess Xianxian's unsharpened bronze sword. The huge lion head fell to the ground, and the blood in its neck didn't even have time to spray out. Is this also dragon power? Raging Flames discovered that the dragon power that Princess Xianxia had blessed her with actually made her, who had inherited the bloodline of the ancient dragon, feel awe from the bottom of her heart. Why was this happening? Just a single type of power in the domain was enough to make her soul tremble. What exactly was this dragon power? Could it be that it was even stronger than the ancient dragon? It was just a shadow, a blessing from an illusion, and it was already this powerful. Just what kind of life was this dragon-like creature? Thinking back to when the hornless dragon inherited the divine power of the supreme dragon god, Raging Flames had also felt a similar throbbing in her heart. What Raging Flames could be sure of was that Princess Xianxia did not receive the inheritance of divine power. It was a domain power that she had comprehended from the Gate of Life and Death, the Gate of Life and Death. Was its secret really just a trial point left behind by the experts of ancient times? Raging Flames compared in her heart. If an expert like Princess Xianxia, who had passed the trial of Tongtian Tower, went up to the Heaven Realm and fought head-on with those experts of Heaven Realm who did not have the chance to enter the Gate of Life and Death and could not pass that kind of abnormal trial, what would the result be? She believed that those experts of Tongtian Tower who had completed the trial would kill Heaven Realm experts of the same level. Not to mention the same level, Princess Xianxia, who had the Saint Force domain, even if she was 2 or 3 levels higher than her, or even higher level experts of Heaven Realm, under her domain and the support of the dragon power, wouldn't they still be like chickens and dogs? No wonder every time the experts who caused chaos in the Heaven Realm came from the Tongtian Tower in the Western Heaven Realm. Now that she thought about it, the strength of the Tongtian Tower martial artists was not without reason. Raging Flames had an impatient urge to return to the Gate of Life and Death. No matter what, she had to pass that abnormal trial. Because that was the only way. She was a true expert. The 5th level of Heaven stage looked very powerful on the surface, but it was only in terms of strength. Her spirit was lacking, just like a cripple. If she still thought of herself as an expert like this, wouldn't she be making a fool of herself? Previously, when she saw that these women did not have the strength of Heaven stage, she was quite confident. She never thought that the truly weak one would be herself, who claimed to have the strength of the 5th level of Heaven stage. The superficial level and superficial power had confused his eyes and confused his will. Why did the clown dare to betray her? Why did he have the confidence to capture her? The reason was that he had seen through her shortcomings. Now that Raging Flames thought about it, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. No war beast, no domain, no special ability, no assistance. Just relying on the brute force inherited from the ancient dragon, she thought that she could roam the Heaven Realm and do justice. She was too naive in the past. Roar! Princess Xianxian killed a male fire lion, scaring the other male fire lion so much that it quickly jumped back and dodged, not daring to advance rashly. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a long stream of flames. The flames were like a storm, sweeping towards Princess Xianxian. In the face of the quasi-heaven ranked male fire lion's flames, Princess Xianxia did not panic. She stretched out her jade-like hand and shouted, "Convert to Vermilion Bird Holy Power." It was similar to the Nirvana Fire Phoenix, but it did not have the long Nirvana Fire Phoenix tail. Its entire body was burning with purple flames. An unfamiliar gigantic firebird appeared behind Princess Xianxia. As soon as it appeared, everyone present felt a burst of warmth. Standing in Princess Xianxia's domain, it was as if a pair of invisible fire wings had been inserted on their backs, allowing them to fly freely in the air. The high-temperature flames spat out by the male fire lion completely lost their heat and power in front of this strange and beautiful fire bird. Even if Princess Sisai did not put up any resistance, everyone standing behind her could only feel a cool breeze of flames blowing from the male fire lion's mouth. Raging Flames, who already had a strong ability to resist flames, were surprised to discover that she had obtained the amplification of flames. Her strength had multiplied, as if the flames spat out by the male fire lion were not an attack, but a blessing. She looked up. Yu Yang, Impatience, Shui Wuxia, and the city lord of fallen flowers were extremely good at concealing their auras. However, Yu Bing, Inan, and Drunken Cat all had rings of fire wrapped around their bodies. It was obvious that the flames were no weaker than Raging Flames, the inheritor of the ancient dragon's bloodline. Fire attribute attacks are ineffective, and they are converted into amplification for one's own side? Raging Flames discovered that the holy power of this domain was so abnormal that it made one's hair stand on end. If she were to encounter an expert with pure fire energy attacks, would that guy cry in the face of such a domain? Just now, the dragon-shaped holy power was a destructive lightning bolt. Now, it ignored the enemy's fire energy attacks and even absorbed and transformed it into its own energy. If there were 4 types of holy power, then what were the 3rd and 4th types of holy power? Raging Flames looked at Princess Sisai. At this moment, the male fire lion didn't even notice that the enemy was bathed in flames. It was tantamount to enjoying itself. Just like before, when it attacked the enemy, it spat out flames and took advantage of the enemy's burning pain to give the enemy a fatal blow. It jumped up high, waved its front claws, and roared like thunder. It unleashed its greatest strength, preparing to tear the human in front of it into pieces. The firebird behind Princess Sisai directly froze the male fire lion in midair, as if it wanted to instantly destroy the other party with a mouthful of fire. However, Princess Sisai did not do so. Instead, she once again changed the domain's holy power. The entire earth and cliff trembled, as if some prehistoric beast had drilled out from the deepest part of the earth. A mirage of a strange beast that was so huge that one couldn't see its entire body, and only a little of its back could be seen, appeared at Princess Sisai's feet. The golden patterns looked like a tortoise, and each pattern had different runes on it. It was extremely mysterious. A dragon's head could be seen from 1,000 meters away, and on the other side of the cliff, there seemed to be a snake's tail. When Yu Yang and the others looked at themselves, they realized that there was a strange golden pattern on them. What was the use of this golden pattern? The attacking male fire lion gave the answer. It was frozen in midair, but when the vermilion bird was digested, it regained its original ability to move. Moreover, it had no idea that it had stopped in midair and become an obvious target. It continued to roar and tear down with its claws. Princess Sisai held the heavy, edgeless bronze sword in her hand and gently raised it to block the sword. How could the male fire lion care about a giant, edgeless sword? Its sharp claws could split gold and stone. A claw slammed into the giant sword covered in golden patterns. Sparks splashed like a waterfall. Tens of thousands of sparks flew into the air, blooming like fireworks. The male fire lion's sharp claws seemed to have collided with an iron wall. Raging Flame saw with her own eyes that the claws shattered, the sharp claws broke, and the bones pierced out of the flesh. The claws that could split gold and stone turned into minced meat after a single strike. The male fire lion, unable to restrain its momentum, collided with the giant sword and was sent flying with a miserable howl. Then it fell onto the mountain rock. Smashing the boulder, it rolled to the ground in extreme pain. It struggled to get up, wanting to escape, but before it could take 2 or 3 steps, its body had already turned into a frozen zombie. Raging Flame swallowed a mouthful of saliva and found that she felt like she was choking. That kind of golden pattern was a hard defense, she had already sensed it. However, what she never expected was that this kind of golden pattern also had an extremely strong recoil power. The stronger the opponent's attack, the greater the recoil. Moreover, the recoil was not only the opponent's attack power, but also a terrifying frost energy. That male fire lion was a fire attribute quasi-heaven stage war beast. After the recoil, it could also turn its entire body into a frozen zombie. If the recoil landed on an ordinary martial artist, wouldn't they turn into a pile of ice shards? Before they could even try the 4th domain ability, the 2 quasi-heaven stage male fire lions were dead. This was the power that they had comprehended after entering the gate of life and death and passing the trial. Perhaps everyone was different, but as long as they passed the trial of the gate of life and death, they believed that even if they weren't comparable to Princess Sisai, they wouldn't be much worse. The expression in Raging Flame's eyes changed. In an instant, an incomparably firm brilliance flashed. No matter what, she had to pass through the gate of life and death. She silently clenched her fists, truly putting down the pride of a heaven stage expert. Although the 5th level of heaven stage was very powerful, far surpassing Princess Sisai and the others on the surface, with Princess Sisai and the others' speed of improvement, it would be too easy for them to catch up to her, who was like a cripple. If he wanted to become stronger, not only did he have to raise his level, he also had to pass through the gate of life and death and become a true heaven stage expert. No, he had to become the innate sovereign that Shui Wuxia and the others spoke of. Only the innate sovereign was worthy of being called a true expert. That Lion King and the lioness want to escape. When Yu Bing discovered that the 2 male fire lions were dead, the old Lion King immediately turned around and fled. It's fine. Shui Wuxia smiled and caressed Yu Bing's little head. Seeing that she was about to test the spiritual sense domain, Princess Sisai, who had yet to fully display her holy force domain, retracted her domain, put the bronze greatsword back on her back, and handed the battlefield to Shui Wuxia. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that a portion of the Lion King's valley, which was estimated to be at least 10 kilometers wide, was enveloped in a special psychokinesis energy field. If Shui Wuxia had not let everyone know about this psychokinesis energy field, other than Yu Yang and Impatience, no one else would have been able to sense its existence. This psychokinesis energy field was invisible, pervasive between heaven and earth. Everyone had a strange feeling that in this psychokinesis energy field, in this energy field that was more than 10 times larger than Princess Sisai's holy force domain, everything in the world was under Shui Wuxia's control. The old Lion King brought the lionesses and ran around at full speed for 3 minutes. With their natural outstanding running speed, they could escape at least dozens of kilometers away. However, in reality, they had not run more than 50 meters. It was as if there was an invisible maze that kept them in place. Several lionesses ran with all their might, but as they ran, they bumped into the mountain rocks, as if they could not see that there was a mountain in front of them, not a road. If this was explained as panicking and not choosing a path, then the fact that they all used their fastest speed to crash into the mountain rocks without retreating even if their heads were bleeding was puzzling. Why were they doing this, other than Yu Yang, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision? No one understood. Shui Wuxia seemed to understand everyone's confusion. She waved her hand and the scenery in front of her changed. The original Lion King's valley had changed. People stood high in the sky, looking down at the ground. The pride of lions that were running with all their might had a broad road in front of them, and behind them was an ancient dragon of heaven stage level 6. The appearance of the ancient dragon, even though they knew that this was a mind power illusion created by Shui Wuxia's spiritual domain, still gave everyone a fright when they saw its terrifying appearance. Its domineering aura that looked down on all beasts, its blazing dragon flames, its lightning-like eyes, and its terrifying mouth that could devour everything were all so real, as if an ancient dragon had descended into the Lion King's valley, gate of life and death. This is the illusion of the gate of life and death. Raging Flames was stunned. She didn't expect Shui Wuxia to be able to transform the trial of the gate of life and death into her own domain ability. Not to mention the pride, even she herself might not be able to break through this spiritual domain. Even though she knew that the ancient dragon was fake, Raging Flame still couldn't deny its existence. The ancient dragon waved its dragon claw and sent a lioness flying. Boom, the lioness fell heavily to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Raging Flames knew that this was an injury caused by her own collision with the rock, but she still couldn't deny the shock that the ancient dragon's attack had caused to her heart. Another female lion cried out in pain and died under the devouring and biting of the dragon. Its corpse was split into 2 halves, and half of it was swallowed by the dragon. The other half, blood flowed all over the ground. Everyone could see it clearly. However, when Shui Wuxia changed the spiritual domain to its original scene, everyone discovered that the lioness had died. She had died under her own fear. Her corpse wasn't torn in half at all, nor was there any trace of blood. However, she had died from a mental breakdown. Even in death, her eyes couldn't conceal her fear of the ancient dragon. In fact, what was even stranger was that in her round eyes, there was a reflection of the ancient dragon's image. It had to be said that Shui Wuxia's spiritual domain had already reached a place where she could kill people without seeing blood. Raging Flames now had reason to believe that if she were to fight against Shui Wuxia, she might die in this spiritual domain. At the very least, she would have a mental breakdown and become a madman, too terrifying. The old Lion King, who had been completely controlled by his mind power and had fallen into madness, didn't know the truth at all. He had experienced hundreds of battles on his way to escape, killing all the enemies he had encountered, including his own pride of lionesses. In the end, the exhausted him discovered that there was a sun gem in front of him that could recover his strength and increase his own strength. He immediately swallowed it in excitement. It was the extremely cold ice crystal that Shui Wuxia had thrown on the ground. Before he swallowed it, he had even ruthlessly killed all his remaining wives and children because they also seemed to want to share the energy of this sun gem. In the end, the old Lion King enjoyed the pleasure of the sun gem's advancement in satisfaction. He didn't know at all that the extremely cold ice crystal he had swallowed was in conflict with the Lion King fire heart in his body, and mistakenly thought that it was an increase in pleasure. The result was naturally an explosion to death. I won't dare to eat carelessly anymore. Raging Flames wiped away her cold sweat. Oh my God, what did it mean to die a stupid and idiotic death? This was it. What did it mean to die a muddled death? This was it. What did it mean to die a self-inflicted death? This was it. When the old Lion King thought that he was safe and that he had profited from his misfortune, it was actually the moment of his death. Shui Wuxia's final test was that if the old Lion King didn't kill his wife and children when he wanted to obtain the deadly sun gem, he might even spare his life. After that test, the old Lion King deserved to die, and his death was not to be regretted. Yu Yang smiled. Although you haven't displayed the true power of your divine sense, I finally understand the power of your divine sense domain. Your divine sense domain, as well as Tigress's Saint Force domain, actually have many similarities with my creation domain. Then, what is Big Brother's creation domain like? Yu Bing looked at Yu Yang with admiration. Let's put it this way, my creation domain has the power of the gate of life and the power of the gate of death. It has a lot of similarities with Wuxia and Tigress, but it has to be a bit more complicated. In addition to my original domain, as well as the special skills of various war beasts and treasures, I believe that the enemies who fight against me will suffer a lot. The only flaw is that my domain currently only has a radius of 100 meters, and the area it affects is too small. If my domain is as big as Wuxia's domain, I believe that other than the power of law or the will to surpass my sovereign's heart, there is no other way to leave. Really? Hurry up and find a heaven stage powerhouse to test it. I can't use magical beasts to test my true level. City Lord Fallen Flowers was anxious and wanted to pull Yu Yang to test it. Wait a minute, we still have a golden flaming lion to catch. Yu Yang's memory was very good. Anything he fancied would not be able to escape. Lion King Valley, periphery. The golden flaming lion brought the lioness and the two cubs and successfully escaped through the cave passageway. It was satisfied with its foresight. In the City Lord's mansion of the human City Lord, there was an underground secret passage. The golden flaming lion had learned the importance of tunnels from being captured once. Now, it was proven that digging a tunnel back then was definitely a life-saving method. If not for this secret passage, he would have died in the Lion King Valley like the old Lion King. The golden flaming lion didn't need to turn his head to feel the aura of the Lion King Valley disappearing one by one. This kind of aura disappearing was not a good thing. It meant that the old Lion King and his two companions had been killed by those inconspicuous humans. It was a pity for the lionesses. They wouldn't have died. Of course, the golden flaming lion was also satisfied to have a loyal lioness follow him with her young. Under the counterattack of the old Lion King, all the lionesses refused to flee, and it was willing to follow him. This was too rare. Roar. The golden flaming lion put down the cub in his mouth and urged the lioness, who was still looking back at the Lion King Valley, to hurry up and not linger in this land of death. If he didn't leave quickly, not only the old Lion King and the others, even he himself wouldn't be able to protect himself. The lioness was reluctant to leave her hometown, where she had lived since birth, and turned her head 3 times. Moreover, the disappearance of the aura of her loved ones made her feel uneasy. If it weren't for the repeated urging of the golden flaming lion, the lioness would have wanted to go back and see what was going on. The golden flaming lion kept growling, urging the lioness to leave with him. Along the secret area that the golden flaming lion usually patrolled, he hid in the bushes and used the shade of the trees to sneak away. After running for an unknown distance, perhaps a few hundred kilometers, it was only when the golden flaming lion felt safe that he gradually stopped running. When he was thirsty and hungry, there was a clear stream in front of him, as well as a plump white-bellied fish. The lioness put down the cub and jumped into the water. First, he took a beautiful cold bath, then drank his fill of the stream water. Although it usually disdained to eat this kind of white-bellied fish, it no longer refused the food in its mouth. It waved its claws and swept the fish ashore, hurriedly eating with the two cubs. The golden flaming lion was also hungry, but it did not eat at the same time. Instead, it vigilantly observed its surroundings, guarding against the appearance of enemies. There were magical beasts that ruled over every region. Being in the enemy's territory, if one did not maintain sufficient vigilance, then one might not even know how one died. Only when the lioness was full and took the initiative to take on the responsibility of vigilance did the golden flaming lion slowly walk to the stream and drink the water. Its caution was not without reason. All the careless wandering magical beasts became food for others. It was impossible for them to survive. Just as the golden flaming lion was happily drinking the cool stream water, a shadow seemed to appear on the slightly rippling surface of the water. The golden flaming lion's entire body trembled as it stopped drinking. The water gradually calmed down, reflecting a terrifying creature. It was an ancient dragon of heaven stage level 6. Its eyes were filled with ridicule as it looked at the shocked golden flaming lion. Roar! The golden flaming lion endured the urge to escape and turned his head with difficulty to look at his wife and children. What made it feel lucky and hopeless was that the lioness and the two children had actually fallen asleep because they were too tired. They did not know that there was an ancient dragon of heaven stage level 6 looking down from the sky. The three of them were sleeping soundly. Fight? It was impossible to beat him, even if 1,000 of them surrounded and attacked the other party, they would not be able to win. But was he really going to let the other party swallow him in one gulp? The golden flaming lion did not care about angering the terrifying enemy and rushed to the side of the mother and son. He threw the sleeping cubs far away, one on the left and one on the right, hoping that one of them could escape. As for the awakened lioness, it did not even have the time to say a word to her. It roared, turned around, and rushed towards the enraged ancient dragon without hesitation. Even if it was slapped away by the other party's claws, it still had to buy some time for this loyal and devoted wife to escape. The huge dragon claw fiercely slammed down. The golden flaming lion felt that death was imminent. Other than leaping up high and using all its strength to collide with the dragon claw, it turned its head slightly and looked at his wife from the corner of its eyes to see if she had escaped. An irresistible force assaulted his body. The golden flaming lion felt his consciousness blur. Could it be that this was death? After being blurry for a long time, it suddenly heard a human voice. This lion seems to be pretty good. Although its strength is a bit lacking, if you spend some time to nurture it, it should be a good watchdog. It's already very rare for a war beast to have intelligence. The most important thing is that it has the spirit of sacrifice and is full of humanity. This is even rarer. Who wants it? The little water-repellent golden eyes beast can barely be considered a mount in the future. It's already an exception, I won't contract any other war beasts. Besides, it's a male, and there are lionesses and cubs. I don't have the time to take care of their family. The golden flaming lion gradually woke up and realized that the person who spoke was a woman with a huge sword on her back. This woman was one of the humans he had seen in the Lion King Valley. The golden flaming lion didn't have the time to be shocked at the fact that he was still alive. When he saw the humans around him, he felt fear. The humans he had seen in the Lion King Valley had actually caught up to him one by one. These people were indeed not weak. Moreover, it seemed that killing the old Lion King was not enough. They also wanted to kill his entire family. The woman who spoke first held a blazing Lion King fire heart in her hand. Needless to say, this was the heart of the old Lion King. It's over. Next, it should be my heart. When the golden flaming lion completely opened his eyes, he discovered that the lioness and the two cubs were sleeping soundly at the feet of that group of people. It was as if they were the same as when the giant dragon had attacked, completely unaware of the danger they were in. Didn't they escape? Could it be that the other party had captured them? It jumped up and rushed to their side. Just as it was about to throw the two cubs out like before, the golden flaming lion suddenly discovered a saint-rank scythe. It was just a hair's breadth away from touching its eyelashes, almost stabbing into its eyeballs. Meow meow. A strange wolf wearing dark sacred armor wrapped its tail around a black scythe that was filled with the aura of death, mercilessly letting out a warning. Roar. The golden flaming lion hurriedly lowered its head, closed its mouth, and retracted its sharp teeth, showing its submission to its opponent. It peeked around, originally wanting to observe the situation and prepare to escape. He didn't expect to be shocked. This was actually still the Lion King's valley. After fleeing for a few hundred kilometers, he had returned to this terrifying Lion King's valley. The old Lion King's exploded body was not far away. As for the two male lions, one was beheaded and the other was frozen. Could it be that he was captured by an ancient dragon of heaven stage level 6? Was the ancient dragon the war beast of these humans? The golden flaming lion's entire body trembled. It discovered that the humans in front of it were different from the mercenaries it had met before. Even the strongest city lord it had met before was far inferior to the humans in front of it. In the eyes of these humans, there was a light of wisdom that it had never seen before. It was filled with confidence and vigor. Especially the only man in the group. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky in the sky. It was impossible to see his depth in that kind of brilliance. The golden flaming lion had a feeling that compared to this man, the smart mercenaries he had met in the past were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. He felt like a distant starry sky. He could look up. But he couldn't touch it. Sister Anan, and I don't want it either. The one who spoke now was the little girl that the golden flaming lion had seen that could summon a giant treant. She was only at the second level of the Earth stage, but who would have thought that not long ago, she had slaughtered a group of Earth stage level 7 fire hyenas and a group of Earth stage level 6 demonic cows. Don't look at me, I still haven't fused with the contract yet. Why don't you give it to Sister Yi? If you contract a heaven stage golden flaming lion, your strength will definitely double. Nyo needs more time to cultivate, but now that the war is approaching, you can't do without a powerful war beast. The golden flaming lion heard a human woman suggest that the tall woman with the panda that was about to advance to the holy stage contract with him. That's not good. I can't help you right now. Woof, meow. Grey wolf, you want to contract? That's not a bad idea. In any case, Medusa has already contracted with the tiger shark and the blood python king. I can still reluctantly agree to you making a little brother. When the golden flaming lion saw that the man in the lead did not object, he was scared half to death. He was already pitiful enough to be contracted by a human and become a beast under his command. However, if he let the strange wolf in the holy armor contract him and become his subordinate, who knew if this fellow would devour his entire family when he was hungry? Roar, roar, roar. The golden flaming lion quickly jumped out and bowed to the tall woman. Although this woman's strength was not high, how could she be an ordinary person with a panda that was about to reach the holy stage? The most important thing was that these humans were not simple. The weakest little girl could easily kill a large group of demonic cows and fire hyenas. If he were to contract the tall woman and recognize her as his master, he believed that it would not be bad. No matter what, he could not become that strange wolf's contracted war beast. That was too dangerous. Looking at the other party's intelligence, he definitely did not have the chance to display it. A strange wolf that had fused with the dark holy armor and a holy level dark demon scythe, and it was also a divine beast. It needed him to fight for it. When the golden flaming lion saw the strange wolf summon the grimoire, he was so scared that his entire body trembled. He quickly lay in front of the tall woman and let out a whimper, begging the other party to quickly contract with him so that the strange wolf wouldn't take the initiative. As long as the other party didn't kill his family, it would be able to continue the next generation while serving such a noble human. As for the strange wolf that seemed to be up to no good, it would definitely not let its wife and 2 young children fall under the claws of the other party. Mom, contract it. When I grow up, I will definitely protect Mom, but Nyo is still young. Right now, I can only use this ugly lion." The words of the little panda girl caused the golden flaming lion to cry. How mighty was he? How could he be an ugly lion? However, he really couldn't compare to the other party. That little panda was about to become a holy beast, and he didn't even say a word. Compared to her, he was far inferior. Seeing that his future master was still hesitating, the golden flaming lion quickly made the smartest move. It brought the two sleeping cubs over and placed them at the feet of its future master. Then he crawled on the ground. It was as if the whole family had surrendered to him. Alright, if this is everyone's wish. When the tall woman summoned the grimoire, the golden flaming lion was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Finally, he wouldn't fall into the hands of that strange wolf. Fortunately, his master was still a human and not a strange wolf. Lion King Valley. The Wild Bull Bandits were heading here. In the Emerald Territory, the Wild Bull Bandits were a notorious group of bandits. The original name of the leader was no longer known, and everyone called him by the nickname Wild Bull. The name of the bandits was also because of him. Originally, they were registered as Gold Rush in the Mercenary Guild, but because they had committed too many crimes, they were classified as bandits by the Mercenary Guild and changed their registration to Wild Bull to avoid any misunderstanding. Captain Wild Bull, who was at the peak of the second level of Heaven stage, was one of the secret weapons of the Emerald Lord to keep the various city lords in check. Because there was someone behind him, Captain Wild Bull was not afraid of being wanted at all. He brought a group of evil fanatics and ran amok in the Emerald Territory, burning and looting everywhere. If the various city lords did not submit to the Emerald Lord, the territory under their rule would definitely be attacked and ravaged by the Wild Bull Bandits. Ever since the Emerald Lord's rebellion succeeded, only 10 of the 100 or so city lords under his command had loyal support. The 30 city lords only supported him on the surface. If these 30 city lords could be said to have given him some face and acknowledged the rule of the Emerald Lord, then the other 50 or so city lords were the sore point of the Emerald Lord. These city lords had always been neutral, neither supporting nor opposing. Other than paying a small amount of symbolic taxes every year, they secretly resisted the power of the Emerald Lord and refused the officials sent by the Emerald Lord. Some even secretly supported the rebel city lords in the remote and dangerous areas to continue to challenge the Emerald Lord. The Wild Bull Bandits were created because of these 50 or so neutral city lords. After decades of burning and looting, they had finally made some progress. There were more than 10 city lords who could not stand this harassment and officially submitted to the Emerald Lord, recognizing him as the rightful lord. Now, as the Emerald Lord's most loyal ally, the master of Blackwind City suddenly had a fire in his backyard. If he wasn't careful, a cross-border war would break out with the 3 great sects of the Western Heaven Realm. If he wasn't careful, the whirlpool would sink the entire Emerald Territory. In order to ensure that their common interests were not lost, this evil Wild Bull Bandits was immediately gathered by the Emerald Lord from afar. They were prepared to fight against the experts of the Western Heaven Realm in the name of a third party's private army. Captain, why are we taking a detour to the Lion King Valley? As Wild Bull's unchanging assistant for many years, Nyo Jen, who only had the strength of Earth rank level 5, had always maintained the good habit of asking questions when he didn't understand. He would always use his own stupidity to show off his leader's wisdom. What an idiot. The leader has his own plans, so why are you asking? Is this something a small team leader like you should be concerned about? The Heaven Stage expert, Fei Huang, who had just been promoted to vice captain, scolded the old man, Nyo Jen, with the might of a superior. From Fei Huang's point of view, Nyo Jen, who was at the 5th level of the Earth stage, was a bootlicker. His strength was very weak, and he relied on the identity of the Wild Bull's fellow townsmen, as well as the qualifications of an old official and the flattery he had when the group was first established to survive. If it was another bandit group, a villain like Nyo Jen would have been eliminated long ago. I wouldn't dare. Please don't be angry, Vice Guild Leader. Nyo Jen quickly apologized, his attitude extremely sincere. Forget it, time is already tight. Taking a detour around the Lion King Valley has indeed puzzled the brothers. It's not unreasonable for Nyo Jen to ask. Hua Ban, who had joined the group with Fei Huang, felt that it was not appropriate to offend the old officials. Although they did not have the strength, they were still old and from the same hometown as Captain Wild Bull. Brothers, don't think too much. Captain Wild Bull, who was being pulled by two golden bull kings of quasi-heaven stage, displayed the dignity of a superior with every move he made, but at the same time, he displayed the tolerance he had for his brothers. If someone didn't know him, they would definitely think that this gentle and elegant middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament was a city lord or a famous scholar. Who would know that he was a demon who killed people like flies, raped and pillaged, and was a vicious demon who could make people pale at the mere mention of his name? Only those in the know knew a secret. 1/10 of the slaves in the Emerald Territory were actually captured and sold by him, and the number was no less than 1,000,000. The Wild Bull, who had killed no less than 10 million people, was only at the peak of the second level of heaven stage. However, his bounty was even higher than that of the master of Black Wind City, who had a bounty of 220 million at the third level of heaven stage. In the Emerald Territory, in the mercenary guilds of the various cities, Wild Stake was ranked 4th among the 10 most wanted criminals. His bounty was as high as 318 million, and he was definitely the murderer with the highest bounty among the same level of strength. On the surface, he was not angry, but he was also a gentleman. His magnetic voice, elegant demeanor, and mature temperament could move the hearts of some women who did not know the truth. Of course, the vast majority of women who were interested in him did not become female slaves that he sold, but became delicacies on his dining table. In the eyes of Captain Wild Bull, drinking pure virgin blood and secretly made women's buttocks and breasts was an unparalleled delicacy in the world. Of course, very few people knew about this hobby, including Fei Huang and Hua Ban, who had just joined the Wild Bull squad and were placed in an important position. Captain Wild Bull liked to pause when he spoke. First, he wanted everyone to focus more, and second, he wanted everyone to applaud in time. He had the art of leadership. Why did we take a detour to this Lion King Valley? There are 3 reasons. Wild Bull paused for a moment. Everyone was attracted by his words, and their faces revealed expressions of attentiveness and listening attentively. Wild Bull nodded in satisfaction and explained at a moderate pace. First, the Lion King Valley is located not too far from Black Wind City, and it is very likely that it is a secret place where the experts of the Western Heaven Realm temporarily reside. We came here with the intention of exploring their true location, and if it is true, then we can immediately spread the news. If it is not, then we can narrow the search area again and remove this very important stronghold. So that's how it is. Niu Zhen, the old minister, revealed an expression of sudden realization. Second, if the enemy is not here, then we can secretly occupy the Lion King Valley as a temporary stronghold. Captain Wild Bull gave the second reason. As a bandit group, even if their private army participated in the battle, other city lords would not welcome them. As a notorious Wild Bull bandit group, it was impossible for them to live in Black Wind City no matter what. Although the Lion King Valley was a little far, as a secret stronghold, it was really not bad. Hi, it's definitely high. Niu Zhen excitedly gave a thumbs up. The Lion King Valley is a good place. It is indeed safe and well hidden. The dozen or so captains also whispered to each other, praising the captain's intelligence. However, the Lion King Valley is ruled by a group of fire lions. Although the lionesses are all below quasi-heaven stage, the Lion King is of heaven stage. If we want to forcefully take over this place, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to not cause a commotion. Vice Captain Fei Huang's meaning was not that he was afraid of the old Lion King of heaven stage, but that there would be an accident. If the Lion King Valley was really taken over by the experts of the Western Heaven Realm as a stronghold, then the Wild Bull bandit group would be courting death. Other than the captain and the 2 vice captains, the 3 heaven stage experts, the other members, such as a flatterer like Niu Zhen, would definitely die. It didn't matter if the flatterer Niu Zhen died, but if the entire Wild Bull bandit group was annihilated, then it would be a heavy loss. Without any soldiers or generals, how could they fight against the experts of the Western Heaven Realm? Even if they won, there was no one to carry the spoils of war. For Fei Huang, who had been promoted to vice captain not long after joining the group, he did not want to see the entire group destroyed. He and Hua Ban were originally free bandits. The reason why they joined the Wild Bull was not because the Wild Bull bandit group's reputation was bad enough. It was because the Wild Bull Bandit group had enough people and was large enough. The Wild Bull Bandit group had gathered all kinds of madmen and murderers. There were more than 50,000 of them, and they had plundered for many years. Their wealth was comparable to that of a country. These things were the reason why Fei Huang and Hua Ban came to join the Wild Bull. Although they could not defeat the Wild Bull at the second level of Heaven Stage, Fei Huang and Hua Ban had two people. As long as they broke through to the second level of Heaven Stage in the future, then overthrowing the Wild Bull would be just around the corner. If the Wild Bull Bandit group was gone, wouldn't Fei Huang and Hua Ban return to being single again? Don't worry, my two brothers. The Wild Bull smiled. He personally picked up the silver pot, poured a cup of wine into his own golden cup on the table, and handed it to Fei Huang. He then looked straight at the other party, his eyes very sincere, and gently nodded as he watched Fei Huang drink. After Fei Huang thanked him for his drink, he poured another cup for Hua Ban, and then drank 3 times from the golden cup without any hesitation, showing that he was sharing wealth with his two brothers. The Wild Bull stood up and explained to his brothers in a gentle voice, "This place is far away from Black Wind City. I will do my best to defeat the enemy with my own hands. I will not let any of my brothers be harmed. Everyone can stay in this stronghold in peace for the future." Clap clap clap. Niao Zhen took the lead and applauded enthusiastically. When he heard that the guild leader would take action, he was of Heaven Stage and had the help of 2 vice-captains. Naturally, it would not be a problem to take down the Fire Lion King. Thus, all of them rushed forward with great enthusiasm. Everyone wanted to show off in front of the guild leader. After the members of the group dispersed, the Wild Bull signaled for the 2 vice-captains, Fei Huang and Hua Ban, to sit beside him. He smiled and said, "Actually, since the beginning of the plan, I have ordered people to investigate the Lion King Valley. A few years ago, a golden flaming lion fought with the original Fire Lion King in the Lion King Valley. It injured the Fire Lion King and drove it out of the valley. After hearing this news, a few days ago, I ordered my men to release the 2 male fire lions outside the valley so that they could meet the wandering Fire Lion King. Just as I thought, with the help of 2 quasi-heaven stage male fire lions, the Fire Lion King has decided to regain its throne. Now, they are probably fighting each other to the death. We only need to go there and we will be able to reap the benefits of the fishermen. What danger is there?" Only then did Fei Huang and Hua Ban understand that what they had said before was all nonsense. This Captain Wild Bull was indeed not a simple person. If the experts of the Western Heaven Realm really occupied this place, how could he bring his subordinates here to die? It turned out that he had already planned this and was prepared to show off in front of the members that the guild leader had personally killed the Heaven Stage Fire Lion King. The 2 of them felt a chill in their hearts at the arrangement of the Captain Wild Bull. Facing such a person, it would be a bit difficult to plot against this bandit group. No wonder the Wild Bull's bounty was as high as 318 million, and no one had been able to touch a single hair on his head. On the surface, Fei Huang and Hua Ban repeatedly praised this brilliant plan. They praised the Captain Wild Bull's wisdom and also showed their loyalty. Hearing the Wild Bull nod slightly, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't see that when the Captain Wild Bull smiled with satisfaction, his narrowed eyes flashed with light, like the fangs of a poisonous snake. No one could see the light in his eyes, nor could anyone see through his thoughts. Only Niao Zhen, who had been with the Captain Wild Bull for the longest time, knew a little. All the Heaven Stage experts who planned to join the Wild Bull Thief Guild, all the vice-captains who plotted against the Wild Bull Thief Guild, would coincidentally die in battle. It was either because they couldn't rescue them in time, or because the vice-captain's personal attendants leaked the secret, or because they encountered an unavoidable factor. In short, for the time being, there was not a single vice-captain who could survive for more than 2 years. The outside world speculation about the wealth that the Wild Bull Thief Guild had plundered was to double every year. Every year, it would attract Heaven Stage experts to seek refuge. But without exception, those who survived to the end. They were all good-for-nothing Niao Zhen, not those heaven-rank vice-captains with outstanding intelligence and strength. They had arrived at the Lion King Valley. Outside the valley, there were footprints of the Fire Lion King and the other 2 lions. At this time, the Captain Wild Bull stood up from the golden carriage and told the members that he would personally go and inquire about the enemy's intelligence. If there were Western Heaven Realm experts, he would release fireworks and everyone would temporarily evacuate upon seeing the signal. If there were no Western Heaven Realm experts, he would kill the Fire Lion King, occupy the Lion King Valley, and make this place the temporary stronghold of the Wild Bull Thief Guild. The two vice-captains, Fei Huang and Hua Ban, also asked the Captain Wild Bull if they were willing to go together and kill the Fire Lion King. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of alarming the Western Heaven Realm experts inside, Miao Zhen would have led everyone to cheer for the Captain Wild Bull and sent him off with the warmest applause. On the high cliff, there was a group of humans that no one could see, as if they were invisible. They were watching all of this. I was just about to find a Heaven Stage expert to test your domain, and now someone has come knocking on my door. I'll leave the hypocrite leader to you. As for the rest, leave it to everyone to fight. I really didn't expect that these two lions were actually placed here by this guy on purpose. With such a cunning servant, then what kind of person would the master behind him, the Emerald Lord, be? The young miss of the Shui family, who was holding the Book of Truth, muttered to herself as she pondered. I didn't know before, but in the future, he will be a dead man. Yu Yang, who had comprehended the power of the domain from the Gate of Life and Death, was extremely confident. Meow. Grey Wolf glared at him, warning the Golden Flaming Lion that he had just contracted not to snatch the credit from him. He had to have the awareness of being a lackey. The Golden Flaming Lion almost cried. Was this guy a wolf or a human? Why was he so jealous? Captain Wild Bull saw that the pride was in a situation where both sides were injured. Of course, he also discovered traces of human battles. In an instant, he, Fei Huang, and Hua Ban made the most correct reaction. Stealth and concealment. From the high cliff, the three of them discovered a special cave that was not natural. This should be a man-made passageway. Captain Wild Bull and Fei Huang were stunned at first, but then they held their breaths even more cautiously, using their minds to sense the abnormalities in their surroundings. Someone must have been here, and there was more than one person. Could it be that this place had really turned the experts of the Western Heaven Realm into a secret stronghold? Or was it the treasure trove of a bandit group? Many bandit groups, after robbing, often could not dispose of the stolen goods immediately. Especially those kinds of treasures that were especially famous. Once they were taken out, they would be discovered, tracked, and offered a bounty. In order to maximize the benefits of robbing, bandit groups would usually find the most secret caves or small islands and bury the best treasures. They would only dig out the treasures after they had negotiated a price with the black market or found a buyer. Not to mention outsiders. Even Captain Wild Bull, he did the same. Walking around with all the loot they got? This wasn't showing off, this was brainless. Is Master Barton really going to put all his belongings here? The Lion King Valley is not safe, and it's not far from Blackwind City. Captain Wild Bull saw two humans walking out from the cave passageway. Their strength was not high. One man was at the 7th level of Earth stage, while the other was at the 6th level of Earth stage. That woman seemed to have a keen intuition of the outside world. She kept looking around. Captain Wild Bull quickly closed his eyes to prevent the woman from sensing him when he looked directly at her. I said you're stupid, but you still don't admit it. What do you mean by putting your life on the line? What do you mean by the most dangerous place is the safest? This is it. Who would have thought that the Lion King Valley would become the place where Old Man Barton stored his belongings? The valiant-looking young man was completely unaware of his surroundings. Although that's the case, I still feel that something's wrong here. The woman with the huge bronze sword on her back kept looking for something. Don't be so suspicious. Not to mention that the Golden Flaming Lion has already escaped, the Fire Lion King and the male Fire Lion died in battle. Even if they didn't fight, they wouldn't be able to withstand a few punches from the master of Blackwind City. The young man didn't care at all. Let's hurry up and leave. If the heavily injured Golden Flaming Lion returns, it would be terrible. The woman pulled the man's hand and hid in the cave passageway. For a long time, there was no sign of anyone. Captain Wild Bull felt that his aura had disappeared for a long time before he slowly got up. Like a leaf drifting in the wind, he floated inside. The man-made cave passage was not very deep. At the end of the passage, a temporary teleportation array had been set up. On the walls of the passageway, there were a few particularly eye-catching signs. They were the secondary passageway and the true treasure room. These places were all sealed by special runic arrays, and there were also stone doors outside, which were made to look like rock walls. If they were not specially marked, then it would be really difficult to see that there were treasures inside. Seeing this, Captain Wild Bull sneered in his heart. It hadn't been a day or two since the master of Black Wind City and his lackey, Barton, wanted to get rid of the Emerald Lord and stand on their own. Although they were loyal on the surface, everyone had their own selfish motives. Captain Wild Bull often received secret reports that the master of Black Wind City was playing tricks behind their backs. Now it seemed that it was indeed the case. The property that Barton had taken away was only a cover on the surface. The real property was stored here. Judging from the cave passageway they had dug in secret, Black Wind and Barton had already planned this. If it wasn't for the fact that Black Wind had suddenly clashed with the three great sects of the Western Heaven Realm, Tong Tian, Long Teng, and Demonic Sect, he wouldn't have come to the Lion King Valley, much less use this place as a stronghold. If he hadn't come to the Lion King Valley, then how could he have known that the real property of the master of Black Wind City and his lackey, Barton, was actually hidden here? This was truly the case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search. Finding it without any effort, a faint light flashed through the portal. Captain Wild Bull quickly left the cave and anxiously signaled Fei Huang and Hua Ban not to make a sound. After a long while, it was still the same two young men. Looking at their unfamiliar faces, Captain Wild Bull knew that Black Wind and Barton had done many small tricks behind his back that he and the Emerald Lord didn't know about, and had cultivated many new confidants. The golden flaming lion might not be dead, but I don't want to patrol. I keep feeling that something is wrong here, as if it's very dangerous. The young female swordsman held the young man's hand. She seemed to have received an order to patrol the Lion King Valley, but she was unwilling to carry it out. Her natural intuition caused Captain Wild Bull to shiver slightly. If she were to report this to her superiors, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the master of Black Wind City or Barton. It's fine if you don't want to patrol. This is a desolate mountain range, and no one has ever come here. The valiant man and the young woman should be a couple, comforting each other with kind words. The two of them came out of the cave and looked around. It was easy for Captain Wild Bull, Fei Huang, and Hua Ban to kill them, but they didn't want to reveal their tracks. They held their breath and hid in the grass. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, a pair of young lovers moved the lion's corpse into the cave and made some arrangements for the cave entrance on the high cliff. First, they blocked it with rocks, then they piled up vines to cover the entrance. When they were done, they felt that it was flawless. They looked at each other and smiled. They took out the golden scroll and instantly teleported away. Captain Wild Bull, who had discovered such an important secret, was ecstatic. How much wealth had the master of Black Wind City plundered over the years? That was truly incalculable, regardless of the cross-border war with the Western Heaven Realm. As long as he could obtain the master of Black Wind City's wealth, then this trip would not be a loss. What made Captain Wild Bull the most excited was that Black Wind was a mantis stalking a cicada, not knowing that he was the oriole behind. The treasure collection had already been discovered by him, and the master of Black Wind City was destined to become a tragedy in the future. Regardless of whether he won the cross-border war or not, he would become a pauper. And he, who sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight, would become the biggest fisherman. Brothers Fei Huang and Hua Ban, immediately order your brothers to quietly enter the valley and secretly station themselves inside. After that, head to Black Wind City and meet up with me. The place where we are staying is announced to be Sheephorn Valley. We will take a detour to the Lion King Valley. Other than the Emerald Lord, no one else knows about it. Even if Captain Wild Bull didn't say it, Fei Huang and Hua Ban would still understand. They were inexplicably excited about this flying treasure. Although there was no need to dig out all the treasures that the master of Black Wind City had meticulously collected, in fact, this windfall had already entered the pockets of the Wild Bull thieves and had become the possessions of the three of them. Yes, Captain. Fei Huang and Hua Ban hurriedly agreed and quickly left the valley. They told the bandits to quiet down and secretly entered the valley. Of course, the matter of the treasure would not be announced to the public. Give this ring to the Lord and tell him that you found the rabbit nest. Captain Wild Bull wrote a letter on the spot and summoned a red claw snow pigeon. He first put the letter into the ring and sealed it with a secret technique. Then, he put the ring on the red claw snow pigeon's claws. He raised his hand and threw it into the sky. Goo goo goo. The red claw snow pigeon soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it streaked across the sky. Captain Wild Bull couldn't help but feel a little proud. He thought to himself that this was another great merit. The master of Black Wind City had already fattened up. If he didn't slaughter him now, he wouldn't be able to get rid of his tail. The master of Black Wind City had a close relationship with the clown, Long Xiang, Rachel, and the others. The Emerald Lord was worried that he wouldn't be able to kill the chicken and take the egg, so he didn't cook the dog. Now that he had found the treasure of the master of Black Wind City, how could he still be alive? The cross-border war in the Western Heaven Realm was caused by the master of Black Wind City, so it was a good excuse to eliminate him. On one hand, he would receive the property, on the other hand, he would regain control of his power, on the other hand, he would be able to quell the anger of the Western Heaven Realm experts. Why not? Seeing Fei Huang and Hua Ban lead the bandits into the valley from afar, a cold smile flashed across Captain Wild Bull's eyes. His smile revealed a fierce glint, like the fangs of a poisonous snake. He crushed the crystal stone and made it seem as if he was teleporting to Black Wind City. A doppelganger created from a special type beast entered the teleportation gate, while the real body was hidden in the darkness. After arranging for the members of the bandit group to immediately set up a secret stronghold, Fei Huang and Hua Ban also flew towards Black Wind City. In order to create a time difference with Captain Wild Bull, they did not immediately use the teleportation crystal stone. Instead, they chose to fly a long distance. This, in addition to the agreement between Captain Wild Bull and them, also carried a bit of selfishness. Are we really going to Black Wind City like this? Fei Huang hummed emotionally. I dare say that when we arrive at Black Wind City, Wild Bull will definitely find fault with us and cause trouble for the master of Black Wind City. Once the two sides become hostile and fight, we will inevitably be caught up in it. We fight to the death and get nothing out of it. On the contrary, he and the Emerald Lord benefit the most. Maybe for the sake of the greatest benefit, they will end our lives in the hands of Black Wind City. How many Heaven Stage experts have died in the Wild Bull bandit group? They are all vice captains, but the Wild Bull is still alive and well. Let's wait and see. Hua Ban was a little unconfident. If it really is Black Wind's treasure collection, digging it all out won't be a short period of time. It will be even more difficult to take it all away. If this is the Wild Bull's test, and we enter the cave to retrieve the treasure, we will fall into a trap. It doesn't look like a test, does it? The bison's expression is very happy. Fei Huang was shocked, and his flying figure stopped. Wild Bull, it's impossible to guess his heart just by looking at his appearance. Who would have thought that he would send 2 male fire lions to the Lion King Valley? Of course, it might not be a test. Maybe it's a coincidence. It's also possible that Black Wind really kept the treasure here. Hua Ban felt that he and Fei Huang didn't have any ambitions on the surface. Captain Wild Bull shouldn't be testing them like this. If this was a test, then everything that they had done before was unnecessary. Fei Huang quickly waved his hand to stop Hua Ban. Because he found a shadow in front of him. It looked like a wild bull. Unlike the shadows that Fei Huang and Hua Ban saw, the shadows that the Wild Bull saw now were 2 young people. The young couple that had clearly been teleported away had somehow returned to the outside of the Lion King Valley. The appearance of these 2 people really confused the Wild Bull and made him feel that something was amiss. If the 2 of them returned to the Lion King Valley and saw tens of thousands of bandits camping in the valley, then their previous plan would definitely fail. Why did this young couple return to the Lion King Valley? Could it be that they didn't check their surroundings carefully and were scolded by Barton? The Wild Bull was a little anxious. What should he do to stop the 2 of them? Perhaps he could use the swordswoman's fear. Captain Wild Bull had a plan. He hurriedly retreated and summoned a Heaven Stage flaming Lion King. If he got too close, it was very likely that the other party would be able to see through him and discover that this was a contracted war beast. However, it was very far away, and it had only released its aura, so it was very difficult to distinguish whether it was a wild beast or a contracted beast. With the strength of a Heaven Stage flaming Lion King, it shouldn't be a problem for it to scare away the young couple. As expected, the moment the flaming Lion King appeared, before it could even roar at the sky, the sharp swordswoman noticed it. No, there's a powerful magical beast here. Heaven stage, King stage. The swordswoman pulled the young man's hand. Roar. The flaming Lion King let out an earth-shattering roar. Too scary, the couple was so scared that they immediately crushed the teleportation crystal and fled. Before Captain Wild Bull could be happy, he realized that there was someone behind him. At first, he thought it was Fei Huang and the Hua Ban brothers. However, a sense of danger welled up from the bottom of his heart. He didn't turn around, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He snorted word by word, "Master of Black Wind City, is that you?" He slowly turned his head and discovered that the Master of Black Wind City was suppressing his anger as he stood behind him. Captain Wild Bull sighed inwardly at the appearance of the Master of Black Wind City. He was still a little careless. He had spent all his effort to gather all the wealth he had plundered over the years in the Lion King Valley. How could the Master of Black Wind City leave so easily? With Black Wind's suspicious heart, he would definitely check repeatedly to make sure that there were no problems before he could feel at ease. Perhaps, Black Wind had already been on guard when he had sent people to release the 2 male fire lions. Wrong, he was wrong. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely pretend that he didn't know anything. Unfortunately, life couldn't be repeated. Wild Bull looked at Black Wind's eyes that were filled with killing intent. He knew that today's matter wouldn't end well. If you think that you, who are at the peak of the 3rd level of Heaven Stage, can really defeat me, who is at the 2nd level of Heaven Stage, then you are wrong. Captain Wild Bull sneered. If he didn't hide his strength and unique skills, he would have been killed by the mercenaries who came because of the bounty. How could he live until now? Wild Bull, I don't deny that you have unique abilities to be the only loyal dog of the Emerald Lord. However, if you think I will let you go carelessly, then you are wrong. Actually, I discovered your scheme a long time ago. From the very beginning, I had already made arrangements. I was just waiting for you to fall for it. The Master of Black Wind City raised his hand, and sect leader Bai Song, Qing Song, Hong Song, Pang Man, Jin Feng, and the other Heaven Stage experts walked out from the darkness. Every time a person came out, Captain Wild Bull's eyebrows would jump. 6 Heaven Rankers, 2 of them were above him. 6 against 1, this might be the most difficult battle in his life. Sect leader Bai Song, and Mr. Pang Man, are you 2 really going to surround and kill me? Captain Wild Bull suddenly laughed and asked calmly. Actually, we are just notarizing. It is inconvenient for us to ask about the grudges between you and the Master of Black Wind City. Sure enough, sect leader Bai Song, who was as cunning as an old fox, did not stand on the side of the Master of Black Wind City. However, even a blind person could see it. If Captain Wild Bull was defeated, then they definitely wouldn't mind adding insult to injury. Pang Man also had the same attitude. Captain Wild Bull was a member of the Emerald Lord. Before Wild Bull was defeated, he and Bai Song were unwilling to become enemies with the Emerald Lord. The Master of Black Wind City summoned his strongest war beast, the level 2 Heaven Stage, Black Hurricane. In order to restrain Captain Wild Bull, he also summoned an earth-drilling sandworm. Later on, Black Wind's most loyal subordinate, General Jin Feng, also summoned a gold leopard that had just stepped into Heaven Stage. General Jin Feng and Captain Wild Bull were not on the same level, but he could restrain Captain Wild Bull's flaming Lion King. When Captain Wild Bull saw this, not only did his expression not change greatly, he even laughed disapprovingly. Although Black Wind had General Jin Feng's help, how could he be without help? As expected, Fei Huang and Hua Ban sensed the change in their auras and quickly flew over. When they saw the situation, their expressions changed. However, when they saw Captain Wild Bull's calm expression, they immediately stood behind Captain Wild Bull and summoned a group of quasi-Heaven Stage calamity locusts and a long-tailed leopard that was similar in strength to the gold leopard. Ha, come out and make your enemies tremble. Captain Wild Bull summoned a Heaven Stage Level 2 Red-Eyed Demon Bull King and a Heaven Stage Level 2 Golden Belt Tauren Warrior. When the Master of Black Wind City's expression became more and more unsightly, Captain Wild Bull summoned a Heaven Stage Thunder Beast. Finally, Captain Wild Bull glanced at sect leader Bai Song and Pang Man coldly and took out a high-rank holy level treasure, the Forbidden Space Ball. The forbidden space ball could deprive all flying war beasts of their ability to fly within 1,000 meters. The time limit was 10 minutes. What would happen to the elemental war beast, Black Hurricane, who had lost its ability to fly? What would happen to the master of Black Wind City who had lost his ability to fly? Bai Song, Pang Man and the others' expressions instantly changed. Captain Wild Bull laughed out loud. He liked to enjoy the pleasure of playing with his enemies. Although his level wasn't very high, he had 4 contracted war beasts that were above heaven stage. Not to mention that Bai Song and the others wouldn't interfere easily. Even if they did surround and attack, Captain Wild Bull would still have a way to escape. Go to hell. The master of Black Wind City was extremely furious. When the war beast, Black Hurricane, landed on the ground, he immediately rushed forward, intending to kill Captain Wild Bull. That's right, you're going to die. General Jin Feng suddenly punched the master of Black Wind City's back. Black Wind, who had been ambushed, spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with astonishment. He couldn't believe that it was General Jin Feng who did it. Captain Wild Bull laughed out loud again, enjoying the great pleasure. He pointed at Black Wind and said, "What a fool. Jin Feng is my man, he is the nail that the Emerald Lord buried beside you. You are about to die, yet you still don't know?" Bai Song and Pang Man immediately looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then, together, they formed a semicircle around Black Wind City. Everyone, all the war beasts rushed forward and easily surrounded and killed the master of Black Wind City. Captain Wild Bull stepped on the unwilling head of the master of Black Wind City who was on the verge of death. He bent down and stared at Black Wind's pained eyes. He felt a great sense of satisfaction in his heart. "Black Wind, do you have any last words? Haven't you heard of the famous saying, when the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden, when the cunning rabbit dies, the dog is cooked? The Emerald Lord had long had the intention to kill your dog, and you still thought that you were doing it secretly. Speak, what else do you want to say before you die? Do you want to repent? Unfortunately, it's too late. Wild Bull, don't forget, you are also a pitiful lackey." Black Wind closed his eyes in pain. Boom. Hearing this, Wild Bull's face darkened. He angrily stepped on Black Wind's head and crushed it. "Do you think I'm you? You will never understand what my identity is. Isn't he just a boy toy for me to play with? I've been a little tired of you lately." Suddenly, an elegant voice, like that of a noble who was tired of eating delicacies, rang out from behind Captain Wild Bull. Captain Wild Bull was stunned at first, then he turned around and looked at the shadow behind him. His entire body trembled, and with a look of disbelief, he asked, "What did you say? Is this true? I need more fresh dolls. It's impossible for me to only love one in my life. I'm getting tired of you." The tall shadow behind him fiercely punched Captain Wild Bull's chest. His tone was incomparably heartless. "You are just a dog that I raised. When the cunning rabbit dies, the dog is cooked. Since Black Wind is dead, you can also die." Pfft. Captain Wild Bull suffered a blow both physically and mentally, causing him to vomit blood. He fell to the ground in pain. Looking at Black Wind who had lost his head, he suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. How similar was he to Black Wind? However, he had been betrayed even more thoroughly. He thought that the Emerald Lord, who could dedicate everything to him, had actually said such chilling words. The blow of this sentence was even more painful than that life-threatening punch. He had sacrificed so much, and all he got in return was "You're just a dog I raised." Before the crowd surrounded him, Wild Bull quietly made an extremely secretive movement with his left hand. Then, Wild Bull was easily dismembered, but he did not die. His soul was parasitized in a rock underground. No one knew, not even the Emerald Lord, that Wild Bull had a special skill of Rockman. As long as the Emerald Lord left this place, he would launch a shocking revenge. With everything he knew, he would leak out. Wild Bull swore that he would do his best to take revenge on the Emerald Lord. Of course, not now. In order to avoid the detection of the extremely suspicious Emerald Lord, he had to be in a state of suspended animation. Moreover, his soul had just been sent into the rock, so he needed time to adapt. Half a year later, when he recovered from his state of suspended animation, it would be the time of the Emerald Lord's misfortune. Before his consciousness fell into a state of suspended animation, the wild bull could still hear the Emerald Lord instructing General Jin Feng to get a substitute for the master of Black Wind City. As for the Wild Bull Thief Guild, it was directly destroyed to make a good name for itself before the cross-border war. With the last sentence, Wild Bull, who had fallen into a state of suspended animation, heard the Emerald Lord mock him, "Useless dog talent, no matter how good your skills are, how can you compare to the Chrysanthemum clan male pet I found?" With a destructive vengeance, Captain Wild Bull fell into a state of suspended animation and stopped thinking. In the eyes of the outside world, he was completely dead. This was because this state of suspended animation would cause the true death of the physical body. Those war beasts that did not betray him would all die together. In short, no one would have thought that after his physical body died, he would still be able to revive in the state of a rock man, the wild bull, who had fallen into a state of suspended animation, did not see it. When Yu Yang put away the creation domain, and when Shui Wuxia cooperatively put away the divine sense domain, there were no battles in the surroundings. The Emerald Lord, the master of Black Wind City, General Jin Feng, sect leader Bai Song, Pang Man, and the others were all gone. As for his soulless body, it lay quietly on the ground. His body was not torn apart, but his consciousness and soul were dormant in a rock underground. Grey Wolf dug the rock out of the soil with 2 claws, chanted, and placed it in front of Yu Yang. Then, he made a V gesture at the golden flaming lion, indicating for it to learn. This was a very arrogant gesture. Of course, it was learned from its master. In this world, he was the only watchdog that could make such a gesture. This was what Grey Wolf was most proud of. All the war beasts that had betrayed the wild bull, whether it was the Golden Belt Tauren warrior with well-developed limbs or the Thunder Beast with crackling electric arcs all over its body, could not understand what was going on. Why did all the Heaven Stage experts disappear in the blink of an eye, and there was only a group of humans in the field? On the other side, there were 2 people with ashen faces, Fei Huang and Hua Ban. Only now did they understand that everything was an illusion, a real illusion. There had never been a battle, there had never been a master of Black Wind City, there had never been an Emerald Lord, and there had never been a betrayal. The only thing that was real was that the wild bull was indeed dead. He wasn't dismembered, but he definitely wouldn't be able to survive, because his body no longer had any consciousness or soul. This is very boring. I think it's better to just chop people down. Princess Sisai pulled out her bronze greatsword and pointed at Fei Huang and Hua Ban. You guys can choose one at random. Otherwise, you guys will always say that I always choose the strongest when I chop people. Roar. The first to pounce was the golden flaming lion. It recognized the flaming lion king. Back then, it was this flaming lion king that had captured it, locked it in a cage by Captain Wild Bull, and sold it to the arena to fight beasts. Fortunately, the arena had rioted and he had taken the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Right now, the flaming lion king was like a stray dog. How could he not take this opportunity to beat the dog when it was down? If it was said that the golden flaming lion and the flaming lion king were only evenly matched for the time being, then the Thunder Beast was depressed, because it had met a bronze level 3 divine beast that was actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Hui Tai Lang deliberately showed off his might in front of his new little brother, the golden flaming lion, to let the other party know that even if it was a war beast of Heaven Stage, it was still his little brother. It, who had the strength to challenge the Golden Clear Demon Bull King or the Golden Belt Tauren warrior, actually went to fight the weakest Thunder Beast. How could the Thunder Beast not be depressed? Lightning. What the Thunder Beast was best at was lightning. However, this move was useless against Hui Tai Lang. Not to mention the fact that it had fused with the Holy Tier Dark Sacred Armor. Even without it, it was not afraid of the electric current at all. With the ability to transform into liquid silver, electric energy was practically a tonic for it. Seeing his opponent condense all the electric energy into an electric ball and swallow it in one gulp, the Thunder Beast's originally silver-white face became even paler, deathly pale. Hui Tai Lang's tail wrapped around the Holy Tier Dark Demon Scythe and slashed out with earth-splitting slash. Although it couldn't reach the power of Yu Yang, the demon scythe that had fused with the dark sacred sword was not easy to bear. With every swing, there would be an obvious wound on the Thunder Beast's steel-like body, and a stream of purplish-blue blood would flow out. Other than the earth-splitting slash, Hui Tai Lang was also proficient in the Great Totem Battle skill. He had sparred with Fatty Hai and the others a lot. Fatty Hai's hippopotamus meteor fist was not as exquisite as it, pa 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 pa. The more Hui Tai Lang fought, the happier he became. He pressed down on the Thunder Beast and gave it a good beating, slapping it left and right. In the end, the Thunder Beast didn't even get angry. It fainted, its eyes rolled back, its limbs went limp, and it lay on the ground with its belly facing the sky. Hui Tai Lang did not care about this small victory at all. He summoned his grimoire and took out a golden cup watch that he had forcefully snatched from Fatty Hai. Looking at the time, it was 2 minutes and 58 seconds. In less than 3 minutes, he had beaten down a Heaven Stage Thunder Beast. Hui Tai Lang was proud. He immediately took out a notebook and a pen and drew the appearance of the Thunder Beast. Then, he dipped it in the Thunder Beast's blood and stamped a paw print on the notebook, indicating that he had successfully KO'd this opponent. It turned out that Fatty Hai had come up with this idea unintentionally when he was drunk. In the end, he did not manage to persevere, but Grey Wolf learned it well. This caused Fatty Hai to feel a lot of pressure when he saw the densely packed KO records in Hui Tai Lang's notebook. The Golden Flaming Lion and the Flaming Lion King fought fiercely, and for a moment, they were neck and neck. From the looks of it. Without an hour or two, it was unlikely that the victor would be decided. The Golden-Eyed Demon Bull King, who was at the second level of Heaven Stage, against the master of Luohua City, even if she didn't summon the Nirvana Sunflower, just the Aurora and the near-perfect Snow Fox Girl were enough to make it roar repeatedly and become a target to be beaten. The Snow Fox Lady waved her hands, and countless flowers were thrown out from her hands. It was as beautiful as a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Of course, the power of these attacks did not come from the tender petals of the flowers, but from the fragrance of the flowers. The enraged golden-eyed Devil Bull King fell into a deep slumber under the combination of the fragrant sleeping flower and the saliva of Dream Dragon. Its strength, its anger, and its strong physique could not be an effective existence in resisting sleep. If needed, the City Lord of Fallen Flowers could use little to blind its eyes at any time. She could also use the Nirvana Sunflower to cut off its neck. But she didn't do that. The City Lord of Fallen Flowers only used the Aurora again and again to wake the golden-eyed Devil Bull King up. Then, she let the Snow Fox Lady hypnotize it again, causing the golden-eyed Devil Bull King to fall into an endless cycle of sobriety, pain, anger, sleep, and sobriety. It wasn't just it. Even the wild bull bandits in the Lion King Valley had fallen asleep under the effect of the sleeping dragon fragrance. Large groups of them fell to the ground. The Golden Belt Tauren warrior was a creature that was famous in the Heaven Realm for its thirst for battle. As long as they fought, no matter what opponent they faced, even if it was a Heaven Realm dragon, they would be fearless. Their brains were also filled with muscles. In this world, nothing could satisfy their bloodthirsty hearts more than fighting. Regardless of how the situation developed, it roared like thunder and charged towards Yu Yang's group. Just as the fist was about to hit Yu Yang, it realized that its body had stopped and could no longer move forward. It, whose reaction was already a little slow, was slightly stunned and turned around. It discovered that a female barbarian bull was using a chain to hold its arm from afar and was immediately enraged. In front of the Tauren race, what other race dared to challenge wrist strength? It was fine if it was the size of an ancient dragon or an ancient titan, but the female barbarian bull behind him was half his size. Did she dare to compete with him, a Golden Belt Tauren warrior? Roar! The Golden Belt Tauren warrior erupted with tremendous strength. Its hooves stepped deeply into the ground, and the blood vessels on its thick arms bulged like earthworms. Under such a huge force, even a mammoth would fall to the ground in response. However, the foolish Tauren warrior did not know that the female barbarian bull behind him was a terrifying goddess of war who possessed the strength of a titan and the heart of earth. As long as she stood on the ground, no race could defeat her. With an incredulous expression, the Golden Belt Tauren warrior realized that it was being pulled by the opponent step by step. It had clearly used all of its strength, but the opponent's strength was unstoppable. The god-binding chains were also being pulled so hard that they rattled, and electric currents flashed. The Golden Belt Tauren warrior staggered under a man's pull. It tried to stand firm and use its strength to turn the tables, but it was destined to fail. Unless it could pull up the entire earth, it would not be able to pull up a man who had become one with the earth. The Golden Belt Tauren warrior was enraged. Its eyes turned blood red due to anger. It waved its huge ox-head axe, preparing to kill the female barbarian bull who had brought shame to its heart. However, before the ox-head axe could slash down, before Hui Tai Lang could absorb the cloud-collapsing thunder hammer, the holy weapon that the Black Hell King had carefully collected for thousands of years, appeared in Ah Man's hands. The hammer smashed down, hitting the Golden Belt Tauren warrior's huge head. After being ambushed, even the giant Loli, who was from the ancient Titan royal family, was knocked unconscious on the spot. The power of the cloud-collapsing thunder hammer was not something that the Tauren warrior, who had no defense and was only focused on attacking, could resist. The Tauren warrior fell to the ground on the spot. Its eyes rolled back. It foamed at the mouth. A man first kicked away the huge ox-head battle axe, then snatched the golden belt, and finally swung the bat like he was playing baseball. Hui Tai Lang had already cooperated with Yu Yang many times, so it immediately ran out. It grabbed the Tauren warrior who was still unconscious and threw it high up. When the enemy fell down, it used its dark magic scythe to hit the Tauren warrior, sweeping it towards Ah Man like a baseball bat. Boom! Ah Man imitated Yu Yang's usual attack posture and unleashed her greatest strength. The moment the Tauren warrior flew over, a cloud-collapsing thunder hammer struck the enemy's head, directly sending the Tauren warrior flying 1,000 meters away. Like a cannonball, it smashed into the rocks and almost caused the mountain to collapse. Captain Raging Flames was both envious and shocked. This move was too ruthless, wasn't it? She reckoned that even if the Heaven Stage Level 2 Tauren warrior didn't die, he would still be crippled. However, this kind of move that was used to oppress the enemy was really cool. If she cooperated with Ah Man, the effect would probably be even better. Captain Raging Flames felt an itch in her heart. She imagined herself standing in front of Ah Man. When Ah Man hit the Tauren warrior over, she would hit it into the sky. That kind of feeling was too great. Good ball. Yu Yang gave Ah Man a thumbs up to praise her. Meow. Hui Tai Lang expressed that his tacit understanding was also worthy of praise. On the other side of the battlefield, Fei Huang, who had originally felt incomparably humiliated and furious, was now becoming more and more alarmed. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the person who came to challenge him would actually be the weakest in the group. She was only a little girl at the second level of Earth stage. She actually wanted to fight a Heaven Stage expert like him? Fei Huang felt a great sense of humiliation. He was the kind of proud Heaven Stage expert who would rather be beaten to death than be looked down upon. If it was the master of Black Wind City who defeated him, then Fei Huang would feel a little better. Now, he discovered that he was facing a human girl who was only at the second level of Earth stage. With this kind of strength, you want to challenge me? He suspected that if he blew a breath of air, the other party would be blown away by the wind. What made Fei Huang the most speechless was that the little girl was actually a warrior who specialized in plant type. Didn't she know that her war beast, Calamity Locust, was the nemesis of plant-type war beasts? Fei Huang believed that he only needed 10 seconds, no, 3 seconds, or even 1 second to kill this little girl on the spot. The two giant treants looked very powerful, but in front of the Calamity Locust, no matter what kind of plant-type war beast it was, they would all be able to eat them up. Was there any war beast in this world that could restrain plant-type war beasts more than the Calamity Locust? Maybe there was, but Fei Huang had never seen it before. Eat them all. Fei Huang waved his hand and ordered millions of Calamity Locusts to rush forward and eat up the Titan ancient tree. Whip. Yu Bing's face was filled with seriousness. In a battle against such a nemesis, she had to put in 200% of her focus. She absolutely could not let the enemy catch even the slightest flaw. Millions of Calamity Locusts blotted out the sky. Each and every one of them was faster than lightning, rolling down like dark clouds. Although a small number of them were whipped by the Titan ancient tree's tree arms and died miserably on the ground. But even more Calamity Locusts were piled on the two Titan ancient trees. It was densely packed. They had become like two Calamity Locust people, clinging to the body of the Titan ancient tree. Each of them opened their teeth that could devour everything and bit at the Titan ancient tree with all their might. Not to mention two treants, even if it was a forest, they would be able to eat it clean in a short period of time. The most terrifying thing was that other than having powerful steel teeth, the Calamity Locust could also secrete a kind of acid and plague that could soften everything. There was no plant-type skin in the world that could resist their gnawing. Victory, Fei Huang didn't need to look to know that he had won. Not to mention the naturally restrained plant-type war beasts, even other war beasts were nothing more than a pile of bones in front of the millions of Calamity Locust. Defeating such an opponent was not something to be happy about. On the contrary, it was a kind of humiliation. Fei Huang felt that he had been underestimated by the enemy and was extremely angry. But very quickly, his anger was extinguished as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over his head. What replaced it was astonishment. Unbelievable astonishment. All the Calamity Locusts that had eaten the leaves on the top of the Titan ancient tree fell to the ground like a rain of locusts. They, who could digest all things, all died suddenly. They had the acid that could digest steel, but they didn't care about resisting the poison. These Calamity Locusts that had eaten the leaves all died a violent death. As for the Calamity Locusts that were attached to the tree trunk and gnawing on the bark, they discovered that the plague that could make the skin of all creatures fragile was ineffective against the bark of this big tree. The tough skin of the big tree made it so that they couldn't bite off even a small piece even with all their strength. Intense poison? What a potent poison! Of course, his Calamity Locust did not have an immortal body, but he also knew how strong his Calamity Locust's poison resistance was. Even if he ate the extremely poisonous bone clan or the demonic venomous flower that was famous for its poison, the Calamity Locust would still be able to easily eat it, and his body would not have any abnormal reactions. Even if the Calamity Locust was immersed in the poison, it would only drown and not die from the poison. Now, they were poisoned to death on the spot just by nibbling on a few leaves. What kind of concept was this? This was even more unbelievable than the flaming Lion King being burned to death. Fei Huang raised his fist. The beast might be very strong, but the master was too weak. As long as he waved his fist, this little girl would die. It was impossible for 2 Treants and 1 green light tree demoness to defeat him. It's over. Fei Huang saw that the thunder beast in the distance had failed, and the Tauren warrior had also been defeated. His own Calamity Locust could not do anything to the other party's Treant, and his companion Hua Ban was entangled by the other little girl who could condense petals with spiritual force and had a spirit mirror. If he did not win, he reckoned that his entire army would be wiped out. Fei Huang looked outside the battlefield and saw a woman with a bronze greatsword on her back standing beside the heroic swordswoman. There was also a woman with a dragon-slaying spear in her hand and a little panda girl. He flew at top speed and appeared in front of Yubing. With the power of heaven rank, he threw a punch at her face. Fei Huang did not have the slightest bit of tenderness towards the fairer sex. Under the watchful eyes of so many enemies, he only wanted to quickly end the battle and leave this place. Killing this little girl who was good at plants was only the first time. His second time was to kill the sword-wielding and spear-wielding woman. They were probably a little more difficult to deal with, but Fei Huang was confident in his speed and strength. Even without the help of the Calamity Locust, he was still a heaven-rank powerhouse. Moreover, he had the ability to transform and condense his body. Unless he was a heaven-rank 3 or above powerhouse, no one could easily kill him. Rumble. A punch in the air, the fierce fist aura blasted a huge pit on the ground. Eh? Fei Huang discovered that the little girl had disappeared without a trace. What he had just hit was only the afterimage she had left behind. I won't lose to you. A firm voice sounded from behind Fei Huang. Needless to say, Fei Huang knew that it must be that human girl with a determined face. His courage was commendable, but he had too little experience. Just the fact that she had opened her mouth to speak had already exposed her identity. It was enough to make her die a tragic death, Fei Huang sneered in his heart. He did not turn around and punched angrily behind him. The terrifying power of a heaven-ranked powerhouse burst out. Just when Fei Huang thought that the little girl was dead for sure and would definitely be smashed to pieces by his fist, he found that his fist had hit a hard object that was as hard as an iron wall. The recoil caused his fist to feel a trace of pain. Although his bones were fine, his skin had been shaken to the point of cracking. Fresh blood. Drop by drop, they fell to the ground. Only then did Fei Huang realize that at some point in time, a giant tree had already appeared behind him. This was not what shocked him the most. He discovered that the blood that dripped onto the ground had turned dark green, and the grass that was stained with green blood was rapidly withering. Even with the strength of Heaven Stage, Fei Huang still felt dizzy. Poison, a poison that could seal the throat upon contact with blood. Fei Huang panicked. He took out a bottle of golden poison-dispelling pills from his storage ring. This was a poison-dispelling pill refined by a Heaven Realm alchemy master using demonic beast cores and demonic insect flower juice. It was worth 100,000 gold coins each. It was an extremely expensive pill that even a Heaven Stage powerhouse would feel heartache for. Fei Huang raised his neck and swallowed the 3 poison-dispelling pills. He crushed another one and applied it to the wound on the back of his right hand. With his experience, even if it was a fatal poison that could kill a Heaven Stage powerhouse within a minute, a poison-dispelling pill would be able to neutralize it. For the sake of insurance, this was the first time Fei Huang had swallowed 3 poison-dispelling pills in a row. If it weren't for the fact that the Calamity Locust couldn't withstand the poison, he wouldn't have slapped 300,000 gold coins into his mouth. The poison-dispelling pill entered his throat and dissolved into liquid. It was indeed worthy of being the masterpiece of an alchemy master. Fei Huang felt his mind clear up. The wound on the back of his hand that had been smeared with the poison-dispelling pill powder also quickly turned red. That was close. Seeing that the poison-dispelling pill was effective in detoxifying the poison, Fei Huang couldn't care less about his heartache. He secretly thanked his lucky stars that he had spent 1,000,000 gold to buy this bottle of pills. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by a human girl at the 2nd level of Earth Stage. The poison of these 2 trees was too terrifying. When Fei Huang saw the little girl staring at him with her big eyes, a sense of pride rose in his heart. Although you have 2 poisonous trees, you're still too weak. Fei Huang raised his hand, and a large cloud of plague formed by the Calamity Locust flew towards Yubing. At the same time, he threw out an invisible and colorless dark fist. After being hit by this dark fist, the other party's body would definitely explode and he would die in incomparable pain. A Heaven Stage powerhouse isn't something a little girl at the 2nd level of Earth Stage like you can provoke. With the strength of your entire body, it's not even enough for a Heaven Stage punch. Pfft. Borrowing the Calamity Locust that filled the sky, Fei Huang, who had thrown out the dark fist, suddenly spat out a mouthful of green blood. Then, the dizziness from being poisoned returned. What surprised Fei Huang the most was that strange little human girl. She actually leaped into the air, as if she could see the dark fist. Stepping on it, she used the force to jump and instantly arrived in front of him. How did she do it? Fei Huang didn't even have time to find the answer to this riddle. He found that his raised hand was weak and powerless. And the opponent's speed had doubled under the support of the green light tree demoness. 18 kicks in a row. His legs all hit his face, causing Fei Huang to be unable to find his bearings. Fei Huang staggered back a few steps and looked at his hand in fear. His hand had turned dark green. No, it should be his entire body that had turned green. The poison just now wasn't cured? A poison that even 100,000 gold coins worth of poison-dispelling pill couldn't cure? While Fei Huang was dizzy, he hurriedly took out the bottle and swallowed the remaining 6 poison-dispelling pills like beans. When the pill entered his body, the liquid slid into his stomach and intestines. His mind became clear and his mind became clear. However, the green color under his skin, after slightly fading, quickly grew denser. Looking at his pair of dark green hands, Fei Huang pointed at Yubing and cried out, "It's not those 2 trees, it's you. Are you the one who's working? Your talent is poison? Mr. Locust, it's not that my poison is powerful, it's that your poison resistance is too poor." When Yubing saw the other party's horrified expression, she shook her head in embarrassment. She felt that it was a little unfair, so she added, "This poison will increase more and more as you fight. If you don't want to die, then lie down quietly and wait for my brother to come over. You can just surrender to him." "What a pity, I thought I would be able to have a good fight, but I didn't expect your poison resistance to be too weak." Fei Huang felt a great shame. As a Heaven Stage cultivator, he was actually looked down upon and pitted by a little girl of Earth Stage level 2. He was so angry that he almost committed suicide. However, committing suicide was really vexing. Fei Huang gritted his teeth and finally lay on the ground, making what he thought was the most humiliating posture in his life to save his life. He knew that if it was true strength, it would be impossible for the little girl to defeat him. The problem was that her poison talent was too terrifying. If he accidentally broke a little of his skin, he would become a poison man. If he had been careful just now and used the method of guerrilla warfare, defeating this little girl probably wouldn't have been too difficult. He had been careless today. Seeing Yu Bing's back as she left, Fei Huang wanted to slap himself twice in the face. The little human girl of Earth Stage Level 2 had won and left. The super expert of Heaven Stage Level 1 was lying on the ground like a turtle that had turned over. What was this? Compared to Fei Huang, Hua Ban was much more cautious. However, he found that the enemy he encountered was even more difficult to deal with. This human girl, who was riding a silver-horned Pegasus and had 2 hallucinatory butterfly demons and a spirit mirror, actually possessed a powerful spiritual force. In addition to raising a huge spiritual energy field, she also condensed her spiritual force into petals. Facing such an enemy, the long-tailed leopard became a tragedy. Although it was strong, it was almost destroyed by the abilities of the 2 hallucinatory butterfly demons. Pollen paralysis coupled with the mental nightmare torture, the long-tailed leopard was about to go crazy. It turned into a golden light and shot towards Anan like an aurora. However, in front of the spirit mirror, the long-tailed leopard pounced like an arrow, turning into a hidden weapon that attacked its master. Hua Ban had no choice but to order the long-tailed leopard to withdraw from the battlefield and save the poisoned Fei Huang. Right now, it didn't matter if he could defeat the enemy or figure out what was going on. Right now, what Hua Ban wanted to do the most was to escape. As long as he could escape successfully, he would pay any price. Let me do it. Drunken Cat rushed ahead of Princess Sisai and together with the little panda girl Nyonya, they faced the dusty long-tailed leopard. How boring. When can I have a good fight? Princess Xianxia stretched her beautiful waist, causing Yu Yang, who was walking over, to light up his wolf eyes. Your Highness, soon. After we finish beating this guy, we'll pretend to be Captain Wild Bull and kill the master of Black Wind City. We'll let the Lionheart King and the Emerald Lord fight each other. Not half a month later? Princess Sisai was stunned. All is fair in war. How can there be a fair duel? That's not something a smart person would do. Yu Yang smiled. Captain Raging Flames felt that this guy's name should be called Disdain, and his real name should be Shameless. Was there anyone as wicked as him? He had clearly arranged for a decisive battle in half a month, but he had actually made his move in advance and launched a sneak attack. Captain Raging Flames couldn't imagine what the expressions of the Emerald Lord, Lionheart King and the others, who had been foolishly waiting for the decisive battle in half a month, would look like after being played around with by this brat Yu Yang. However, she believed that this was Yu Yang's plan. Tong Tian Tower's strength wasn't enough, so it was impossible for Yu Yang to use Sky Execution and the others to fight against the experts of the Southern Heaven Realm. Moreover, this would easily reveal the true secret. If the clown returned, or if he found out that there were no Tong Tian, Long Teng, or Sky Demon forces in the Western Heaven Realm, the other party would definitely be suspicious. Perhaps even the Lionheart King and the other Heaven Stage Kings would participate. Set up an ambush and kill them to obtain the secrets of Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yang had launched a sneak attack in advance. It could be said that this was the best time. The problem was, this brat had openly made an agreement with the other party, and within a few days, he had torn up the agreement and stabbed the unsuspecting master of Black Wind City in the back. Furthermore, he had done it in the name of the Emerald Lord's subordinate, Wild Bull. This was too shameless in terms of morality and morality. But forget it, Yu Yang had never done this before. Raging Flames shook her head helplessly. Ah, Raging Flames? At first, Hua Ban didn't pay attention, but Raging Flames followed Yu Yang closer. Moreover, she had already taken off her invisible cloak. With her unique appearance and flame-like hair, even a blind person could recognize her as the female giant. As soon as Hua Ban saw Raging Flames, he felt despair. This lady was a famous female giant in the Southern Heaven Realm. She was at the 5th level of Heaven Stage and had obtained the inheritance of the giant dragon. To the leader of the Heaven Stage thieves, she was an existence akin to a calamity. What was there to fight? Hua Ban screamed, I surrender, Captain Raging Flames, I am Hua Ban. We worked together in Golden Rain City before, do you still remember? Please allow me and Fei Huang to surrender to you. It's useless to ask me. The real boss here is this brat. Raging flames pointed at Yu Yang, indicating that she would listen to him. It can't be? Hua Ban was dumbfounded. Could such a stubborn female giant like Raging Flames be tamed? Could it be that he had misheard? What was the background of this brat? He was actually able to make Raging Flames, whom even the Lionheart King and the other king-level rankers could not subdue, obey his orders. Yu Yang's attitude towards the captives was quite good. Although he had tacitly allowed Grey Wolf to beat up Hua Ban and Fei Huang, without exception, he had at least not built a concentration camp to skin people. Hua Ban and Fei Huang, who had been beaten into a pig's head, could only grit their teeth and endure the humiliation. They felt that they still had a bright future ahead of them and didn't want to die here in vain. Resisting was nonsense. Not to mention anything else, just Captain Raging Flames alone could kill the two of them in an instant, not to mention the young man who could make Captain Raging Flames listen to his orders. When the other party put on that special Gemini mask, Hua Ban and Fei Huang immediately understood who they had fallen into. A masked man who could beat up old Demon Wei, that madman, to the point of looking for his teeth on the ground. He was the most mysterious expert of the three great sects in the Western Heaven Realm. After being defeated by his hands, Hua Ban and Fei Huang had nothing to say. As for the Captain Wild Bull who had turned into a rock, there was no need to guess. He must have been tricked by this brat. When I eat meat, I don't mind others drinking some soup. Yu Yang warned the two pig-headed Hua Ban and Fei Huang, the Wild Bull Thief group will continue to be led by you. I don't care what you do, but you must leave the Emerald Territory. You can pick out all the people from the Wild Bull faction. I still have use for them. Finally, I will only say this once. Remember who gave you this bowl of rice. Don't play tricks in secret. Otherwise, you will have two choices. One is to become fertilizer, and the other is dog food. Hua Ban and Fei Huang looked at Grey Wolf and shivered inwardly. They quickly nodded. Roar, roar, roar. The battle between the Golden Flaming Lion and the Flaming Lion King had reached its climax. When the two lions of equal strength fought, it was originally difficult to determine who was stronger. The Golden Flaming Lion's body had a stronger defense and its mind was smarter. The Flaming Lion King's level was slightly higher, and as a king, its aura and pressure had multiplied. Most importantly, it had captured the Golden Flaming Lion before, so it was more confident in battle. If it wasn't for the fact that the Captain Wild Bull had already turned into a rock and the Flaming Lion King had lost its powerful support, it would have been difficult for the Golden Flaming Lion to defeat such a powerful enemy in a short period of time. Following the fainting of the Thunder Beast, the defeat of the Tauren Warrior with the Golden Belt, the coma of the Golden-Eyed Demon Bull King, and the surrender of the two Heaven Stage Fei Huang and Hua Ban, the confidence of the Flaming Lion King gradually collapsed. Its morale was greatly reduced, and it wanted to escape several times, but the Golden Flaming Lion firmly entangled it. The two lions fought fiercely while bathed in blood, unable to gain the upper hand. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. The two of them had yet to decide the winner. Yu Yang was not in the mood to wait for the battle to end, so he returned to the Grimoire world to rest, leaving the bored and yawning Hui Tai Lang to supervise the battle. By the time Yu Yang had finished resting, the Golden Flaming Lion had already won. It was bathed in blood as it proudly stood on the enemy's corpse, roaring towards the sky in high spirits. Fei Huang and Hua Ban had also officially taken over the Wild Bull bandits. They had also tied up more than 100 fellow villagers, old subordinates, and personal guards who were loyal to the Wild Bull outside the Lion King Valley to wait for Yu Yang's trial. Actually, the reason why I called you here is for a very simple matter. Yu Yang said, Captain Wild Bull was besieged by Black Wind, Bai Song, Pang Man, Jin Feng, and old Demon Wei last night. Unfortunately, he died, and now his soul has left his body and turned into a rock. I believe that some of you who are most familiar with him will know that he has this ability to escape. As his good friend, I have decided to stand up without hesitation, avenge him, and start a war against the treacherous master of Black Wind City and his allies. Cough cough. When Fei Huang heard this, he almost choked to death on his saliva. May I know what you want me to do for you? Niao Zhen, the flatterer, stood up, bowed, and asked respectfully. It's hard to say when Captain Wild Bull will wake up from the rock. Even if he wakes up, he won't be able to return to his original state in an instant. During his hibernation, the two Heaven Stage warriors, Fei Huang and Hua Ban, would be in charge of the guild's affairs. You are the elders of the guild, and you are also the guild leader's most trusted hands and feet. Of course, the two vice guild leaders, Fei Huang and Hua Ban, will not treat you unfairly. In view of your outstanding contributions to the guild in the future, the two guild leaders have decided to divide 1/10 of the guild's assets equally among you. After obtaining the assets, it would be even better if you were willing to stay in the guild and contribute your strength. If you want to go back and be a comfortable rich man, no one will stop you. Yu Yang expressed that the policy was very open. As long as they knew how to stand in line, it would be easy. The master of Black Wind City and the guild leader have been good friends for many years. This time, the guild leader led us to support the master of Black Wind City. How could he be ungrateful? How could he bring people to attack the guild leader? It's easy for you to kill us, but don't even think about tricking us into revealing the secret location of the guild leader's belongings. A super loyal subordinate of the Wild Bull, the captain of the Wild Bull's personal guard, cursed loudly. I don't want to explain. Yu Yang shook his head. Hell. Grey Wolf pounced on him. Even if I die, I won't reveal the secret location of the treasure. That guy thought that Grey Wolf was going to eat him, so he resisted his fear and shouted loudly. Grey Wolf waved his claws and shattered the chains on his body, releasing that guy. Yu Yang waved his hand at him. You can go. If you don't believe me, you can ask the master of Black Wind City, or secretly ask around. At that time, I believe you will understand what the truth is. That guy was a little dizzy. Was he really going to let him go? It can't be so easy. In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone had their black iron chains shattered by Grey Wolf. They looked at each other in dismay. No one dared to believe this result. No one dared to leave, afraid that Yu Yang would go back on his word and kill them. Only the boldest personal guard captain, with a heroic spirit on the surface, was the first to stand out of the group. Looking at Fei Huang and Hua Ban's expressions, he felt that they didn't have any killing intent. His courage rose again, and he flew away like lightning. Seeing him disappear for a long time, no one dared to follow him until Yu Yang said, All of you, disperse. If I want to kill you, I don't need to wait until now. I can do it at any time. Whether you believe it or not, the truth is the truth. I, who you don't know, am the Wild Bull's good friend, and the Wild Bull's ally, Black Wind, is the enemy who besieged him. Seeing that Yu Yang, Fei Huang, and Hua Ban didn't stop them, these people were as anxious as a spark. One by one, they quickly fled in all directions. Several of them even turned their heads to see if there were any enemies behind them. However, Yu Yang didn't react at all. The people who left safely left the valley and ran hundreds of kilometers away. Only then did they secretly heave a sigh of relief. So the other party really did let them go. Strange, why would he be so kind as to let them go? Could it be that he really was the guild leader's good friend, and Black Wind was really the murderer who killed the guild leader? If he wasn't a good friend and knew that the guild leader's soul was sleeping in the rock, he would be able to kill the guild leader with a single punch. Why would he leave the hidden danger behind? Besides, he had already captured all of these 100 people. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Why would he let everyone go? Everyone left. Wouldn't that reveal his secret? If he wasn't afraid of revealing his secret, then he might be real. After escaping for hundreds of kilometers, almost everyone gathered at a small village that they had agreed on beforehand to discuss important matters. The loyal members, led by the first personal guard captain, decided not to go to the secret treasure trove to avoid being tracked by the other party. They would first go to Black Wind City to investigate the truth. If it was true, then everyone would dig out all the treasures and change to another place. They definitely couldn't let any outsiders obtain them. Regardless of whether the other party was a good friend of the guild leader or not, they couldn't reveal the location of the treasure, much less let him obtain it. In case the guild leader was unable to recover, these people voted to use 80% of the funds from the treasure trove for the bounty on the master of Black Wind City and the murderer, and 20% for everyone's expenses. They quarreled and discussed for a long time before coming to a decision. At the same time, Yu Yang, under Niu Zhen's lead, had already headed towards the treasure trove of the Wild Bull Guild leader. Niu Zhen was a smart and observant flatterer. He had wanted to surrender before, but when he saw Yu Yang's expression, he secretly nodded and didn't say anything. He left with the crowd, but he quickly returned. Under the astonished gazes of Fei Huang and Hua Ban, he presented Yu Yang with the true location of the treasure trove. Only I know where the guild leader's treasure trove is, because I was the one who did the construction of the entire treasure trove and the tidying up of the treasures. In the hands of the guild leader, there are only a few of the best treasures. The rest of the treasures are all placed in that place under my arrangements. Because I was born with no sense of direction when I was young, the guild leader was very at ease with me. Every time, he would cover my face and use a teleportation scroll to bring me into the secret cave. When I finished all kinds of tidying up work, he would bring me out again. The terrain outside was completely unknown, and he thought that I didn't know. He even gathered his trusted aides and told me about the fake treasure trove to show his sincerity towards his brothers. However, only I know that the real treasure trove is in another place. Niu Zhen reported to Yu Yang. How did you know about the Wild Bull's secret treasure trove? Yu Yang knew that this Niu Zhen must have some kind of special ability, but he was still a little curious. The Wild Bull Guild leader was definitely a cautious person. For Niu Zhen to be able to hide it from him and become the only one who knew, of course it was not a simple matter. I don't have any special abilities, but because I'm afraid of death, I'm good at observing other people's expressions. I found that every time I went to a place, the guild leader would secretly observe me, as if he wanted to see something on my face. After a few times, I began to have doubts and gradually became guesses. Could it be that the real treasure trove was in that place? Later, about 10 years later, when the captain's wariness was lowered, I swallowed a bottle of tears of the migrating turtle in secret. With the senses of the migrating turtle, I confirmed that the place where the treasure was kept was actually right under my nose where I least expected it to be, Niu Zhen confessed very honestly. Where is it? Fei Huang and Hua Ban asked anxiously. It's under the street between the city lord's mansion and the black market. The treasure trove is less than 100 meters away from the city lord's mansion and less than 50 meters away from the underground auction house of the black market. When Niu Ji said this, Fei Huang and Hua Ban were completely dumbfounded. It was too unexpected. The Wild Bull Guild leader's most secret treasure trove was actually at the edge of the black market auction house of Black Wind City. Sure enough, the most dangerous place was the safest. If the master of Black Wind City knew that he had been walking around the Wild Bull's treasure trove for many years without knowing it, his expression would be very beautiful. Yu Yang suddenly asked Niu Zhen, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you if you tell me the secret?" Niu Zhen respectfully replied, "How could a broad-minded lord like you, who has achieved great things, not tolerate a small ant like me? I'm not worried about my life at all. Of course, even if it was another master like the Wild Bull or Black Wind, I would still have a way to save my life." Why did the Wild Bull Guild leader use me to sort out his belongings and not kill me afterwards? The reason is very simple, because I'm a miser. Hua Ban was surprised and asked, "Miser?" Niu Zhen nodded and said, "That's right, I'm a natural miser. No matter how much money I have, I'm not willing to spend a single cent. Of course, that's not the main point. The reason why the Wild Bull values my miserliness is because he has a treasure called Miser's Treasure. No one can retrieve all the belongings after putting them into the Miser's Treasure, unless it's a miser like me." Black Wind City. In the past few days, Black Wind City had been much calmer. Many bold merchants had even secretly opened their businesses to trade for all kinds of scarce goods. Benefits could turn a coward into a warrior. In addition to bringing about immeasurable losses, the war also brought about endless business opportunities. Once this business opportunity was captured, countless merchants would rush to Black Wind City to make a fortune from the war. Within Black Wind City, only a small number of original residents and mercenaries had fled due to fear. However, more merchants had entered, making the city even more prosperous than before. The only regret was that the black market couldn't be officially opened yet, so the merchants couldn't maximize their profits. "City Lord, the Wild Bull is here. It's just outside." The master of Black Wind City, who was discussing the war with Old Demon Wei, Bai Song, Pang Man, and the other Heaven Stage experts in the City Lord's mansion, received a report from General Jean Feng. It was not strange for Captain Wild Bull to come here to participate in the cross-border war. The master of Black Wind City had already made a secret agreement with the Wild Bull. The Wild Bull Thief Guild would attack the experts of the Western Heaven Realm as a third-party private army. However, Wild Bull, the leader of the thieves who could not see the light of day, was openly asking for an audience outside the City Lord's mansion. What was going on? Was he afraid that others wouldn't know that the location of the stolen goods was the black market of Black Wind City? Was he afraid that others wouldn't know that he was colluding with him? If he wanted to drink a cup of wine, he could just sneak in secretly. Why did he have to openly ask to see him outside the door? The master of Black Wind City's first feeling was that the Wild Bull wanted to use the cross-border war to extort him. He had to pay the price, or else this guy would hit him when he was down. Just a mere Wild Bull. This old man will go out and see how arrogant he is. Old Demon Wei had previously been beaten black and blue by Yu Yang, and was in a hurry to regain his face in the cross-border war. Old Demon Wei would definitely not allow anyone to cause trouble for the Wild Bull who had a disloyal heart. Of course, Old Demon Wei knew that the person behind the Wild Bull was the Emerald Lord, but now that the master of Black Wind City had already taken out 4/5 of his wealth and shared it with everyone, whoever squeezed out the blood of the Black Wind would be harming everyone's interests, so Old Demon Wei naturally wouldn't agree. I hope Elder Wei can preside over the overall situation. The master of Black Wind City quickly thanked him. Let's go out and take a look. Sect leader Bai Song's strength was inferior to Old Demon Wei's, but he had the assistance of Elder Qing Song and Elder Hong Song, so he was not weak. This time, he had received at least 1/10 of the master of Black Wind City's wealth, so there was no reason for him to watch the Wild Bull interfere. Outside the City Lord's mansion, the Wild Bull was waiting openly. Standing beside the Wild Bull were the two vice-captains, Fei Huang and Hua Ban. The two vice-captains had swollen faces that had not completely dissipated, as if they had fought a great battle before. In addition, there were more than a dozen men and women wearing cloaks that concealed their auras. Needless to say, these were the notorious members of the Wild Bull Bandits. The master of Black Wind City was surprised. The attire of these members was very normal, because the members of the Wild Bull Bandits were hated by everyone. Wherever they went, people would shout and beat them up, so it was normal for them to wear cloaks. But what was the meaning of the Wild Bull appearing in broad daylight? With the strength of Heaven Stage, he could ignore the bounty of the Heaven Realm mercenary group. Wild Bull, what are you doing? The master of Black Wind City was a little uncertain. The Wild Bull's stance didn't seem to be to help in the battle. Instead, it seemed like he was going to interrogate him. When did he offend him? Under the guise of a cross-border war, you conspired to betray the Emerald Territory and spread the flames of war to the outside world. Black Wind, although we've known each other for many years, I really didn't expect you to have such a strategy and courage. The Wild Bull sneered, if it wasn't for the fact that I was extremely vigilant and used a substitute to come here, I'm afraid I would have already become a ghost under your blade. What did you say? The master of Black Wind City was shocked. Although he had the intention to spread the flames of war to the Emerald Territory and then leave, he had not yet begun to implement it. You have a guest today. If I make a move, you will hypocritically tell the Lord that I, the Wild Bull, am taking advantage of you. Black Wind, I will come back tomorrow at noon. The Wild Bull waved his hand and left with Fei Huang and Hua Ban. Behind him, there were a dozen men and women standing quietly, but they didn't move at all. Seeing this, the master of Black Wind City's heart tightened, and he exclaimed, Wild Bull, aren't these your men? I have no fate to meet your esteemed guest. Captain Wild Bull sneered and left in a flash. If it was any other time, the master of Black Wind City would definitely chase after him and explain. However, the current him had no time to care about it. This was because the leader of the dozen or so men and women hiding in the cloak opened his cloak, revealing a special Gemini mask. This terrifying Gemini-masked man had caused the master of Black Wind City to wake up from his nightmares more than a dozen times. His appearance was definitely not a good thing. They had clearly agreed to start the war in half a month. Why had he brought everyone here today? Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't tell the other party that he was going to tear up the contract and set him up. Instead, he sternly condemned the other party. Master of Black Wind City, you kidnapped my Western Heaven Realm's alchemy master, Jun Wuyi. Taking advantage of the ceasefire agreement, you despicably and shamelessly ambushed and killed the disciples of my Tong Tian, Long Teng, and heavenly demon sects. Although the higher heaven stage rankers have the intention to mediate the war between the Western Heaven Realm and the Southern Heaven Realm, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Taking advantage of the ceasefire period, you plotted to murder our sect's disciples. Our 3 sects swear to never compromise with the Southern Heaven Realm. We would rather fight to the last man than allow the humiliation to continue. Standing behind Yu Yang, Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Underworld Emperor, and the others all tore off their cloaks, revealing their true faces. All of them were filled with killing intent. Black Wind almost fainted. His head was 3 times bigger. Now, even if he was a fool, he would still know what had happened. There must be someone with ulterior motives behind him. First, in his name, he attacked and killed the Wild Bull bandits, allowing him to completely cut off the Emerald Lord's path. Then, he attacked and killed the disciples of the 3 great sects, Tong Tian, Long Teng, and Sky Demon, which had just stopped fighting, triggering the biggest conflict. Once the 2-pronged conspiracy was carried out, there would be no way out for him to escape to heaven and no way out to hell. Kill. Yu Yang pretended to be angry and roared, shame must be washed with blood. Wait. Old Demon Wei still wanted to explain, but Black Wind sighed sadly. At this point, even if he explained, the other party wouldn't believe him. The person who stabbed him in the back was truly sinister. This method of borrowing a knife to kill someone and driving a tiger to swallow a wolf was truly too vicious. Who came up with this idea? Was it the rebel army? Or was it that stubborn Jew who? Actually, there was another person in Black Wind's heart. But he didn't dare to guess. He was afraid that if he guessed right, he would be even more terrified. As soon as Long Xiang left Black Wind City, the Wild Bull and the Masked Man came. What did this mean? Other than the super strong king behind the Flying Dragon Special Forces, who else would have this kind of intelligence and power to easily shift the blame to him? Lionheart King, if I don't die, don't even think about having an easy time. The master of Black Wind City didn't dare to fight because he knew that the masked man's visit this time was different from before. This time, the masked man was here to kill, not to take back the alchemy master. The most likely reason was that the Lionheart King had already sent someone to tell the masked man that the alchemy master Jun Wei had already died under the boulder. Moreover, when those juniors were attacking the town, the Lionheart King had sent people to kill a group of genius juniors, causing the 3 sects to be so angry that they disregarded the agreement and directly came to kill him. All of you can go and die. You despicable maggots, crawl into my life door and see what's waiting for you inside. Yu Yang was in the right now, so he naturally beat them when they were down. Facing several heaven stage enemies, he truly used the creation domain. If it was said that the previous creation domain was still compatible with Shui Wuxia's divine sense domain, then the current creation domain was completely independent. Similar to the power of the Gate of Life and Death, the illusory reality was officially born in Yu Yang's creation domain. The enemy would see all the illusions of the inner demons in the domain. Although it was an illusion, it would be a real existence without any negation. Within a radius of 100 meters, all the scenery disappeared, turning into an empty sky. The master of Black Wind City and Old Demon Wei were the first to notice that something was wrong. They quickly gathered together, followed by Bai Song, Qing Song, Hong Song, Pang Man, Hoka, Savi, Jin Feng, Lei Kai, and the others. Originally, with their strength, they shouldn't be afraid of any enemy below the 6th level of Heaven Stage. However, they, who were trapped in Yu Yang's creation domain, felt uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. Too strange. In this space, no matter how he walked, he couldn't reach the end. None of the enemies who had been fighting were left. They had all disappeared without a trace. Even the buildings of the city lord's mansion that couldn't possibly disappear had disappeared. Everything had turned into nothingness. Huh? Old Demon Wei was the strongest. He was the first to notice a shadow swimming over from afar. What? The master of Black Wind City, Bai Song, and the others looked over and were also stunned. The azure swallowing python that had been killed earlier, Old Demon Wei's original strongest war beast, had actually revived at some point in time. Everyone knew that it was fake, because it had died a long time ago. However, no one could deny it, because even its master, Old Demon Wei, couldn't see any flaws in it. Alive, the azure-swallowing python crawled in front of Old Demon Wei and opened its huge mouth, preparing to swallow its former master into its stomach. Old Demon Wei waved his fist with a pained expression, bursting forth with his greatest strength. With the strongest fist of the 5th level of Heaven stage. A punch landed on the vital point of the azure-swallowing python. As its master, of course he knew its weakness. As the saying goes, a snake hits 7 inches. The 7 inches of the azure-swallowing python's vital point was under a scale that was almost indistinguishable from the rest of its body. That was the heart area, and it was also the only weak point in its entire body. Ordinary attacks had no effect on the azure-swallowing python. As long as the strongest and most penetrating vibration fist aura directly shattered the heart protected by the azure-swallowing python scales, it would be effective. The azure-swallowing python let out a miserable hiss. It fell to the ground. Old Demon Wei, who had killed the azure-swallowing python with a single punch, didn't have a complacent expression. On the contrary, his face was gloomy, as if he had aged a few hundred years in an instant. He also knew that this azure-swallowing python was fake, but no matter how rational a person was, they couldn't deny its existence. This was because it looked like a living being. The painful torture has just begun. The humiliation, pain, despair, and so on that you have brought us, we will return it to you 100 times, 1,000 times. Yu Yang's voice rang in the ears of the master of Black Wind City and Old Demon Wei. When his figure flashed in front of them, another azure-swallowing python crawled over from afar. It was exactly the same as the azure-swallowing python that had fallen at their feet. Do you think you can deceive us with these fake things? Sect leader Bai Song was furious. My domain can interrogate your hearts. The fear in your hearts will be reflected through it. Even if what you see is fake, can you deny it? Look, what are you most afraid of? Yu Yang stretched out his hand and pointed at the master of Black Wind City. In front of the master of Black Wind City, a flash of light appeared, and a second Yu Yang wearing a Gemini mask gradually appeared. When Yu Yang pointed at Bai Song, what appeared in front of Bai Song was a woman carrying a baby. When Bai Song saw the woman carrying the baby, his expression changed drastically. The woman carrying the baby suddenly bled from her 7 orifices like a ghost. She screamed at Bai Song with extreme resentment. Bai Song, in order to succeed the throne, you married the sect leader's daughter. Not only did you abandon your wife and son, you even wanted to personally poison us mother and son. Even if we become ghosts, we won't let you off. Pang Man saw Yu Yang's finger pointing straight at him. Suddenly, his face turned ashen. His shoulder was patted from behind. The sky execution that he feared from the bottom of his heart was looking down at him coldly and mercilessly, like a god of death. He couldn't help but shiver in fear. Bastard, you're fake. I'm not afraid of you. When Pang Man saw the azure-swallowing python under his feet gradually melt and disappear, he immediately became courageous. No matter how strong Old Demon Wei was, it was impossible for him to kill the azure-swallowing python with a single punch. Besides, even if he could kill it, the azure-swallowing python wouldn't melt and disappear. Since the other party was a fake illusion, why should he be afraid of him? Boom! The sky execution's heavy punch landed on Pang Man's defenseless face. Pang Man was sent flying like an arrow. He spun in the air for 3,600 degrees, unable to stabilize his body in time. In the sky, a shadow quickly chased after him. With another heavy punch, Pang Man's injured face was ruthlessly smashed once more. It was only now that Pang Man understood a fact. The damned sky execution that had hit him wasn't fake at all. He wasn't an illusion, he was real. When Pang Man fell to the ground, he found a pair of feet standing in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was the sky execution. Before he could dodge, Pang Man discovered that the sky execution's foot had already landed on his seriously injured face. The pain reached his heart and lungs. The enraged Pang Man instantly exploded with all the strength in his body. He quickly reversed the situation and returned a heavy punch to the sky execution in front of him. The fist easily pierced through the sky execution's chest. He was completely powerless. Pang Man cursed in his heart. The one he had hit was an illusion, and he didn't know where the real body was. Just as he was about to retract his fist, a heavy fist aura with lightning struck his back, causing Pang Man's eyes to turn black and his spine to feel like it was about to break. Enduring the pain, Pang Man decided to leave the masked man's domain of fear. In this kind of domain of fear that interrogated people's hearts, there were countless illusions mixed in with the real body. Fighting was simply looking for trouble. It was fine if it was like that old fellow Bai Song who had killed his wife and children. After all, without his real body to cooperate with the attack, Bai Song would at most be sad. However, he was afraid of that fellow, Sky Execution. He couldn't figure out the real body or the illusion here. If he didn't leave, he would definitely die here. Pang Man turned around and saw the Sky Execution chasing after him like an arrow, his entire body flickering with lightning. When he sped up to escape, the space in front of him suddenly changed, turning into a huge mountain wall that was like an iron wall. Pang Man felt like a madman as he slammed into the mountain wall. Fake, these mountain walls are all fake. Pang Man gritted his teeth and resolutely charged towards the mountain wall. Even if he saw the figure of Sky Execution flash out of the mountain wall, he would not retreat. The real Sky Execution was chasing after him. This was clearly the Black Wind City Lord's mansion, so where did the mountain wall come from? If it was a mountain wall, how could Sky's retribution come out from it? Boom! When Pang Man crashed into the mountain wall, he was punched in the face by the Sky Execution that he thought was an illusion. One of his front teeth was sent flying on the spot, and the other one was mostly broken. I'm the real one. God's retribution mocked mercilessly. Stupid guy, your time has come. I'll fight it out with you. Pang Man pretended to be desperate. When God's retribution was in a defensive posture, he slammed into the mountain wall. It was impossible for there to be a mountain wall in front of him. Pang Man firmly believed this. Sure enough, the mountain wall was just an illusion. In an instant, Pang Man passed through the mountain wall. However, behind the mountain wall was a person wearing a Gemini mask. Pang Man didn't have time to retreat and was kicked back by the other party. When he fell in front of Sky Execution, he discovered that there were at least 10 shadows wearing Gemini masks in the surrounding space. Every single one of them seemed to be real. No one could tell the difference between a lifelike illusion and a fake one. Pang Man felt that he was in a tragedy. Why didn't the masked man look for anyone else but him? In terms of status and wealth, the master of Black Wind City was much higher than him. In terms of status and wealth, Bai Song was also far superior to him. In terms of strength, Old Demon Wei was definitely at the top of the crowd. Why did the masked man and Sky Execution choose him as the first target? He wasn't the weakest. It should be General Jin Feng and Captain Lei Kai. Why was that? When Pang Man thought about it, he wanted to cry to death. He didn't know that he wasn't the only one. The master of Black Wind City, Old Demon Wei, Bai Song, Hoka, Savi, Lei Kai, and the other Heaven Stage warriors saw no less illusions than him, nor were they any weaker than him. Qing Song and Hong Song, who were the most unable to resist the mental illusions, had already been crippled by the Dragon Emperor and the Underworld Emperor. As for General Jin Feng, he had also been beaten to a pulp by Fei Huang and Hua Ban, who had returned after cooperating with the act. Fei Huang and Hua Ban realized that they were definitely not the first Heaven Stage warriors to surrender. There were also 3 very shameless fellows, all of them with the strength of Heaven Stage level 2, but they were always flattering Fatty Hai, who was not even as good as Neo General at first. Fei Huang and Hua Ban thought that they were their companions, but they didn't expect that they were also captives who had surrendered. The 3 of them had already served for a long time. The pressure they felt towards the 2 of them who had just surrendered without making any contributions was obvious. If he didn't make some contributions, he wouldn't have a place to stand in the future. Listening to the words that the man wearing the tall hat had accidentally leaked, there was also a Heaven Stage level 4 guy. Because he had surrendered too late, he wanted to surrender now, but he hadn't obtained his consent yet. He was locked up in a very tragic place, probably worse than death. Fei Huang and Hua Ban swore to take down Jin Feng and make a contribution. Firstly, Jin Feng was the only one they could take down. Secondly, with this almost invincible domain, it would be difficult for them to not win. The only problem was how much time it would take to take down the enemy. Meow. Hui Tai Lang opened his bow left and right, his sharp claws flying, and the dark demon scythe on his tail wildly slashed, causing Hoka to be in a state of disarray. Roar, roar. The golden flaming lion, who had just joined and was eager to claim credit from his new master, had fought with Savi before the little panda girl, Nyo. He wanted to prove that he was the second most useful war beast. Of course, he didn't dare to compare himself to that abnormal divine beast Hui Tai Lang who had a grimoire. That guy wasn't a wolf at all, he just looked like a wolf. Lei Kai was scared half to death. He was almost instantly killed by Princess Sisai's prison emperor divine sword. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, he shouted, "I am the Dark Green Lord's man. I once opened the door to the dungeon for you. Captain Raging Flames can prove it, and your leader also knows." The prison emperor divine sword stopped at his neck, only drawing a red line. If he had shouted this sentence a tenth of a second later, then he would be dead for sure. In fact, Princess Sisai was also there when they broke through the dungeon to rescue Raging Flames, but she didn't see Lei Kai. This was because Lei Kai, the spy, was in charge of quickly heading to Blackwind City, hinting that the dungeon had been captured and Raging Flames had been rescued, causing the master of Blackwind City and the others to be shocked. It was also better for him to hide beside the master of Blackwind City and the others and obtain information. "I'm on your side." Lei Kai couldn't help but become anxious when he realized that the fatty had come up to beat him up after revealing his identity. The example is like this. Fatty Hai and the others rushed forward, surrounding Lei Kai and beating him up. They only stopped when they were almost beaten into a pig's head. Then, under the lead of Lei Kai, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, they charged towards the city lord's mansion. Lei Kai took a step out of the void and realized that he couldn't see anything within 100 meters of the domain. As for the original city lord's mansion and the group of personal guards, they were completely at a loss as they looked at the strange domain that had engulfed all the heaven stage cultivators. Right now, they didn't know what was going on. Lei Kai vented his anger at Fatty Hai and the others on these personal guards and patrolling guards, starting a massacre. Storm. Xue Tan Lang activated a terrifying tornado and swept towards the city lord's mansion. Meteor descent. Prince of Tian Luo also summoned a heavenly fire meteor and smashed it towards the guards who were preparing to shoot. Even more powerful than them were the members of the demonic palace. Sky Wrath, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Disaster, Sky Fury, Sky Assassinations, Sky Sword and the rest of the demonic palace did not participate in the killing of the heaven rankers, because their main task was to destroy the city lord's mansion and all the defensive forces as fast as possible. The addition of Yubing, Inan and Fallen Flower City Lord was definitely the last straw that broke the camel's back. Especially City Lord Fallen Flowers. Even if she didn't summon the Nirvana Sunflower of Heaven stage level 5, just by relying on the super speed of the Aurora and the Snow Fox Lady who had already advanced to the Saint rank in the previous battle, she could completely break through the City Lord's mansion's resistance. Drunken Cat brought the little panda girl Nyo out of the domain and joined the battle. This was because she discovered that attacking the enemy in the domain was too easy, because the enemy couldn't tell the difference between the real and the fake. Within Yu Yang's creation domain, they wouldn't be able to escape the mind control of the false truth, which was equivalent to the gate of life. Dong dong dong, the heavens' wrath's heaven-shaking drum began to beat, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, an extremely beautiful sound of pipa music easily drowned out the soul-shaking sound of the heaven-shaking drum. It was like the sound of nature, floating in the air. It was also like the sound of large and small pearls falling into jade, tinkling and tinkling. Countless patrolling guards, as well as the loyal personal guards of the master of Blackwind City, died unknowingly amidst the beautiful music. The merchants weren't the slightest bit worried about the attack on the city lord's mansion. On the contrary, there was a faint hint of joy between his brows. What did it mean to go to war? Wealth, no matter who was the ruler, taking over Blackwind City, reconstruction and repair were essential. All of these required money. Settling down the residents and absorbing the merchants' investment, tax cuts and other measures, this was also money. Loaning for compensation or exchanging the spoils of victory was even more of a huge business. There were many more. As long as there was a war, the bigger it was, the more money the merchants would make. This was a fact that had been forged since ancient times. Of course, this kind of war wealth required courage and luck in order to obtain it. Without courage, without luck, not only would he lose his family's fortune, he might even lose his life. When the merchants saw that the battle had only broken out in the city lord's mansion, the surroundings were very safe. They didn't even need to hide. They all watched from afar and discussed in low voices. Ah, a figure covered in blood flew out from that unknown domain. A strange giant wolf chased after it. Its sharp claws danced, almost tearing the bloody man covered in wounds in half. However, the bloody man endured the pain. The first thing he did was crush the teleportation crystal and use a holy shield to block the giant wolf's fatal blow. He instantly teleported away, not even caring about the holy shield. Among the merchants, there were some sharp-eyed people who could clearly see that the bloody man was the master of Blackwind City. The master of Blackwind City was also the only heaven stage cultivator who could escape. As for the others, such as Old Demon Wei, Bai Song, Pang Man, and the other heaven stage experts were still trapped inside, unable to escape. Blackwind ran away. This battle won't end in a short period of time. Things are getting more and more interesting. The merchants were very happy. It was not a good thing for them to finish the war. It would be best if they fought every day. Only then would the price of their goods rise and never be unsaleable. Raging Flames, it really is you. Old Demon Wei also wanted to escape, but his opponent had turned into a raging flame. He immediately despaired, Black Wind will avenge me. He's just a chess piece that I deliberately let go. He's just bait to catch a big fish in the future. Raging Flames laughed out loud and pointed at Old Demon Wei, come, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm bullying you with that brat. Old Demon Wei, to be honest, with just you alone, you're not worthy of being called a heaven stage level 5 expert. Blackwind City, the siege of the city lord's mansion lasted for 3 hours and 9 minutes, and the heaven stage was completely annihilated. Old Demon Wei, the strongest of the 5th level of heaven stage. He was besieged by Captain Raging Flames, Hui Tai Lang, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Xianxia. After exhausting his last bit of strength, he was still unable to escape from Yu Yang's creation domain. Yu Yang hadn't even used the illusory reality ability that was similar to the Gate of Death. He only used the illusory reality ability that was similar to the Gate of Life to completely defeat Old Demon Wei. Pang Man died at the hands of the Sky Execution. General Jin Feng died painfully under the siege of Flying Locust and Huaban. The 2 great elders, Qing Song and Hong Song, fell at the feet of the Dragon Emperor and the Underworld Emperor. They were also the first batch of heaven stage cultivators to die in battle. Old Man Bai Song, under the siege of Heavy Crown, White Horse, and Black Soil, was unable to escape. In the process of being tortured by his inner demons, his mind collapsed and he finally committed suicide. Bai Song was also the only heaven stage cultivator who committed suicide in the battle. Hoka and Savi, who were escorting Raging Flames that day, were killed by Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai. The heaven stage experts fell to the ground and died one by one. The strongest Old Demon Wei was also quickly defeated under the siege of the crowd. The 3-hour-long battle officially ended. Although Raging Flames, Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, and the others were all in the right state and still had some lingering interest, Yu Yang was very clear-headed. If it wasn't for the fact that he was carrying the name of the 3 great powers, he would have let the enemy know that he only had this little bit of strength. Then, not to mention the Lionheart King, even the Emerald Lord could easily devour his group. The main reason why they were able to take down Blackwind City was because the enemy didn't know the truth and launched an attack in advance. They also happened to seize the opportunity to use internal conflicts to split the morale of the master of Blackwind City's army. In order to prevent the enemy from counterattacking, Yu Yang used the 3-realm compass to bring Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Underworld Emperor, and Raging Flames back to Tong Tian Tower. No matter what, he had to protect the main combat power of Heaven Stage. Moreover, it was only a small fight today. It was equivalent to building a small bridgehead in the southern Heaven Realm. If he really wanted to seize the Emerald Territory, start a war with the Lionheart King, and then compete for the Heaven Realm, it was definitely not something that could be completed in a day or two. If conquering the Heaven Realm was a long journey of 10,000 miles, this was only the first step. Everyone, the battle in the heaven realm has temporarily come to an end. Everyone, combine your battle experience and go back to cultivate and comprehend. A tough battle awaits us, and a strong enemy awaits us. I hope that everyone can make breakthroughs in the next half a year. I hope that one day, our Sky-Split Towers martial artists will no longer be trapped beneath the heaven realm. We will no longer be frogs at the bottom of a well. Instead, we will become super powerhouses above the heaven realm. We will become eagles that soar through the vast horizon. Yu Yang's words caused Sky Execution and the others to feel their blood boil. Dragon Emperor, Underworld Emperor, Tianzhu, farewell. God's Retribution said goodbye to Dragon King and the others, then led the demonic palace away. He couldn't wait to improve himself. If there's a war, I'll be on call. The great demon King Baruth and the others had gained a lot from this trip to the heaven realm. In addition to killing 2 heaven rankers, they also got some good treasures. As for magic crystals and other valuables, they rejected them. This was because Yu Yang had promised them that within half a year, he would give each of them a heaven stage war beast to further improve their combat power. Guangming Continent. Dragon Emperor and Underworld Emperor looked at each other and nodded with a smile. They were prepared to continue to fight and lead their clans to attack the Winged Clan's Guangming Continent. They might not be able to bite the ancient Demon King now, but it didn't matter. The ancient Demon King belonged to Yu Yang. They only needed to eliminate the ancient Demon King's henchmen. Dragon Emperor and Underworld Emperor couldn't estimate what realm Yu Yang would reach in the future, but they knew that the small Tong Tian Tower would definitely not be able to accommodate him. Yu Yang's future was definitely in the heaven realm, or even above it. As long as they led their clans to follow his footsteps, the day when the Eastern Goblin tribe and the Underworld clan returned to the heaven realm would definitely not be far, although this battle had broken out in advance and had achieved great success. However, the expedition of the heaven realm was only a drop in the bucket. Half a year of rest and reorganization would allow everyone's combat power to rise to a new realm, and they would also be able to reap greater benefits in the heaven realm. Most importantly, because all the heaven stage of Tong Tian Tower had withdrawn from the southern heaven realm, the Emerald Lord and the Lionheart King would not be able to find an opponent even if they went crazy. Yu Yang, who held the initiative in the war, as long as everyone's strength could keep up, the Emerald Lord and the Lionheart King would sooner or later fall under his footsteps to conquer the heaven realm. The Emerald Lord, his goal in half a year. If he had the help of Jizun and the Night Empress, even the Lionheart King was very likely to be taken down. Within this half a year, Dragon Emperor and Underworld Emperor believed that Yu Yang would head to the Western Heaven Realm alone. Firstly, he would attack the ancient Demon King's henchmen, and secondly, he would search for the previous experts of Tong Tian Tower and find more allies. After all, conquering the Heaven Realm was not a small matter. Planning before taking action was the best way to succeed. Therefore, in the future, following this kid, there was no need to be afraid of not fighting. The two of them looked at each other and smiled before floating away. Captain Raging Flames also went to the Gate of Life and Death with Drunken Cat and the others to continue cultivating. Black Wind City, City Lord's Mansion. The personal guards and patrolling guards in the city were all annihilated. The merchants who were watching from afar could see a team of hundreds of Heaven Realm Draconians and Heaven Realm Dwarves cleaning up the battlefield. And cleaning up the mess. A figure that they had never expected to appear had now appeared. That person. It was the Round-Head Bao Gu who had been dead for many days. The Round-Head Bao Gu, in the Mercenary Guild, released a message. The three great powers of the Western Heaven Realm, Tong Tian, Long Teng, and Heavenly Demon, in view of the Master of Black Wind City and his henchmen persecuting the Alchemy Master Jun Wuyi, and during the ceasefire agreement, they had killed many disciples of the three sections. Their attitudes were extremely arrogant and their methods were outrageous. Tong Tian, Long Teng, and Heavenly Demon sects were forced to pay a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, and cleanse the Master of Black Wind City and his henchmen of shame. This cross-border war is not a conquest, but a battle of honor. The three sects will not occupy Black Wind City, but will hand it over to the original residents. From today onwards, Black Wind City will be renamed Nightless City in memory of Master Jun Wuyi. From the establishment of Nightless City, all taxes will be exempted for 3 years, and after 3 years, only 1% of the taxes will be collected as the cost of protection and maintenance. From today onwards, Nightless City will be a free city, no longer belonging to any power. As soon as the news came out, the entire city was in an uproar. First, the three sects ignored the jurisdiction of the Emerald Lord, changed the name of Black Wind City to Nightless City, and then changed the new Nightless City to a free city. What was the difference between this and the declaration of war by the Emerald Lord? If he conquered Black Wind City, took over it, and swore to belong to the Emerald Lord, then the consequences would not be too serious. Although the slap in the face of a cross-border conquest was a bit hard to accept, the Heaven Realm was, after all, a place where strength was important. If he really took down Black Wind City, it was only natural for him to take over. The problem was that the three sects of the Western Heaven Realm had completely designated this place as a place to commemorate Master Jun Wuyi, and had even designated it as a free city. Just this alone, not to mention the Emerald Lord's temper, even if he was a clay man, he would still be furious. Most importantly, the attitude of the three sects of the Western Heaven Realm was unyielding. They expressed that Nightless City was a free city and would no longer abide by any power. Any evil force that touched Nightless City was a blasphemy to the Master. This kind of action that left no room for negotiation could be said to have completely blocked the possibility of negotiating with the Emerald Lord. Right now, there were two types of people who were happy. One was the rebels. The second was the original residents and merchants of Black Wind City. This was especially true for the merchants of Nightless City. They were simply the lucky ones. When the Heaven Stage cultivators of the Western Heaven Realm came, not only did they not confiscate their property, they even proposed 3 years of tax exemption. 3 years of tax exemption? What kind of concept was this? The money the merchants earned could completely build a Nightless City made of gold. Without taxes, all the merchants in the Southern Heaven Realm would rush over crazily. The black market here would cause the merchants to explode. Even under severe exploitation, there was still a huge profit in the black market. If there was no tax, then the income would be even faster than robbing money. Even after 3 years, a tax of 1% was still unheard of. One had to know that the tax in the black market was extremely heavy, at least 30%, and even 50%. If it wasn't for such a heavy tax, how could the Master of Black Wind City be the wealthiest city lord in the vicinity? How could he rope in so many Heaven Stage cultivators? Bao Gu, why aren't you dead yet? Someone who knew this peddler, the round-head Bao Gu, couldn't help but ask loudly. What did you say? Is Bao Gu's name something you can call? Call me Master Bao Gu. The two cloaked men behind Bao Gu were enraged. Their auras exploded, revealing the strength of the Heaven Stage. They glared angrily at the unlucky bastard. Their killing intent was so cold that it almost scared him to death. Bao, Master Bao Gu? That guy was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He stuttered and couldn't believe it. How could a lowly peddler who had been kicked out of the sect have 2 Heaven Stage experts as his guards? Was the strength of the Western Heaven Realm really this strong? A Heaven Stage expert was actually used as a guard? How can I, Bao Gu, be able to do so? It's only thanks to Nightless that I'm temporarily the foreign affairs representative of Nightless City. On the contrary, he was very humble. As usual, he bowed to the other party. Bao Gu belongs to the camel-carrying clan. His life is cheap and undying, but it's a pity that there's no night. I'm powerless to protect my friends. I'm truly ashamed of myself. When he said this, everyone understood. It turned out that these two were Jun Wuyi's guards. They were sent by the 3 sects to protect Bao Gu. Bao Gu was killed together with Master Jun Wuyi. Although his status was low, he was accepted as a good friend by the 3 sects of the Western Heaven Realm. He suddenly became so awesome. He really didn't expect that Bao Gu, this lucky guy, would survive a disaster even under the pressure of a huge rock. He even became the foreign affairs representative of the 3 sects of the Western Heaven Realm after they conquered Black Wind City. The guy who used a contemptuous tone to question Bao Gu was so scared that he quickly knelt down in front of Bao Gu, slapped himself a few times, and kowtowed repeatedly to beg for forgiveness. Even many of the big merchants who didn't put Bao Gu in their eyes had rushed over after hearing the news. They respectfully bowed to Bao Gu, greeted him, and called him the chief representative. Those who had originally offended Bao Gu or mocked him now withered. They didn't apologize, and it was even more so not. Everyone knew that Bao Gu was just a scumbag peddler. Even if he was a peddler, he wasn't very qualified. However, Baogu was lucky. A random human he knew was actually the rarest alchemist master in the Heaven Realm. That day, Baogu protected the alchemist master Jun Wuyi with his life, and was beaten black and blue by the vice president and personal guard captain. Everyone saw it. Moreover, at that time everyone was secretly mocking Baogu for his foolish actions. For his friend, he had risked his life. Was this worth it? Looking back, Baogu's luck wasn't without reason. At the very least, he had used his life to exchange. If it wasn't for the fact that he had gone to war with the alchemist master Jun Wuyi, would the three sects of the Western Heaven Realm think highly of a peddler like him? Would he send 2 heaven-rank powerhouses to be his temporary bodyguards? It was impossible. Baogu, Chief Baogu, that news about the 3 years of tax exemption, please tell us about it. Someone asked about this. It's true. The 3 sects of the Western Heaven Realm, what kind of heroic figures were they? Each and every one of them was indomitable. How could they care less about this tofu-sized Black Wind City? What they wanted was honor, as well as a supreme respect for the master. That was why Black Wind City had changed its name to Nightless City. That was why it had become a free city, and that was why it was exempted from taxes. In the future, Nightless City would have even more benefits. It was only because the 3 sects were in a state of grief that they weren't in a good mood, so they didn't have the time to care about those things for the time being. Because the higher-ups of the 3 sects felt that it would have an impact on them, the ones who came were all juniors. Otherwise, how could Black Wind City still exist in the world? The entire Emerald Territory would be razed to the ground. The master of Black Wind City would never know how many sins his trusted aide had committed. Especially since he stubbornly resisted to the end without any remorse, it was the greatest disrespect to Nightless. If it wasn't for someone snitching and finding the place where Wuyi died, Wuyi would still be buried under that dirty boulder. I, Baogu, am afraid that I wouldn't be able to see the light of day again. Baogu's words caused the eyes of some people to light up. Someone snitched. Baogu's unintentional words had inadvertently revealed an important secret. Who was the one who informed the experts of the Western Heaven Realm to find the place where Jun Wuyi died and confirm the news of his death? If it wasn't for someone snitching, then the experts of the 3 sects of the Western Great Realm might not have been so angry that they couldn't control themselves and immediately came to kill them. Of course, many people remembered this useful piece of news. Right now, what everyone needed to do was to continue flattering Baogu and obtain more secrets. The round-head Baogu peddler had been promoted to the head representative of Nightless City, so he had to build a good relationship with him. This was equivalent to building a good relationship with the 3 great powers, Tong Tian, Long Teng, and Sky Demon. Brother Baogu, when will you be free? We, a few merchant groups, would like to invite you to the Drunken Jade Little House for a drink and to listen to some songs. Originally, Master Qiao, who was ranked above Master Barton in terms of wealth and had 300 allied Chamber of Commerce, was not here, but his trusted butler had rushed over. Now, his face was full of smiles as he bowed to the peddler who had kicked Baogu 2 streets away, as if Baogu was his brother. Pa! Master Qiao, who had just rushed over from Green Leaf City after hearing the news, slapped his trusted butler and scolded, "Dog slave, what kind of identity does Chief Baogu have? How can you call him brother? Call him Master Baogu." There were many misers in the world. Some people's eyes would light up at the sight of money, some looked like a beggar, but were actually millionaires, some couldn't sleep every night if they didn't count the money in the vault, some, even before they died, if they saw 2 lit candles, they would extinguish one of them before they could close their eyes. All misers, let alone anything else, definitely had one thing in common. That was money. Because of their stinginess, they, who only had income and very little expenditure, were often able to accumulate a considerable amount of wealth. Therefore, a miser was usually a miser. Captain Wild Bull was such a person. Of course, he concealed it very well on the surface. Other than Yo Jen, no one else knew that Captain Wild Bull was such a person. The wealth that Captain Wild Bull had accumulated over the years was much richer than that of the master of Black Wind City, who was running the black market in Black Wind City. When Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and the others were in the master of Black Wind City's underground treasury, They discovered that even though Barton had taken away most of his belongings, he still had 1 billion in assets. According to the Southern Demon King, who was known as a treasure collector, the master of Black Wind City's net worth definitely exceeded 3 billion gold coins. He let Barton take away 1 billion, and his own storage ring contained 1 billion of the best treasures. The remaining 1 billion was prepared to be shared with Old Demon Way and the others. Not counting the minerals, forestry, medicinal herbs, magic crystal business and taxes, there was actually 1 billion in funds. Even the wealthy Prince of Tianluo sighed at his inferiority. Niu Jian, however, was a little disdainful. Black Wind is definitely a prodigal son. Just the black market in the city has an average monthly tax income of more than 50 million. Adding the minerals, forestry, and so on, Black Wind City's monthly income is definitely more than 100 million. And this was only on the surface. Private looting, bribery, rewards, and sharing of profits were not included. But after working for so many years, he had only accumulated 3 billion. What a prodigal son. If Captain Wild Bull could have that kind of income, if he didn't save up 30 billion, then he wouldn't be considered capable. Niu Jian's words made Yi Kong and the others sweat a little. According to you, Captain Wild Bull is richer than the master of Black Wind City? Yi Kong nervously swallowed his saliva. How much is Wild Bull? Shui Tanlang, who had never liked money, was also a little curious. 5 billion? Prince Tianluo felt that this was the limit. No, even if we don't count the value of the treasures in Captain Wild Bull's storage ring, the treasures that I personally put into the stingy bastard's treasure are worth 9,986,153,459 gold. I still need 13,846,541 gold to reach a whole 10 billion. When Niu Jian said this, Yi Kong and the others all fell to the ground. Sure enough, robbing money is the fastest way. Fatty Hai muttered to himself. As if he had been enlightened, his eyes lit up. Where is that stingy bastard's treasure? Quick, bring us there. The Southern Demon King asked Niu Jian to lead the way. Niu Jian, however, did not move. Instead, he looked at everyone with a troubled expression. Could it be that this kid was too stingy to hand it over? If that wasn't the case, why would he tell Yu Yang about the stingy bastard's treasure? If he didn't say it out loud, Yu Yang wouldn't even know where the Captain Wild Bull's treasure was. Yi Kong was surprised. He grabbed Niu Jian's collar and shouted, if you have something to fart, then hurry up and say it. Don't look for trouble here. If you're sure that you want me to beat your lowly body up before you're willing to lead the way, I don't mind using my fists to loosen your bones. The Li brothers moved their fists, making cracking sounds. Fatty Hai quickly stood up and acted as the leader. He smiled and said, don't pay attention to these barbarians. When it comes to money, only by believing in us will we have a sense of resonance. Do we have to use a teleportation scroll to enter? Don't worry, we have a teacher. We don't have any other skills, but when it comes to teleportation, we're proficient. As long as you tell us the approximate location, we can definitely teleport in. Look, this student Lu Yi is the world's best piercing master. There's nothing in the world that can't stop her. This, actually, is not the problem. Niu Jian scratched his head in embarrassment and explained with some difficulty. Actually, the stingy ghost treasure is a holy level gold storage treasure. Only stingy ghosts can enter. There's such a treasure? Yi Kong and the others were even more curious. When Niu Jian used the migratory turtle's tears to find the exact teleportation point, everyone rushed in like a swarm of bees. Their vision darkened and they discovered that they had entered an underground cave. The underground cave was not high. However, it was built with huge rocks and was very sturdy. It would definitely not collapse due to the vibration of the ground. Niu Jian lit a torch and led everyone through a series of twists and turns before arriving at a slightly wider platform. He pointed to the flat square rock in the center of the platform and said, "This is where I usually bring in or out the goods for Captain Wild Bull." He then pointed to a stone wall. "There's a secret door here. It's the entrance to the stingy ghost's treasure." Yi Kong and the others widened their eyes. Looking left and right, they found that the stone wall was exactly the same as the surroundings. They couldn't see anything unusual. Was there really a secret door entrance here? Why couldn't they see it? That's right, if any of you can treat a gold coin as 10 flowers, wear a suit of clothes until it has 10 patches, and wear a hat for 10 years, then you can see the secret door. Niao Zhen explained that only a stingy ghost could see the secret door. This door isn't that magical, right? Can you really not see it? When Fatty Hai said this, Yi Kong and the others were all dumbfounded. Fatty, you can see it? Shui Tanlang was shocked. I can see it very clearly. Fatty Hai proudly described it to everyone. He said that it was a red door with a few heaven runes as decorations and 9 diamonds on it. No wonder. Everyone suddenly realized why this damn Fatty was so stingy. He was a natural stingy ghost. If there was no such test, they wouldn't know that he was stingy to this extent. You can see that this door is red? The more stingy a person is, the redder the secret door is. Niao Zhen was also a little dizzy. If you can see the red door, then it proves that your stinginess is no less than mine. Young Master Hai, I really can't tell. When Fatty Hai heard this, he immediately became anxious and argued loudly, what? How can a generous person like me be a stingy ghost? I even treated everyone to a drink last year, did you guys forget? Yi Kong racked his brains to think. Treating everyone to a drink last year? It seemed like that really happened. The Li brothers could not remember anymore. Shui Tanlang was thinking, other than treating everyone to a drink last year, what else did Fatty Hai do? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of anything else. Prince of Tianluo did not need to think and directly said, Young Master Hai, you are a stingy ghost, definitely. You don't need to quibble, because the last time you treated me to a drink, you still haven't returned that money. When Prince of Tianluo said this, everyone looked at Fatty Hai with disdain, causing him to be a little embarrassed. He hurriedly argued to Lu Yi and Bao Er, Lu Yi, Bao Er, I am innocent. The last time you bought the wisdom fruit, wasn't that my money? I am a dignified boss, how could I be a stingy ghost? I was just a little more careful in my daily life. When you bought the wisdom fruit, it was still my money. A certain boss has been keeping my wallet safe for a long time. Prince of Tianluo's words made Fatty Hai directly hit his head on the wall, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. As a boss, did you also have to shout loudly when I treated you to a drink last year? Yi Kong imitated Fatty Hai's usual tone and ridiculed them to his heart's content. Don't be like this, I will treat everyone to a drink when we go back. Fatty Hai was sweating profusely. Cough cough, as a boss, did you also have to shout loudly when I bought a few wisdom fruits for Sister Lu Yi last year? That's impossible, I am very low-key. Yi Kong did not let Fatty Hai off, deliberately making him embarrassed to death. Everyone burst into laughter, even the kind-hearted and compassionate Lu Yi covered her small mouth and laughed secretly. I hate stingy ghosts the most. Bao Er immediately pouted her small mouth. I was wrong, okay? Monkey, shut up. When we go back, I will buy wisdom fruits for everyone to eat until your beasts are stuffed to death. Fatty Hai's face was now full of tears. If Bing Er knows that a certain fatty who calls himself a boss is a stingy ghost, Yi Kong still had a trump card. Fatty Hai was thick-skinned and shameless. He was invulnerable, impervious to fire and water. However, he also had a weakness. Even if he died, he was not willing to lose face in front of Yu Bing. If Yi Kong told this matter to Yu Bing, Fatty Hai might even commit suicide. Without waiting for Yi Kong to finish speaking, Fatty Hai had already covered his mouth with one hand, covering it so tightly that he almost suffocated Yi Kong to death. Monkey, if you dare to speak nonsense, see if I don't tear apart your skinny bones and feed them to the dogs. Don't you just want to drink? Look at you. Who do you think this young master is? Young and rich, that's exactly what I am. When the stingy ghost treasure is over, when we go back, I will stuff you into a wine jar and drown you. The Li brothers were whispering to each other. I heard that Qilin wine is very famous. If you can use it to bathe, I believe it will feel very good. Fatty Hai was angry. If you want to kill someone, just stab me with a knife. What do you mean by saying that? Shui Tanlang's expression was cool. I don't like to drink. Fatty Hai immediately praised him. That's right, people like you who put their heart and soul into cultivation are real warriors. Monkeys and whatnot, they are all smelly dog shit. Shui Tanlang nodded. I can't say I'm a real warrior, but if someone is willing to buy a heaven stage beast for me, hearing this, Fatty Hai immediately exploded and scolded. Coffin face, do you know how much a heaven stage beast is worth? It's easily more than 10 million gold, and it's extremely popular. The bidding in the auction house is like a mad dog. Do you think heaven stage beasts are cabbages sold in the market? After scolding him, he felt that offending Shui Tanlang was not a good idea. Because if Yi Kong said something bad about him to Yu Bing would most likely not believe him. Usually, everyone would joke around, so they were used to it. But if Shui Tanlang said it, then it would be the truth. He never lied, so his image would be completely ruined. He hurriedly changed the topic and bowed to Shui Tanlang with a smile. Second young master Shui is extremely talented, I just want to give it to you, but why would you want my trash beast? Oh right, didn't we catch a thunder beast recently? I think it has good potential, and Princess Sisai also said that she was prepared to keep it for everyone to contract. As a boss, the person I care about the most is definitely the one with the most potential. The thunder beast will be contracted by you. Also, I am prepared to ask Princess Sisai for a heaven stage wind-type magic crystal for the thunder beast to absorb. Maybe it can transform into a thunder beast. Previously, Grandma Wu-Ting had mentioned this possibility, I have remembered it in my heart. With a heaven stage thunder beast here, second young master Shui, why are you still worried about beasts? Just train hard and don't think about anything else. Tanlang already has a thunder beast, then what are you giving me? I also seem to be lacking a heaven stage beast. Prince Tianluo laughed. Your Highness, you don't lack money, please don't tease me. Fatty Hai hurriedly begged for mercy. What are you guys arguing about? Hurry up and move my things. Fatty, come in and move them. Southern Demon King walked out from the stone wall, holding a small golden treasure chest in her hands. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When did this lady go in? Ah? Niao Zhen was even more shocked, as if he was struck by lightning. You actually managed to move things out from that stingy bastard's treasure chest? What's going on? Southern Demon King was puzzled. The treasure chest was filled with treasure chests, I moved them out casually, can't I do that? Even if a normal person went in, they wouldn't be able to come out without leaving behind 100 gold. Even if it's me, I would need to leave behind something of the same value before I can move out my treasures. How could you just move out the treasure chest like that? Niao Zhen felt like he was going to faint. The stingy bastard's treasure chest had a special and powerful curse. If a normal person went in and didn't leave behind 100 gold, they would be trapped inside for life. Even if they were a stingy bastard. They would also need to leave behind some money as an exchange before they could take out the items inside. It was said that only the most stingy person in the world could break the curse of the stingy bastard. Could it be that this girl with a jade pipa in her hands was the most stingy person in the world? It didn't seem like it. Southern Demon King shook her head doubtfully at Niao Zhen's words. Could it be that the stingy bastard's treasure chest has lost its effect? What I saw was a golden secret door, not a red one. Furthermore, there are a few levels in the treasure chest, it's not as bad as you said. I definitely didn't leave behind any money, and the treasure chest was also moved out casually. I didn't feel like anyone asked me for money. Niao Zhen's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. His hands were trembling as he pointed towards the secret door in the stone wall. The secret door you saw was golden? Was it really golden? I also saw golden, purplish gold. What's wrong with that? Yu Yang also came in. His words almost made Niao Zhen vomit blood. Even if there was a stingy bastard in the world, there would only be one of them. How could he and the girl with the jade pipa both see the secret door of the stingy bastard's treasure chest shining with a golden light? How could there be two stingy people in the world? If there were two of them, would they still be the stingy bastard? Furthermore, he and she didn't look like stingy bastards at all. Yu Yang lightly brushed the stone wall, and almost everyone saw the secret door. It was just that the color was different. For example, Yi Kong, the Li brothers, Shui Tanlang and the Prince of Tianluo, what they saw was a black secret door with faint heaven runes flickering on it. Fatty Hai and Niao Zhen, who could see the secret door, could now see an orange-red color with a hint of gold. We can see the secret door now. can we go in as well? Lu Yi and Bao Er asked curiously. Let's give it a try. Yu Yang smiled slightly. Oh my god. Yi Kong always trusted Yu Yang the most. He was the first to stand up, take a step forward, and instantly passed through the secret door on the stone wall and walked in. He discovered that the magnificent treasure room was filled with all kinds of boxes. There were pure wood, bronze, silver, and gold chests, and he immediately cried out in surprise. The Li brothers, who were following behind him, discovered that the master of Black Wind City's treasure vault could not be compared to this place. Although the master of Black Wind City was also very rich, compared to the Captain Wild Bull, he was like a beggar. There's a very uncomfortable power. Xue Tanlang was not interested in money. He keenly sensed that there was an invisible curse power inside. There should be another door in front. The Prince of Tianluo was the most meticulous. He discovered that there were boxes all around him, but there was nothing in one direction. He immediately deduced from the Southern Demon King's words that there was another secret door in that direction. Io. Lu Yi and Bao Er were unable to enter. The secret door of the Stingy Ghost's treasure vault prevented them from entering. In fact, when Lu Yi's perforate deer entered the treasure vault, the moment Lu Yi teleported at the same time, the power inside expelled the perforate deer. The kind and selfless her, even with the help of Yu Yang, found the entrance to the secret door. She was unable to enter the Stingy Ghost's treasure vault. Bao Er, a golden elf who loved nature and worshipped the heavenly way, was also unable to enter. Not only them, but the Oxhead Fan Lu and Tai and the 4 orc girls were also unable to enter. As females, the Southern Demon King and Drunken Cat didn't face this obstacle. Princess Sisai, Xue Wuxia, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others were in the grimoire world. When they heard about this strange phenomenon, they all came out to try it out. Very quickly, they discovered that it was very easy for them to enter the treasure trove, but it was more difficult for them to come out. There was a very powerful curse stopping them. When Princess Sisai picked up a box at random, she realized that she could not walk out of the secret door. Niu Jin carefully explained, in the Stingy Ghost treasure trove, you have to make an exchange of ranks, or else you won't be able to take out any treasures. Yu Bing and Anan also came out of the grimoire world and tried to go out. Like Lu Yi, Bao Er, Fan Lu and Tai and the others, they realized that even if they were brought in by Yu Yang using the grimoire world, they could not leave at all. Their reaction alarmed Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. When they tried it, they realized that there was a problem. Other than Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Xue Tanlang, Prince of Tianluo and the Li brothers could not leave. Niu Jin explained, those who are not stingy will be restricted by the power of the curse. If they want to leave, they have to pay 100 gold, or else they will be trapped here for the rest of their lives. It's that strange? Yi Kong was very depressed. This was the first time he realized that he was inferior to Fatty Hai. Ha ha ha, monkey, don't struggle anymore. Just pay the money obediently. Fatty Hai was so happy that he was dancing with joy. She is not a stingy ghost, and if she doesn't pay the money, how can she take the box out? Princess Sisai pointed at the Southern Demon King and asked Niu Jin for an explanation. Niu Jin scowled. He also wanted to explain, but he was afraid that Yu Yang and the Southern Demon King would be angry. This was because according to legend, only the stingiest person could see the golden secret door. However, it was impossible for there to be 2 stingiest people. Furthermore, these 2 people did not look like stingiest people. Seeing that he did not dare to say anything, the city mistress of Fallen Flowers smiled and asked the Southern Demon King, can you tell us how many days do you wear a set of clothes? How much do you spend a day? What are your hobbies? The Southern Demon King naturally understood what she meant and replied with a smile, although I like to collect treasures, I am not a stingy ghost. Clothes? Sometimes, I change 3 sets in a day. Once I wear them, unless there is a special meaning to them, I will not wear them again. I will just throw them away. I don't spend much on food, makeup and the like, on average I spend around 1,000 gold. I eat very little, so I am easy to take care of. Most of my makeup is light, and the main thing is to bathe in milk and flowers, which are more expensive. If I include training beasts and collecting treasures, I would spend an average of 10,000 gold a day. Pooh! Yi Kong and the others spat out water like blue whales when they heard this. Oh my god. Fatty Hai squatted in a corner and drew circles. What was a rich person, what was a luxurious life, this was it. He realized that the small amount of money that he had saved was not even enough for her to spend it all in a month. Spending 10,000 gold a day, living like this is really too extravagant. Tears streamed down Niao Zhen's face as he asked the Southern Demon King in a sobbing tone, "Can you tell me where you usually throw your rubbish?" Fatty Hai jumped up and gave him a punch, scolding angrily, "Go away, if anyone wants to pick it up, it should be me. When did it become your turn to be a stingy ghost?" Spending an average of 10,000 gold is indeed a little high. Princess Sisai was also a little speechless. Although she was used to being extravagant, she would definitely not spend more than 100 gold. In the Soaring Dragon continent, 100 gold was enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably in Shangjing for a year. Of course, in the higher levels of Tongtian Tower, the purchasing power of 100 gold was slightly lower. But it was not too far off. Spending 10,000 gold a day, this level of spending was indeed a little scary. However, thinking about the Southern Demon King's identity and status in the Eastern Goblin tribe, she would definitely be loved by everyone. It would be hard for her not to be extravagant, since the answer could not be confirmed. Everyone turned their gaze to Yu Yang. He would definitely know the truth. Regarding this, no matter if it was Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Princess Sisai, or Xue Wuxia, they all firmly believed in it. Yu Yang thought for a while. Actually, this is a kind of restriction on one's spiritual power. Those whose spiritual power has not reached a certain level like Lu Yi and Bao Er, even if they see the secret door, they would not be able to enter. With the same principle, even if they were brought in through the grimoire world, you guys would not be able to leave. Yi Kong was puzzled and pointed at Fatty Hai. Then how could Fatty leave? Yu Yang smiled slightly. His smile was as bright as the sun. Master Hai's strength is not comparable to yours, and his spiritual power might also be incomparable to yours. However, in the depths of his heart, there is an obsession that is even more tenacious than steel. This is also the same for Niao General. You guys must have encountered something in the past that affected your willpower to a certain extent. Even if it was hidden deep inside, it would slowly show itself in your daily life. This kind of obsession is the stinginess of human nature? Princess Sisai seemed to have caught on to a flash of understanding. No, being stingy is a kind, but it is not absolute. Perhaps it is something else. For example, Wild Bull, he is not stingy, but because of his power and position, or rather the art of politics. His heart of politics has surpassed the limit of the stingy ghost's treasure, so he could also enter. Of course, he is also stingy, but since he is willing to use money to buy his subordinates, it proves that his stinginess is not as good as his desire for power. When Yu Yang said this, the Southern Demon King became happy and nodded. That's right, I am not stingy, but I love collecting treasures. Everyone felt a little dizzy after hearing this. How strong was her heart to collect treasures to surpass the limit of the stingy ghost's treasure, a holy ranked treasure. Regarding this, no one dared to think about it. What about us? Yu Bing, Inan, Lu Yi, and Bao Er looked at Yu Yang. You guys are all good children. Other than training, you don't think about anything else. You don't have a strong desire for material things, so you guys can't fight against the restrictions of the stingy ghost's treasure. This is very normal. Yu Yang caressed Yu Bing's little head. Go back to the grimoire world, this is not a place for you guys to stay. The stingy ghost's treasure is cursed, it's not something you guys need. Yes. When Yu Bing and the others heard Yu Yang's praise, their hearts were filled with sweetness. They were led back to the grimoire world by the Bloody Queen. Red and Ah man, the stingy ghost's treasure only has these things? Princess Sisai opened a few boxes and found that other than medicinal herbs, there were minerals, a small number of gems and magic crystals, and some of them were looted items. There were all kinds of weapons, but there was nothing that she was interested in. She was immediately disappointed. There's a secret door inside, and a lot of boxes with rune seals. Inside, there's a huge gem, like a small mountain. Maybe it's something good. Southern Demon King couldn't see through these things either. In her heart, only treasures were worth collecting. Tears streamed down Niao Zhen's face once again. They actually didn't like the things that he had painstakingly collected and organized. Was there any justice in this world? If Captain Wild Bull knew that these people didn't even bat an eye at the large amount of resources that his subordinates had plundered, he would probably jump out of the rock in anger. What the miser Niu Jin couldn't understand the most was how the Southern Goblin King, who wasn't a miser but a prodigal daughter, was able to move all the boxes outside. Why didn't the power of the curse and the stingy ghost's treasure work on her? Could it be that there was a treasure on her that could ignore the power of the curse? To be able to ignore the power of the curse of the stingy ghost's treasure. Could it be a divine weapon? Thinking of this, Niu Jin immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He now understood why these women looked down on the precious items that the Wild Bull group had painstakingly plundered for more than 10 years. The reason was that they all had divine weapons in their hands, so they didn't care about this trash at all. Inside the second secret door, it felt much smaller than the huge first floor. Inside, there were nearly 100 boxes. Every box was sealed with a heaven rune. Niu Jin explained that these were all snatched back by Captain Wild Bull when he was robbing some city lord, or given to Captain Wild Bull by the Emerald Lord. He was unable to find out what was inside. Moreover, with his ability, he couldn't move the box out, so the Captain Wild Bull had always been at ease with Niu Jin. I can't put it in the grimoire. Fatty Hai tried and found that he couldn't put the box sealed with runes into the grimoire or storage ring. The restrictions here are even stronger. When Shui Tanlang entered, he felt that it was harder to enter than the second secret door. That's right. Yu Yang nodded. Hui Tai Lang obediently brought the rune treasure chest over and let a man move them into the grimoire world one by one. Niu Jin fell to the ground again. He had never seen such a wolf, nor had he seen such a person. This was definitely not a stingy ghost, this was a robber. Let's enter the third secret door. Princess Sisai excitedly set off towards the third secret door. When the last one, Yu Yang, entered, he discovered a huge red crystal that was as big as a fake mountain in front of him. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Heaven crystal? This is actually a heaven crystal? Alright, this heaven crystal should be ownerless, then it's mine. Everyone, congratulate me." When Niu Jin heard this, his face was filled with tears. Yu Yang was much more awesome than the Captain Wild Bull. He had been a robber all these years for nothing. Hearing what Yu Yang said, everyone was stunned. Only after a while did they react. Pointing at the huge red crystal, they exclaimed, "This is a sky crystal?" Sky crystal, also known as resurrection sky crystal, was a unique magical crystal in Heaven Realm. It was said that as long as a person died not long ago and the important parts of their body were still intact, they could use the magical energy stored in it to revive. In Tongtian Tower, because Prison Emperor fought with the three great leaders, the space passage had completely collapsed and was sealed. This kind of sky crystal had long been used up, there were no more left. Some people even doubted the existence of such a magical gem. Now that Yu Yang said that this huge red crystal was a sky crystal, it was no wonder that Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were shocked. Forget about the warriors of Tongtian Tower, even Niu Jin, who had always lived in Heaven Realm. He had never seen a sky crystal before. Of course, Niu Jin had heard of this treasure. In the lower realm of Heaven Realm, sky crystals were rarely seen. Usually, only those who were Heaven ranked level 5 and above could enter Heaven Realm. I'm so stupid, I'm so stupid. Really, I actually thought it was a red radium crystal. Niu Jin muttered to himself and became Aunt Xiong Lin. Such a big piece of sky crystal, we're rich. Fatty Hai drooled like a waterfall. Don't sleep so early. Yu Yang snorted coldly. Even though it looked like a huge red crystal that was as big as a fake mountain, it could not be considered as a heaven crystal. Only its core, which was the purest core that was formed after absorbing energy for hundreds of millions of years, was the true heaven crystal. Using his heaven eye's divine vision, Yu Yang could see that this sky crystal was only the size of a finger. Furthermore, compared to the sky crystals recorded in history, this sky crystal that was the size of a finger was not considered small. The smallest sky crystal was the size of a bean. Because most of the records of sky crystals from 10,000 years ago were lost, Yu Yang did not collect much information. However, the sky crystals within 10,000 years of Tongtian Tower were mostly the size of a bean. There were only a few exceptions. Furthermore, many of the heaven crystals were fake heaven crystals. They weren't crystals that were directly cut from the sky-red crystal that contained the heaven crystals. It was just like cutting a piece of the red crystal that was the size of a fake mountain and bringing it back to Tongtian Tower, calling it a heaven crystal. In truth, the heavenly red crystals that formed heaven crystals were fake heaven crystals. Of course, the pseudo-heaven crystal could not resurrect the dead. If it was used to revive some low-leveled beasts with good potential, it would not be a problem. Fatty Hai stuck his whole body to the red crystal and cheered, "What a good treasure. With this, we don't have to worry about dying in battle anymore." Everyone was speechless. In truth, there was a limit to heaven crystal's resurrection abilities. As long as the body was reduced to pieces and the important parts of the body were not complete, such as the head was gone, the heart was shattered, or the organs were in a mess, it was very unlikely for the person to be resurrected. Most importantly, if they did not have the best rescuers, even if they had heaven crystal, it would be useless. If they gave the heaven crystal to Fatty Hai, he would be on the verge of death. However, if he did not know how to use the energy stored in the heaven crystal, his life would still be in danger. For people like Yu Yang, even if he did not have the heaven crystal and only had a pseudo-heaven red crystal, it would be easy for him to save a person who was on the verge of death. Hence, the most important thing was not the treasure, but the person. It was true that the heaven crystal had the miraculous ability to resurrect people. However, if one wanted to use it, they would need someone who knew how to use it. How do we move it out? Yi Kong thought of this problem. In the 3 secret doors of the stingy ghost's treasure, the power of the curse was the strongest. Without Yu Yang's help, Yi Kong and the others would not even be able to leave this place. How could they move such a huge heavenly red crystal out? Meow meow. Hui Tai Lang spread his hands, indicating that he could not do anything here. It's a little troublesome in here. Even the Southern Demon King realized that it was very strenuous for her to move even the smallest box in here. In the 3rd secret door, other than the red crystal that was as big as a fake mountain, there were only 5 boxes. The lowest was a silver-ranked rune box. There were 2 silver-ranked, 2 gold-ranked, and a platinum-ranked box in the middle. Yu Yang laughed when he saw this. Only idiots would use idiotic methods. What do you think we need to open the stingy ghost's treasure? Exchange ranks or forcefully snatch it? The power of the curse in a holy ranked treasure isn't very strong, but it isn't weak either. If we are inside and receive the power of the curse, no matter if we exchange ranks or forcefully snatch it, we will still be trapped. The Southern Demon King looked at him expectantly. Then what's your method? First, let me tell you a story. Yu Yang kept everyone in suspense. There was an old stingy ghost who buried a jar of gold in his garden. No one knew about it, until one day, someone dug up the jar of gold, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The person who dug up the gold used it as a threat to make the old stingy ghost do many things to make people feel better. Tell me, what is the main point of this story? It's that jar of gold. Fatty Hai blurted out without hesitation. As expected, there is only gold in your eyes. Yi Kong looked at him with infinite disdain. It's that mysterious person who stole the gold. The Southern Demon King could somewhat guess what Yu Yang wanted to say. Let me give another example. There was another stingy ghost. One day, he was driving a luxurious carriage that someone gave him for an outing. Halfway through the journey, an earthquake dragon appeared and rushed towards the carriage. At this time, his wife and children were extremely frightened and wanted to escape into the sky, deeply afraid that the earthquake dragon would trample the carriage. However, this stingy ghost was unwilling to give up on this luxurious carriage. He would rather die than to drive the carriage, preparing to escape from the earthquake dragon's trampling. Just as the earthquake dragon was about to trample him flat, he had no choice but to tell his wife his will, telling her to remember to find the key to his treasure house and not forget to take out the account book to collect taxes from the farmers who rented the land. In the end, everyone wanted to know if this stingy ghost was dead or not. In the end, the earthquake dragon didn't trample him to death and stopped. This stingy ghost patted his chest with lingering fear and muttered to himself, "Looks like I have to find a more secret place to keep the key next time." When Yu Yang said this, everyone was stunned by the stingy ghost's words and actions. Why didn't the earthquake dragon trample this fellow to death? Yi Kong had forgotten that this was a story. It's actually not easy to want a stingy ghost to die. Yu Yang laughed out loud. I heard that there was such a stingy ghost. Before he died, no matter what, he couldn't close his eyes. He would stretch out 2 fingers, but he wouldn't breathe his last. Stretch out 2 fingers before he died? What does that mean? Everyone was curious. Normal people wouldn't be able to guess the thoughts of a stingy ghost. You guys should ask Niu Zhen and Fatty Hai. Yu Yang threw this question to Niu Zhen and Fatty Hai. There should be 2 gold coins hidden in the crevice of the wall that haven't been dug out yet. Niu Zhen guessed. No, it must be that when this old fellow went to the banquet, there were still 2 pieces of meat that he didn't eat. In the end, he died with his eyes wide open. When Fatty Hai said this, he realized that everyone was looking at him with a frightened gaze. Of course, Niu Zhen wasn't like that. Niu Zhen looked at Fatty Hai with admiration and held his hand tightly. Bosom friend. I've never met someone who resonates with me like you. No, I want to become sworn brothers with you. From now on, you'll be my big brother. You're not bad too. Fatty Hai and Niu Zhen appreciated each other. The 2 of them shook hands and hugged each other again. Alright, are you guys done yet? Yi Kong was infuriated. He raised his legs and kicked the 2 stingy bastards to a corner. He then asked Yu Yang, what is the truth? Why didn't the stingy ghost die? The reason is very simple. Because everyone came to visit the stingy ghost, the room was very dark, and his son lit 2 lamps. The stingy ghost saw that it was too wasteful, so he died with his eyes wide open. His wife, who understood his temperament, extinguished one of the lamps. In the end, the stingy ghost died in satisfaction. Yu Yang announced the answer, making Yi Kong and the others completely speechless. This is too admirable. I never thought that there would be such a person in this world. After Niu Zhen and Fatty Hai heard this, the 2 of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. You guys. Xue Tanlang was speechless. After a long while, the Southern Demon King smiled and said, even I have been educated by these few stories. It seems that I was a little too stubborn in the past. Let's not think about that for now. Now, everyone should know what the true secret method to open the stingy ghost's treasure is. That is the key. Niu Zhen quickly shook his head and waved his hand, there's no key. Whether it's the Captain Wild Bull or the Emerald Lord, none of them have a key. If they did, they would have taken out the treasures here long ago. He said this because he was worried that Yu Yang would doubt his loyalty. Towards his new master, Yu Yang, he would definitely be 100% loyal. Although he was not a stingy ghost, Niu Zhen did not actually worship a stingy ghost. What he truly worshipped was Yu Yang's actions as a bandit. It was too barbaric. Although the Captain Wild Bull was burning and looting everywhere, compared to the Yu clan's 3rd young master, he was simply trash. The Captain Wild Bull could barely be considered a bandit, but the Yu clan's 3rd young master was the king of bandits, a godlike bandit. Who could steal someone else's things and still be confident? There was only one person in the world, and that was the Yu clan's 3rd young master. With the Captain Wild Bull, he was at most a warehouse keeper. However, working with the Yu clan's 3rd young master was simply too great. This kind of thing that directly moved someone else's treasure vault was simply the most dreamed of Niu Zhen's life. This was not something that the Captain Wild Bull could give him. Go to the side. Yi Kong already understood what Yu Yang and the Southern Demon King wanted to say. There was no key, and Yu Yang was the human key to open any treasure vault. Even the god's ruins, Yu Yang dared to have designs on it. What was a holy grade treasure like the stingy ghost's treasure? Could it stop him with just that? Yu Yang asked Hui Tai Lang to bring Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Niu Zhen and the others out using the grimoire, while he stayed behind. Since this stingy bastard's treasure was a holy ranked treasure, it would be easy to handle. A holy grade treasure was only a type of power that was close to the power of the ancient code. Its curse power, compared to the power of the true ancient code, was far inferior. With regards to using Nirvana Flame and Jizun's will to refine this treasure, Yu Yang was still very confident. The Heaven Realm runic circle lit up one by one. In addition to refining the stingy ghost's treasure, Yu Yang also wanted to take the opportunity to refine the sky crystal. Using the precious sky crystal to revive? Yu Yang had never thought about it, because the sky crystal could only revive the body. In a real battle, the three great leaders like Void and Jiao would destroy the body, so the sky crystal would be useless. Even if it was a level higher, the enemy's soul would be sealed, just like what happened to Queen Vivian Li. Even if she had the sky crystal, could she escape the absorption of the black hole seal? The real use of the sky crystal was to increase one's potential and create a perfect body. Of course, normal people would not be able to withstand that kind of energy increase. Yu Yang had not completely refined the Mother Earth potion that he had absorbed previously. Now that he had the sky crystal, he believed that he would be able to make a huge leap forward with the combination of the two. Previously, Yu Yang did not feel a sense of urgency in training, but now that he was in the heaven realm, there were too many heaven-ranked rankers, and the real powerful ones had not appeared yet. In order to improve faster, Yu Yang did not mind using more treasures to improve himself. Furthermore, if he did not use the energy of the sky crystal, it would be a waste of resources. Forget about the sky crystal, even the sky red crystal and other materials had a small increase in strength. If it was used on some quasi-heaven ranked beasts, it would definitely be helpful. Half an hour passed. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others who were waiting in the stone passage finally saw Yu Yang coming out. He was holding a holy treasure chest with one hand. The aura on it made them instantly understand that this was the original form of the Stingy Ghost's grimoire. They did not expect that after shrinking, it would actually be an ugly-looking big chest. Hui Tai Lang, the chest is yours to keep. Yu Yang passed the Stingy Ghost's grimoire to Hui Tai Lang. Meow. Hui Tai Lang was pleased and took it with his butt swaying. Also, Master Hai, this key is yours to keep. Yu Yang passed another key to Fatty Hai. Fatty Hai was so happy that he almost went crazy. He took the key and kissed it fiercely. He then gave Yi Kong a look that said, "Did you see this, key? Quickly envy me, quickly be jealous of me." Yi Kong sent him flying with a kick, causing Fatty Hai to fall onto the stone wall like a fly that had been slapped to death. Niao Zhen looked at Fatty Hai with incomparable envy. He knew that he had just surrendered and was not qualified enough. If he was loyal enough, a master like the Yu clan's third young master would definitely give him the key in the future. He secretly clenched his fist. He must learn from Fatty Hai and become the holder of the key to the treasure house. Niao Zhen, this is yours. Yu Yang still had a key in his hand. Niao Zhen was stunned at first, but then he was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Following such a master, he really had no regrets even if he died. He did not expect that he would be trusted so much after he had just surrendered and had not made any major contributions. Niao Zhen blankly received the key. He was so moved that he could not say a word. His teeth were chattering and his lips were trembling non-stop. Yu Yang lightly patted his shoulder. "I will leave the matter of the treasure house to you and Master Hai. Do a good job." Niao Zhen's tears immediately flowed down. Bean-sized tears fell one by one onto the rune key that he had just created. When he raised his head again, he realized that Yu Yang had already walked far away. He could only see his back. Niao Zhen bit his lips hard, trying his best not to sob. A warrior would die for his bosom friend. Now, he finally understood this feeling. After leaving Black Wind City, which was renamed as Nightless City, Yu Yang brought everyone back to Tongtian Tower. Although Yi Kong and Fatty Hai couldn't wait to try their skills in the Guangming continent. After returning from the Heaven Realm, they felt that their combat power had improved by leaps and bounds and wanted to prove themselves in the Guangming continent. But Yu Yang didn't think so. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's progress was undoubtedly very fast. The question was whether they could sweep through Tongtian Tower. The answer was absolutely no. Not to mention Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader, these powerful innate rankers, even Chong Yanai and Shark King, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were no match for them. Shun Tian, the Black Prince, and the Thousand Goblins sect leader were different from the quasi-heaven rank magical beasts in the Heaven Realm. They all had summoning grimoires, unique talents, and guardian war beasts. Although this kind of strength wasn't as strong as a Heaven stage ranker, it won in terms of foundation and strength. If a Heaven stage ranker was a 10-story building, then Shun Tian, Black Prince and the others were 8-story castles. Although they weren't as tall, they definitely couldn't be underestimated. Except for the two of them who had comprehended the Divine Sense Domain, Holy Power Domain, Prison Emperor Divine Seal and Prison Emperor Divine Sword, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, even City Mistress Fallen Flowers who had Nirvana Sunflower of Heaven Stage Level 5, Yu Yang wasn't 100% sure that she could kill Shen Tian. Except for the three of them, it would be difficult for others to defeat Shen Tian, Black Prince and the others, let alone kill them. Shen Tian's 5 transformations power, as well as his diamond-ranked level 9 Guardian Beast Emperor, which was proficient in battle techniques and had extraordinary intelligence, were not to be trifled with. Even among the heaven-ranked rankers, there were not many rankers who had diamond-ranked beasts. Diamond-ranked war beasts weren't necessarily very powerful, but their potential was undoubtedly extraordinary. The innate rankers of Tong Tian Tower were definitely not the same level as the Earth rank rankers in Heaven Realm. They could be compared to the same level. If a Heaven Realm Earth rank level 6 ranker were to meet an innate level 6 ranker in Tong Tian Tower who possessed a grimoire and had comprehended a domain of power, he would most likely be killed on the spot. The higher the level, the greater the difference between an Earth rank and an innate. Look at you guys. You just went to the Heaven Realm for a stroll, and you're still so arrogant? The old cunning fox sternly reprimanded his disciples. In terms of levels, he was already inferior to Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. However, he definitely had the qualifications to be their teacher. In another 10 years, even if Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's strength far surpassed the old cunning fox's, they still wouldn't be able to reach the level where the old cunning fox had reached in all aspects. As for Elder Nangong, he wasn't someone that Yi Kong and Fatty Hai could surpass in a short period of time. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai might be able to surpass them in terms of combat power, but when it came to knowledge, skills, beasts, treasures, pills, runes, history and so on, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were still considered as novice apprentices. Yu Yang waited for the old cunning fox and the others to give him some encouragement. After all, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's rapid progress had been achieved through a lot of blood and sweat, so it was worthy of recognition. Previously, when he was chasing after Wu Guo and Gu Dang, Yu Yang had harvested a large pile of spoils of war. After that, he had comprehended the creation domain in the Gate of Life and Death. He had schemed against the Captain Wild Bull first, then dealt with the master of Black Wind City, Old Demon Wei, sect leader Bai Song and the others. The spoils of war were innumerable. According to the original plan, Yu Yang decided to think of a way to give it to everyone to improve. For example, Shui Tan Lang, who was the strongest, wanted to get a heaven stage war beast to increase his fighting strength. Shui Tan Lang, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and Prince of Tian Luo were all the main forces, especially the first three. Yu Yang decided to let them take care of Shen Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader. This was also the reason why Yu Yang hadn't secretly killed Shen Tian and the others. Yi Kong, other than contracting the Earthquake Dragon's egg that was spat out after the Earthquake Dragon's death, Yu Yang had also fused the Earth Demon Bear's Heaven Stage magic crystal with the King Kong Demon Ape, raising Yi Kong, this powerful beast, to quasi-heaven stage. Although it wasn't easy to rise to heaven stage all of a sudden, as long as he continued to improve, he believed that it wouldn't be a problem for the King Kong Demon Ape to rise to heaven stage. As for turning into a holy beast, that was impossible, with the quasi-heaven stage King Kong Demon Ape, the Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle, and the Earthquake Dragon that had the potential to grow to at least heaven stage level 3 in the future. Yi Kong didn't need to worry about the warbeast's fighting strength in the short term. Compared to Yi Kong, Fatty Hai. Only stronger, not weaker. His King Kong Rhinoceros, Little Hippopotamus, and Thunder Mammoth, Yu Yang had used the blood of the Maha Elephant, which was equivalent to Heaven Stage Level 5, to increase their strength. Originally, King Kong Rhinoceros and Little Hippopotamus levels weren't high enough, so they leveled up a little slower. However, because the Thunder Mammoth was mature and had the same kind of Heaven Stage blood, it benefited the most. It directly rose to quasi-heaven stage, surpassing King Kong Rhinoceros and the incomparably intelligent Wind Breath Seabird, becoming Fatty Hai's strongest warbeast, causing Fatty Hai's fighting strength to immediately double. The Li brothers' Griffin Knights were humanoid guardian warbeasts, so it was difficult to fuse with them. However, after experimenting, Yu Yang discovered that the human-faced manticore could be fused with it. After spending a lot of effort, he finally raised the 2 Griffin Knights to the equivalent of Earth Stage Level 7. Because of the problem of intelligence and growth, these two humanoid guardian war beasts, who had fused with the manticore and griffin, would probably never be able to become a holy beast. However, the Li brothers didn't care. They didn't even have a summoning grimoire, and were about to starve to death on the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. Everything they had today was given to them by Yu Yang. They were already satisfied, the fusion of Prince of Tian Luo's Skyfire Meteor and Flying Stone Demon. It was unexpectedly smooth. What made Fatty Hai envious and jealous the most was that Prince of Tian Luo's Skyfire Meteor had transformed into a flaming winged heavenly demon and directly leveled up to Heaven Stage. He was the first person in the whole team to have a Heaven Stage Guardian War Beast. Good luck, good luck. Fatty Hai was so regretful that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. If I had known earlier, I would have used my own money to treat everyone to drinks every day. I wouldn't have used the prince's money. I didn't think that his good luck was accumulated by me. When everyone heard this, they were overjoyed. Lu Yi, Bao Er, and the others even expressed that they wanted to put their money pouches in his hands, just like how Prince of Tian Luo had done to accumulate good luck. Fatty Hai was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly waved his hands, indicating that he wouldn't dare to do it again. The Wind Breath Seabird is also not bad, but we don't have a suitable Heaven Stage Warbeast's magic crystal. Otherwise, it would definitely be a Heaven Stage, and it would definitely become a holy beast in the future. Yu Yang had seen many smart war beasts, but one like the Wind Breath Seabird was truly a unique exception. Baby, when will it be your turn to show off? Fatty Hai really looked forward to the day when the Wind Breath Seabird turned into a beauty. Pa! The Wind Breath Seabird flapped his wings. Only this lecherous look made it obvious that this fatty was fantasizing about something bad. He was simply asking for a beating. Fatty Hai had already been abused by it so many times that his skin was thick. Even after being beaten, he was completely fine. Because of the Lion King Valley, 2 quasi-heaven stage male fire lions were killed on the spot, as well as a group of lionesses and an old lion king. Yu Yang had obtained the most fire magic crystals. Like Yan Pejun, Feng Qisha and the others, they all had great gains. Their beasts had leveled up one after another. The Oxhead Liao tactfully rejected the Oxhead battle axe. At the same time, he gave the battle axe and the gold belt to Fan Huatai, who had improved even more. Among the many spoils of war, he chose a long-handled earth-splitting axe. Although it was not as good as the Oxhead battle axe and the gold belt, it was still a gold-ranked treasure. After finishing the advancement of everyone in the team, he gave the old Lion King and the Flaming Lion King 2 Lion King's hearts to the Golden Flaming Lion. In view of its intelligence and potential, Yu Yang even gave it a name for the first time. His name was Simba. Grey Wolf congratulated his new strongest subordinate and patted the Golden Flaming Lion's shoulder with his claws. He looked like a boss who thought highly of him. Simba, who had just been named, hurriedly bowed his head to express his gratitude. With the Lion King's heart of the 2 Lion Kings, the Golden Flaming Lion was at least at the 2nd level of Heaven Stage. If he absorbed it better, he might even be able to advance to the 3rd level of Heaven Stage. My head hurts. The most difficult to fuse, but also the combination that Yu Yang wanted to see succeed the most, was the combination of Xue Tanlang's Guardian War Beast, the Storm Giant, and the Heaven Stage Level 1 Thunder Beast. If it mutated into a Wind Thunder Beast, Yu Yang wouldn't have to worry about it for 3 days and 3 nights, but how could he do both at the same time? It required both the Elemental Storm Giant's ability and the Thunder Beast's ability. How could he perfectly combine the two? The most important thing was how to make the 2 fused war beasts mutate in the best direction and turn them into intelligent guardian war beasts. This was the most difficult thing. It doesn't matter if I can't succeed for the time being. Xue Tanlang didn't want his own matters to affect Yu Yang. If your 2 main types of war beasts can be compatible, it will be very important for our future research. Princess Sisai told Xue Tanlang not to cause trouble. Maybe we can think of a way to improve his talent. Xue Wuxia also tried her best. In the end, she had a flash of inspiration when she was reading the book. She didn't know if it was the revelation of the Book of Truth or her own inspiration. She closed the Book of Truth and walked in front of Yu Yang with a little excitement. That's right. When Yu Yang heard this, it was as if he had seen the sun. Xue Tanlang had a unique talent called releasing talent. Usually, because Xue Tianlang often manipulated snowstorms to sweep the entire battlefield, the enemy would usually think that this kid had the storm talent. But in reality, it was not like that at all. Xue Tianlang had a very strange releasing talent. To those who were familiar with him, Xue Tianlang's talent was not bad, but this talent was useless. Releasing talent. When the owner uses this talent, he must fully comprehend and release his own energy from the inside out. The more thorough the comprehension, the higher the talent. On the battlefield, if the enemy is placed in a controllable energy, the more thorough the release, the more powerful the talent will be on the enemy. Currently, his talent is level 3. For a cool ice cube guy, who would expect him to be like a gossipy woman telling the enemy how to release his energy and how to attack the enemy? That was simply unrealistic. Even though he had been training since he was young and comprehending his own energy every day, Xue Tianlang's talent level was still very low at level 3. If it was Fatty Hai who had this releasing talent, he would probably have reached level 10 in less than a year. Unfortunately, the owner of the releasing talent was Xue Tianlang, a guy who would not speak for a day and only immerse himself in training. It had to be said that this was a tragedy. Memorize this Heaven Realm Strange News record and read it to everyone once a day. Yu Yang gave Xue Tianlang a task. Xue Tianlang, who was not afraid of anything, suddenly changed his expression. Everyone had different personalities. It was impossible to expect Xue Tianlang to become a blabbermouth like Fatty Hai. However, Yu Yang's actions could also give him some pressure. If it was in the past, it would be harder for Xue Tianlang to read the Heaven Realm Strange Stories record in public than to kill him. Now, when Yu Yang gave him this task, although Xue Tianlang's expression changed, he did not refuse. After so many battles, especially the trip to Heaven Realm, Xue Tianlang was greatly shocked. If he did not become stronger soon, then not only himself, but the whole team would be buried with a disastrous hidden danger. As the team's key training target, Xue Tianlang had the obligation to bear more responsibilities. After improving the team's strength, Yu Yang shifted the focus of improvement to his own war beasts. Xue Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and City Mistress Fallen Flowers brought Anan, Yu Bing and the others to the Gate of Life and Death to train. Raging Flame Leader and Drunken Cat also followed. Beside Yu Yang, only Yu Yu and Sickly Beauty were left. The two girls rejected the god's blood that Yu Yang had refined from the Maha elephant. Although the god's blood could make their physique soar, the two girls rejected the god's blood on the grounds that they were not the main fighting force. Yu Yang secretly sighed at the two girls' attitude. If he was a little stronger, he might as well use his blood to improve their physique. Now, Yu Yang was sure that his blood had a potential similar to the god's blood. This was something that no one in the Soaring Dragon continent had. It was a unique physique that was unique to a guy from another world. Maybe it was the old Taoist's trick, maybe it was because he had cultivated the innate invisible sword qi, maybe it was because he had fused with the small Qian Kuan bag. Maybe it was all three. No matter what, Yu Yang now knew that his blood was different. Moreover, the stronger he was, the greater the energy contained in his blood. Perhaps when he ascended to the divine exalt realm, the blood he shed would be as powerful as the god blood. God's blood. Red, I'll give you an upgrade this time. Yu Yang thought about the use of this drop of God's blood for a long time. Should he give it to the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo who had the greatest potential and the most value in grooming? Or Hornless Dragon Jiangying who had just received the inheritance of the Supreme Dragon God? If it was given to one of them, he believed that the improvement would undoubtedly be the greatest. However, the two girls were still in a deep sleep to evolve. Duo was fine. If she was in danger, she would come out to fight. Jiangying, on the other hand, was in a chaotic state, fusing with the Supreme Dragon God's inherited power. Of course, the easiest target to improve was little Wenli. However, this little Lamia Loli had already disregarded the god's blood before this. Her parents were Yu Yang and Her Majesty Empress Fei Wenli. The god's blood that other people yearned for was nothing to her. Whether it was the bloody Queen Red or the barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, in Yu Yang's eyes, they were all equal. The Spirit of Heaven Fire and the Reaper Mantis were still lacking. It seemed that it was too early to improve the god's blood. Previously, IKA used the best treasures, the god's blood and Yu Yang's own blood to combine into a battle angel that even Yu Yang could not determine to what extent it would grow. She was born with a grimoire, only slightly inferior to little Winley, who was born with a diamond grimoire and the 4 great guardian war beasts. IKA definitely did not need the god's blood to improve anymore. If possible, when Yu Yang improved, he could continue to use his own blood to help her grow. The war god attendant and feather, the 2 dragon ladies' training methods were different from others. Moreover, a drop of god's blood was inseparable. So, in the end, Yu Yang still decided to improve the strength of either Red or Ah Man. In terms of battles, other than Little Winley, Red and Ah Man had participated in the most battles. They participated in almost every battle and made great contributions. Step by step, they improved until now. They were completely qualified to give the god's blood to any one of them. After pondering for a while, Yu Yang finally decided to lift the bloody Queen Red with the god's blood. After all, Ah Man had Titan's power and Heart of Earth. As long as she stood on the ground, she would always be an invincible war goddess. Bloody Queen Red, if Yu Yang was in Tong Tian Tower, she could resist almost any enemy. However, in the Heaven Realm, Bloody Queen Red's strength was slightly insufficient, and it was gradually becoming more and more strenuous. And this was because she did not meet any strong enemies. If the enemy was above Heaven Stage Level 6, then it would be even more strenuous. Ah? Really? Bloody Queen Red could not believe her ears, her small face full of astonishment. That's right. Yu Yang gave her an affirmation. Wah wah wah. Bloody Queen Red was like a happy child, rushing up to the sky and flying everywhere. After a long time, she swooped down again, hugged Yu Yang and gave him an excited kiss. After the kiss, she unconsciously flew to Ah Man to report the good news. Ah Man, Master said that this time the god's blood will help me level up. Haha, I will surpass you in the future. Yes. Fortunately, Ah Man did not have the jealousy of human women, otherwise she would have vomited blood in anger. God's blood had already been given to you, and you still want to show off. Actually, Bloody Queen Red did not have any thoughts of showing off. It was just a very simple feeling of sharing happiness with a friend. Because she usually cooperated with Ah Man the most and was the closest, she would always be the first to tell her good news. Ah Man was even more happy for her and danced with joy. If it was a human woman, even if she did not fight with her, she would probably curse in her heart. What was she so proud of? Wasn't it just a drop of God's blood? No matter how high a beast's intelligence or EQ was, it would be difficult for them to be as complex as humans. Moreover, the growth of their personalities was greatly influenced by the environment their master was in. If the women around Yu Yang, if Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia were to fight and scheme against each other every day, then Red, Ah Man, Duo and the others would definitely be influenced and become bad. But the problem was that Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia lived in harmony and united against outsiders. Therefore, the growth of the beasts' personalities would also be influenced. Especially the most meticulous Sickly Beauty, who often set an example. Sometimes, she would personally cook or cut clothes. She would also ask Red, Ah Man and the others to help. In daily life, she used her actions to teach these beasts the growth of wisdom and humanity. Only then would they be able to grow well. To Red, Ah Man and the others, Sickly Beauty was more like a mistress. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai spent too much time training. The person who they spent the most time with was Sickly Beauty, who was by Yu Yang's side. This gentle little wife was the best example for them to learn from. Although they did not say it out, Red, Ah Man and the others definitely wanted to become a woman like Sickly Beauty in their hearts. Sickly Beauty was studying runes while cooking. She brought the dishes to Yu Yang and watched him happily pick up the chopsticks and eat heartily. Sickly Beauty brought a basin of water to Yu Yang, who was sleeping soundly after the experiment. She gently wiped his body and feet. Sickly Beauty helped Yu Yang dress up from head to toe before he went out. Sickly Beauty took a silk handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. Red, Ah Man and the others saw everything that happened and remembered it in their hearts. It could be said that the person who had the greatest influence on Red, Ah Man and Duo was Sickly Beauty, who usually smiled gently and quietly at everything she did. Look at how happy you are. Sickly Beauty patted Red's vest and smiled tolerantly at Red, who threw herself into her arms. She was simply like a little mother. Although Red and Ah Man were taller than her, sometimes they were like her 2 daughters. If it wasn't for the frequent changes in the war and the fact that Yu Yang could not be distracted, and everyone felt that it was best not to have a baby for the time being. When the war came to an end, when Yu Yang stepped into the Holy Supreme Realm, maybe the baby born at that time would have more potential. Sickly Beauty really wanted a baby. Of course, this wish could not be fulfilled for the time being. Sickly Beauty gently spread this motherly love to everyone who needed to be taken care of, whether it was little girls like Bing Er, Shuang Er, and Little Wenli, or big sisters like Princess Sisai and City Mistress Fallen Flowers, or guardian beasts like Red and Aman. You also want God's blood? No way. The current star scorpion found that following Yu Yang was very promising, and it was already a little tempted. Especially with the successful addition of Simba, it had reduced its worries. Creak. The star scorpion was intelligent, but it could not speak. It was unable to express its thoughts and was rather depressed. Yu Yang was naturally a rare commodity, so he was not in a hurry to contract it. He did not even mention the matter of fusing the star scorpion with the scorpion glove and turning it into a beast-shaped divine weapon. Fortunately, Yu Yang did not make the star scorpion feel despair. He gave the steel-toothed sand spider, which had been poisoned by scorpion poison, and Gudang's golden leg, to the star scorpion to absorb energy. In the past, the star scorpion would definitely not dare to easily accept food from Yu Yang, but now it was different. It was eager to establish a friendly relationship with Yu Yang. As for the golden steel-toothed sand spider and Gudang's golden leg, it happily accepted. Besides, these two things were also extremely helpful to its improvement. If it still hesitated now, it would be an idiot. The excited Bloody Queen Red, with great difficulty, endured until night. The fusion ceremony officially began. Yu Yang used the Nirvana flame to repeatedly purify the god's blood, turning it into a pure god's blood without any divine sense. First, Yu Yang drew heaven rune circles on Red's snow-white body after she took off her clothes, so that she could better absorb the god's blood. Yu Yang even used his own blood to draw 3 ancient rune circles on the 3 most important places, the navel, the heart and the space between the eyebrows. The abilities of the 3 ancient runes were Wonder, Origin Power, and Spiritual Root. Yu Yang hoped to use the god's blood to improve Red, but the biggest aspect was not combat power. Instead, it was true rebirth, true transformation. He hoped that in the future, she could also be like Little Wenli, aka Jiang Ying, and Hui Tai Lang, own a grimoire and become the closest divine beast to a human. Even if it was just a bronze grimoire, her future path of growth would be completely different. Mystical magic could allow Red to have a more intelligent mind, source energy could allow Red to have a more perfect body, and spirit root was the foundation of everything. It would increase her potential, increase the possibility of contracting a grimoire, and give her the qualifications to become a divine beast. Are you ready? Yu Yang held the golden god's blood in his palm and asked the nervous Bloody Queen Red softly. Yes. Although her heart was beating like a deer, Red still nodded firmly. Her nervousness was not all because of shyness. She was indeed a little shy to be exposed naked in front of her master. Her nervousness was not all because of excitement. After fusing with the god's blood, she was reborn and changed her life. It was impossible for her not to be excited. However, what made her most nervous was the changes in the future. She was worried that her improvement would not be as good as her master expected, that she would not be able to contract a grimoire, that she would not be able to become a divine beast, and that she would disappoint her master. However, she did not run away. On the contrary, she resolutely accepted her master's gift and challenged her own fate. When Yu Yang dripped the drop of golden god's blood into her mouth, Red closed her eyes and clasped her hands in front of her chest. At this moment, there was only one thought left in her mind: God, please turn me into what Master wants. I want to become a person, a woman like Mistress Wu Hen. I want to be like Mistress Wu Hen and stay by his side forever. An unimaginably huge energy burst out from her body. Red had a feeling that her body was about to explode and her soul was about to be annihilated under this kind of energy. Even a drop of God's blood was not something that an ordinary body could withstand. When Red's consciousness was about to disappear, she suddenly felt that her body was light as if she was floating in a starry night sky. Several huge galaxies that looked like whirlpools were rotating slowly, producing various kinds of gravitational forces that slightly released the destructive energy in her body and greatly relieved the internal pressure. Especially the three biggest whirlpools, which were constantly absorbing the explosive god's blood energy in her body. Was this an illusion? She should be in her master's arms. How could she float in the sky? While her consciousness was wandering in confusion, she suddenly felt an incomparably warm energy flowing into her body unstoppably, guiding the god's blood energy that was so full that it was almost going to explode to every part of her body. First, it went to her meridians, bones, flesh, and skin, then it went deep into the space that was even thinner than the smallest blood vessels. It guided a small part of the god's blood energy and allowed this energy to fuse with her body, causing her body to change qualitatively under the cleansing of the god's power. Then, it went to the depths of her soul consciousness. The warm energy guided the energy of the god's blood to the starry night sky. The energy connected the few whirlpools, making them rotate faster, absorbing and assimilating the god's blood energy. In the end, with the three great whirlpool galaxies as the first foundation, the energy of the god's blood formed an incomparably huge and resplendent star core. That kind of profoundness was indescribable. It felt as if the universe had been born in his consciousness. At the connection point of this bright star core, there were three big whirlpools, each representing a different will. When Red's consciousness touched the will of the three whirlpools, she instantly felt dizzy. Then, she realized that her consciousness had retreated from the wonderful night sky. She could no longer return to that wonderful state. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she didn't float into the night sky, but she was floating in front of her master, her whole body radiating brilliance. On her body, there were three big and small ancient runic circles and heaven runic circles, which were shining brightly, giving her a very familiar feeling. That's right, these were the whirlpools that appeared in the night sky. The three ancient rune circles between the eyebrows, the heart, and the navel represented the wonders, the origin energy, and the spirit root. They were the eternal wills that were born from the three ancient rune circles. Red suddenly understood. The warm energy that had saved him had come from his master's palm. It was the Xianxia within his body. Don't sleep. Comprehend it well. While the god's blood is reconstructing your body, you have to further improve your abilities. Now is the best time to temper yourself. Once you pass this stage, you will truly be reborn and become a new you. Yu Yang warned Red softly. Yes. Red was very tired now. She wasn't this tired even during the usual battles. However, she gritted her teeth and kept Yu Yang's words in mind. For his future, in order to live up to his master's expectations, in order to transform into a new self. Fight, fight, she tried her best to open her arms and hugged Yu Yang tightly. The original special abilities such as Whip of Agony, Banshee Scream, Sheep Transformation, and Flame Feather appeared in her mind one by one. Then, she was guided by Yu Yang's energy and tempered with his divine power. No matter how tired she was, no matter how painful it was, no matter how difficult it was, Red gritted her teeth and persevered. For a new self, to become someone like Mistress Wuhan, to possess the summoning grimoire that he wanted to see the most, time passed silently, bit by bit. The rebirth process of the god's blood continued. Red couldn't remember how much pain she had suffered in the process. She also couldn't remember how many times she almost fell into a deep sleep because she couldn't persevere anymore. However, as long as she could still feel the pure energy from her master, she would persevere forever and never give up. She knew that he was actually more tired than she was. She didn't have to do anything. She just had to cooperate with him with her consciousness. He was the one who reconstructed her body. He was the one who gave her everything. From the beginning to the end, his energy never stopped. His sweat also never stopped dripping on her body. He didn't stop because he was tired. He didn't give up because of the difficulty. How could she let him down? I want to become a human and stay by my master's side forever. I want to contract the summoning grimoire and become the Red that master is most proud of. He used his blood to paint the summoning grimoire over and over again. Even if the grimoire had already absorbed his blood, he still patiently waited for her to contract it. How could she give up? I want to become a human, contract. Bloody Queen Red let out a banshee scream that shook the souls of all living things. She spat out a mouthful of golden blood towards the bronze grimoire in Yu Yang's hands. At the same time, she forced herself to use her trembling hands to press on the bronze grimoire. Until she saw the golden light of the successful contract slowly flowing out from the gaps of her fingers. More and more. Only then did she close her eyes proudly. 2 drops of tears quickly slid down her face and gently fell on Yu Yang's sweaty arms. Red pressed one hand on the summoning grimoire and kissed Yu Yang's lips without caring about anything else. She couldn't express the excitement in her heart. She could only use her tearful kiss to silently express her pride. She did it. She finally did what he had expected of her. From today onwards, she would also be a divine beast. She would be the closest life form to a human. She would be a woman close to Mistress Wu Hen. Finally, she had the qualifications to stay by his side forever. She had the qualifications to do everything for him like Mistress Wu Hen. Amidst the resplendent brilliance, the wings on her back fell off one by one. They drifted away. In the end, they turned into energy and returned to her back. After the contract and the passionate kiss, Red, who was tired and sleeping, didn't know anything. In her deep sleep, she, the Bloody Queen, had truly taken a step towards a higher life form. This step was to enter the ranks of divine beasts. Moreover, she was a high-level divine beast that was perfect as a human. When Red woke up for the second time, she found that Yu Yang was no longer by her side. The sky was almost dawn. She didn't have time to check her summoning grimoire, talent, and guardian war beast. After sensing Yu Yang's aura, she immediately flew over. Almost in a flash, the speed was so fast that even Red, who had always been known for her speed, was surprised. At this time, the scene she saw was similar to usual. It was Sickly Beauty, the mistress, who gently massaged her exhausted and sleeping master, while wiping his sweat with water. The only difference from usual was that today, he was tired because of her. Usually, it was for IKA, or refining the supreme grade martial spirit pill, and so on. Shoo! Sickly Beauty, as usual, signaled Red to be quiet, so as not to wake up Yu Yang. Red was so excited that she pressed her cherry lips. Looking at her master, who was so tired that he didn't even have time to wash up and fall asleep, for the first time, her heart was moved. Tears were like opening a floodgate, crashing down. She was definitely not a person who liked to cry, let alone a coward. This was just because she was too moved. Sickly Beauty motioned for Red to come over and replace her, and then looked at Red inquiringly, as if asking, "Can you?" Usually, Red always shook her head shyly. She liked a master like Yu Yang, but to take over the position of the mistress and serve him, she was always a little lacking in confidence. Today, seeing the slightly encouraging eyes of the mistress, for the first time, she approached the silk handkerchief in Sickly Beauty's hand and gave the mistress a firm nod. "Leave it to me." Looking at Yu Yang's quiet expression in his sleep, Red cried and laughed for a moment. Crying because she was moved. Laughing because of happiness. For the first time, she felt that she was a woman who loved him, not just his guardian war beast. She had been reborn and had become a human. Now, there should be no problem in pursuing her own happiness, right? For the master who gave her everything, for the master who had been silently in love with her for a long time, couldn't she have enough confidence? To love him, to accompany him for a lifetime, just like Mistress Wu Hen. Sickly Beauty gently hugged the emotional Red, and then left with a peace of mind. Red sat down by the water, picked up the silk handkerchief, and, just like Sickly Beauty, gently wiped the sweat off his body. The next day, when Yu Yang slowly opened his eyes, he realized that the snow-white body in his arms was not Sickly Beauty, but a strange yet familiar beauty. Red? She actually slept on his bed, and she was completely naked. Yu Yang was a little sweaty because of her bold move, and was about to get up quietly. Suddenly, Red, who felt a strange movement on her body, also woke up from her sweet dream. When she saw Yu Yang, she did not leave shyly like she usually did. Instead, she opened her arms and bravely hugged his body, using her fiery body to get close to him. Suppressing her shyness and nervousness, she said in his ear, "I want to serve you like Mistress Wu Hen." "Where's Wu Hen?" Yu Yang was a little stunned. Mistress Wu Hen asked Red to replace her. Red did not do well, but she will definitely work hard. Just like how Sickly Beauty usually served Yu Yang, Red trembled slightly as she imitated Mistress Wu Hen's gentle actions. Human and beast, could the current Red still be considered a beast? She was even more of a woman than a woman. To say that she was a beast would be blind. Since she was not a beast, but a woman, why couldn't she push her down? Sigh, forget it, this kind of trouble was simply unnecessary. When a flower blooms, it must be plucked. When the flower blooms, it must be plucked. Letting down a beauty's grace was something only a Taoist protector would do. Yu Yang's mind was muddled for a second. Am I a Taoist protector? No. Then can I do such a foolish thing? Of course not. He suddenly understood. He reached out and caressed Red, who was clumsily using her tongue to serve him. When she looked up shyly, he smiled evilly and asked, "Do you want to improve your fighting skills? Come, let me teach you." After leveling up to a divine beast, Red's strength was much stronger than before. When she summoned her grimoire, she didn't even know that she had a silver grimoire. Even the sickly beauty and Yu curiously peeked over to look at Red's inherent skill and guardian beast. A man was the most envious. Although she had the power to defeat a heaven-ranked ranker, she still hoped to be like Red and become a divine beast. In future battles, she would help her master defeat more powerful enemies. Battle Feather inherent skill, changing different battle feathers during battle to unleash different elemental powers. The fastest time to change is 1 hour. The longest battle feathers can last is 1 day. Current inherent skill level, level 1. My wings? Only now did Red realize that her wings had disappeared. Didn't you realize it? Sickly beauty and you were amused by her. Say it in silence. Yu Yang gave Red a hint. When Hong retracted her state of mind, countless rays of light naturally flickered around her body. Even more energy condensed behind her, forming many pure white and beautiful energy feathers. Among these pure white energy feathers, there was a soft silver feather on her left wing near her back. On her right wing, there was a brilliant gold feather. These 2 feathers should be the 2 types of battle feathers that she could currently change. Although Red couldn't change immediately, Yu Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision could already see the truth. The pure white energy wings were of the light attribute. Other than being immune to dark negative curses, it also gave Red the fastest flying speed. The silver energy wings mainly increased her spiritual power. If she changed to silver battle feathers, then when Red used special skills like Banshee Scream, Whip of Agony and Sheep Transformation, she would receive the greatest increase. Yu Yang couldn't estimate how much the increase would be because the silver battle feathers could only be changed after at least an hour. Also, during the process of leveling up to Divine Envoy, special skills like Banshee Scream, Whip of Agony and Sheep Transformation would also have different changes. The golden battle feathers were the most direct increase. It could increase her entire combat power. On Yu Yang's summoning grimoire, Red's image was very different from before. She was originally the Bloody Queen's Red, but now she had become a bloody goddess, half awakened. Other than Banshee Scream, Whip of Agony and Sheep Transformation, Red also had 2 more special skills, Divine Speed and Sky Feather. Divine Speed, as the name suggested, meant that her flying speed was greatly increased. As for Sky Feather, it had the ability to convert energy into battle feathers during battle. It was a special skill that resonated with his talent. The most mysterious thing was that she could share this Xianxia state with Yu Yang after the transformation. Out of all the special skills, only the Whip of Agony could be shared with Yu Yang. Now, there was also Xianxia. The only difference was that Yu Yang couldn't be like her. Red, who was half-awakened goddess, but up, although she did not have the power like a true goddess envoy, her have up, she had to envoy now. Have. Her Banshee Scream and Whip of Agony had reached the realm of God's power that could harm souls. If she was fully awakened and became a goddess envoy, other than those who were far stronger than her, ordinary heaven rankers would tremble when they saw her. Let's see what your guardian beast is. Sickly beauty and you were very curious. After Red became a goddess envoy and contracted a grimoire, what would her guardian beast be? Not to mention them, even Red herself wanted to know the answer to this question immediately. When the grimoire flipped, the 3 girls squeezed their heads together and were a little stunned. What is it? Yu Yang asked with a smile. It doesn't look like a battle type. Red was a little speechless. She realized that this guardian beast was very different from the battle-type beast she had hoped to get. Angel Dove, Silver ranked level 3, special type beast, male and female peaceful life pair, does not have any combat power, good at flying, can instantly pass through space within a certain range, can teleport to a friendly target, can only teleport once a day, has special wings of light attribute, basic intelligence, special skills, 1,000 miles book transmission, Song of Peace. When Red summoned her guardian beasts, Yu Yang realized that they were just two white light messenger pigeons without a real body. His fingers could pass through their bodies. However, by doing so, they, who had basic intelligence, would show an unhappy expression in their round eyes, as if they were blaming Yu Yang for being hostile. However, when Yu Yang released innate chi from his fingers, they immediately felt the benefits of this pure energy. They flew up and down happily, and mischievously pecked his fingers with their red beaks to show their affection. The cheerful birds realized that their cooing sounds had an indescribable sense of peace, making people feel at ease, as if their souls had been cleansed. This should be the angel dove's Song of Peace skill. It could dispel people's hostility. Of course, this Song of Peace wouldn't have much effect on people with strong wills and extremely stubborn personalities. It could only affect beasts with no intelligence. Not bad. Although they are not battle type, special type beasts have good special skills. In some important moments, they would be able to display miraculous effects. There are some things that you don't think are a lot, but if you don't have them, it would be a huge loss. Furthermore, it's very good that they have the ability to 1,000 miles book transmission. In the future, when there are more battles, our exchange of information will become more and more urgent. Just using the words tricolor map is really not enough. Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't think that the angel dove was bad. On the contrary, he felt that this pair of angel doves were actually the best strategic beasts. There is no such thing as the worst beast, only the worst warrior. The angel dove is actually better than most strengthening type and element type beasts. Red, you have to train them well. Maybe in the future, we will need them to 1,000 miles book transmission when we have important information. Sickly Beauty also encouraged Red. Work hard. Yu gently caressed Red's tender cheeks. From now on, she didn't think of Red as a beast, but as a person. Red will definitely work hard. Red was a little shy, but also a little happy. Her eyes were unusually determined as she clenched her fists tightly and cheered herself on. Right now, she already had the best future. Of course she had to work harder. Use the god-killing dagger or the black light in future battles. When Yu Yang mentioned the black light, he suddenly had an idea. The black light was just a fake 5-colored holy light. It wasn't the real one. The true black light of the 5-colored divine light might still be in Jiao Zhao's hands. Other than the one in Jiao Zhao's hands, there should be 3 other types of divine light. Where were they? Just the green divine light alone had as many as 9 layers of seals. Furthermore, Yu Yang could not easily remove the seals. He was deeply afraid that his grasp of the power of the ancient code would not be enough, causing it to be damaged in an unpredictable manner. One had to know that the green divine light of the 5-colored divine light was in a broken state. Although the master of Black Wind City and Captain Wild Bull had many treasures, to Yu Yang, this abnormal transmigrator who had mastered Black Gui Tsung, White Shuanghua, and Red Knight, most of them were nothing to him. What Yu Yang wanted the most was a holy artifact or a divine weapon. Among them, he wanted to obtain the remaining 4 types of 5-colored divine light the most. If he could gather all 5 types of 5-colored divine light and fight against the Lion King, would he still need to worry about losing? Little San, you haven't been to the Southern Heaven Realm for a few days. You haven't appeared for too long, I'm afraid the situation has changed. You should go up and take a look, in case something happens to Bao Gu, Niu Zhen and the others. Yu was the kindest. Seeing that Yu Yang had been busy in Rainbow Castle for the past few days, she told him to take care of the Black Wind City in the Southern Heaven Realm. Tonight. I still want to communicate with the Star Scorpion during the day. Yu Yang nodded. The Star Scorpion is indeed quite smart. Although it can't speak, I feel that it's much smarter than ordinary war beasts with elementary intelligence. Yu knew that her bad brother would definitely squeeze out the value of the Star Scorpion, otherwise he wouldn't raise it for nothing. Are you confident that you can complete the Earth Divine weapon now? Sickly Beauty knew that it was not easy to create an Earth Divine weapon. The Tao Tai blade from last time was a coincidence. Come and help in the afternoon. Yu Yang nodded slightly. For other war beasts, he was indeed not confident that he could turn them into Earth Divine weapons. However, the Star Scorpion was an exception. There were so many war beasts in the world. If Yu Yang didn't trick them, why did he only love the star scorpion so much? It turned out that this star scorpion had the innate conditions to become a beast divine weapon. Not only did it have elementary intelligence, but its own attributes, body structure, potential fusion, and other aspects all met the conditions of a beast divine weapon. Most importantly, Yu Yang had obtained a pair of scorpion gloves as a reward from the Scorpion Palace. If he could use the scorpion gloves as a foundation and fuse it with the star scorpion, the chances of creating a high-grade beast divine weapon would be very high. Yu Yang did not lack mounts. He was good at teleportation and flying, and if he really wanted to be lazy, he could turn the Tao Tai blade into a beast form. That was the most suitable mount. He also did not lack weapons. Crescent Moon, Tao Tai blade, Killing God Kill, Dragon Slaying Spear, Dragon Slaying Dagger, Black Light, 5-colored Divine Light, Green. He even had the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and the War God Guard Sisters. If he added the World Exterminating Wheel, Eternal Wheel, Star Explosion, Black Guaith Song, White Shuang Hua, Qi Xiao Lian and Nirvana Flame, he had countless weapons to attack. Yu Yang did not need to waste time to cultivate another Earth Divine weapon. But he felt that it was necessary to add a pair of Earth Divine weapon Scorpion gloves in addition to the Gemini mask. If he fused the Star Scorpion and the Scorpion gloves, it would become the Star Scorpion. Normally it would be a glove, but when needed, it would be a war beast. Wouldn't it be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Contract? Don't worry, who am I? I will definitely give you the greatest freedom. Just like Hui Tai Lang, without a contract, you have your own will. Of course, you can't go against me, learn from Hui Tai Lang, that's what you have to do. A beast-shaped Earth Divine weapon will be your final state, and it will also be a high-grade Earth Divine weapon with good potential, not the kind that will reach the limit once you fuse. Don't worry, I will only do it if there is value in cultivating it. Otherwise, why would I keep a beast with no potential by my side? Look at this Tao Tai blade, it is the Earth Divine weapon with the most potential, it can change between a beast and a weapon at any time. What are you worried about? You think I need a weapon? Wrong, I need a pair of gloves. That's right, is there anything more suitable for you than the scorpion gloves in this world? Absolutely not. After you fuse, in 2 years, as long as you perform well, I might even use the Wishing Dutchman's pipe that will never wither to help you increase your potential. Oh right, you have to understand how many powerful treasures I have. Don't worry, follow this third young master, you will definitely be able to eat and drink well. In the future, Hui Tai Lang will be your boss, and Simba will be your brother. Yu Yang once again used his conning skills. This time, he conned a unique scorpion, the Star Scorpion. Master, Black Wind City has arrived. Do you want to reveal your name and have their city lord come out to welcome us? A personal guard captain riding a Heaven Stage Level 3 Infernal Nightmare gracefully stopped his flying mount from being escorted by a Heaven Stage Level 1 Flaming Demonic Horse. He retreated to the edge of a super luxurious carriage that was pulled by 8 snow-white dragons with the same skin color. Through the curtain that the beautiful slave girl raised slightly, he asked the noble man inside with a very loyal and respectful expression. There's no need. There's news that something has happened in Black Wind City and the city lord has changed his position. Send someone in to investigate. If the new city lord doesn't know about the previous Upper Realm trade, then we'll go directly to Silverleaf City. The noble man in the carriage pondered for a moment before making a decision. Yes. Although the personal guard captain wanted to express his opinion, his master didn't ask. He knew that even if he had internal injuries, it would be best if he didn't speak. This personal guard captain with the strength of Heaven Stage Level 5 casually sent out a guard member with the strength of Heaven Stage Level 1. Let the other party enter the city as soon as possible and find the new city lord. Originally, he thought that the new city lord of Black Wind City would soon come down and kowtow to the master behind him in a panic, begging for forgiveness and fear. He had seen this kind of reaction many times. Almost no matter where the owner of this carriage was in the lower realms, the city lord would come out of the city in fear and kowtow to him. Although the master of the carriage rarely went out, he usually made a trip to the lower realms every 10 years. However, in the past 1,000 years, no Heaven Stage martial artist from the lower realms had ever disrespected him in the slightest. Along the way, there were countless city lords who bowed their heads to greet him. It was rare for the owner of the carriage to personally come out to meet him. It was impossible for a relatively barren and backward place like the Emerald Territory's Black Wind City to have a powerful heaven stage, but City Lord Ren. I hope that guy doesn't pee his pants when he sees his master. The personal guard captain imagined with a bit of bad taste. What he didn't expect was that not only did the new city lord make an exception and not personally come out to welcome him, he only sent a servant with the strength of Earth Stage Level 3. Seeing such an ant-like servant, the personal guard captain felt uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. Even if he was a slave, he should have the awareness of being a slave. He actually had the nerve to shamelessly represent the city lord with such strength. Could it be that Black Wind City didn't have any talents to this extent? You can't even find a slave above Earth rank level 5? Could it be that the city lord here is a quasi-heaven rank? Could it be that when he saw a heaven-ranked guard, his legs would go weak and he would hide in the city lord's mansion, not daring to leave the city? The personal guard captain touched the mustache on his lips again and made a malicious guess. Where's your city lord? The guard captain looked at the representative of Black Wind City, who was only at the 3rd level of the Earth stage, as if he was looking at a bug. Black Wind City has undergone a great change some time ago and has been renamed Nightless City in memory of Master Refiner Jun Wei, who sacrificed himself for no reason before the war. The current Nightless City had become a free city, and there was no longer a city lord. This lowly one is lowly and lowly. Under the orders of Prince Longting of the Western Heaven Realm, I am temporarily the chief foreign affairs representative. The round-headed Bao Gu who came to welcome him stepped forward and saluted, replying in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Freedom City? You mean you're in charge of this place now? The guard captain tried his best not to laugh out loud. An Earth Stage Level 3 servant didn't seem to be a combat type. Any random mercenary could easily kill this guy and take over Black Wind City. How could such a childish thing happen in the Heaven Realm? Could ants patrol the territory in place of the Lion King? It was impossible. The guard captain really wanted to tell the other party that any one of his subordinates would be a Heaven Stage powerhouse, and they would be able to take over this Black Wind City. Even if there was no one else, it was impossible for a weakling of the Earth Stage Level 3 to become the representative of a city, right? After spending a lot of effort to hold back his laughter, the guard captain asked in a teasing voice, I really want to know, after you became the representative, did anyone in the city challenge you? The round-head Bao Gu revealed a sincere smile, not yet. Perhaps it's because I usually have a good relationship with my neighbors. After I became the representative of Nightless City's foreign affairs, not only did everyone enthusiastically support me, they also often invited me over for a banquet. In addition to everything being the same as before the change, I also opened up a number of business transactions, truly encouraging and supporting my work in Nightless City. When he said this, the guard captain choked. It was even more uncomfortable than swallowing a mouse. If it weren't for the owner of the carriage looking at him, he would have drawn his sword and killed this arrogant ant who dared to speak to him. Alchemist Master? Western Heaven Realm? Prince Longting. The noble master in the carriage was so smart that he could figure out a lot of things with just a few key words. After some thought, the master of Mali suddenly became a little interested in this Black Wind City that he didn't care about at all. No, it should be Nightless City now. For the first time in hundreds of years, he asked a non-heaven stage servant. He respectfully bowed to the round-head Bao Gu and asked, Excuse me, is your Prince Longting inside? Esteemed guest, His Royal Highness just returned from a trip a few days ago. He is currently bathing and changing his clothes, so he is unable to come and welcome you. The round-head Bao Gu replied politely. Since he's here, I wonder if we can meet? It's been a long time since I've met the experts of the Western Heaven Realm and the lower realms. The owner of the carriage sighed. Please, esteemed guest. The round-head Bao Gu respectfully made a pleased gesture. When the guard captain saw this, his lungs exploded with anger. What kind of status did his master have? The other party was just a small fry from the lower realms, a prince that he had never heard of, yet he wanted his master to personally meet him? Did that prince have the qualifications? This was simply the greatest disrespect. The guard captain placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. As long as his master wasn't happy, he would immediately draw his sword and kill this dog slave. Then, he would rush into the city and hang the head of that prince on the city gate as a warning to others. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to draw his sword, the owner of the carriage said, "Let's go." The guard captain almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Of course, he absolutely did not dare to question the orders of the master in the carriage. That was a noble existence, and any order was not something that a servant like him could question. 8 snow dragon horses pulled the carriage and descended from the sky into the garden of the city lord's mansion. At this time, the guard captain had yet to see the prince come out to welcome him. On the other hand, the servant who called himself the round-head Bao Gu explained apologetically that the prince was bathing and was unable to come out to welcome him. He hoped that the esteemed guest would wait a little longer. If the captain of the guards were to explode with all his anger, it would definitely be more violent than a volcano eruption, and he could easily destroy the entire nightless city. However, the master of the carriage was waiting quietly without any expression, so he could only endure the humiliation and wait. 10 minutes later. A yawning shadow slowly walked out, as if he had just woken up. The guard captain glared at him angrily, wanting to see what kind of arrogant appearance this prince, who had brought him shame, looked like. He was destined to be disappointed, because what he saw was only a young human wearing a saint-level Gemini mask. It was impossible to see his true appearance. What drove the guard captain crazy the most was that this prince was only at the quasi-heaven rank. He was far inferior to any of his guards. How could a prince with that kind of strength dare to be so arrogant? Could it be that the southern heaven realm didn't even have a heaven stage expert? To let a quasi-heaven stage expert be so arrogant was simply the greatest insult to all heaven stage experts. "I'm very sorry. I fell asleep because I was too comfortable in the bath." The person who came out was, of course, Yu Yang. Other than him, there was no other quasi-heaven stage warrior who could speak so casually in front of a group of heaven stage experts. Nonsense. It would have been better if he didn't listen to the explanation, but this kind of infuriating explanation made the guard captain want to strangle him to death. Prince Longting is very lucky. This old man often suffers from insomnia because of mundane matters. I am always envious of people who have sweet dreams. The owner of the carriage laughed. Esteemed guest is kind and magnanimous. May I know your name? I am Shui Wuxiang, a disciple of the Western Heaven Realm's Longting sect. Before Yu Yang could finish speaking, another beautiful figure walked out from inside. Her figure was extremely sexy and enchanting. Just one look at her would cause one's soul to tremble. It was hard to describe her as a wonderful person. In the guard captain's opinion, such a beauty should be paired with a powerful man like him. It would be a match made in heaven. However, he didn't expect this beauty with the strength of heaven stage level 3 to not even look at him from the corner of her eyes. Instead, she stretched out her slender arms and held on to that guy with the strength of quasi-heaven stage. It was as if she was afraid that if she let go, this bullshit prince would get rid of her. That kind of contrast between a swan and a toad made the guard captain want to vomit blood. Little liar, there's a guest here. Why don't you introduce him? That sexy and enchanting beauty smiled sweetly and joked with Yu Yang. The guard captain really wanted to beat his chest and break a few of his ribs. Only by doing that could he slightly relieve his depression. The handsome heaven stage level 5 was right in front of her. She didn't even look at him. That trash who was only quasi-heaven stage, yet she threw herself at him. How could she let him live? If she could smile at him like that bullshit prince, even if he was a star in the sky, he would still pluck it for her. The guard captain had always thought of himself as a romantic and unrestrained person who had never been touched by a single leaf. He never lacked beauties. As long as he stretched out his hand, countless women would flock to him, crying and shouting that they wanted to spend the rest of their lives with him. He didn't expect to meet such a beauty in this nightless city. She, who was as proud as a white swan, didn't even look at him from the corner of her eyes. Yet, she had a soft spot for a toad. How could this not make people vomit blood? How could this not make people jealous? Go away, this prince isn't very familiar with you. Yu Yang casually waved his hand and shook off the sexy and enchanting beauty. The guard captain's eyes twitched. If you're not familiar with me, then why did you jump into the pool when I was bathing? The sexy and enchanting beauty didn't mind at all. She only pretended to be angry and glared at him. It's definitely slander. A gentleman like me would never jump into the pool without the invitation of a beauty. I thought that you felt too lonely bathing alone, so you decided to be kind and go down to the pool to help me. I didn't think that you would look at me like this. I'm really disappointed. Yu Yang patted his chest, showing that he was a gentleman. The guard captain almost fell off his horse. He died on the spot. Was there a gentleman like him in this world? If it wasn't for the fact that the master in the carriage didn't say anything, he would have already chopped him with his sword. No, chopping him to death was too easy. He should have chopped him into pieces and fed them to the dogs. Moreover, even so, it was difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. From the beginning to the end, this brat never looked at him in the eye. What right did he have? He was just a quasi-heaven ranker, yet he was so arrogant. He really didn't understand why the master could still endure it. Then I misunderstood you. The sexy and enchanting beauty covered her mouth to hide her laughter. She stopped fooling around with Yu Yang. She held back her laughter and bowed to the carriage, by Lu greets Senior. We juniors don't know the rules and have neglected Senior. Please forgive us for being young and frivolous. Haha. The master in the carriage laughed happily. Little girl, do you know me? 100 years ago, my father used the cold ice jade to exchange for dragon marrow with Senior, and we were fated to meet. Of course, at that time, Bai LV was not born yet, but my father often mentioned the name of the patrol king to Bai LV. The enchanting beauty respectfully greeted the Senior in the carriage, and at the same time, glanced at Yu Yang with her beautiful big eyes, indicating that he should not stand carelessly. No matter what, he should look like a junior. So it's the daughter of the original Emerald Lord Bai Hai. I've heard about your family, but the Emerald Territory is not under my jurisdiction, and the Lionheart King and I are in different camps, so it's not convenient for me to ask about your family's affairs. Now that I see my old friend's daughter is still here, and growing up well, I'm really happy. The patrol king in the carriage sighed slightly, and then became happy again. Although it's not convenient for me to ask about your affairs in the lower realm, if you have any urgent needs, you can trade with me and exchange goods. Thank you, Senior. The enchanting beauty waved her hand slightly. My family has fallen, and I have no more treasures to exchange with Senior. However, Bai LV can introduce someone to me. This is Prince Longting from the Western Heaven Realm. He has gained a lot recently, maybe he can take out something to trade with Senior. Is that so? The patrol king in the carriage asked Yu Yang. I wonder what Prince Longting wants to exchange for. There are many things I want to exchange, but the question is, what do you want? Yu Yang did not think that this patrol king would want ordinary things. Actually, what I want is very simple. As long as it's rare and interesting, I'm interested. For example, spirit stones, heaven crystals, beast souls, summoning grimoires, ancient relics, fountain of youth, rune crystals, God's dew, God's wine, etc. The patrol king in the carriage gave a list of things to buy. After listening, Yu Yang was speechless. Not to mention that he did not have a lot of these things. Even if they filled up a few rainbow castles, he would not take them out to exchange. Among the items that the patrol king wanted to buy, Yu Yang only had summoning grimoire and God's dew. Yu Yang had obtained the summoning grimoire from killing many innates in Tong Tian Tower, while the God's dew was obtained from the 12 zodiac temples. There had been beast souls before, but they had long since been fused and upgraded. That was how the Taotai blade and the Star Scorpio had come about. He also had heaven crystal. He had just obtained it from the stingy bastard's treasure trove, but this was an important item that Yu Yang wanted to use to become an innate paragon. It was impossible for him to bring it out to exchange with the other party. The Fountain of Youth was an extremely rare alchemy item, whether it was the martial spirit pill or the martial god pill. It was all a catalyst. Even if the Fountain of Youth that Yu Yang obtained could be used for bathing, he wouldn't take it out to exchange with others. He would never complain about having too many of such things. Previously, Yu Yang had only obtained a few thunder-attributed spirit stones from the Thunder Fortress. He had been looking for them ever since he ascended to the Heaven Realm, but to no avail. Finally, he opened the boxes that Captain Wild Bull had placed in the third door of the Stingy Ghost's treasure trove. Only then did he discover that they contained spirit stones that were extremely rare even in the heavenly realm. Although the spirit stone was not a heaven crystal, it was still extremely rare. Ordinary heaven stage warriors were simply unable to use the enormous energy of the heaven crystal. If they wanted to improve themselves or their war beasts, one of the more common methods was to absorb the energy contained in the spirit stone. This kind of absorption process was actually very slow. However, for many beings who were born as heaven stage beings with mediocre potential, the increase of spirit stones was almost all of their hopes for advancement. Fighting could also increase one's strength. This sentence wasn't wrong, but heaven-rank powerhouses that relied purely on fighting to increase their strength couldn't live for long. In that kind of endless battle, as long as they failed once, their lives would end. This was also the main reason why the heaven realm allowed heaven stage experts to surrender to the enemy's territory under certain circumstances. If all the heaven stage warriors fought to the death, then all the current heaven stage warriors would be reduced by 9 out of 10, or even more. I'm very sorry, there's no such thing as you said. Our place is very remote and belongs to the countryside. It doesn't produce any rare or interesting treasures. Yu Yang did not ask the other party what he could exchange for. In his eyes, no matter what he exchanged for, it would be a loss. Is that so? The patrol king in the carriage did not mind and laughed. If you're interested, you can find me to exchange. You're a senior, of course I'll listen to you. Yu Yang casually bowed and prepared to send the other party away. Two interesting children, we'll meet again if fate allows it. The patrol king in the carriage laughed and ordered the carriage to depart. 8 handsome snow sky dragon horses pulled the carriage at the same time. In an instant, the luxurious extended carriage soared into the sky and flew away. The personal guard captain with the strength of heaven stage level 5 looked at the sexy and enchanting Bai Lu and realized that she still did not look at him from the corner of her eyes. She only pulled on the corner of Yu Yang's clothes, as if she was afraid that he would fly away. He immediately felt extremely sour in his heart. Looking at Yu Yang again, he completely ignored him and yawned. The personal guard captain was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Out of duty, he immediately rode on the heaven stage level 3 infernal nightmare and gave Bai Lu a courteous knight's salute. Then, he led a group of personal guards and followed closely behind the carriage. Bai Lu stretched out her hand and lightly pinched Yu Yang's arm. Tell me, didn't I cooperate with you? Just now, I saw that idiot knight's nose was crooked from anger. I really don't understand what kind of person the patrol king is. Why would he recruit such a narrow-minded and self-righteous personal guard captain? Yu Yang snorted coldly. It's precisely because this guy is so scheming that he would do this. What's real and what's fake is the best disguise. Moreover, don't you think so? With such a self-righteous personal guard captain, that old fellow patrol king's prestige is even more obvious. For a city lord in the lower realm, wouldn't it be more convenient to have such a self-righteous personal guard captain? I dare say that the patrol king came here with a purpose. He saw the Lionheart king and Tuayi king fighting in the dark and was curious about our identities. Therefore, he used the name of your father, an old friend, to come here to gather information. He even wanted to rope us in as his pawns between the Lionheart king and Tuayi king. Hearing his analysis, Bai Lu also furrowed her brows. The patrol king didn't come earlier or later, he just had to come at this time. It couldn't help but make people suspicious. Most importantly, he actually hinted that he was willing to exchange with Yu Yang, the prince of soaring dragon from the western heaven realm. Didn't this mean that he wanted to borrow Yu Yang's strength to stab the Lionheart king and Tuayi king? What should we do next? In order to cooperate with your battle plan, I've already ordered my subordinates to not move. But you must know that I'm only a lord of a dead country. I don't have absolute control over the city lords under me. Taking 10,000 steps back, you clan's third young master who has gained a lot, you should at least leave some bones for everyone to chew on, right? Everyone's stomachs are growling from watching you eat. It's not a good idea to keep looking at you like this. The sexy and enchanting Bai Lu giggled and said, as long as you think of a way to not let everyone starve, it's not a problem if you want me to serve you bathing. Go away. Yu Yang was furious. I hate people who say one thing and do another. What do you mean by serving me? You stood 10 meters away from me and watched me soak in the bath. How can that be called serving me? This day will come sooner or later. Aren't you busy with business now? Why are you messing around with men and women? The important things are more important. Bai Lu was not angry. Personally, I don't agree with the alliance. However, since you guys have cooperated with our plan and have paid a certain price, I'll force it. Let's not talk about anything else. I'll just say one thing. Go back and tell those idiotic old fellows that it's not impossible to gnaw on bones. Prepare your dentures first because many bones are too hard to gnaw on and will gnaw off your teeth. Take a long-term view and don't just see the small benefits in front of you. Yu Yang waved his hand and sent Bai Lu away. Your Excellency Emerald Lord, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. I still have a lot of things to do. It's the former Emerald Lord of a dead country. Bai Lu corrected. Finally, before teleporting away, she looked back and smiled mischievously. Aren't you worried that the guard captain will come back at night and fight you to the death? His infernal nightmare is not bad. I'm lacking a cool mount. Yu Yang turned around and gave Bai Lu a view of his back. I've seen many outstanding men in the heaven realm, but I've never seen one like him who makes me not know whether to laugh or cry. With him in the heaven realm, it might be very interesting. Bai Lu muttered to herself. She suddenly realized that her desire to recover the Emerald Territory, the life event that she thought would be her lifelong wish, had become unimportant. In comparison, recovering the Emerald Territory and the deer-chasing heavenly realm were like comparing fireflies to the bright moon. Should she continue to carry out the Firefly plan, or join his team wholeheartedly and participate in that bright and glorious cause, she was only at the third level of heaven stage. In a Firefly plan like recovering the Emerald Territory, she was still not strong enough. If she wanted to join the deer-chasing heavenly realm, could she really do it? Bai Lu asked herself. After a long time, a smile appeared on her face. As if she had figured something out, she shouted towards the city lord's mansion, "Wait for me. I will definitely surprise you. Don't underestimate me. Otherwise, I guarantee that your eyeballs will fall to the ground." She raised her small pink fist and waved it twice as if she was cheering herself on. The moment the teleportation flashed, she even turned around and took a look. Seeing that there was a pair of eyes hidden behind the mask looking at her, she was even more delighted. She waved her hand again and then disappeared. This girl is a big trouble. Yu Yang said to himself. What should we do tonight? Zhongguan, He Tu, and Bai Ma the Surrender Trio appeared beside Yu Yang. In order to hide their identities, they had been hiding in Hui Tai Lang's grimoire world. In the evening, there will be a very interesting welcome banquet. What we have to do is to make it unforgettable for the guests. A smile appeared at the corner of Yu Yang's mouth. Beautiful women would be dazzled by his smile, but in the eyes of Zhongguan and the Surrender Trio, this sunny smile was 10,000 times more terrifying than the smile of a demon. When this smile appeared, it meant that someone was unlucky. Outside Nightless City, Pit of 10,000. A hell nightmare burning with dark flames descended from the sky. On its back was the personal guard captain who was arrogant and disdainful during the day. From the darkness, a dark figure that looked like a mouse drilled out and respectfully knelt in front of the guard captain. Respected Heaven Ranker, I have already found out about your whereabouts. During the day, the beauty who appeared in the city lord's mansion was the first leader of the rebel army, Bai Lu, the daughter of the former Emerald Lord. She held the important seal given to the Emerald Lord by the Upper Realm. In recent years, she had been exiled outside the Emerald Territory, far away from the current Emerald Lord Cloud Island. Other than a few loyal old officials of the independent rebel army in the faraway cities, almost no one remembered her existence. According to some special secret channels, Bai Lu has the desire to recover the Emerald Territory, but has not found a suitable ally. What about that man? The personal guard captain had no ill will towards the beauty, but he hated Yu Yang to the bone. The masked Prince Longting from the Western Heaven Realm is a very mysterious martial artist. No one has ever seen his true face. Prince Longting is good at hiding his aura. On the surface, his strength is not at heaven stage, but his true combat power is very terrifying. He once defeated old Demon Wei, who had just climbed to the 5th level of heaven stage. The mole-like shadow could not gather more information about Yu Yang. Do you think such a little information is worth 200,000 gold? The personal guard captain sneered. Originally, this information was worth at least 50,000 gold coins. However, since you think it is not enough, I will give it to you for free. Prince Longting is good at a special domain power. No one can escape within the domain. Old Demon Wei and the others all died in battle. The mole-like shadow replied respectfully. No one can escape? The personal guard captain frowned slightly after hearing this. The only survivor is the former city lord, Black Wind. The shadow paused and said, however, Black Wind is currently in hiding. For the time being, we can't get any information about Prince Longting's domain power from any channel. What other useful information is there? I want to confirm the truth. Don't deceive me with guesses and legends. The personal guard captain snorted. The last news is that all the teammates around Prince Longting have disappeared in the past few days. The shadow said with certainty. Did those people return to the Western Heaven Realm or hide? The personal guard captain asked. The shadow was unable to answer. Out of all the information I purchased from the mercenary guild, you're the one I'm most dissatisfied with. No matter what information you give, it's all vague and vague. The fees are far higher than others. This is too disappointing. The guard captain tossed out a bronze card. Here's 100,000 gold coins. Get lost. If it wasn't for the mercenary guild's agreement, I wouldn't even give you a single cent. I didn't expect that your information wasn't worth this price. No matter how rich I am, I won't pay for it. Respected Heaven Ranker, how can you go back on your words? In the agreement, it clearly states that it is 200,000 gold, and this was personally approved by the Silver Leaf Guild leader. The rat-like shadow did not leave. He bowed sincerely, hoping that the guard captain would change his mind. Scram. The personal guard captain felt that he had done his part. Although you are a Heaven Rank Level 5 powerhouse, how can you go back on your word? The mouse-like shadow sighed in disappointment. If you don't scram, then die. When the guard captain heard these words, he flew into a rage. He felt that he, a dignified Heaven Rank Level 5 powerhouse, was actually being questioned and mocked by an Earth Rank weakling. It was truly a great insult. Like lightning, the Heaven Rank Level 3 Hell Nightmare spat out a raging flame at the mouse-like shadow. The mouse-like shadow wanted to escape, but with his strength, it was impossible for him to do so. The raging flames enveloped his body. The shadow that had turned into a flaming man didn't even struggle for a while before it was burned to ashes by the raging flames of hell. The guard captain looked at the pile of ashes and couldn't help but spit proudly. He laughed heartily and said, "How reckless. How can a mouse like you blaspheme us, a Heaven Ranker? Your survival must be approved by us. Otherwise, it will be the day you die. A weak little worm dares to bargain with me, it's really laughable." Beneath him was a Heaven-ranked Level 3 Infernal Nightmare. It also neighed proudly. Snorting, pawing hooves. Raging flames raged. The raging flames on the Hell Nightmare's body made the guard captain even more majestic. The guard captain looked at the nightless city in the distance and gathered energy in his hands. He was preparing to condense a huge energy ball and raise the nightless city to the ground from tens of kilometers away. This was one of the abilities he was most proud of among all the skills he had mastered. It was a type of blazing explosion bomb that could destroy an entire city from afar. From 30 kilometers away, as long as a large enough blazing explosion bomb was condensed, it could easily wipe out a city from the earth. If there was anyone who could survive this kind of explosion bomb, they must be at least Heaven Ranker. He didn't know if the arrogant masked man would die from his own blazing explosion bomb. But he was sure that the Heaven Rank Level 3 Bai Lu would not be in any danger. Although she didn't look at him, the guard captain was still reluctant to kill such a beauty. From his experience, that sexy and enchanting Bai Lu was only hot on the surface. She was really an inexperienced virgin. If she was a beauty, if he could catch her and train her well, that would be great. As for that damned masked man. Even if he was lucky enough not to die, what awaited him was his own unstoppable revenge. He believed that the masked man would kneel at his feet and tremble. If he thought that the special domain he used to restrict Old Demon Wei would be useful against him, then he was wrong, completely wrong. Old Demon Wei didn't even have a summoning grimoire. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter the upper realm. Compared to him, Old Demon Wei, who was at the 5th level of Heaven stage, was just a small bug. A slightly bigger bug. Be destroyed in the flames. You will never know how severe the punishment for offending me, a Heaven stage powerhouse, will be. The guard captain raised the mountain-sized blazing explosion bomb in his hand. It was as majestic as a god. Just as he was about to mercilessly throw out the condensed blazing explosion bomb and destroy the nightless city, a shadow suddenly appeared behind the guard captain. On his face, he wore the unique Gemini mask, and his eyes always carried a mocking smile. He was naturally Yu Yang, who had prepared a banquet and was waiting for the guard captain. Yu Yang didn't launch a sneak attack. If he launched a sneak attack, he would definitely succeed. Good. However, he didn't do that. He just quietly looked at the guard captain, his eyes shining like a miser looking at a pile of gold coins. Huh? The guard captain immediately discovered that there was someone behind him. He turned his head and discovered that it was actually his enemy, Yu Yang. His body trembled violently. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He never would have thought that his enemy had already touched his back, but he still didn't realize it. Just as he was about to take action to seize the initiative, a light smoke emerged from the black scorched earth, condensing into a mouse-like shadow. The shadow prostrated on the ground and kowtowed to Yu Yang. "Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. If not for this, Smoke Flea would have died without a burial place." Yu Yang waved his hand. "I have already said that selling the information to me is the right way. Not everyone is as trustworthy as me." The mouse-like shadow replied respectfully, "Please forgive Smoke Flea. Because I had accepted the task of Uncle Ding, before Uncle Ding broke the agreement, Smoke Flea didn't want to violate the agreement. Now, after Smoke Flea completed the task, he let Uncle Ding kill him wantonly, so there is no longer any restriction on the agreement. Your Highness, although there has never been such a precedent, Smoke Flea decided to make an exception and give you the information you need free of charge." When the guard captain heard that the name he had been hiding was exposed by the mouse-like shadow, his face suddenly changed, and his killing intent rose. Uncle Ding, originally a subordinate of King Luo Ma from the Southern Heaven Realm. Because of his audacity, he took advantage of the fact that Master was fighting a strong enemy and had an affair with King Luo Ma's beloved concubine. Afterwards, King Luo Ma escaped quickly after a narrow victory, changing his name to Shifeng and Anishir. Then, he changed his name to Extraordinary and joined the Patrol King of the Heaven Realm. Because of his good fighting strength and eloquence, he was appreciated. Later, he ambushed Captain Zhaogan from the back when he was killing a demon beast, stole Captain Zhaogan's origin energy belt, and forcefully took Captain Zhaogan's heaven-ranked beast, Pu Gui, and finally became the Patrol King's guard captain. Uncle Ding has bullied Master and murdered his friends and relatives. There are countless examples of his misdeeds. Because he has a top-grade holy-level ring of deception, he has covered up everything and is safe and sound. The shadow reported the information of the guard captain to Yu Yang. Anything else? The guard captain Ding really didn't know that so many of his secrets were known by others. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He swore in his heart that no matter what, he must kill these two people who knew his real identity today. Otherwise, if the Luo Ma King found out, his life would be in danger. He was so angry that he laughed and asked, "Looks like you really know a lot. Other than the ring of deception and the origin energy belt, what else do you know?" Uncle Ding is good at 4 types of attacks. The first one is the blazing explosive bomb. It's the most powerful, but it must be used from a distance of 10 kilometers and not more than 30 kilometers. The further the distance, the more powerful the explosion. When the shadow said this, the guard captain Ding's face immediately became distorted. "Continue talking. I guarantee that no matter how angry he is, he won't be able to touch a single hair on your head." Yu Yang promised the shadow. Uncle Ding's second attack method is to use flame spray as one, just like how he killed the dwarf just now. The weakness is that he must ride on the infernal nightmare. The third attack method is to plunder Captain Zhaogan's Pu Gui. Uncle Ding's saliva has some kind of poison that can paralyze people. Combined with the Pu Gui's ability, he can kill people without leaving a trace. Uncle Ding's most secret attack method, the art of fat sheep. The shadow revealed Uncle Ding's most secret attack method. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He had never used this special art of fat sheep in front of a living person. He didn't expect the Smoke Flea to know the secret so well. Art of fat sheep? Yu Yang was curious and asked. "I'm not too sure." It should be a very special ability that needs to meet certain conditions. It can temporarily turn the enemy's body into a fat sheep and kill them within a limited time. Then, the enemy will die in the state of a fat sheep and will never be able to recover. The rat-like smoke flea explained. Interesting. Yu Yang sighed. I didn't expect the ring of deception to have such a magical effect. Originally, the guard captain Ding Bo still had the last bit of arrogance on his face. However, after hearing Yu Yang's words, he was completely dumbfounded. The only secret that he had yet to reveal had been seen through by Yu Yang. He was so angry that he couldn't control himself. He raised his right hand that was wearing the ring of deception. All of you, turn into fat sheep and die. Before I die, I will use the cruelest methods in the world to torture all of you. You can let out a cry of despair. You can leave now. In the future, if I need anything, I will definitely look for you to ask for information. I have to praise you, you are really an expert at getting information. Yu Yang didn't even look at the incomparably furious Uncle Ding. He waved his hand at the rat that was as ugly as a smoke flea. Your information is definitely worth 200,000. You can find Bao Gu to make up for the rest of the money. Want to leave? Ding Bo sneered. How could he let the opponent leave just like that? Knowing so many of his secrets, he raised his left hand and summoned a silver grimoire. A unique domain that belonged to him rose up. A smoke-like substance surged out from his body and quickly spread out, forming a semicircular domain within 100 meters. This was Ding Bo's domain power, spirit domain. Within 100 meters of smoke-like space, all enemies would be affected. As long as they were not as strong as Ding Bo, they would be forcefully added to the domain into a spirit state. Enemies in a spirit state would have their attack and defense weakened. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that only enemies in a spirit state would be able to use the unique transformation ability of the Ring of Deception to turn them into a fat sheep. Sheep transformation, using blood as a guide. Ding Bo bit the tip of his tongue and mixed the blood and saliva together. Then, he spat it out fiercely. Saliva and blood with paralyzing poison shot out like arrows. Even if it was just a mouthful of saliva. It was also extremely powerful. The rat-like smoke flea couldn't escape from the spirit domain in time and was hit by the saliva on its back. In an instant, his body shone. The smoke flea that was paralyzed let out a scream. Countless smoke-like substances surrounded its body tightly. When it dispersed, the originally short smoke flea had already turned into a fat, white, clumsy sheep. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's timely help, the smoke flea that had turned into a sheep would have fallen off the cliff. It would have been smashed to pieces. Yu Yang waved his hand lightly. The smoke flea that had turned into a sheep floated down to the ground as if it was supported by a light wind. Its forehooves landed on the ground, completely unharmed. The smoke flea that had turned into a sheep but still had a mind of its own looked at Yu Yang and bowed its head to express its gratitude. Then, it took a step and quickly ran out of the spirit domain. Of course, Ding Bo wouldn't let it go so easily. With a press of his hand, a golden light shone from the silver grimoire. A golden-horned flame demon covered in flames appeared. Its level was not as high as the infernal nightmare. It was only heaven-ranked level 1, but it had an extraordinary intelligence. Its cunning eyes flashed with a sinister light. The golden-horned flame devil stomped on the ground. Within the specter domain, there was no reaction at all. But outside the specter domain, it instantly turned into a sea of flames. If the smoke flea, which had turned into a sheep, charged forward again, it would inevitably become a whole roasted sheep. Playing with fire? Yu Yang did not summon his grimoire at all, nor did he raise his creation domain. He only summoned the spirit of heaven fire. Who? As soon as spirit of heaven fire came out, she exhaled gently towards the sea of fire outside the spirit domain. The sea of fire immediately rose and broke away from golden-horned flame devil's control, completely under spirit of heaven fire's control. She pointed down the mountain with her hand, and a path of fire split open in the burning flames, allowing the smoke fleas to leave easily without being burned by the flames. Compared to controlling fire, spirit of heaven fire, whose origin was nirvana flame, which was composed of storm, flame, lightning, spirit, and ghost, was undoubtedly better. Golden-horned flame demon roared at spirit of heaven fire, but did not dare to act rashly. Because it also knew that this was a formidable opponent. Magma Wyvern. Uncle Ding stretched out his hand and summoned another quasi-heaven rank Magma Wyvern. He sneered at Yu Yang, "You want to compete with more war beasts? Come on, I'll let you, a bull *T prince, see what a real heaven ranker is. If you think that I'm the same as other heaven rankers, then you're wrong. Do you think that every heaven ranker has a grimoire like me? Impossible. Only a true ranker has a grimoire." "I agree, but I want to say that even if you have a grimoire, you're not necessarily a true ranker." Yu Yang saw the Magma Wyvern rush into the sky and dive towards the cliff, turning into a sheep smoke flea. He also summoned the Reaper Mantis and let her chase after it to end the life of the Magma Wyvern. Centaur Chief. Uncle Ding was not alarmed by the appearance of the Reaper Mantis. He immediately summoned a Centaur Chief with a horse's body and a human's head, and let the Centaur Chief with a bow and a short spear on his back attack the Reaper Mantis. The Magma Wyvern also turned around at the same time and attacked the Reaper Mantis together with the Centaur Chief. Seeing that the situation was favorable, Ding Bo sneered at Yu Yang, "You want to compete with me in war beasts? You're asking to be humiliated." Then, he summoned an extremely ugly two-headed giant demon. This two-headed giant demon was 30 meters tall. It roared loudly. It lifted a huge rock from the side of the pit and threw it fiercely at Yu Yang. Yu Yang jumped lightly, dodging the boulder's attack. However, Uncle Ding waved his hand with a pleased look in his eyes. A quasi-heaven rank poison arrow porcupine shot tens of thousands of arrows, densely packed like rain, towards Yu Yang in the sky. Uncle Ding knew that these methods were not enough to kill his opponent, but he was not anxious. He was confident that he could kill his opponent. He only wanted to torture and ravage this hateful enemy before killing him to vent the hatred in his heart during the day. The two-headed giant demon that forced Yu Yang to jump again lifted a rock that was as big as a small mountain and threw it down the cliff towards the sheep smoke flea. It was still a sheep smoke flea, it dodged with great difficulty. Suddenly, a war beast that had snuck out from the spirit domain unknowingly hid in the path of the sheep smoke flea's escape. It sprayed a thick yellow smoke at the smoke flea. The smoke flea that was caught in the yellow smoke immediately fainted, its body still in the sheep state. This weasel-like war beast picked up the fainted smoke flea and returned to its master's side. Uncle Ding looked at the smoke flea condescendingly and mocked with a bit of disdain, "Pitiful weakling, you still think that you can escape from me? You who do not have the awareness of being a weakling is destined to have a pitiful fate. Trusting a quasi-heaven rank friend and challenging a heaven rank ranker who has a grimoire, this is the biggest mistake in your life." After mocking it, it shouted loudly at Yu Yang who had just dodged the rain of arrows, "Look at your current appearance, do you still dare to boast? Even if I did not use 100% of my strength, I can still easily play you in the palm of my hand. Didn't you say that you can protect this guy's life? Didn't you say that I can't even touch a single hair on his head? Right now, as long as I want to, I can crush his body and bones at any time. What can you do? The fate of the weak smoke flea, his fate is the same as yours, because you are also a pitiful weakling. Weakling, your name is incompetent, ha 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 ha. The one who laughs at the end is the one who is truly strong." Yu Yang waved his hand. Uncle Ding realized that his ghost domain had changed a little. Unknowingly, a shadow had appeared in front of him. It was a female barbarian cow that looked like a sheep-horned woman. Other than possession, reconstruction, giant shadow, inseparable, and so on, there was also a special skill called shadow evasion. Shadow evasion. The phantom can freely blend into the darkness, and the naked eye cannot see its existence. In an extremely special environment, the phantom can be supplied with a large amount of spiritual energy to create a dark fog and forcefully blend into the darkness. Just as Uncle Ding was laughing proudly and mocking continuously, a man had already snuck in front of him. Facing this different female barbarian cow, Uncle Ding instinctively felt danger. Almost at the same time he attacked, the weasel-like war beast had already pounced towards a man, preparing to use its speed to attack the barbarian cow shadow a man die. A man opened her left hand and grabbed the weasel's throat like an eagle grabbing a chick. She casually threw the weasel onto the ground. The entire cliff shook violently. The protruding rocks shook non-stop as if there was an earthquake. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground where the weasel hit the ground. Broken rocks rolled down from the cliff. Compared to the two-headed giant demon's stone throw just now, the power was 10 times stronger. A man threw the weasel, whose skull was shattered, towards a faraway mountain rock. Rumble, a piece of mountain rock exploded, and together with the weasel's body, it fell into the pit of 10,000 people at the bottom of the valley. The porcupine that had shot the poison arrow did not even have time to shoot the sharp thorns on its back before it was kicked away by a man. It smashed into the bottom of the valley like a meteor, chasing after the weasel. The two-headed giant demon had just lifted a huge rock when a man heavily struck its abdomen. The two heads of the two-headed giant demon that was lifting the rock immediately drooped down. 4 of its eyes rolled back and its arms went limp. It knelt down and was buried by the mountain-like rock on top of its head. Raging flame spray. Uncle Ding's expression was extremely ugly, but he was still fearless as he patted the Hell Nightmare. The Hell Nightmare, whose strength was at heaven-ranked level 3, immediately spat out hellfire. The raging flames enveloped a man's entire body. In this kind of hellfire, even the fire dragon crystal, which was known to be able to withstand high temperatures in Heaven Realm, would melt into water. Uncle Ding laughed coldly in his heart towards a man who did not dodge. No matter how strong you were, as long as you were made of flesh and blood, you would not be able to withstand the hellfire that he and the Hell Nightmare had spat out. Hateful fellow! A man walked out of the raging flames like the Emperor of Fire. She used her hands to split open the flames, causing Uncle Ding to stare blankly. She, who had frequently endured the Nirvana flame to reconstruct her body, other than the Nirvana flame, no other flames could easily harm her body. Although the hellfire's power was terrifying, a man turned a blind eye to it. She directly charged through the raging flamestorm and threw out a punch, fiercely hitting the Hell Nightmare's head. Boom! The heaven-ranked level 3 Hell Nightmare's noble head tilted to the side, its huge eyes revealing an angry expression. However, a man did not care about the Hell Nightmare's thoughts at all. She had killed many heaven-ranked level 3 war beasts. The Hell Nightmare was nothing. The Hell Nightmare suddenly turned its head and exploded with the unique mental attack of the Nightmare clan. It stared at a man with its huge dead eyes, preparing to seriously injure this female barbarian cow who dared to harm it. A man was forced to take a big step back by the explosive power of the dead eyes. Uncle Ding was overjoyed. He thought that a man would fall because of this and then die in despair in the Nightmare's mental world. However, the cruel reality was that a man was completely fine. A man, who often trained with Red, was used to mental attacks. Moreover, her mind was connected with her master, Yu Yang. Unless Yu Yang's supreme will was destroyed, it was impossible to destroy a man's mental world. Even the expert from tens of thousands of years ago, Emperor Wu Shuang's general impasse, could only affect a man when he summoned the Wry-Face Mushroom, and was unable to directly injure a man. The Nightmare Deadeye's attack had completely angered a man. A feeling welled up in her heart. In an instant, a pair of beautiful big eyes turned blood red, as if they were the eyes of a death god. Red light flashed, when a man angrily stared back at the heaven-ranked level 3 Hell Nightmare. Not only the Hell Nightmare, even Uncle Ding on its back started to scream. He rolled down from the horse's back, hugged his head, and cried out in pain. The gaze of death, which had not erupted for a long time, was finally triggered when a man was extremely angry. Furthermore, at the same time, it was also triggered by the even more terrifying blood pupil double kill. Crimson Eyes double kill was a skill that activated when Doom's Gaze was activated. After killing an enemy in an instant, there was a certain chance of killing a related enemy as well. Uncle Ding, who was the owner of this skill, was unlucky. Although he was not killed by the blood pupil double kill, his soul was severely injured. On the surface, he looked fine, but his soul had suffered immeasurable damage. This kind of damage was irreparable to the soul. Of course, even if it could be healed, Yu Yang would not give Uncle Ding the chance. The heaven-ranked level 3 Hell Nightmare fell to the ground, causing Yu Yang's wish to seize it as a mount to fail. Of course, Yu Yang did not really care about this. He only wanted to temporarily find a flashy war beast to mess up the southern heaven realm, and then take advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. Now that the Hell Nightmare had fallen, Uncle Ding's soul was heavily injured, causing Uncle Ding to fall off the horse in a sorry state. This made Yu Yang laugh out loud. Continue to summon war beasts to scare me, I'm very scared. Yu Yang summoned Red, who could not wait to try her skills. Seeing that the situation was not good, the golden-horned flame demon betrayed and ran away on the spot. Behind Red, a pair of bright silver wings appeared. As soon as this pair of beautiful silver wings appeared, her and Yu Yang's spiritual power were greatly boosted. Without Yu Yang's command, Red reached out and waved the already mutated whip of pain. It was close to the power of the goddess envoy, and with the support of the silver wings, this whip of pain simply took the life of the golden-horned flame demon. Ah! Just as it opened its bloody mouth and was about to scream in pain, Red burst out the banshee scream on top of its head. Although it was not fully awakened. However, Red now also had a great power close to that of the goddess envoy. As soon as the banshee scream came out, the golden-horned flame demon's eardrums exploded, blood flowed out of its 7 orifices, and it fainted on the spot. The centaur chief, who had just shot an arrow to rescue, suddenly found that the target had flashed behind him. There was no time to pull out the short spear on his back. The centaur chief directly waved the bowstring behind him and rushed forward, intending to hide from the enemy's back and attack. Goat transformation. Red pointed at the centaur chief. The centaur chief instantly transformed into a black and thin old goat. What is this? Uncle Ding was extremely shocked. Without the ring of deception and the spirit domain, the opponent could still have this kind of goat transformation skill. Red took out the god-killing dagger and stabbed it into the old goat's forehead. She directly killed the centaur chief. After death, the centaur chief quickly returned to his original body, no longer maintaining the appearance of a goat. Uncle Ding stretched out his big hand towards Red. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat at her, hoping to turn this woman into a fat sheep. As long as he killed this terrifying woman, he could then go back and deal with the barbarian cow with endless brute force. Red was extremely disgusted with this kind of disgusting behavior. She flapped the silver wings on her back. She quickly flew around. In an instant, she flew past Uncle Ding. That mouthful of bloody saliva contained mental energy and automatically chased after its target within the spirit domain. However, as Red flew around it, the saliva flew towards Uncle Ding's face at an extremely fast speed. It flew in a straight line towards Red, who was hiding behind Uncle Ding. Along the way, it did not know how to automatically turn, so it would definitely hit Uncle Ding. Oh no! Uncle Ding was shocked. He hurriedly wanted to take off the ring of deceit on his finger. However, he saw Yu Yang's smiling eyes. Yu Yang stretched out his right hand. Void appeared in front of Uncle Ding. Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill exploded. If Uncle Ding's soul was not injured by the blood pupil's double kill, he would not even need to take off the ring of deceit. He would be able to avoid this mouthful of saliva. However, his soul was heavily injured and his body's agility was greatly reduced. Furthermore, he had to divide his attention to maintain the spirit domain. Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill had already caused the clown and wise demon marshal to suffer a great loss. Even if Uncle Ding, who was heaven-ranked level 5, could break free, he could not do it immediately. He could only watch helplessly as the saliva spat out hit his forehead. Pugoe, save me! Pugoe, save me! Uncle Ding used the last of his strength to summon his last beast, Pugoe. His guardian beast was a goblin saliva worm that had fused with him. It was usually very useful, but it could not save his life in a critical moment. In an extremely critical situation, he immediately chose to summon Pugoe. As long as Pugoe allowed him to spit, he could immediately transfer the power of the curse to Pugoe's body and he would be safe and sound. Roar! Pugoe immediately betrayed him when he was summoned. Before this, Pugoe had never shown any signs of betrayal. Uncle Ding had always thought that his charm was greater than Captain Zhaogan's. He never expected that Pugoe would only endure the humiliation and wait for an opportunity. When Uncle Ding was in danger, not only did Pugoe not save him, he even spat on Uncle Ding's face with disdain. After it betrayed him, it soared high into the sky and cried to its heart's content. It let out the first painful wail after Captain Zhaogan's death, using this to pay homage to its original owner. Countless wisps of smoke surrounded Uncle Ding's body tightly. In his despair, Uncle Ding turned the ring of deceit's ability in his hand into a fat and white sheep. Yu Yang laughed out loud, extremely happy. He picked up the elemental belt and ring of deceit that had fallen to the ground and smiled at the idiotic Uncle Ding. Although I don't really like to eat mutton hot pot, if you are treating me, I will reluctantly eat a meal. The funniest thing was that Smoke Flea, who was still in the state of a sheep, saw Uncle Ding who had turned into a sheep. He was furious and knocked his head on Uncle Ding's body. Relying on the fact that he had turned into a sheep earlier, he had better control over the sheep's body. He used his head to knock Uncle Ding fiercely, as if he wanted to knock Uncle Ding down the cliff to his death. Uncle Ding panicked. He couldn't care less about Yu Yang watching from the side. He also used his head to knock Smoke Flea, trying his best to stabilize his body so that he wouldn't fall to his death after turning into a sheep. Ha ha ha. Yu Yang laughed so hard that tears came out. Choo choo. The Reaper Mantis at the top of the mountain had already caught the magma wyvern and was chewing on its head. Wyvern? That was her favorite on the menu. After defeating Uncle Ding, Yu Yang once again reaped a bountiful harvest. Although the weasel, poison arrow porcupine, centaur chief, dual-headed giant demon, golden-horned flame demon, magma wyvern, infernal nightmare and other beasts were dead, their corpses were also rare flower fertilizer or dog food. Energy magic crystals and demon hearts were even better. Other than that, there was also a holy rank ring of deception and an elemental belt that could continuously provide energy after wearing it. He had even unexpectedly obtained a heaven-ranked Pugoe. The Pugoe, who had ended its mournful wails, because it had nowhere else to go, finally chose to follow Yu Yang, who had avenged its original owner. Pugoe, gold-ranked level 10, special type beast, half-incorporeal spiritual life. It floats in the air and uses its saliva to spit on its target to curse the enemy. It can also receive the target's spit to change the curse. Special skill, hated by gods and detested by ghosts, suffering on behalf of others. This Pugoe's fighting strength was not considered strong. But when it was used in actual combat, its effects were not bad. No matter if it was used to curse the enemy or to remove the curse for its owner, it was a very practical skill. If used well, it could often turn the tide of the battle. Yu Yang did not intend to contract the Pugoe himself. He had comprehended Jizun's will and possessed the creation domain. His fighting strength could almost be displayed to its peak, so contracting a beast that cursed the enemy would not be of much help. The enemies that Yu Yang needed to defeat were at least on the same level as the Lionheart King. This kind of heaven-ranked rancor was not something that the Pugoe's curse could weaken. On the contrary, if the Pugoe was handed over to someone else, such as Anan or Sickly Beauty, he believed that their fighting strength would greatly increase. The Pugoe's appearance was that of a ghostly female. In reality, it was a spiritual life without any gender. Generally speaking, this kind of spiritual life would not have high intelligence and emotions, so it would be extremely difficult for it to evolve into a holy beast. This Pugoe, who only knew how to endure, take revenge, and remember its previous owner, was already very rare in its race. It could be considered an elite among the elites. Yu Yang didn't expect it to evolve into a holy beast. After all, there were some beasts that were naturally difficult to evolve into holy beasts. For example, Anan's silver-horned Pegasus, Yu Bing's Titan Ancient Tree, or City Mistress Fallen Flowers' Nirvana Sunflower. But even if they couldn't evolve into holy beasts, it didn't mean that these beasts had reached the limit of evolution. At least in terms of battle power, as long as they continued to fight and grow, they would be able to continuously improve. After arranging the next task of the excellent spy, Smoke Flea, Yu Yang decided to return to Rainbow Castle. However, Sickly Beauty rejected Yu Yang's suggestion. Pugoe, give this beast to Sister Anan. I'm not the main fighting force. Even if I increase my strength, it will be difficult for me to become your powerful support. On the contrary, if this Pugoe becomes Sister Anan's beast, then with her super spiritual power, it will undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Sickly Beauty suggested giving Pugoe to Anan. This beast has a certain level of intelligence. Maybe it can mutate and improve. Yu was also optimistic about Pugoe's future. Alright, let me finish the final mutation of Star Scorpion first, then think of a way. Not long after Yu Yang returned to the Rainbow Castle, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo woke up. Hui Tai Lang had no choice but to give the best delicacies, the heaven-ranked level 5 Ding Bo and the heaven-ranked level 3 Hell Nightmare to this unreasonable little girl. He turned his grief and indignation into appetite, fiercely devouring the corpses of the weasel, the poison arrow porcupine and the centaur chief. Yu Yan decided to keep the two-headed troll and prepare to use the troll's blood to increase the strength of Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. The head of the magma wyvern that the golden-horned flame devil rewarded to the spirit of heaven fire had long been eaten by the reaper mantis. The remaining wyvern carcass was given to Queen Chi Gu, who led the heaven realm female draconians to work day and night as a reward. Although the best wyvern magic crystal had already been eaten by the reaper mantis, the quasi-heaven magma wyvern carcass would still have a huge effect on Queen Chi Ji's contracted wyvern. The evolution of Star Scorpion, the Earth Divine weapon, had already reached the final stage. He believed that it would only take a few days to complete the evolution. Yu Yang now shifted the focus of his training to Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo. He hoped that this girl would work hard and evolve to a divine beast without his help. She would automatically have a grimoire, just like Ika or Little Winli, who naturally had a grimoire. In order to increase Duo's battle power, Yu Yang not only gave all the corpses of the beasts to her sea of thorny flowers to absorb, he also gave her the crazy heart and smoke demon heart that he had refined previously. He hoped that her two thorny flower demons could fuse and evolve, producing a mutation. Alright, when I wake up from this nap, Duo will never sleep again. Duo used her little tiger's teeth to bite a small wound on Yu Yang's finger and drank a small mouthful of blood. Then, she floated back to her flower bed and slept quietly. Countless thorny flowers quickly spread. They formed a large sea of flowers, wrapping Duo on the flower bed within. The two thorny flower demons had also absorbed the crazy heart and the smoke demon's heart respectively, fusing with the spirit stones that Yu Yang was unwilling to take out. Their goal was to evolve into thorny flower demon generals that could fight independently, or even thorny flower demon marshals that Yu Yang hoped for. They wanted to become the most capable subordinates under the little girl Duo, so that when she was in hibernation, they could also take the initiative to fight. The crazy heart that was refined from the crazy dancing grass was more suitable for the thorny flower demons to absorb than the black demon's smoke demon heart. However, the smoke demon heart's energy was slightly stronger than the crazy heart's. 2 days later, before the star scorpion completed its final evolution, one of the thorny flower demons had successfully mutated and turned into a gigantic crazy thorny flower demon general that was 50 meters tall. Its upper body looked similar to the female general that was wearing vine armor, with a crown of countless thorny flowers on its head. However, its lower body was still a gigantic thorny flower vine. This crazy thorny flower demon general had most of the crazy dancing grass's abilities. It could attack from a distance. Combined with the original thorny flower demon's strength, its battle power was 10 times stronger than before. Most importantly, it now had the ability to fight independently. Even when Duo was sleeping, it could still come out and help Yu Yang in battle. The other thorny flower demon that had absorbed the smoke demon heart was still evolving. On the afternoon of the third day, the unprecedented star scorpion, a glove-type earthly divine weapon that was created by Yu Yang, was finally born into the world. In the glorious light, the gigantic star scorpion continuously changed shape. Energy quickly gathered at the scorpion's core, and with the core position, it continuously changed shape, forming the shape of the scorpion glove. It was almost exactly the same as the original scorpion glove, except that there was an additional miniature version of the star scorpion on top of the glove. Its long golden tail carried a faint blue sharp hook. Although it was a glove and not a weapon, the star scorpion was also an earthly divine weapon that specialized in attacking. Any life form, once it was hit by its tail, would die. There would only be one result. That was, all the tissues in the body, including the blood, would turn into gold. The scorpion's venom was extremely violent, comparable to the throat-sealing blood poison. There was no cure in this world. For comfort, Yu Yang had specially fused the golden fleece that he had obtained from the 12 zodiac temples into the glove of the star scorpion. This way, it was both comfortable and aesthetically pleasing. Of course, this idea of using the golden fleece as an inner decoration was strongly resisted by the star scorpion at first. Until later, he discovered that fusing a treasure like the golden fleece as an inner decoration was easier to transform. Only then did the star scorpion accept it. It was also because of this accidental discovery that made Yu Yang have the idea of finding more golden fleece in the heaven realm. This also increased the speed of the star scorpion's transformation. Other than Hui Tai Lang, there was currently no one who could transform faster than the star scorpion. Even Hui Tai Lang, who was familiar with transformation, was only a little faster than the star scorpion. Compared to the star scorpion, the Tao Tai blade's speed was naturally inferior. Its biggest advantage was that the Tao Tai blade had an inner world's appetite. It could store a lot of items and become a good helper to clean up beasts. It could even become a temporary prison for enemies. It's a pity that there's only one glove. If I could get another one and make it into a pair, that would be even better. Yu Yang wore the star scorpion glove on his right hand. Even the Heaven Realm's Lionheart King would drool at the sight of it. He even sighed a little. When Yu Yu heard this, she secretly laughed. She knew what kind of person her brother was. Even if he was given a pair of gloves, he would still regret not having a pair of shin guards. Even if everyone had the scorpion set, he would still sigh that he couldn't give everyone a set. In short, he would never be satisfied with his current situation. Yi Kong and the others are here. They seem to have discovered something. Sickly Beauty knocked on the door of the laboratory. Discovered what? Yu Yang hurriedly went out. When Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others saw Yu Yang, they seemed to have some misgivings. They looked at each other in dismay, but no one was willing to speak first. Yu Yang felt strange. What did these fellows not dare to say? Could it be that something happened to Fourth Mother? This thought gave him a huge shock. When he saw Sickly Beauty's calm expression and Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others did not have any abnormalities, he suppressed this scary thought. In the end, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai did not utter a word. Instead, Shui Tan Lang, who was usually silent, nodded towards Yu Yang. It's like this. We have a mission in the 6th floor. In a tavern, we accidentally heard the news that Oleander Mountain City had been destroyed by the flames of war. We knew that you had gone to Oleander Mountain City to look for Uncle Yu Chio's belongings. We didn't have time to inform you, so we rushed over immediately. We found that the place had already been razed to the ground. Moreover, it was not caused by the war, but by a super strong heaven rancor. Hearing this, Yu Yang was shocked and asked, "Were there any survivors?" Prince of Tianluo continued. Fortunately, Bao Er was there. She found that a mound of earth was a little strange. After we dug it up, we were lucky to find a survivor. However, he was heavily injured and died after saying a few words. We have confirmed this person's identity. He was a receptionist from the Mercenary Guild. He had been stationed in Oleander Mountain City for tens of years and had never been transferred out before. The first sentence he said was, "We got the wrong person," and the second sentence was, "Lord Tiger Butcher. White River Valley." None of us heard what that person said in between. Lu Yi rushed to say, "But, in the entire Tong Tian Tower, there is no such place as White River Valley." Fan Lu and Tai the Oxhead girl added. Yu Yang went into deep thought based on the information he received. Tiger Butcher was the name that the pitiful guy's father, Yu Chio, used in Oleander City. Previously, when Yu Yang went to Oleander City, he had met the receptionist. However, out of caution, the receptionist did not answer Yu Yang's question. He even said that he did not know Yu Chio at first, and then said that he had not appeared for more than 10 years. Yu Yang was sure that this person definitely knew Yu Chio, and their relationship was not shallow. However, he did not expect that this receptionist was killed before he had the time to look for Yu Chio's belongings. Who could it be? There was one person that he could guess without even guessing. It was the Ancient Demon King. There was a 90% chance that the Ancient Demon King found this receptionist for an item or some information that Yu Chio had left behind. He used some ability to deceive the receptionist. After he succeeded, he was afraid that others would find out, so he destroyed the entire Oleander City. The only thing that the Ancient Demon King did not expect was that the receptionist could actually survive until Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and Shui Tan Lang arrived. I think it's best to ignore these things. Now is the time to train and improve. Why don't we go to the Southern Heaven Realm or the Western Heaven Realm to train? Only through more battles can we improve quickly. When we are strong enough, we can come back to fight against the Ancient Demon King. I think Uncle Yu Chio's belongings are useless. It's the same to get them back in the future. What we need the most right now is to level up and level up. Fatty Hai, who had always been lazy, suddenly said something that made Yu Yang flabbergasted. That's right, Fatty is right. I agree. What was even weirder was that Yi Kong actually agreed to Fatty Hai's suggestion. You guys think so too? Yu Yang looked at the Li brothers. Yes. The Li brothers surprisingly avoided Yu Yang's gaze and nodded with difficulty. As a boss, I will make the decision this time. I think it's best for us to train in the heaven realm and challenge more heaven rankers. As long as we are strong enough, no matter what tricks the enemy has, they will all disappear. In front of absolute power, everything is useless. Fatty Hai said anxiously. Shut up. Yu Yang definitely knew that things were not that simple. He pointed at Lu Yi and said, "Tell me the truth. You are the worst at lying. Why did you rush to speak just now? Are you hiding something from me? I promise I won't be angry, just say it." Master. Lu Yi lowered her head and kept twisting the corners of her clothes. She refused to speak no matter what. What's going on? Don't quarrel. Yu finished cleaning up the lab. When she walked out, she noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right. She hurried forward to mediate. As soon as she came out, Lu Ye's tears almost fell. She hurriedly hid behind Yu and did not dare to look at Yu Yang again. She was like a child who had done something wrong and was afraid of being scolded. Bauer, who usually couldn't hide her thoughts, also shook her head and waved her hand, indicating that she didn't know anything. However, even a blind person could tell that she had something to hide in her heart. Where is the White River Valley? Yu Yang asked again. Everyone shook their heads. It seemed that everyone really didn't know about the White River Valley. However, regarding the survivor's last words, Yu Yang was sure that there were more than one or two sentences. They must have heard something bad, and it was very likely to be directed at him. That was why they joined forces to seal their mouths and resolutely refused to say anything. Even Lu Yi, this little girl, helped them lie. Who knew that he would see through it in an instant? Now, they would rather see him angry than say anything. This proved that the situation was serious. What other secrets could not be told to him, Yu Yang almost instantly understood. Identity problem. This problem was also something that Yu Yang had a headache about. He had dealt with it once before, but it was resolved with lightning speed. However, this time, the one who really used the weakness of identity to attack him was the ancient demon king. He had grasped a major secret and had been waiting for the best time. Now that he had also grasped the information of Yu Qiu's relics, he believed that once he was exposed, he would be in a desperate situation. What should he do now? The current ancient demon king was not like before. Before, his strength had not fully recovered and he did not dare to directly clash with Xizun, Night Empress and the others. Now that he dared to do so, it proved that he had enough strength. What kind of ancient demon king would have enough strength and courage to challenge Xizun? The only possible trump card was only that, ancient demon king's original perfect body. Ancient demon king found the information of Yu Qiu's relics, which was equivalent to having this trump card. Then what did this mean? Yu Qiu was most likely the guardian responsible for guarding ancient demon king's original body. At least, Yu Qiu knew where ancient demon king's original body was. His relics had this information. If ancient demon king obtained Yu Qiu's relics, it was equivalent to obtaining his original body. Thinking of this, Yu Yang's expression changed slightly. Let's not think about other things first. Let's go first. We must rush to stop ancient demon king as soon as possible. This matter must be caused by him. We must hurry to stop him, otherwise it will be too late. Yu Yang decided to ask Night Empress. She must know where White River Valley was. If ancient demon king made a move, Xizun would also know. Maybe she had already rushed over. The fact that ancient demon king dared to act so brazenly proved that he had already invited more reinforcements from the heaven realm. He had to help Xizun. Not to mention the other heaven stage reinforcements, just Yi Xiao, Zi Guang, Yu Su and Bei were enough to be troublesome. Yi Xiao and Zi Guang were far stronger than Gu Dang and Wu Guo. If they really fought, other than Xizun, even Night Empress and Yu Yang would need a long battle to defeat them. There was also Yu Su, who was known as the king of aerial combat, and the mysterious Bei. None of them were simple characters. With them and the even stronger reinforcements from the heaven realm, what awaited Yu Yang and the others would be a fierce battle. If Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine returned to Tong Tian Tower and joined forces with Ancient Demon King, the consequences would be even more serious. What worried Yu Yang the most now was whether or not the Ancient Demon King would persuade Emperor Wu Shuang, Peerless World. If Peerless World, Impasse, Peerless Beauty, and Impasse reappeared, or if the other ancient sealed elders successfully broke free, then the entire Tong Tian Tower would quickly fall into a state of blood and fire. There might not be a day of peace. The Ancient Demon King was a person who planned before taking action. Yu Yang believed that he would not easily make a move, and once he did, he would not easily receive it. If the Yu Yang in the past did not have enough pressure to move forward, then he already had it now. For the sake of identity, life, and lover, he had to take on the Ancient Demon King's attack. Otherwise, he, the transmigrator, would return to his original state and have nothing. We'll go find Night Empress, you stay behind. Listen to me once, just once, anyone can go, but you can't. Fatty Hai suddenly stared at Yu Yang bravely, you're the smartest. You should be very clear that the Ancient Demon King's target is you. He's also scheming against you. If you go, that would be the behavior of a reckless man, that would be the stupidest move. If you do this, not only will you not change anything, it will also make things worse. The Ancient Demon King wants to kill you. As long as you're alive, then he won't be able to eat or sleep well every day. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You can't fall into his trap. You definitely can't chase after the Ancient Demon King who set the trap. As your brother, I won't watch you fall into such a trap. So, whether it's to persuade or beg, listen to me once, don't go. The best way is for all of us to not go and ignore the Ancient Demon King. This will be the biggest blow to his plan. The Ancient Demon King knows our weakness, he's baiting the enemy. He doesn't have real strength. If he did, he would immediately kill us. Don't be fooled. Let's go to the Heaven Realm. When Jizun has settled everything, we'll come back. Even if we go to see Night Empress, she will say the same thing. Yi Kong also tried to persuade. The Li brothers didn't say anything. They immediately knelt down and begged Yu Yang to agree to Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's suggestion. Things haven't been clarified yet. It's indeed not good for us to interfere, lest we lure the enemy. Prince of Tian Luo's analysis was very rational. He expressed that it was best to let the elders handle it. If we want to go, let's go together. Shui Tanlang's attitude was this. He expressed that if they went, they would go together. If they died, they would die together. In any case, he had decided to follow Yu Yang. No matter what the Ancient Demon King's scheme was, it was all the same. It didn't matter if it was a bait, a trap, or something else. In any case, as long as Yu Yang decided to go, he would go without any hesitation. His attitude was relatively neutral. However, it made Yu Yang feel that the responsibility on his shoulders was heavier. If he made a mistake and everyone went together, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out. Of course, he could escape, but Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo would almost never be able to escape from the Ancient Demon King's trap. Yu Yang had no choice but to deal with it carefully and entered into a state of deep thought. Did the Ancient Demon King use his nervousness to bait the enemy? What was his backup plan? If he was not afraid of his trap and jumped out of it, from a bystander's point of view, would the Ancient Demon King's conspiracy still succeed? However, could he really do it so easily? When the truth was revealed to the world, would Fourth Mother, Bing Heir, Shuang Heir, his many relatives, friends, and many good teachers and helpful friends be able to restore their previous relationship with him? In that case, the Ancient Demon King's bait might not succeed, but he might lose everything. Only the Heavenly Sword Goddess, Qilin Girl Bing Yin and the others in the Dream Realm would be left. Only they would not care about the truth of the whole matter. Fourth Mother, if she knew the truth, how would he face her in the future, and his most precious Bing Heir and Shuang Heir? Could it be that even with Jizun's will, he could not truly maintain his true self? Or was it fear in the depths of his heart? Whether he went or not, could he not erase the fear in his heart? When he went through the Gemini Temple, the Virgin Temple, and the Gate of Life and Death, did he not really get rid of the fear in the depths of his soul? Why was the ancient demon king that person? If he was not, how good would it be? Should he go to Fourth Mother now, confess everything to her and ask for her forgiveness? Or should he listen to Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's suggestion and lead the team to the Heaven Realm, no longer asking about this matter, and wait for Ji Zun to settle the matter before returning? Should he confess or retreat? Why couldn't he be stronger? Why couldn't he kill the ancient demon king in a second? If he could, then all his problems would disappear. No, no, as long as the weakness hidden in the deepest part of his soul did not disappear, he would never be able to reach the Holy Supreme Elder. In the future, he would be ruined forever. No, he must get rid of all the obstacles and not let his soul have the slightest weakness. This, perhaps, was the difference between Ji Zun and himself. If it was her, what would she do? If it was the heavenly sword goddess, what would she do? Yu Yang's thoughts fluctuated. Everyone looked at him quietly. Everyone was worried about him, but no one could help him. He could only rely on himself this time. Why did you come back? Yu Yang was surprised to find Shui Wuxia holding the Book of Truth, sitting beside him and reading it quietly. He looked up at the sky again and found that the sky that was originally at noon had turned into night. I missed you, so I came back to see you. Shui Wuxia closed the Book of Truth and gave him a rare smile. Her smile was like the return of spring, making Yu Yang feel that his whole body and mind were nourished and wonderful. She gently stretched out her white and flawless fingers and gently stroked Yu Yang's cheek. My love, what are you worried about? Do you still remember the illusion in the Virgo temple that day? We will overcome it together. In reality, there are many illusions. Some are very real, so real that people can't distinguish between the real and the fake. However, illusions are illusions and will never be the truth. Besides, what's there to be afraid of if it's real or fake? Sometimes, the real will become fake, and sometimes the fake will become real. Isn't it the same for your creation domain? You, who have mastered the creation domain, who have control over everything like a god, are still obsessed with what's real or fake. Listen, fool in front of me, I hope you remember one thing. You will never be alone. You will always have us by your side. There's me, Xianxia, Fallen Flowers, Inan and Bing Er. All your lovers are here. There's also Fourth Mother, Night Empress, Ji Zun, many relatives, and teachers who have always cared for you. There's also your teammates who have fought with you, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers. Since there are so many people supporting you, what do you still need to be afraid of? Thank you. Yu Yang felt that the softest part of his heart was touched. He felt a warm feeling in his eyes and his voice trembled a little. It's enough to thank the outsiders. I'm your wife who will accompany you for the rest of your life. Shui Wuxia smiled slightly. Her cherry lips moved closer and closer. Her starry eyes that were a little mischievous winked at him. She used a lively tone that he had never heard before and asked with a smile, do you feel that it's especially good to have me by your side? Do you really want to kiss me? I'll give you a chance to perform. Otherwise, Tigress will come out in a while. Yu Yang didn't say anything else. He hugged the woman who he loved to the depths of his soul tightly and kissed her with infinite joy. It wouldn't be enough. Even if he kissed her 1,000 times. Yu Yang, who had untied the knot in his heart, had his worries completely dissipated. The haze had been swept away. It was as if a hole suddenly appeared in the cloudy sky, and brilliant sunlight shone down, allowing one to feel refreshed when they saw it. He did not bid farewell to Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others, mainly because he did not want his teammates, who were still growing and had an obvious gap in strength, to die in this battle with the ancient demon king. If Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others went, even if not all of them, there would definitely be some who would not be able to return safely. Their strength was far inferior to those powerhouses who were at the heaven rank. Yu Yang only brought Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai and the others to the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. He would first look for the Night Empress, and when he found out the location of the White River Valley, he would fight to the death with the ancient demon king. Yu Yang had a strong feeling in his heart. This White River Valley should be in the heaven stairway, but he did not know which floor it was in. The Night Empress was not in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. She was at the entrance of the 1st floor of Tong Tian Tower, and seemed to have just come down. She was still invisible, but Yu Yang could vaguely see her beautiful figure. If it was before he comprehended the creation domain and the gate of life and death, he would not be able to see anything. When she saw that Yu Yang had completely recovered his confidence, she seemed to be quite happy. Her voice was like the sound of nature, and she smiled gently. I know you can walk out. Every ranker will have different difficulties. It is impossible to grow smoothly without any difficulties. It is precisely because there are difficulties that there are breakthroughs and improvements. Grasp this opportunity well. It is indeed a challenge in life, but isn't it also an opportunity? In your future, there will be more difficult battles than this, and there will be stronger enemies than this. If you want to keep going, then you are destined to cross one tall obstacle after another. This is the true process of growth. I understand. Yu Yang did not say thank you. Just as Shui Wuxia said, there was no need to say thank you to his own people. Let's go. The Night Empress' voice was like a gentle breeze, nourishing Yu Yang's heart. Originally, I thought that I would have to go over and talk to you personally. I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. Since that's the case, let's hurry up and attend this banquet that has been planned for a long time. If it wasn't for Fourth Mother's insistence to go and untie this knot in her heart, I really wouldn't want to bother with that arrogant fellow. Ah? Did Fourth Mother go? Yu Yang was shocked when he heard this. Fourth Mother didn't have any martial power at all. If she fought against the ancient demon king for him and got killed by him, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Why did she want to see the ancient demon king? Could it be that she had a way to persuade the ancient devil king who had been plotting for a long time? No, impossible. No matter how good her method is, it is impossible to convince the ancient devil king, because that guy is simply a madman. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. If he was in the wrong, it was very likely that he would become angry and kill Fourth Mother. The Night Empress led the way in front, bringing Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai to the 5th floor of the Heaven Stairway. She explained, if Fourth Mother wants to go, I can't stop her. Moreover, this matter has to be resolved sooner or later. I was worried that you couldn't think it through before, so I discussed with Jizun and suppressed it first. However, now that the ancient devil king is making things difficult for you, Fourth Mother feels that it is necessary for her to stand up and untie the whole matter. I can only agree. Yu Yang was extremely anxious. Fourth Mother is too weak. What if the ancient demon king takes her hostage? What should we do? The Night Empress is not by her side. It should be because Jizun has arrived. As the saying goes, worry will cause confusion. You don't have to worry too much. Shui Wuxia calmed Yu Yang down. Indeed, Jizun is here. If it wasn't for her looking after Fourth Mother, I wouldn't have spent so much time to temporarily seal the spatial crack in the Guanming continent. This time, we must eradicate the ancient devil king's henchmen. No matter how much Tong Tian Tower has fallen and there are no more people, we must not allow those boring mercenaries and ambitious people of heaven rank to do evil here. Since they came here and did not abide by the rules of Tong Tian Tower, I can only send them to the graveyard to reflect. The Night Empress sighed slightly. I am different from Jizun. I rarely kill my opponents, but this time, they have gone too far. Leave it to me. Yu Yang regained his confidence and volunteered. Of course you need to take action. The ancient devil king is yours, and there are also some messy enemies. I reckon that you will have a hard time. Fortunately, this time it is only a few ambitious people from the heaven realm, and not a super strong senior expert from the ancient seal. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. The Night Empress' words made Yu Yang shiver. It seemed that it was not as simple as the ancient devil king. On the 5th floor of the heaven stairway, there must be super experts from the heaven realm. Maybe it was a heaven ranker like the Lionheart King. If that was the case, then Jizun and the Night Empress would be needed to fight against the ancient devil king, as well as Yi Shao, Ziguang, Yu Su, Bei, and another group of weaker heaven realm mercenaries. There might even be Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine, Shun Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader. There might even be experts from the Western Lion Pagoda and the Floating Mist sect. If he wanted to wipe out all the remaining forces in one go, it would indeed be a difficult battle. Although he had already confirmed that Emperor Wu Shuang and his 3 subordinates, Desperate Situation, Peerless Beauty, and Impasse, did not escape from the seal, the strength of the ancient devil king could not be underestimated. A cautious person like the ancient devil king would definitely not do it if he did not have the confidence to succeed. The only thing he could do now was to fight to the end and fight to the death. What made Yu Yang secretly rejoice was that he had comprehended the creation domain in the gate of life and death. Otherwise, this battle would really be a little dangerous. Although he had the protection of the Qilin girl and the other eastern immortal beasts, what about the others? If a small accident happened on the battlefield and he lost any of his loved ones that he had decided to accompany for the rest of his life, that was an outcome that Yu Yang could not accept. On the way, impatience caught up from behind. What made Yu Yang a little surprised was that she was actually injured. It was obvious that she had gone through an intense battle. What's wrong? Yu Yang hurriedly grabbed her jade arm and channeled his innate qi into her to help her recover. This is a small matter, don't waste energy. Impatience was afraid that Yu Yang would be worried, so she deliberately said with a casual tone, there was a mouse from the heaven realm that had a deviation in its teleportation and ran in the wrong direction. It escaped to the 9th floor of Tongtian Tower, so I chased after it and killed it. Before the mouse died, it counterattacked and only caused this small injury. If it wasn't for the fact that I was in a hurry, it would have been useless no matter how much it jumped. Yu Yang knew that although she said it easily, she had actually experienced a bitter battle. Otherwise, with her strength and the power of Sky Law, it would be impossible for an ordinary heaven stage to injure her. To be able to injure impatience, the person was definitely above heaven stage level 4, or even heaven stage level 5. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai only smiled. If it were them, they would do the same. For the man they loved, whether it was silently contributing behind his back or fighting side by side with him, they were willing and had no regrets. They were his fiancés, fighting for their husband, fighting for their future happiness. This was their life goal. Heaven stairway, 5th floor. Even the mountains had collapsed, and it was unknown how many battles had happened on the ground. There were desolate ruins everywhere. Even the wind was deprived here, and the entire land was shrouded in silence and darkness. Behind a dried-up river, there was a destroyed valley. Perhaps it was once incomparably beautiful, like a paradise on earth, but now, there was nothing. It was a complete ghost land. In this lifeless place, there were more than 10 shadows quietly standing on top of a square rock. The leader was the ancient demon king who was wearing a cloak and hiding his true face. It was not only him, almost everyone was wearing a concealment cloak, concealing the aura of their bodies, making it impossible to distinguish their strength. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. I didn't expect that you would still come. Ancient Demon King sighed and shook his head at Yu Yang's arrival. If you didn't dare to come, that would be great. At least it could prove that you are guilty. To be honest, I am not worried about Jizun, nor am I afraid of the strength of Night Empress and the others. Because even if they have improved, their speed is relatively slow, unlike you. Every time we meet, your rapid improvement makes me feel threatened. If I didn't get rid of you as soon as possible, there would really be no place for me in Tongtian Tower. Your era has passed. You should rest peacefully in the ground like the other senior experts. Yu Yang was a little emotional. Ancient Demon King, if not for losing his original perfect body, he would not be able to challenge him even if he cultivated for another year and improved even more. Whether it is Tongtian Tower or Heaven Realm, it is the same. Survival of the fittest, the strong prey on the weak. Ancient Demon King laughed, if you can kill me, I won't blame you. People with different paths cannot make plans together. Everyone has their own way of thinking, everyone's pursuit is different. It is a pity that only one winner can be left. No matter what tricks you use, what schemes you play, I want to say, it ends here. Yu Yang's expression was abnormally serious. Between you and me, there can only be one winner. Your words are very clear now. I wonder what will happen next. Ancient Demon King laughed, do you dare to follow me to a place? Don't go. Impatience pulled Yu Yang's arm and shook her head to stop him, that is definitely a trap. Fourth Mother is there, I must go. Yu Yang suddenly hugged Impatience boldly, ignoring the surrounding gazes and kissed Impatience's delicate and moist cherry lips. Wait for me here, don't worry, since I can come, I am not afraid of his trap. Hui Tai Lang stays, Red stays, Aman stays, Spirit of Heaven Fire and Reaper Mantis, Quintet Golden Puppet Mice, Duo's Crazy Thorny Flower Demon General and Smoke Thorny Flower Demon General, Tao Tai Blade and Star Scorpio, all stay. In addition to letting City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Inan, Yubing, Raging Flames, Hai Inggu, and Drunken Cat out of the Grimoire world, Xue Wuxia also asked Yu Yang to leave most of his war beasts. Other than the still dormant glass dragon girl Jiang and Duo, she only left Little Wenli for Yu Yang. Of course, the Qilin girl Bing Yin and the dragon girl sisters were secrets that outsiders did not know about. Xue Wuxia kept it a secret because she hoped to play the greatest role at the critical moment. This battle was going to be a very difficult one. If they won this battle, then Yu Yang would truly become the successor of Tong Tian Tower. In the future, there would be no more obstacles except for the Heaven Realm. Sisters, for the sake of future happiness, fight. Princess Sisai raised her holy power domain and raised the Prison Emperor Divine Sword behind her. Her thunderous shout broke through the sky, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. When Yu Yang was about to catch up with the ancient Demon King and enter the destroyed White River Valley, everyone looked at him. Since they wanted to say goodbye to him, they were afraid that it would be inauspicious. Yu Yang looked over. Princess Sisai turned her face away and supported herself strongly. She would never let him see her cowardice, she did not want him to worry about her. City Lord Fallen Flowers nodded slightly, indicating that she had no problem. Impatience was busy looking in the mirror because she found that her makeup was a little messy because of the previous battle. Inan's jade-like fingers slid between her cherry lips. Originally, she wanted to give him a kiss, or at least give him a flying kiss. However, no one had any excited reactions. She was a little embarrassed, and could only vaguely express to Yu Yang, "I support you, kiss you." Yu Bing raised her small fist to prove to her brother that she could do it and would not let him down. Yu Yang smiled. He reached out and caressed Yu Bing's head. He didn't say anything to encourage his sister like he usually did. He just nodded silently. He looked around and glanced at Hai Inggu, Drunken Cat and Raging Flame. Seeing their different reactions, he smiled and nodded. Yu Yang left Hui Tai Lang, Red, Man, and the other war beasts behind. He took a deep breath and chased after the ancient Demon King like a bolt of lightning. Who will fight me? Princess Sisai waited for Yu Yang to leave and immediately burst out with a tiger-like aura. Holding the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her hand, she stood tall and indomitable, unparalleled in the world. She casually slashed. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword slashed out a 300-meter-long giant sword aura. It tore through the sky and split the earth as it flew towards the dozen or so black figures wearing invisibility cloaks. Princess Sisai's move was to establish her might. She was going to reveal the true colors of all the people who were pretending to be mysterious, so that they could no longer hide and maintain that kind of strange and aggressive psychological pressure. As long as they could expose their true colors, Xue Wuxia would be able to adjust her tactics according to the needs of the battle. Xue Wuxia's spiritual force domain would be more effective the more she knew about the enemy. In the face of Princess Sisai's sword, the dozen or so black shadows did not change their expressions. Other than one or two of them who had the intention to dodge, the rest did not move at all. Insignificant skill. A huge black figure leaped out and charged toward the energy swords. In the midst of his thunder-like roar, he stretched out his huge, pillar-like arms and forcefully used his arms to block the sword chi that Princess Sisai slashed out with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. A heaven-ranked level 1 ranker would definitely not dare to take the Prison Emperor Divine Sword's sword chi head-on. Even if Princess Sisai did not use her saint energy and did not use her full strength, this thunderous slash was not something that any heaven-ranked ranker could take. However, the huge black shadow used his bow-like golden arms to block the attack. There were no fancy tricks, it was a pure contest of strength. Boom, the Prison Emperor Divine Sword chi collided with the golden arms fiercely, causing an earth-shattering shockwave. The dried-up river valley was instantly filled with sand and rocks. The earth trembled and the valley far away was shaken to the point that crushed rocks rolled down. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. When the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, the scene that appeared shocked Princess Sisai and the others. Other than the muscular guy with the golden arms, the dozen or so black shadows behind him did not move at all. They did not even move from their original position. They were still standing on the rocks coldly. The cloak that they were wearing was not damaged at all. Only the muscular guy whose cloak was shattered by the energy swords revealed his bull-like muscles on his bare upper body. This guy with a head as big as a bucket, a face as hard as rocks and a body as hard as iron had an especially huge right arm. Compared to his left arm, his right arm was 2 times bigger. Its size was close to his body. Different from his left arm, which was covered in armor, this right arm did not have any weapons or armor at all. It was just pure muscles that shone with a golden brilliance. Its texture was even better than metal. The sword chi that Princess Xianxia slashed out with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword only left a 10 centimeters long wound on his huge arm. It was so shallow that it did not bleed at all. Furthermore, after that guy disgustingly licked the wound a few times, the wound that was made by the sword chi quickly disappeared without a trace. It's been a long time since someone could make me feel pain. As expected of a divine weapon, it feels so good to cut it. This brute who was stronger than a bull laughed arrogantly. Introduce yourself. Otherwise, you won't even know who you're going to die in. I am Li Pan, a member of the Nine Light Clan. 10,000 years ago, I came to Tong Tian Tower and Heaven's Stairway. At that time, I was not welcomed in a friendly manner. I have always wanted to find the rankers of Tong Tian Tower to settle this debt. Unfortunately, Tong Tian Tower has fallen today. The rankers of that year have turned into dust. I have no choice but to look for you juniors. Who asked you to be the current rankers of Tong Tian Tower? I have no need to remember a dead person. Princess Xianxia retorted coldly. Haha. The huge guy called Li Pan shook his head and laughed. I know that you are actually afraid in your heart. With your strength, even if you have a divine sword, you are definitely not my opponent. Although I'm only at heaven rank level 5, in the Western Heaven Realm, we, the Nine Light Clan, have the strength to surpass a rank. I can even fight evenly with a heaven rank level 6 ranker. You, no matter what, will never be my opponent. She is not alone. Impatience finally restored her messy makeup and asked with a smile. You don't mind if the two of us fight one-on-one, right? I'm afraid you won't have the chance to fight one-on-one. Our Nine Light Clan has mobilized almost all of our clan for the treasures in God's ruins. We are destined to sweep through Tong Tian Tower and wash away the shame of the past. Maybe you think that this is unfair, but who asked you to be the weaklings? Li Pan pointed behind him. He expressed that the people behind him were all members of the Nine Light Clan. For the treasures in God's ruins, he would definitely not show mercy to the fairer sex. Standing behind Li Pan, there was a very tall bamboo man. This man with ghost-like eyes stared at Impatience like a poisonous snake. Siyu's life points have disappeared. There is his revenge mark on your body. It seems that you have killed him. To be able to kill Siyu without being seriously injured, you indeed have extraordinary strength. Next, let me bury you. I love to send true experts to their graves. Before you die, remember my name, I am Eugene the Undertaker. Impatience shook her head. What a terrible nickname. Shui Wuxia, who had been observing, suddenly closed the Book of Truth and pointed at Li Pan. His advantage is that he can absorb damage. His weakness is that his mental defense is far inferior to his physical defense. She then pointed at the thin and tall bamboo man who was as cold as a poisonous snake. This person is the opposite. His mental defense is strong, but his physical defense is slightly weaker. He is skilled in techniques and has excellent speed. He also has a special coffin monster that can devour his opponent. You two should change your opponents. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to fight. Night Empress, please deal with the only shadow sitting on the rock. If I am not wrong, he is the leader of the Nine Light Clan. He is the only expert that we can't get any information from here. The shadow sitting on the rock suddenly shook his head and waved his hand. No, I am not the leader. The Nine Light King and the Heaven Empress are both inside. I am just an old soldier leading the army. After a pause, the shadow continued, you can call me 4Cs. Siyu, who was killed by the little girl just now, is one of my useless sons. Princess Xianxia and Shui Wuxia were shocked when they heard this. This 4Cs. It seemed like he was even more terrifying than they had imagined. His son was killed, but he didn't seem to care at all. There was not a trace of resentment or anger on his face. He could even remain calm and humble. What did this mean? An independent will that was detached from worldly affairs. This 4Cs seemed to be a true innate sovereign with an unshakable supreme will. Night Empress' starry sky domain changed slightly. More starlight was born. Night Empress slowly increased her strength with a serious attitude that she never had before. She replied with a gentle voice, "Senior 4Cs, please allow me to fight with you. Although I don't like to kill, I might not be able to control my strength at certain times. I apologize in advance if my attack is too heavy." Night Empress decided to go all out. These words could be said to be a declaration of war to the death with her opponent, 4Cs. Facing the mysterious Night Empress who possessed the starry sky domain, the shadow did not dare to be careless. When experts fight, there will always be death. To be able to die in the hands of experts is the best ending for a warrior. 10,000 years ago, I, who had never been defeated in 1,000 battles in the Western Heaven Realm, defeated the warriors of Tong Tian Tower 3 times in a row. In the first battle, I had more strength than the other party, but because I underestimated the enemy, I lost miserably. I was very unconvinced. The second battle was against an opponent of equal strength. My battle skills and the use of war beasts were slightly inferior. I thought to myself that the warriors of Tong Tian Tower were only SOSO. The third time, the warriors of 100 races besieged Conquest Empress Fei Wenli. At that time I, who was already at Heaven Stage Level 6, was full of confidence. I felt that even if I couldn't win, I would still be able to gain an advantage against thousands of Heaven Stage warriors of 100 races. Who didn't want the 100 races to be annihilated? I, who was severely injured, was ignored by the Conquest Empress because I was weak and incompetent. I, who thought that I was strong, cried out in the pile of corpses. I felt sad for my ignorance, but I also felt lucky to have survived. From then on, I understood a principle. True strength is not only strength, but also mentality. If one's mentality is not strong, even if one has great strength, it will be useless. After 10,000 years, I've finally understood what supreme will is. I've decided to take on the fourth challenge. In the name of a true expert, please enlighten me. 4C stood up and solemnly bowed to the Night Empress. Please. The Night Empress' voice was as gentle as the wind, but as firm as a mountain. She, who also had sovereign will, would not be afraid because the other party was stronger than her in terms of strength and rank. In a battle between sovereign realm experts, it was not only a competition of combat power, but also many other aspects of strength. Whoever could master the most in the sovereign realm would be the true winner. Shui Wuxia bit her lips lightly, using this to eliminate the nervousness in her heart. She understood. The Night Empress had already made up her mind. Even if she couldn't defeat Si Hai, who was at least heaven-ranked level 6, or even heaven-ranked level 7, she would perish together with him. Perhaps, today would be the day of Night Empress' death. However, she did not say it out loud, in case Anan, Yu Bing, and the others couldn't accept it. The enemy was unprecedentedly strong. Not only Si Hai, but also the 9 Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress. Other than the 9 Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress, there might be even stronger enemies. In order to defeat Yu Yang, the ancient Demon King did not hesitate to sell the God's ruins to the Heaven Realm King. No wonder the Fourth Mother would disregard everything and come out to stop him. Outside the Rainbow Castle, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others were quarreling fiercely. Although they usually quarreled, this was the first time they had a completely different dispute. Although we can't help, we should go to White River Valley. Even if it's just to bandage the injured, it's better than waiting here. When Yu Yang left, Yi Kong didn't dare to ask because he knew that he was weak and going to White River Valley would be suicide. But he felt that if the war ended, his team might be able to help a little. Even if it was just a little, it was better than doing nothing. Monkey, you can't be a hero like this. Do you have a brain? Fatty Hai objected, let's not talk about how useful we can be. For those heaven-ranked rankers, we are the best hostages. If we go, we will just cause trouble for that brat Yu Yang. Don't you think he has enough troubles? Anything can happen. Maybe they need our help. No one knows what the real outcome will be. Are we just going to do nothing? Watch Yu Yang fight with the ancient Demon King and we just wait here. Yi Kong was angry. It's useless to argue. In short, even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of failure, I don't approve of taking risks. Fatty Hai didn't give in. Yu Yang is taking risks. Why can he risk his life and we can't? Yi Kong almost scolded Fatty Hai for being a coward. I believe in him. He has a way to reverse the situation. But you can't. If you become a hostage, you're dead. Monkey, in our team, it's not just you and me. There's also Lu Yi, Bao Er, and everyone else. Fatty Hai told Yi Kong to calm down and think clearly. They will stay. Me, you, Shui Tianlang and Prince will be enough. Yi Kong obviously wouldn't let Lu Yi, Bao Er, and the others take risks. If that's the case, it'll be even worse. If the Marquis of Zijin, Shan Tian, Black Prince, and Thousand Goblins sect leader attack, what will they do? Fatty Hai immediately asked. This? Yi Kong thought about it. There was really such a possibility. He was speechless. If the strongest 4 in the team left, leaving the Li brothers, Lu Yi, Bao Er, Fan Lu and Tai, Li Ao, Lin En, Anna and the 4 orc girls here, if Shan Tian and the others found out and secretly attacked them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now that Yu Yang was not here, Ji Zun and the Night Empress were not here, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai were also not here. Elder Nangong was supervising the space-time seal enchantment of the Radiance continent and could not leave. The heavenly imperial guardians of various countries could only protect the emperors of various countries. The people of the demonic palace were rushing to support Yu Yang. If they let Shan Tian seize the opportunity to capture Lu Yi and Bao Er, even if Yu Yang returned victorious, he would still fall into a passive position. Usually, Shan Tian and the Black Prince wouldn't dare to act rashly. But now it was different. The situation had changed. It was a good time for those guys to make a move and wait for an opportunity to make a move. It was not safe to put Lu Yi, Bao Er and the others anywhere, because for Shan Tian and the others, without the deterrence of Ji Zun and the Night Empress, without the threat of Yu Yang and the demonic palace, they could completely sweep the entire Tong Tian Tower. With regards to the crisis that Fatty Hai had mentioned, everyone fell into silence. Everyone wanted to get rid of it, but there was no good way. Now that even the 2 abyss manatees of Heaven Stage Level 2 had been transferred to the battle, where could they find a stronger force to protect their teammates? Feng Qisha, Yan Pejun, Yu Ting and the others rushed over, but there was no good way, so they could only accompany and wait. Prince of Tianluo was thinking hard. He hoped to think of the best solution. Shui Tianlang, on the other hand, gave up on doing such a useless thing. He believed that if there was a better solution, his brother-in-law or sister would have directly ordered everyone to follow it. The 2 of them left without saying anything, which proved that they were at their wits' end. He held the Heaven Realm Strange News record and tried his best to read it. Of course, it was impossible to read it out loud in front of everyone. Being able to read it silently in his heart was already his limit. The effect was very small. But there was still a point. At the very least, his penetration inherent skill had risen to level 4, which was 1 level higher than before. Without waiting for Yi Kong and Fatty Hai to come to a decision, Lu Yi, who was originally sitting in a daze, suddenly screamed and jumped up, startling everyone. They hurriedly asked her what happened. I don't know why it's like this either. My heart feels very uncomfortable. There's a kind of pressure that makes me almost unable to breathe. Did something happen to Master? As Lu Yi spoke, she gradually became sobbing and her voice trembled. Actually, even if she didn't say it, everyone also felt the same way. They all felt heavy in their hearts. Now that she said it, everyone felt even more sad. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Not only Yu Yang, everyone will be fine. As the big sister in the team, Anna hurriedly comforted her. Yes, everyone will definitely get through this safely. Bao Er raised her small fist and cheered for Lu Yi. Pa, the meteor shower pearl that Bao Er wore on her head was given to her by the Ocean Empress Aquamarine. It was a 3,000-year-old meteor shower pearl that had an extremely strong ability to increase one's luck. Although luck was an invisible thing, the existence of Bao Er, this lucky baby, had many times made things unexpectedly and even inconceivably successful. Therefore, everyone believed in luck without a doubt. Now that the 3,000-year-old meteor shower pearl had shattered on Bao Er's head, it showed an ominous sign, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. Oh no, could it be that the situation was so bad that even luck was going to leave everyone? Bao Er held the shattered meteor shower pearl and explained to everyone, I really didn't do it on purpose, no, no. Fatty Hai suddenly roared like thunder, it's not Lu Yi, nor is there a problem with the meteor shower pearl, it's us. Damn it, we have to leave immediately, Shan Tian and the others may attack soon. Monkey, you lead the team and bring everyone to White River Valley immediately. Only by Jizun and Yu Yang's side will everyone be truly safe. Didn't you object just now? Yi Kong was stunned. That was just now. The situation has changed. It must be that ancient Demon King has strong reinforcements, enough to besiege Jizun and Yu Yang. Shan Tian and the others are very likely to know this news and will definitely attack. We must leave. Lu Yi wasn't the only one who felt it just now, we all felt it. It's just that we didn't realize it, it's a warrior's spiritual warning. Fatty Hai anxiously grabbed Yi Kong's collar and roared. What? Yi Kong, Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo were all shocked. Everyone thought that they were upset because they couldn't participate in the battle. Yu Yang was fighting with ancient Demon King with all his might, and everyone could only wait without being able to support him. Unexpectedly, it was not just that. The real reason was that there was a strong enemy attacking. The summoning grimoire and the warrior's soul had an indescribable resonance, a kind of spiritual warning of impending danger. If that was really the case, everyone must leave immediately, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. When everyone reacted, it was already too late. Shan Tian's imposing golden figure had already appeared in front of him. Appearing with him were the Black Prince who was almost invisible, the Thousand Goblins sect leader whose silhouette couldn't be seen clearly, the Marquis of Zijin who was the last clone of Thousand Goblins King, and even the winged clan warriors from the Guanming continent, as well as the innates from the Floating Mist sect and Western Lion Pagoda. Their appearance made Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others' expressions change. Let alone Shan Tian, the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader, even the last clone of Thousand Goblins King, the Marquis of Zijin, had the power of innate level 8. Adding on the elders of the Winged Clan, the Floating Mist sect leader and the Western Lion Pagoda's Outer Hall master. Comparing the two, it was simply an overwhelming difference. To be honest, in the whole team, the one that I looked down on the most is you, Fatty. I didn't expect that the one that made me look down on you the most was you, Fatty. If I had known that you were so smart and decisive, I would have killed you during the battle of the Yu Clan castle. I didn't expect that a little ant like you could grow to a point where I feel threatened. If I let you grow for a few more years, what would you become? Shan Tian shook his head and sighed. Then, he revealed a superior smile and said calmly, before I send you on your way, I want to tell you a secret so that you will lose all hope. Don't naively hope that Yu Yang will come back to save you. Because, compared to here, his enemies are much stronger. Let's not talk about the ancient Demon King. Have you heard of the 9 Brilliance King? A heaven-ranked level 7 King ranker's territory is much bigger than our Tong Tian Tower. Of course, he is not the strongest enemy. The strongest person in the 9 Brilliance clan, the Heaven Empress, even the 9 Brilliance King called her ancestor. She is an emperor ranker in the Western Heaven Realm and one of the candidates for the Heaven Realm Great Leader position. With such a person coming to the Heaven Stairway, you are still dreaming. Your invincible Yu Clan third young master, oh no, that fake third young master, can turn this situation around? You are really asking for a beating. When Yi Kong saw Shan Tian's arrogant attitude, his sarcastic tone, and that gloating smile, all of these made him furious. Monkey. Fatty Hai grabbed Yi Kong's arm tightly, stopping him from attacking. Leave Shan Tian to me, Black Prince to you. Yi Kong decided to fight to the death with Shan Tian and the others. Perhaps rushing to support Yu Yang would be useless, but at least he could get rid of the traitors in Tong Tian Tower. Shan Tian, Black Prince and Thousand Goblin sect leader, Floating Mist sect leader and Western Lion Pagoda Outer sect leader, Great Elder of Winged Clan Elder House, Thousand Goblins King's last clone, Marquis of Zijin, these were all people that must be eliminated. You are crazy, we are not his match. Fatty Hai shook his head in objection. He hugged the angry Yi Kong tightly and shouted in his ear, calm down, he just wants us to go crazy, understand? What we are doing now is going against his will, doing something that he does not expect and will make him uncomfortable. Yu Yang is not here, I will command. I order you to immediately retreat with everyone and look for the Night Empress. Stay by her side and look for protection. I believe in Yu Yang, he will definitely win in the end, no matter who comes, I will not doubt this. What about you? Yi Kong found that in Fatty Hai's eyes, there was a light that he had never seen before. I will stay to stop the enemy. Fatty Hai replied calmly, word by word. Impossible. Just as Yi Kong was about to object, Fatty Hai glared at Yi Kong. His eyes looked as if they could shoot out two sharp swords. He grabbed Yi Kong's collar and said in a low voice, I'm not asking for your opinion. I am ordering you, understand? Yu Yang is not here, I will make the decision today. You are responsible for bringing everyone away safely. If you want the whole team to die in front of us, then object. You are courting death. Yi Kong really wanted to get angry, but he knew what staying behind meant. He wanted to exchange places with Fatty Hai, or stay behind to fight side by side. However, Fatty Hai had given him a more important mission, which was to lead everyone out of here safely. This point was undoubtedly even more difficult. Compared to staying behind and dying a heroic death in battle, leading the entire team away from the enemy's pursuit was undoubtedly a greater responsibility and a heavier mission. If he could choose, Yi Kong would rather die a heroic death in battle. However, he couldn't, because Yu Yang wasn't here. The entire team needed a leader to lead the team. As a boss, I have never done what a boss should do. Today, let me be a real boss. Fatty Hai suddenly laughed, as if he was asking for a beating. Does everyone think that I am very impressive as a boss? Boss, that is not something that everyone can do. Go. Yi Kong held back his tears and opened the teleportation scroll. He shouted in grief and indignation, like a lone wolf howling at the moon, Boss, cover the rear, let's go. Do you think you can escape? Xianxia sneered. Not to mention that Fatty Hai couldn't withstand the joint attack of several Supreme Innates, even if Yi Kong and the others left, could they escape? As long as he chased after them, he would be able to annihilate the entire team effortlessly. On the contrary, if everyone fought to the death, with Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's current strength, they might be able to kill one or two of their opponents. If they wanted to sacrifice Fatty Hai in exchange for the lives of the whole team, it would be an impossible miracle. For today, the entire Guangming continent's Senate used all their strength to stop them. Elder Nan Gong had to stay behind to seal the space crack, otherwise the Winged Clan would continue to open the seal and let more Heaven Realm Innates in. The reinforcements of Shui Dong Lu, Heaven Realm Female Dragon Woman, Heaven Realm Dwarves, Eastern Goblin Tribe, Sea Clan and Underworld Clan were intercepted by the Winged Clan and the Heaven Realm Mercenary Group. The ancient Demon King had spent thousands of years planning an incomparably huge plan. His goal was to obtain the ancient relics in the gods' ruins. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's sudden rise, which affected the future progress of the plan, he would not have chosen to make trouble at this time, nor would he have joined hands with the Heaven Realm Rankers. Joining forces with the Heaven Realm Innates was undoubtedly asking a tiger for its skin. But Yu Yang improved. Too fast, ancient Demon King didn't have a second choice. Compared to the Heaven Realm Innates, Yu Yang was his biggest worry. In order to deal with the Yu clan's third young master who suddenly broke into the plan, ancient Demon King didn't want to expose a plan that he had prepared for several years and took a completely different path from the original plan. Originally, he could have smoothly accepted all the consequences. But, Yu Yang's appearance. It ruined the plan. Shun Tian, who had successfully joined forces with ancient Demon King, was eager to become an innate elder. He didn't need to fight with Yu Yang, he just needed to eliminate Yu Yang's teammates. No matter how careful Shun Tian was, he didn't think he would fail. The reason was that Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were too weak. Although they improved at lightning speed, they were still far from being able to compare to a few super strong innates. Not to mention the Black Prince and the Thousand Goblin sect leader, even if he was alone, Shun Tian felt that he could do it. Let's go. Yi Kong bellowed furiously, like a thunderbolt exploding in the sky. Let's go. You must wait for us to kill our way back. I will find Master and kill our way back together. Lu Yu was the kindest. She could not bear to leave at such a time, but she was not ignorant. If he didn't leave now, Fatty High's sacrifice would be in vain. Even a second of hesitation would be fatal to the situation of the battle. If he left as soon as possible, Fatty High might be able to escape from Xianxia. Lu Yi reached out and held Bauer's little hand. The perforate deer passed through the barrier in front, and she teleported away at the same time. The two girls quickly entered the portal. Lu Ye's teleportation speed was synchronized with the perforate deer's. Nothing could stop her. She easily dodged the Black Prince's finger attack and disappeared into the portal. Then Lin En and Anna rushed into the portal under the protection of the Li brothers. Xue Tanlang forcefully blocked one of the Thousand Goblins sect leaders' attacks and protected Anna and Lin En as they left. As for the Li brothers, they sent the four orc girls into the teleportation gate. Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha kicked Elder Ning Hai into the teleportation gate and forcefully brought Yu Ting, the future successor of the clan master. Prince of Tianluo released his qi and fought against the Black Prince, who was as fast as lightning. He was now the strongest person in the team. With his own strength, he fought against the Black Prince and the great elder of the Winged Clan. After Yi Kong strengthened the King of Steel Demon Ape, he forced the Marquis of Zijin to retreat. At this time, the Marquis of Zijin had not fused with the Thousand Goblin King's Spirit Crystal Demon Heart. However, with the Ancient Demon King's help, he had the strength of innate level 8 and above. Moreover, he had a summoning grimoire and guardian beast. Compared to the previous three clones, he had more potential. If the Marquis of Zijin won this battle, he would definitely be able to recover to the Thousand Goblin King's strength. Let's go. Fatty High strengthened the King of Steel Rhinoceros and Little Hippopotamus. He also summoned the Quasi-Heaven rank Thunder Mammoth and Wind Breath Seabird. He was in a desperate stance as he exchanged a punch with Shun Tian, who had the power of 5 transformations. At the same time that he slightly forced Shun Tian back, Fatty High roared crazily at Yi Kong and the others, "Go, you guys leave immediately. The enemy is on the way, there must be an ambush. Don't look for Yu Yang, don't go back to Shangjing or the Yu Clan Castle, don't go to Tong Tian Tower. Leave this place and go to the place we usually go. You guys are too naive. No matter where you go, there will only be death." Shun Tian looked very proud and confident. However, after listening to Fatty High's words, he was a little worried. Because they were not prepared enough, although they had set up an ambush at a few important places, there were too many places to hide in the Soaring Dragon continent, let alone the Tong Tian Tower. If Yi Kong led the team to hide in a secret place, it would not be easy to find them. He immediately rejected the ambush plan that he had set up previously. The Black Prince and the Thousand Goblins sect leader also had the same idea. Shun Tian made a decision, "You guys chase, leave this damn fatty to me." An elder of the Winged Clan from the Guangming continent stood up and summoned a white fish-shaped beast, which swam around in the air easily. The fish-shaped beast spat out a long string of strange characters like bubbles. When the elder saw it, it seemed that he had obtained top-secret information. He immediately reported to Shun Tian, "So cunning. They really did not go to the Heaven Stairway Level 5 White River Valley, nor to Tong Tian Tower or Yu Clan Castle. They went to the Despair Abyss." The Marquis of Zijin was the fastest. Without waiting for Fatty High and the others to react, he immediately opened a teleportation scroll. He chased towards the Despair Abyss. Now, it was Yi Kong, Xue Tanlang and the others who intercepted the last and most difficult clone of the Thousand Goblin King. Yi Kong and Xue Tanlang let the Thousand Goblin sect leader and the great elder of the Winged Clan fight against them. When Prince of Tianluo defeated the Black Prince and destroyed the enemy's teleportation portal, a large group of Winged Clan rankers had already entered the teleportation portal. Yi Kong, Xue Tanlang and the others immediately rushed into their own teleportation portal to protect Lu Yi and the others. Oxheadly Ao and Fan Luan Tai also forced the enemies to retreat and rushed into the teleportation portal to support their companions. The enemy really came prepared. They could even use the fish-shaped beast to find out the top-secret teleportation portal. The situation was too bad. Prince of Tianluo attacked 3 times in a row, trying to kill the elder who had the tracking fish. However, the elder escaped each time. Moreover, the Black Prince and the Great Elder took advantage of the situation and heavily attacked Prince of Tianluo's body. Prince of Tianluo, who was the strongest in the team, became the first teammate to be injured besides Fatty Hai. Prince, let's go. I'll pay you back in my next life. Fatty Hai rushed forward and took a heavy blow for Prince of Tianluo. He threw Prince of Tianluo into the teleportation portal. When the great elder of the winged clan chased after him, he forcefully destroyed the teleportation portal. Shun Tian exploded with the power of the draconic elephant. He sent Fatty Hai flying 100 meters away with a punch. Seeing that Shun Tian had completely suppressed Fatty Hai, the Black Prince didn't fight with Shun Tian for this achievement. They took the teleportation scroll that Shun Tian threw over and opened it. Shun Tian looked at Fatty Hai, who was struggling to get up from the ground, with a hint of ridicule. Are you great or stupid? I can't tell. To be honest, I really can't tell that you're this kind of person. For the sake of your teammates, you're willing to sacrifice your life to fight the enemy. What a heroic move. Although your actions are extremely stupid, I still have to look at you in a different light. If we didn't have the tracking fish, we might have really been deceived by you. You deliberately lied to us, saying that Yi Kong and Shui Tanlang went to look for Yu Yang. If we all stayed, we would kill you first and then chase after them. Maybe you guys would have successfully escaped. Unfortunately, no matter how smart a fox is, it's no match for a hunter. Hai De Fu, you want to fight with me? You're still a little too inexperienced. In terms of planning, I'm naturally not as good as you. In terms of strategy, I'm indeed inexperienced. In terms of strength, I'm a junior. Fatty Hai's face was covered in blood, but he showed a bright smile. However, Shun Tian, if you think that you can easily kill me alone, you're wrong. Do you think you can survive today? Shun Tian shook his head and laughed. His expression was as if he heard an ant trying to overturn an elephant. Today, I might not survive. Fatty Hai also laughed, but his laugh was strange. But, do you know why Yi Kong let me stay? You have a stronger war beast? A heaven rank war beast? Shun Tian asked with a little surprise. Wrong. Fatty Hai shook his head. If a heaven rank war beast is not cultivated by oneself and forced to contract with it, if its master's life is in danger, it would usually defect in order to save its life. No matter how stupid I am, I won't drink poison to quench thirst and contract a heaven rank war beast. It's not that we don't have a heaven rank war beast, but we don't want to do that. Even if I don't have a heaven rank war beast, it's not impossible to defeat you, the great emperor of Jiwei. Because I, Fatty Hai, not only have the strength that you see, I also have a kind of power that I have never used before. Hearing this, Shun Tian's eyes turned cold. He immediately summoned his grimoire and summoned his guardian war beast, the diamond-ranked level 9 emperor. When Fatty Hai unsealed his hidden power, his whole body trembled in pain. A black light shone from his body. The emperor, who was good at combat, struck out a palm energy from the sky and hit Fatty Hai's trembling body. However, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, there was no damage at all. Seeing this, Shun Tian's face changed again. He immediately summoned 2 more beasts. One was a strengthening type beast that looked like a giant white elephant, and the other was also a strengthening type golden dragon. After fusing the 2 beasts, huge dragon horns grew out of Shun Tian's head and long dragon wings extended out of his back. Not only that, Shun Tian also released the energy in his body, forming his unique domain space. For Shun Tian, he had always been cautious. When a lion fights a rabbit, he will use all his strength. He didn't want to be defeated by a lowly and insignificant person like Fatty Hai. Fatty Hai's body expanded rapidly and became huge. From a small human body, he turned into an ugly monster that was more than 20 meters tall. Long fangs and curved claws extended from the ugly monster's mouth, hands, and feet. A pair of painfully closed eyes suddenly opened, and a terrifying blood-red light burst out. Howl, 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 howl. The ugly monster roared to the sky for a long time. Seeing Fatty Hai's strength increase by nearly 100 times after transforming into an ugly monster, Shun Tian's eyes twitched slightly. He regretted fighting Fatty Hai alone. Heaven Stairway Level 5, White River Valley. The collapsed valley stretched for thousands of miles. Yu Yang chased after the ancient demon king in front of him. Perhaps the ancient demon king had an unexpected trick, but Yu Yang had regained his confidence after Shui Wuxia untied the knot in her heart. The problem that he was worried about before, in the eyes of Shui Wuxia, did not exist at all. She liked him, not an identity. When the problem of identity was no longer Yu Yang's flaw, then what else did Yu Yang have to fear? The ancient demon king was an old immortal from tens of thousands of years ago. Although he had his unique ability, Yu Yang also had a trump card in his hand. The heavenly sword goddess did not say. Even the Phoenix sisters and the Qilin girl Bing Yi were all independent immortal beasts. As long as Fourth Mother and the other elders did not favor the ancient demon king because of the problem of identity, then Yu Yang had the confidence to fight the ancient demon king to the death. Flying, teleportation. When he came to about 300 kilometers away from Princess Sisai, the ancient demon king stopped. In the collapsed river valley in front, there was a huge altar. It was blood red, as if it was stained with blood. Around this altar, there seemed to be a fierce battle. Not only was the side severely damaged, even the huge altar was full of cracks, mottled like a spider web. In the center of the blood-colored altar, there was a statue about 100 meters high. Under the statue, there was an ancient seal. The statue's head was destroyed, and there was not much of the upper body left. However, the characteristics of the gender were obvious. It could be seen that it was a female statue. In addition to the base below, the statue only had a naturally hanging arm. His slightly exposed palms formed a very mysterious hand seal. On the pads of every finger, there was an ancient rune circle that resonated with each other. Yu Yang was actually unfamiliar with all of these ancient rune circles. He didn't recognize any of them. The only thing he could be sure of was that the function of these ancient rune circles was to seal the ancient seal under the base. The female statue, which had lost the other hand and head, could no longer maintain the seal of the greatest power. However, this was still not something that ordinary warriors could unseal. Yu Yang didn't have time to look. There were already 10 people standing on the blood-colored altar, waiting for him. One of them was a supreme being. Facing Jizun, there were 9 people. With the information provided by the 3 surrendered men, Yu Yang could easily recognize who was Yi Xiao, who was Zi Guang, who was Yu Su, and who was Bei. Other than the 4 of them, there was also the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine who were wearing the concealment cloak. Although the 2 of them were wearing the concealment cloak, Yu Yang could still recognize them easily. After all, they had fought to the death before. If that was the case, how could they hide it from Yu Yang? That's impossible. Moreover, the invisibility cloak had long lost its original concealment effect against Yu Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision. Other than the Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine, there were 2 other people that deserved Yu Yang's attention. What made Yu Yang secretly shocked was that the 2 people in front of him were completely invisible. He could only sense their existence, but he didn't know whether they were male or female, strong or weak. One must know that the Night Empress who had the Starry Sky domain, with Yu Yang's current realm, could also use the Heaven Eyes divine vision to see a little of her figure, and not completely invisible like before. Now these 2 people could be completely invisible in front of Yu Yang. What did this mean? It meant that the 2 of them were stronger than the Night Empress. Yu Yang suddenly understood why Jizun came before him. It was probably because she was worried that the other party's super experts would attack him, so she arrived first. When Yu Yang looked at the last person opposite him, there was a strange familiar feeling in his heart, as if he had seen this person somewhere before. Strictly speaking, the person opposite him was not a human, but a magical beast. But she was very similar to a human, and very close to a holy beast. Her strength was not particularly strong. But this female magical beast was very perfect in terms of transforming into a human. Other than the pair of blood-red wings on her back, she was no different from a human. This woman, after seeing Yu Yang, looked at the ancient demon king, and suddenly walked forward with a strange expression, as if she was suppressing her excitement. May I ask if you are the Yu clan's 3rd young master? Can I ask you something? Is she by your side? Is she okay? At that time I didn't want to leave her, but I really had no choice. At first, Yu Yang was very confused. What was going on? Did he know her? Looking at the other party's face, there was an indescribable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a light flashed in his heart, and he exclaimed, You are Red's mother? Is she called Red now? The woman who looked a little like Red was overjoyed when she heard this, but immediately became sad. Her eyes were a little tearful. I heard that she became your guardian beast, and even advanced to become a holy beast. Poor child, why did fate drag her into this whirlpool again? Our bloody clan, in order to protect the secret, exhausted all our energy, and almost became extinct. Now, she still can't escape this fate. Why are you here? Yu Yang felt strange. Standing here, other than himself, was at least a heaven rank level 4 ranker, but the woman in front of him was not even a holy beast. Why was she here? What relationship did she have with the ancient demon king? Red's mother, the bloody queen who had been missing for a long time, had appeared here. Yu Yang was puzzled. What exactly happened that year? It was obviously the mystery of the tragic guy's mother, fourth mother, and Yu Qiu. What did this have to do with the bloody clan? The ancient demon king silently appeared behind Yu Yang, and chuckled behind him. Don't you know? Of course, I understand very well that you can't know the truth, because you are simply an outsider. Yu Yang was silent. It was useless to argue with the ancient demon king. Today, he could only use his fists, not reason. He came to Jizun's side and looked at her inquisitively. Where's fourth mother? It had been a long time since he came to the blood altar, but he didn't see fourth mother anywhere. Could it be that fourth mother had been forcibly detained by the ancient demon king? This thought flashed in Yu Yang's mind, and he was slightly shocked. The ancient demon king was not the kind of person who would not lay his hands on weak women. On the contrary, this guy would do anything to achieve his goal, regardless of everything. It was very possible that he had robbed fourth mother. Jizun did not answer, and signaled Yu Yang to wait. After about 10 minutes, the ancient seal circle produced a slight energy fluctuation, but it was immediately suppressed by the remaining energy on the statue. The pedestal suddenly split open. A stone wall separated on the left and right, and a passage appeared in the middle. At the back of the passage, which was less than 10 meters long, there was a door-like existence. Fourth mother was standing in front of that doorway. Yu Yang rushed over and wanted to escort her out, but he was suddenly stunned by the scene in front of fourth mother. In front of fourth mother, there was a stalwart man kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with his left arm, and holding the stone gate with his right shoulder. This stalwart man's eyes were wide open. Even though he had been dead for a long time, he still maintained the posture of holding the stone gate when he was alive. The muscles of his whole body were bulging, as if they were made of steel. Even if he had already lost all signs of life, which was clearly impossible, this man's heroic action still gave people the illusion that he had immediately stood up and lifted up the stone gate. The stone gate, to him, was not a burden at all. What truly caused him to die was the will of the seal on the stone gate. This man swore to keep the stone gate open. Even if his soul died, he still wanted to use his body to carry the stone gate. Who was he? Why did he do this kind of strenuous action here? Sanner, kneel down. Fourth mother slowly said, and let Yu Yang kneel down to the man who carried the stone gate. Dong. Yu Yang was stunned, and did not do as she said. However, the ancient demon king who rushed over, knelt down without hesitation. He respectfully kowtowed to the man who was still glaring angrily at the stone door. He kowtowed 9 times before standing up and respectfully standing behind fourth mother, as if he couldn't see Yu Yang at all. Now, Yu Yang finally understood a little. This man who was still carrying the stone gate after so many years was no other than Yu Qiu, who Yu Yang had been looking for. If not for the fact that his face was distorted and his eyes were wide open due to overexertion, this stalwart man's appearance would really be similar to Yu Yang's. Compared to Yu Qiu's steel-like body and his chiseled face, Yu Yang looked a little more delicate and pretty. He was also a little more inexperienced, and couldn't be compared to the mature and heroic Yu Qiu. Even though he had been dead for many years, the current Yu Qiu still had an aura that could shake people's hearts. Didn't Yu Qiu die in the demon clan's attack? Why was he here? Where was this place? Why did he have to carry this stone gate? Wasn't there an ancient seal under the ground? Could it be that carrying the stone gate was to maintain the ancient seal? This thought flashed through Yu Yang's mind, but he immediately denied it. The stone gate was the key to unlocking the ancient seal. If the stone gate was closed, it would take at least 100 years, or even 1,000 years to open again. Could it be that the ancient seal on the blood altar was not sealing a bad person? Sanner, kneel down. Fourth mother raised her voice and ordered again. Normally, she rarely scolded Yu Yang. If Yu Yang spoiled that little girl Yu Xuan too much, she would raise her voice to criticize him, asking him to be an example of an elder brother, and not to bring her along to count ants and play with sand. Yu Yang did not move, but the ancient demon king on the other side knelt down again. He used a gentle voice that made Yu Yang's pores shrink. Fourth mother, Sanner is here. These years, Sanner has been wandering outside and did not dare to go back to see you. That was because Sanner had done a lot of wrong things. He was afraid that you would be angry if you knew about it, so he did not dare to go back and tell you the truth. I already knew about father's remains and last wishes a few years ago. At that time, under father's feet, there was the word hope written in blood. But later on, I don't know who wiped away the word written in blood. Fourth mother, Sanner can become the enemy of the whole world. He can do many things that are condemned by everyone without any regrets. He doesn't care. It's just that Sanner doesn't want to become your enemy. I don't want to make you sad. I don't want to see your tears. Maybe you don't want to recognize me, but I am the real Sanner. Maybe you think that I have become a demon king, but I want to say that I am still me. I will always be your Sanner. After hearing this, Fourth Mother did not speak for a long time. Suddenly, the ancient demon king's shoulders trembled. There were actually tears dripping from his cloak onto the ground. Fourth Mother, do you still remember that Sanner was seriously ill that day? He was bedridden for almost half a month and was on the verge of death. It was you and Bing Er who saved Sanner's life with your medicine. Do you still remember that Shuang Er was naughty that year? She hid her book under the stove and burned it when she was cooking. Shuang Er knew that she was in trouble and ran out to ask for help. At that time, I carried her out of the house but tripped on the doorstep. Sanner hit his forehead and bled a lot. Shuang Er was so scared that she kept crying. She was worried that her brother Xiao San would die. Fourth Mother, I don't need to prove myself like others. I am your Sanner. The ancient demon king took off his cloak and revealed a face that was extremely similar to Yu Yang's. Compared to Yu Yang, the ancient demon king's appearance was even more similar to the dead Yu Qiu. Sanner doesn't dare to ask for your forgiveness and doesn't dare to hope for your recognition. I just want to tell you, Fourth Mother, Sanner will never hurt you. Sanner will never be your enemy. The ancient demon king kowtowed to Fourth Mother. His tears rolled down his sorrowful face and dripped onto the ground. Take off your mask. Fourth Mother suddenly turned around and ordered Yu Yang. Yu Yang really wanted to tell her that he was a fake, a guy from another world. However, he didn't mean to lie to her. It was just a misunderstanding. After being together for so long, he had already treated her as his closest relative. No matter if it was real or fake, he would be filial to her like Sanner. He was even willing to treat her 100 times better to make up for her wrong love. He would use his whole life to make up for it. However, when these words came to his mouth, Yu Yang couldn't say a single word. He didn't even dare to look at Fourth Mother's eyes. He silently took off his Gemini mask and lowered his head. He didn't say a word. Yu Yang didn't want to defend his identity, and he didn't have the possibility to do so. The ancient demon king had already prepared this plan 3 years ago. He was prepared to reincarnate as the pitiful guy and take over everything that the pitiful guy had. However, what the ancient demon king didn't expect was that when he merged with the pitiful guy's body and couldn't return to the world in glory, there was actually a Yu Yang who was reborn. He, who had the pitiful guy's original body and memories, could be said to have a complete victory over Yu Yang and Fourth Mother. At this time, if he tried to defend his identity, he was doomed to lose. Yu Yang didn't persist on this point, because Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai didn't care about this. They cared about his true self and not the pitiful guy's identity. The only thing that Yu Yang was worried about was that Fourth Mother would be sad. He knew that the more he said, the more disappointed and sad Fourth Mother would be. So, he would rather not refute. Even if the ancient demon king really took over the pitiful guy's body, so what? Could it be that the person that Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai liked was him, and not the ancient demon king who wanted to use his identity to take over everything? Fourth Mother has never hit you before, but today, I want to slap you. When Fourth Mother said this, Yu Yang felt a slight pain in his heart, but also a little relieved. Slap me. Yu Yang nodded. If slapping her would make her feel better, then he didn't mind. Slap. Fourth Mother raised her hand and gave Yu Yang a resounding slap on his face. The ancient demon king who was kneeling on the ground looked respectful on the surface, but a hint of pride flashed in his hidden eyes. Fourth Mother slapped that brat, which proved that she approved of him and rejected that brat. The plan would start from this moment, and it would move towards the favorable situation that he had been planning for a long time. It was the first time that Yu Yang was slapped, and his face was burning. If he wanted to dodge, Fourth Mother wouldn't be able to hit him. If he wanted to defend, let alone Fourth Mother, even an innate rancor wouldn't be able to hurt him. Do you know why I slapped you? Fourth Mother raised her beautiful eyebrows and stared at Yu Yang with her beautiful big eyes. Yu Yang subconsciously avoided her gaze, lowered his head, and didn't say a word. Fourth Mother's eyes suddenly turned red, and a string of tears flowed down her cheeks. With a choked voice, she cried and scolded Yu Yang. Fourth Mother hit you because you kept everything in your heart and didn't say anything. Do you still think that I am your Fourth Mother? Fourth Mother's slap is to punish you for losing confidence in Fourth Mother and your family. Fourth Mother? Yu Yang was stupefied. He raised his eyes to look, and what he saw was exactly the same as the first time he had seen the beautiful Fourth Mother, who was grieving and blaming herself. The one who was most shocked was not Yu Yang, but the ancient demon king. He felt that he had already taken over the body and obtained the memories. Facing Fourth Mother, he used the most touching memories and actions of a human to prove his identity. Not to mention Fourth Mother, who was full of emotions and love. Even an ambitious person with a heart of stone would not be able to resist this kind of burning kinship. Fourth Mother clearly knew that his body was the real Yu clan's third young master. Why would she still acknowledge the fake one? He was the real one. Why did she turn a blind eye to it? The ancient demon king could not understand why it was like this. He had thought of all the possible scenarios, such as Yu Yang kidnapping Fourth Mother, using some kind of method to erase her memories, or Fourth Mother continuing to acknowledge Yu Yang because of kinship. However, the ancient demon king had never thought that she would not acknowledge him at all. Fourth Mother, I am the real San heir. The ancient demon king forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, trying his best to weaken the demonic side of his heart. He released all his human emotions and memories like a tide, causing his eyes to secrete tears, his voice to choke with pain, and his face to show despair and unwillingness. As long as it was a mother, it was impossible not to be moved when she saw this expression of her loved ones. The ancient demon king acted as if he did not see Yu Yang. He crawled on the ground and knelt down in front of Fourth Mother. He stretched out his hands towards her. Do you still remember when I was 10 years old? Third son was beaten up by Brother Yin. It was you who helped me apply medicine with tears in your eyes, encouraging me to maintain my confidence, saying that the grimoire would be successfully contracted. I still remember when I was 15, even Bing Heir contracted a grimoire, and I became the shame of the Yu clan. During the New Year's celebration, we were chased out of the house amidst the rolling eyes and ridicule. On the way down the mountain, the road was slippery in the rain. I slipped and fell, and my head was bleeding. It was you who carried San heir down the mountain step by step. Could it be that Fourth Mother has forgotten all these? Fourth Mother, don't you want San heir anymore? You are not my San heir. Fourth Mother shook her head slowly. Fourth Mother, look carefully. I am San heir. Although the injuries that I suffered previously have healed, they have not completely disappeared. This is to commemorate your kindness in raising San heir. Seeing that Fourth Mother was willing to speak, the ancient demon king felt that there was a chance to turn the situation around. He hurriedly defended himself. If you don't believe me, I can drip my blood to test it. Although I have inherited the demon king's power, I have never done anything detrimental to the Yu clan. No matter how strong I am, it will not change the fact that I am a descendant of the Yu clan. I'm very sad today. Fourth Mother's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Yu Yang. My San heir did not acknowledge me as his own son. Instead, he thought that he was an outsider, yet he wanted to deceive me with flowery words to obtain the identity of a Yu clan disciple. Don't tell me you're just going to watch silently like this? You're such a disappointment. Fourth Mother is too sad. I'm not lying, I'm real, I'm the real one. The ancient devil king hurriedly shouted. Although I don't want to tell you too much, it seems that if I don't tell you the truth, you will still have delusions in your heart. As for my real Sanner, he still feels inferior and doesn't dare to acknowledge me. Fourth Mother smiled mournfully and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She turned to the ancient demon king, say, if a person's house is occupied by an evil person, then that evil person is the owner of the house? No, I'm Sanner, it's not like that. I only inherited the demon king's power. I am a Yu clan disciple from the inside out, no matter if it's my thoughts or my body. The ancient demon king was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that Fourth Mother would actually think like this. Occupying the identity and having his own thoughts, was he still not the Yu clan's third young master? Fourth Mother slowly shook her head. She sighed softly, that evil person occupied the house and even stole the deed. On the surface, it seems that he is indeed the owner of the house. However, in the end, he is just an evil person who forcibly occupied someone else's property. What truly bears life is never the body. Don't tell me that you, who have the summoning grimoire and lived in this world for tens of thousands of years, can't see this truth? What could truly sustain a life was the soul. Ordinary people can't see the soul with their naked eyes. However, if they use some kind of secret technique, they can sense that there is a strong soul that has existed for tens of thousands of years in your body. You are the ancient demon king. This is an ironclad fact. No matter what you do or say, you can't change this fact. While the ancient demon king was stunned, Fourth Mother turned to Yu Yang and said, Sanner, you have a soul that shines with a golden light. Although the strength of your soul is much stronger than when you were raised by me, you are still my Sanner. The change in your soul might be because you have contracted a grimoire, or because the power that sister sealed in your body has gradually been unsealed. Maybe it's because of the purification of Nirvana's flame, or maybe it's because you have inherited sister's knowledge. I don't need to guess, and I don't need to find out the truth. I know that you are my Sanner, because only you can inherit sister's will and knowledge. As for your appearance, I know that it must be sister's will that manifested in this world. So, Sanner, are you still worried that Fourth Mother will chase you out of the house? Do you think that Fourth Mother would be stupid enough to recognize an outsider as her own son? No, even so, I still have a body and memories. I am also the Yu clan's third young master. The blood of the Yu clan flows in my body. The ancient demon king went crazy. He didn't want to monopolize the identity of the Yu clan's third young master anymore, because it was impossible. Now, what he wanted was to share the identity of the Yu clan's third young master with Yu Yang. As long as he had this identity, even if it was only half, he would have the right to inherit the inheritance of the Yu clan's third young master. Although it was a little unreasonable to say this, in order to obtain the secret left behind by the Yu clan's third young master, he had to do it at all costs. What Yu Qiu protected with his life was none other than the divine body that was even more perfect and stronger than his original body. The divine body that had fallen in the ancient times was not sent to the gods' ruins in time. It was buried here and guarded by the original rankers of the Heaven Stairway. Only when the rankers of the Heaven Stairway gradually went extinct did they join hands with the rankers of the Soaring Dragon Continent to guard it. As long as he obtained the divine body, the ancient demon king wouldn't need his original body anymore. He could directly charge towards the divine realm. If he obtained the divine body, the ancient relics in the gods' ruins would not be far away. Moreover, Fourth Mother's sister was the only one who entered the gods' ruins. She held the key to the gods' ruins. Why did the ancient demon king pretend to be the Trash Yu clan's third young master? It was because he discovered the shocking secret of the blood altar 3 years ago. Yu Qiu was the only guardian of the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Although Yu Qiu wasn't very strong when he was alive, he had already obtained the recognition of the previous generation's guardian. Even in death, his remaining will continued to guard the stone door. Without the recognition of Yu Qiu's will, it was impossible to enter this stone door. In order to obtain the divine body, the ancient demon king racked his brains. He made a perfect plan. Unfortunately, what he didn't expect was that when he obtained and fused the body and memories of the original Yu clan's third young master, a Yu clan's third young master actually appeared in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Furthermore, he grew at an unprecedented speed. In 3 years, he had already grown to the point that the ancient demon king had no choice but to attack him in advance. The ancient demon king knew that Yu Yang must have received some kind of secret help. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grow so fast. At first, he thought that the original Yu clan's third young master's mother had returned and was secretly watching over him. It wasn't until later that he found out that it wasn't the case. What Yu Yang obtained was only the original Yu clan's third young master's mother's inheritance of knowledge. He really didn't understand. Why could an impostor obtain recognition and inheritance of knowledge, but he couldn't even obtain the recognition of the deceased Yu Qiu's will? Originally, I didn't want to tell you the secret of the 100 Flower clan. However, since you insist on saying it, I'll let you understand. Fourth mother sighed lightly. She looked at the ancient demon king who was suppressing his anger and denied, the 100 Flower clan is a life form of the heaven stairway. We are different from the humans of the soaring dragon continent. We are all flower buds born from the divine hope flower tree. Every flower bud is a new life. The body that you are occupying now is also a new life. Yu Qiu and Yu Ling's marriage with us sisters was just a cover-up. In order to ensure that the Yu clan's future generations would live longer, we prayed on the divine hope flower tree. You, other than being an evil person who has occupied a body, what do you have to do with my sister, third brother Yu Qiu or the Yu clan? Speaking of which, if it wasn't for you destroying the divine flower tree in order to exterminate the 100 Flower clan, would the 100 Flower clan have gone extinct? Our 100 Flower clan is more outstanding in terms of spirit, but our bodies are inferior to the humans of the soaring dragon continent. Did you think that by combining the blood of the Yu clan and the heaven stairway women, you would be able to give birth to a rancor with double advantages? Did you think that occupying a body would greatly help your cultivation? That's impossible. The life born from the divine flower tree rejects evil. You are the evil ancient demon king. Although you have occupied a body, your strength is not good enough. Even if everyone could be deceived by you, my sister's supreme will and third brother Yu Qiu's guardian spirit would not let you pass through the sealed door. So it's like this. Damn it. The ancient demon king suddenly understood why he couldn't pass through the stone door. It was because Yu Qiu's guardian spirit had already seen through his act of stealing and impersonation, and refused to let him in. This wasn't something that could be made up for by stealing a body, gaining memories, or doing something else. The soul wouldn't change. Then, in front of the truth, everything would pale in comparison. The ancient demon king really couldn't believe that he didn't feel anything wrong when he took over the body of the original Yu clan third young master. He hypnotized the original Yu clan third young master and made him pretend to jump into the water. He prepared to have a fortuitous encounter after a few years of perfect fusion and grow into a supreme rancor. He would return with glory and revive the Yu clan. He also used his identity to obtain the approval of Yu Qiu's will and obtain the divine body. At that time, he didn't even sense the existence of any guardian. How could there be an extremely abnormal Yu Yang? Could it be that the woman who entered the god's ruins and was rumored to have ascended to the heaven realm was still around? Was she looking at him silently from the sky? Everything he did couldn't escape her grasp. I'll kill you. The ancient demon king hated Yu Yang the most for destroying his biggest hope. If it wasn't for this guy who came out of nowhere, he would have succeeded. Now everything was over. Fourth mother who was still alive had seen through his identity. Even Yu Qiu who was carrying the stone door wouldn't allow him to pass through. His original body couldn't be found, and the divine body in front of him couldn't be obtained either. Not only could he not enter the god's ruins, he even attracted the 9 Brilliance king and empress from the heaven realm. Without the divine body, leading the 9 Brilliance clan to the 9 Brilliance clan was undoubtedly inviting a wolf into the house. The more the ancient demon king thought about it, the angrier he got. He exploded with all his strength and attacked Yu Yang. Scram! However, Yu Yang was faster than him. The eternal will extended under his feet. The moment the ancient demon king froze, a heavy punch had already landed on his face. If fourth mother wasn't behind him, Yu Yang wouldn't have used the eternal will at all. He planned to use this ultimate move at the most appropriate time to deal with the ancient devil king. However, he was afraid that ancient demon king's punch would injure fourth mother. After all, she was just a weak normal person. When two rankers who had surpassed heaven rank collided, the shockwave produced would undoubtedly be destructive. Because of this, Yu Yang used the eternal wheel that could keep the void within 10 meters of him in its normal state. Little Wenli understood Yu Yang's intention the most. She cooperated with him and brought Fourth Mother into the grimoire world at the first instance. Fourth Mother only acknowledged Yu Yang and ignored Ancient Demon King. Her attitude made Yu Yang feel both surprised and confident at the same time. No matter what the truth was, it was fine as long as she wasn't angry. If it was a battle, Yu Yang who already had Jizun's willpower, what was there to be afraid of? When Fourth Mother brought him into the grimoire world, she kept looking at Yu Yang. Maybe she wanted to tell him to be careful or warn him about something else. Inside the Eternal Wheel, she couldn't speak. She could only use her eyes to express her concern and support. Roar. Once Fourth Mother entered the grimoire world and escaped from danger, Yu Yang immediately used a series of punches to send Ancient Demon King, who was immobilized by the Eternal Wheel, flying. Ancient Demon King was sent flying thousands of meters away like a cannonball. He crashed into the mountain wall, causing the mountain to shake and a large part of the wall to collapse. Countless gravel rolled down with a crashing sound. Seeing Yu Yang send Ancient Demon King flying with one move, Yi Xiao and Zi Guang were moved. Yu Su and Bei retreated slightly, intimidated by Yu Yang's imposing manner. Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Concubine looked at each other. Both of them felt that the current Yu Yang was much stronger than when he had attacked them. Based on this rate of improvement, if they were to ignore Yu Yang for a few years, they would probably not be a match for him the next time they met. Even with the help of the Nine Brilliance King and the Divine Weapon, the Scarlet Emperor was still frowning. If the Ancient Demon King and the Nine Brilliance King didn't work together, would he be able to defeat Yu Yang by himself? The answer was no. Fortunately, not only was the Ancient Demon King determined to kill Yu Yang, the Nine Brilliance King had also come to support him. The Nine Brilliance King could suppress the Yu clan's third young master externally and restrain the Ancient Demon King internally. The Scarlet Emperor looked at Jizun, who was as calm as still water, and his heart trembled slightly. The threat that this Jizun gave him was no less than the Prison Emperor back then. The Prison Emperor was very strong back then, but there were traces of it. It was fine as long as one didn't fight the Prison Emperor head-on. However, this Jizun was different. She was clearly not as strong as the Prison Emperor, but she gave off the same feeling of danger. She was born with a murderous intent. Even with the protection of the Divine Weapon, he would feel a little unconfident when he saw her. Perhaps Jizun wasn't as strong as the Prison Emperor, and she didn't have that kind of invincible aura, but her strength was still enough to look down on the world. This Jizun wasn't the best leader, she wasn't the strongest commander, but she was the strongest judge, the most terrifying executioner. She belonged to the category of death warriors who would definitely kill one side the moment she took action. Heaven rankers who were stronger than her could injure or even defeat her, but they would have to pay a higher price. You dare to hit me? You damned imposter. The Ancient Demon King shot out from the rubble. He tore off the cloak on his body, revealing his Demon King's battle armor. The demon wings on his back were burning with the black flames of hell. The Ancient Demon King, who no longer had any hope, completely tore off the disguise on his body. His true energy exploded and burned fiercely. Because of his anger, his face that was very similar to Yu Yang's became a little distorted. Tisk, stop talking nonsense. Yu Yang couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this kind of person. No matter what he said, the final result would definitely be a fight to the death. Don't even think about getting what I can't get. The Ancient Demon King was extremely jealous. Fourth Mother didn't acknowledge him, and if she also didn't acknowledge Yu Yang, then his mind would be very balanced. The problem was that Fourth Mother didn't acknowledge him, the dead Yu Qiu also didn't acknowledge him, and that Fourth Mother's sister, who might have ascended to the heaven realm, also didn't acknowledge him either. Not only did she ruin his plan of stealing a body to be reborn, but she also got a new Yu Yang. She even passed on her knowledge to Yu Yang. It was very likely that she had told Yu Yang all the secrets of the gods' ruins. He had painstakingly planned for so long, but he didn't get anything. Moreover, he had even helped the Nine Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress. How could the Ancient Demon King be willing to accept this? The Ancient Demon King was indeed a treacherous hero who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Although the blow made him lose his rationality for a while, he recovered in an instant. He suppressed his anger, regained his rationality, and calmed down immediately. He reached out his hand and touched the wound on his face caused by Yu Yang's punch. As the wound slowly recovered, he started to attack Yu Yang, don't think that you can get everything just because you got Fourth Mother's acknowledgement. On the contrary, I want to tell you that you are dreaming. From today onwards, you will have nothing. Beasts, teammates, relatives, lovers, even your own body and life. If I can't get them, I will destroy everything in this world, just like how I dealt with the prison emperor in the past. I will make you suffer 100 times more than the prison emperor. Come at me if you can. Yu Yang's reply was very simple. He slowly put on the Gemini mask. The energy in his body kept increasing until it reached its peak. In the space of 100 meters, the power of his domain started to envelop him. The world creation domain that he had comprehended from the gate of life and death seemed to have nothing on the surface. However, as soon as the world creation domain appeared, the ancient demon king felt that something was wrong. The Scarlet Emperor and the Scarlet Concubine quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the domain. Even the Nine Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress, who had never spoken, were slightly moved. A strange light flashed in their eyes. It wasn't like they had never seen a strange domain before. Among the Heaven Realm experts, there were all kinds of strange domains. However, they had never seen one that they couldn't see through like Yu Yang. As if to remind the ancient demon king, the Nine Brilliance King opened his mouth. It was a very magnetic voice. It wasn't loud, but it echoed in the depths of one's soul like a huge bell. It gave people a shock as if they were listening to a clap of thunder in a silent place. This should be a materialization type of spiritual domain. It reflects some visual materialization through the owner's mental power. Although it isn't the power of the law yet, it has already started to take shape. Is that so? Then let's see if your materialization domain is stronger or my dissimulation domain is stronger. Although the ancient demon king was cautious and vigilant, he didn't show any weakness. He immediately displayed the domain that he was most proficient in. With his body as the radius, within 1,000 meters. There was an additional dark gray domain. It enveloped the heaven and earth. It was 10 times bigger than Yu Yang's world creation domain. The dissimulation domain completely enveloped the world creation domain. The power accumulated over tens of thousands of years was naturally not a small matter. If it wasn't for the loss of the perfect demon king's body and the loss of most of its energy due to multiple seals, this dissimulation domain could have expanded by 10 times and its power would have increased by a few times. How is it? Scarlet Concubine, who jumped out of the battlefield, turned to look at the Scarlet Emperor and asked for his judgment. Draw. The Scarlet Emperor muttered and came up with a result. His words shocked the Scarlet Concubine. A domain with a radius of 100 meters could actually draw with a domain with a radius of 1,000 meters? Although the range of the domain didn't represent the strength of the domain, normally, the smaller the range, the more powerful the domain. However, the Scarlet Concubine knew that the ancient demon king's dissimulation domain was accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It was definitely not as good as Yu Yang's domain when it first appeared. It was just that the ancient demon king had been improving and perfecting it for tens of thousands of years. That was why the domain could expand to 1,000 meters. How could the improvement over tens of thousands of years not be as good as the domain that Yu Yang had just comprehended not long ago? What exactly did the domain that Yu Yang had revealed look like? For a moment, the Scarlet Concubine suppressed the hatred in her heart and focused on the battle of life and death that was about to happen. This battle was destined to be recorded in history, just like the battle between the Prison Emperor and the 3 great leaders, outside of the Despair Abyss, Hope Town. The Hope Town that was rebuilt from the ruins was once again destroyed in the flames of war today. Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tian Luo and the others escorted Lu Yi and the others to this place. Before they could even take a breath, the winged clan rankers with tracking fish beasts had already caught up to them. The Black Prince, Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Great Elder of the Senate had arrived in hot pursuit. Let's go. Yi Kong was the second to stay behind to block the enemy without hesitation, just like Fatty Hai previously. You're practically looking for death. The Black Prince laughed sinisterly. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Yi Kong was expressionless. The Black Prince stayed behind. He alone was enough to fight against Yi Kong. The rest of the winged clan rankers continued to chase after them. At the bottom of the Despair Abyss, the location of the first mercenary camp was less than 10 kilometers away from Hope Town. the winged clan rankers once again easily caught up to them. This time, Prince of Tianluo pushed away Shui Tanlang, who was determined to stay behind and was the third to block the enemy. After a slight hesitation, the Thousand Goblins sect leader stayed behind. The Thousand Goblins sect leader was the only supreme innate who could be compared to Shun Tian and was not necessarily inferior to Shun Tian. In order to successfully take down Prince of Tianluo, who already had a heaven-ranked beast, he was the most suitable candidate. Knowing that there was a temporary delay, Shui Tanlang led the team to escape to the Black Water Lake in the Despair Abyss and was caught up again. Shui Tanlang stayed behind. The Marquis of Zijin, who had already obtained the power of the Thousand Goblins King's clone and leveled up to innate level 8 with the help of the ancient Demon King, decided to personally kill this Ice Cube guy who had the most potential other than Yu Yang. If Shui Tanlang did not die, he would definitely be a disaster in the future. With the Marquis of Zijin's current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Yu Yang. However, getting rid of this Shui Tanlang who was still growing was extremely possible. The Great Elder of the Winged Clan Elder House led the team and continued to chase. No matter where Lu Yi and the others escaped to, the Elder with the tracking fish could easily find them. If it wasn't for Lu Yi using the gold grimoire to hide all her teammates and riding the perforate deer to teleport all the way, the whole team would have been annihilated long ago. At the entrance of the prison Emperor Divine Palace, the Water Palace, the Great Elder of the Winged Clan finally caught up to Lu Yi. He used a black cursed heavenly crow feather arrow to injure Lu Yi's shoulder. Lu Yi escaped to the entrance of the Water Palace. She couldn't take it anymore and fell. Run? There has never been a human who could escape from my hands. You will not be an exception. The Great Elder of the Winged Clan Elder House had the strength of a peak innate level 8, second only to the Sky Emperor Ba Yi. After the death of the Sky Emperor Ba Yi, he was the person who held the highest power in the entire Guangming continent. The entire Elder House was under his control. It can't be? You're already old enough to shed your feathers, yet you, a bald old bird, still brought a large group of people to bully a little girl? Aren't you embarrassed? Inside the Water Palace, there was a half-dead old man. He held onto a walking stick and coughed continuously, as if he would fall down at any time. He walked out of the Water Palace in a doddering manner. Weren't you in the Yu Clan castle? The Great Elder and the others were stunned when they saw him. If everything was calculated by you, wouldn't it be very boring? Although I haven't really used my brain, I have lived for more than 10,000 years after all. I still look down on your shoddy tricks. All of these are the leftovers from the games we played in the past. Can't you change it to something new? Yu Yang, that brat is really interesting. He knew to bury a trap here. Forget it, there's no use talking to you retarded fellows. I don't even know if retardation is contagious. The old dragon turtle shook his head and sighed, as if he couldn't play the lute to a cow. Boom, Shun Tian couldn't remember how many times he had knocked Fatty Hai down. 100 times? 200 times, every time Fatty Hai was blasted to the ground, the injured Fatty Hai would stand up again very quickly, trembling as he stood up again. He had become an ugly monster, with wounds all over his body and blood all over his face. However, his blood-red eyes still exuded a chilling fighting spirit. Even though Shun Tian had knocked him down 100 or 200 times, he couldn't subdue his will with force. If you think you can fight with me by relying on your strong body, you're wrong. Shun Tian was so angry that he laughed. The gap in strength couldn't be made up by becoming a monster. Shun Tian's advantage over Fatty Hai wasn't just in strength. Combat skills, experience, level, realm, treasures, war beasts, etc., which was not better than Fatty Hai. If Fatty Hai could survive today, Shun Tian felt that he could retire and enjoy his old age. He had such a big advantage, but he still couldn't beat Fatty Hai. How could he fight against that abnormal guy, Yu Yang? In order to regain his status as a strong man and regain his advantage as a senior, Shun Tian participated in this battle after careful consideration. In fact, whether the ancient Devil King or Yu Yang won this battle, it didn't mean much to him, because the final decision of the ownership of the Tong Tian Tower was no longer in his hands. As a super strong innate ranker, Shun Tian was unwilling to be surpassed by so many juniors. He wanted to take the opportunity to prove himself. Hippo Meteor Punch. Fatty Hai's answer was always this. He could only use the combat skills that he was good at, because other combat skills in front of Xianxia were just like showing off in front of an expert. Usually, Xianxia would easily interrupt him halfway, and he wouldn't be able to exert his power. Fatty Hai didn't think about winning in the end. When fighting against Xianxia, Fatty Hai only thought about one thing, and that was to hit Xianxia with at least one punch. Even if it was only one punch, it would be the biggest victory in his life. If he could hit Xianxia, he wouldn't suffer a loss. If he could hit Xianxia a second time, he would make a big profit. Xianxia was very smart. Of course, he could understand Fatty Hai's desperate thoughts. In addition, he was extremely cautious and didn't give Fatty Hai a chance to fight desperately. Every time, he would use his skills to knock Fatty Hai down. Yi Shiwen did not use his full strength, plus the fact that Fatty Shanghai had turned into an ugly monster had thick skin and flesh. Thus, there was this unequal but still stalemated battle. Rumble, Fatty Hai collapsed once again. However, a minute later, he struggled to stand up again. His face was covered in blood, and his body was covered in mud. His battered and exhausted appearance revealed his unyielding determination to fight to the end. Today, I must beat you to death. Xianxia, who had an obvious advantage over Fatty Hai, wasn't happy at all. In his mind, the fact that he couldn't kill or subdue Fatty Hai was his biggest failure. His body was in the best fighting condition, but his heart was tired. He was extremely tired and his confidence was waning bit by bit. Was he really old? As a super innate, he couldn't even take down an ant like Fatty Hai. Was he really a strong warrior? Of course, this kind of negative thought only flashed by. Xianxia immediately regained his confidence and growled, "Maybe I was wrong before. You are not a scum, but you have only cultivated for a few years. Don't even think about fighting me. This is not a gap that you can overcome. Now, I will let you see my strongest move that even the Yu clan's third young master doesn't have the chance to withstand. After this move, you will die gloriously." Hippo Meteor Fist. Fatty Hai's only answer was this. Yu Yang once jokingly said that as long as he could achieve the state of human and fist as one, he would definitely be able to exert 100 times the power. At that time, everyone was very curious and asked how to achieve the state of human and fist as one. Yu Yang, on the other hand, stopped smiling. He pondered for a long time before replying, "Forget about the person and the fist. When facing the enemy, throw your fist without any hesitation, and absolutely believe that you can knock down the enemy with one punch. That is the true meaning of the person and the fist becoming one." Fatty Hai had never reached the state that Yu Yang mentioned. Not to mention him, even Shui Tanlang, who had the best comprehension ability, couldn't achieve it. Today, in the battle of certain death, Fatty Hai understood a little about what Yu Yang said. Although he hadn't achieved the state of human and fist as one, Fatty Hai had already forgotten himself and his fist. Facing Xianxia, he waved his fist without hesitation. Xianxia, who was preparing to use his strongest move to kill Fatty Hai, suddenly felt a sense of danger welling up in his heart. When he looked up, he found that Fatty Hai, who had turned into an ugly monster, had blood-red eyes. They were no longer bloodthirsty and crazy like before. Instead, there was a kind of cold calmness. His eyes emitted an orange-red light. Compared to before the battle, his aura had increased. Inexplicably, Xianxia felt a chill in his heart. This was not good. Could it be that today, he would be defeated in the hands of this idiotic Fatty Hai? A strange idea that had never been born before, for the first time, emerged in Xianxia's mind. It was like a wild weed that could not be cut off completely. Hope Town. The Black Prince furrowed his brows secretly. According to his plan, Xianxia still hadn't caught up even after the battle had started for half an hour. Could it be that with Xianxia's strength, he still couldn't deal with Fatty Hai? Or could it be that Xianxia met a strong enemy? If Xianxia met a strong enemy and couldn't get away, that would be good. The Black Prince was most afraid of traps. If the Yu clan's third young master, who was extremely intelligent and powerful, had already set up a trap, then it would be dangerous. Fatty Hai was such a coward. If he didn't have Yu Yang's support, he definitely wouldn't be the first to stand up. Even if Fatty Hai's blood rushed to his head, the signs that he showed afterwards were hard to look at. Yi Kong actually stayed behind to intercept him. At the bottom of the valley a few kilometers away, there was still the battle between the Prince of Tianluo and the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Was this really Yu Yang's plan? Eh? What made the Black Prince feel strange was that this skinny Yi Kong's life was surprisingly tenacious. After being hit a few hundred times and knocked down more than 100 times, this Yi Kong was still able to stand up. This was really out of the Black Prince's expectations. Your will-o'-the-wisp is nothing. Yi Kong painfully tore off the burning skin on his body, tearing off the skin that was burning with the green phosphorus will-o'-the-wisp. With the strengthening of the King Kong demon ape, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle and the young earthquake dragon, he was originally unable to withstand so many of the Black Prince's attacks. However, he had the unique, standing erect inherent skill, and the guardian beast, fortitude. No matter how painful or how injured he was, as long as Yi Kong had the heart to persevere, he wouldn't fall and he could continue to fight. The Black Prince saw that Yi Kong stood up again. Compared to before, his aura increased. His brows furrowed even more. It seemed that he had found the wrong opponent. If he had fought against that hot-blooded fatty Hai, he might have already won. If he had fought against that Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang, he would have been fine too. However, he had only fought against Yi Kong, who had the innate skill of erect stance and a guardian beast that could never be defeated. He had miscalculated. Exchange opponents. When the Black Prince was still thinking about how to kill Yi Kong, the Thousand Goblins sect leader suddenly appeared. What? The Black Prince was shocked. Could it be that the powerful Thousand Goblins sect leader couldn't defeat the Prince of Tianluo? Although the Prince of Tianluo already had a heaven-ranked beast and became the strongest in the team after Yu Yang, he had only fused with it for a short period of time. He was still far from reaching the standard of a heaven-ranked beast. With the Thousand Goblins sect leader's strength, he should be able to win easily. He has a treasure on him that can see through my attacks. He is also wearing a special blood rune armor that can counter my attacks. If the Thousand Goblins sect leader didn't really have a way to deal with the Prince of Tianluo, he wouldn't be so shameless to exchange opponents with the Black Prince. Alright. The Black Prince didn't reject. If it was any other time, the Black Prince would definitely not agree and would even mock him. Now that the situation was critical, if they did not work together, this battle might be reversed by the enemy. One must know that Yu Yang, that brat, had always started to reverse the situation when the enemy was confident of victory, and he had never failed before. The Black Prince quickly teleported out of Hope Town and returned to the campsite at the bottom of the valley. Prince of Tianluo, who was in a sorry state, was slowly adjusting his breathing. Although the Thousand Goblins sect leader was unable to successfully kill the Tianluo prince who possessed a heaven-ranked level 1 flaming-winged sky demon, he was still able to injure the Tianluo prince quite badly. While the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the Black Prince were exchanging blows, the Tianluo prince hurriedly adjusted his breathing. He even swallowed a martial spirit pill without hesitation, using it to temporarily increase his body's energy. Perhaps it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Distant water would not be able to put out a nearby fire, but Prince Tianluo knew that he was the only one in the team who had the upper hand. If he lost, it would directly affect the overall situation. On the contrary, if they did well on their own end, they would be able to stimulate the entire line, and everyone would be able to join in the counterattack. Come, let me see whether your green phosphorus ghost fire is stronger, or my meteor sky fire is stronger. From today onwards, there can only be one ranker in Tong Tian Tower who calls himself a prince. Either you, the Black Prince, or I, the Prince of Tianluo. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you have a heaven stage beast. The Black Prince sneered, your beast is heaven stage, but it doesn't mean that you also have the strength of heaven stage. Abyssal Blackwater Lake. Shui Tanlang and the Marquis of Zijin were still facing each other. Both of them were motionless. They were both looking for each other's flaws. This battle was very different from other battles. Both of them had already raised their strength to their peak. They believed that they would only need to exchange a few blows before the battle would end. Both sides were destined to have one person fall. Although the Marquis of Zijin's strength and level were far above Shui Tanlang's, he definitely did not dare to rashly attack his opponent. Especially before the battle, Xue Tanlang had changed his usual behavior and explained his beast, battle techniques, tactics, and so on in detail. This made the Marquis of Zijin feel even more strange. Could it be that this ice cube guy who could not even make a sound with a stick, would be able to display his extraordinary strength the more he confessed to his enemy? The Marquis of Zijin did not doubt it, because he knew that Xue Tanlang was definitely not a talkative show-off like Fatty Hai. Xue Tanlang's actions were definitely his most secretive trump card. Only in this kind of final struggle before death would he reveal his inherent skill. Today, either you die, or I die. The Marquis of Zijin lowered his voice and said in a hoarse voice. He then summoned his grimoire and summoned his guardian beast. He raised his protective shield and the domain that he had just comprehended. After Xue Tanlang had explained his beast, battle techniques, and tactics, he had returned to his usual cold self and did not say a word. Under his feet, the entire black water lake had turned into an ice lake. Silver lightning flashed in the sky. The two of them moved at the same time, pouncing towards each other, giving each other their strongest and most fatal blow without holding anything back. Between the two of them, after this blow, one of them was destined to fall. At this moment, even they themselves did not know who the final victor would be. White River Valley, Crimson Altar. A pair of mortal enemies, Yu Yang and Ancient Demon King, had started a battle of life and death. At this moment, the battle had reached its climax since the beginning. Materialization domain? Insignificant skill. Ancient Demon King raised his dissimulation domain and used it to envelop the enemy. He immediately increased his strength, starting from Heaven rank. Heaven rank level 1, the shockwave from the energy explosion was like a raging gale, sweeping across the earth. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the sky became dark. When he rose to Heaven rank level 2, the power immediately increased by 10 times. The entire sky seemed to have an invisible demon claw moving. The third explosion, when he rose to Heaven rank level 3, shook the heavens and the earth cracked. Other than the Crimson Altar which was still in its original state, the entire White River Valley was in an uproar. Tens of thousands of tons of boulders were thrown into the sky like meteors, shooting more than 10 kilometers away. When Ancient Demon King rose to Heaven rank level 4, his subordinates, Yi Xiao, Zi Guang, Yu Su and Bei, couldn't maintain their positions. They had to retreat more than 10,000 meters to avoid the power. The weakest among them, Bloody Queen, Red's mother, cleverly hid in the passage of the Blood Cloud Altar. Strangely, no matter how much destruction was happening outside, the passage was still as calm as before. Even Yu Qiu's corpse, who was still carrying the stone gate with his broken body, wasn't affected by the shockwave. A supreme sealing power was protecting the Crimson Altar, preventing it from being harmed by any external forces. In comparison, the power that could create spiderweb-like cracks on the Crimson Altar and destroy the guardian statue's head and arm was simply unimaginable. Just how much power was needed to damage this blood-colored altar? Ancient Demon King's power increase was so shocking, but it couldn't damage it at all. From this, it could be inferred that the power that caused the Crimson Altar to be damaged must be even greater, and should be close to God's power. Fifth explosion. Ancient Demon King rose to Heaven rank level 5, but this wasn't the end. Sixth, after 10 seconds, the Ancient Demon King raised his rank to the 6th rank of the Heaven realm. Not to mention the onlookers, even Princess Sisai and Xue Wuxia, who were hundreds of kilometers away, could clearly sense the immense power. Of course, Heaven ranked level 6 was not the Ancient Demon King's final strength. It was a pity that his original body was sealed, and the body that he had seized was destroyed by Prison Emperor and other rankers. The newly seized body had too little time to recover, and was far from being able to recover to its peak state. Heaven rank level 6 was the level he could withstand at the moment. However, he firmly believed that it was enough to deal with Yu Yang, who was still a quasi-Heaven rank opponent. No matter how abnormal Yu Yang was, no matter how exaggerated his battle strength was, the 6th level of the Heaven realm was an insurmountable limit. The Ancient Demon King did not only possess a Heaven-ranked level 6, he also had powerful treasures, beasts, and subordinates. In short, the plan that he had been planning for a long time had failed. He decided to obliterate this enemy with infinite potential at the same time that he could not obtain the body of the god and the ancient relics in the god's ruins. He didn't want to reveal too much of his strength in front of the Scarlet the Arch, the Nine Brilliance King, and the others. But now, he couldn't care too much. As long as he could kill Yu Yang, he didn't care about any means. If you're still hoping to get lucky and think that you can escape today, then let me tell you that you're wrong. No one can save you. The ancient demon king glanced at Jizun, who was still standing proudly on the blood-colored altar. Seeing that her expression was as cold as ice and she was neither happy nor angry towards anything, just like in the past, he was extremely unhappy. He immediately summoned the holy grimoire with a cold smile and pressed his hand on it. He chanted as if he was chanting, "Doppelganger." In the alienation domain, the summoning holy grimoire shrouded the ancient demon king. When the light dissipated, there was one more person in the field. There was another doppelganger that looked exactly the same as the ancient demon king. Both of them looked exactly the same. Whether it was the real body or the doppelganger, there was no difference in their strength, attire, or demeanor. The strangest thing was that whether it was the real body or the doppelganger, both of them had a holy grimoire. Even the super experts like the Scarlet the Arch and the Scarlet Concubine couldn't tell the difference. Yusu looked at North, the most mysterious of his companions. North, who had never revealed his true appearance and strength, lightly shook his head, expressing his confusion. It's impossible to have two holy grimoires. The Scarlet the Arch knew that the holy grimoire couldn't be replicated, so one of them must be fake. The problem was that the illusion created by the ancient demon king's alienation domain was too real. Even he couldn't tell the difference. The Scarlet Thearch's heart trembled when he saw the ancient demon king had created such a doppelganger. It would be difficult for him to win against him. Doppelganger. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the Scarlet the Arch, the two ancient demon kings pressed their hands on the holy grimoire and instantly created 4 human figures. There was only one real body and 3 doppelganger. However, no one could tell the difference. Even the Nine Brilliance King, who didn't seem to care, had a solemn expression for the first time. He realized that he couldn't sense the ancient demon king's real body or doppelganger. It was impossible for him to be flawless, but it would be strange if he couldn't sense it. The Nine Brilliance King knew that it was impossible for the ancient demon king to have 4 holy grimoires and 4 real doppelgangers. There must be only one real body and the other 3 were fake. However, the problem was that the 3 fake doppelgangers were too real. No one could tell the difference and even felt that all 4 of them were the ancient demon king. The ancient demon king didn't stop creating doppelgangers. The Scarlet Emperor was dumbfounded when he split into 8 doppelgangers in front of everyone's eyes, making it hard for anyone to distinguish him. How was he going to fight this battle? 1 real body and 7 doppelgangers with the same strength. Wouldn't it be 1 against 8 if anyone wanted to fight the ancient demon king? Could it be that the ancient demon king had been invincible for tens of thousands of years and no one could defeat him? The reason was because he had something special about him. The Scarlet the Arch swallowed a mouthful of saliva and was shocked. Even if he recovered to his peak condition, it was impossible for him to defeat the ancient demon king. If the ancient demon king found the original body of the demon king or obtained the god body, who could stop him? The Scarlet the Arch looked at Yu Yang again. His heart shuddered again. At this moment, Yu Yang had raised his energy to his peak condition. Different from the ancient demon king, Yu Yang did not split into 8 doppelgangers after he leveled up. Instead, he became invisible. With the Scarlet Thearch's strength and senses, he could definitely sense the invisible Yu Yang. However, what made the Scarlet the Arch ashamed was that he wasn't 100% sure that it was the real Yu Yang. Yu Yang, who was only a quasi-heaven ranker, displayed strength that was no weaker than a heaven ranker level 5. Not only the Scarlet the Arch, even the Nine Brilliance King was shocked. What a strange kid, but very powerful. How many heaven rankers were there in the heaven realm that could make the Nine Brilliance King, who looked down on everyone in the Western Heaven realm, praise very powerful subconsciously? The Scarlet the Arch didn't know who else, but he was sure that there wouldn't be many and they couldn't be below heaven ranker. The Scarlet the Arch compared the ancient demon king to Yu Yang. If the ancient demon king was a lightning hammer that could smash everything, then this Yu Yang would be a poisonous dagger that could kill people silently. No matter who it was, they would die a horrible death. For the first time, the Scarlet the Arch hoped that Yu Yang could perish together with the ancient demon king. Both of them were perverts, it would be best if they died together. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get the Tong Tian Tower and God's ruins. 8 Ultimate. The 8 Demon King doppelgangers shouted at the same time and charged towards Yu Yang with different postures. The Scarlet Arch was dazzled. No matter how he tried to differentiate, he only had one choice, which was to use his divine equipment to defend himself. Under such a siege, counterattack was futile. Even if he could find the real body, he wouldn't be able to counterattack effectively under the siege of the 8 doppelgangers. Now, the Scarlet Arch still had hope. If the doppelgangers created by the ancient Demon King would dissipate after being attacked, it would be easier. The invisible Yu Yang pointed his finger and thousands of sword chi shot out. It was as exaggerated as thousands of arrows piercing through the heart, flying towards the 8 ancient Demon Kings. However, after the 8 ancient Demon Kings were attacked, they did something that shocked everyone. All of them could move freely, using their fingers, palms, fists, and legs to shatter the sword chi that was close to materialization. At the same time, they condensed different energy balls, energy swords, and energy arrows to attack Yu Yang, who was maintaining his invisible state. Although they couldn't see Yu Yang with their eyes. But in the senses of the ancient Demon Kings, Yu Yang's invisibility was completely ineffective. The 8 ancient Demon Kings attacked Yu Yang from the east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest, north and northeast directions. Under such a siege, any life form in the center of the attack would instantly turn into powder. The Scarlet Arch didn't need to look at Yu Yang's reaction, because no matter what Yu Yang did now, it would be useless. The best outcome would be to take the attack head-on, unable to counterattack or escape. Under the ancient Demon King's 8 ultimate formation, among all the rankers of Tong Tian Tower that the Scarlet Arch knew, only the Prison Emperor could break it. He specially went to see Jizun. If Jizun didn't help him personally, the quasi-heaven ranker Yu Yang would be in danger. Could she really just wait quietly? What made the Scarlet Arch disappointed was that Jizun really didn't move. She turned a blind eye to the battle. Die. The ancient Demon Kings were also wary of Jizun's sneak attack. Who would have thought that before he hit Yu Yang, she would still be standing proudly and indifferently? He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Scram. At the same time, when the 8 of them joined hands and smashed the invisible Yu Yang into powder, a cold voice rang out. The 8 ancient Demon Kings raised their heads at the same time. In the sky, there was an additional Yu Yang. He stretched his right hand forward. He grabbed the throat of the ancient Demon King in the northeast. The Scarlet Arch and the others were stunned. This Yu Yang could actually tell which one was the real one. Yu Yang ignored the attacks of the other 7 ancient Demon King's clones and threw the real one on the blood-colored altar. Little Winli appeared behind Yu Yang at the same time, staring angrily at the ancient Demon King's real body. The real body had the power of a heaven-ranked level 6, but it couldn't move. It could only watch as Yu Yang humiliatingly kicked it away. The 7 clones attacked Yu Yang at the same time. Each of them actually had half of the power of the ancient Demon King's real body, and they could exist for up to an hour. The moment they attacked Yu Yang appeared above the ancient Demon King's real body. Purgatory Heaven Blasting Cannon. The ancient Demon King's real body felt extremely humiliated. He had never been able to see through his real body easily. He didn't expect that after acting cool for a while, he would be humiliated by Yu Yang's punches and kicks in front of everyone. If it wasn't for the fact that the 8 extremes formation required the real body and clones to move as one, he wouldn't have been easily hit by Yu Yang. However, being able to see through this flaw made the ancient Demon King furious. He was like the lava that erupted from the Demon Abyss volcano, crashing into Yu Yang's chest. His fist was aimed at Yu Yang's heart, directly sending Yu Yang tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Feeling that attacking Yu Yang like this was not satisfying enough, the ancient Demon King summoned a heaven-ranked level 4 Dragon Vulture. The Dragon Vulture spat out a hurricane towards Yu Yang in the sky. If nothing unexpected happened, Yu Yang, who was swept up by the hurricane, would spin uncontrollably in the sky for at least 3 minutes before falling down as he wished. The ancient Demon King used his finger as a sword and drew a circle on the blood-colored altar. He coldly snorted, "You will definitely be buried here." The enemy that lost control after being hit by the hurricane of the Dragon Vulture had never been able to survive the ancient Demon King's heavy attack. Even the prison emperor back then didn't dare to let the hurricane hit him easily. He had to first heavily injure the dragon vulture before it could spit out the hurricane. Is that so? A question rang out from behind the ancient demon king. The ancient demon king turned his head in disbelief. He discovered that other than the Yu Yang 10,000 meters in the sky, there was another one behind him. I'm not going to play with you. Go and cry in the circle that you drew. Yu Yang stretched out his hand for the second time. The ancient demon king realized that he couldn't move his heaven-ranked level 6 body. Moreover, it wasn't the little lowly's restraint. Law. The Scarlet Emperor's expression changed. Eh? The Nine Brilliance King was also shocked. He saw that Yu Yang was manipulating the power of the law. Although it was very slight, it was indeed the power of the law. The power of the law had frozen the ancient demon king, but it didn't cause any damage. However, the body of little Wenli, who was hugging Yu Yang just now, suddenly turned into a golden snake demon that was over 100 meters tall. It was so tall and mighty that even the Scarlet Emperor and the others had to look up to it. 6 giant golden palms slapped the 7 clones of the ancient demon king flat on the blood-colored altar as if it was swatting flies. The ancient demon king, who couldn't move, was hit by the golden snake demon's storm-like attacks and fell into a predicament. If the dragon vulture didn't risk its life to knock him away and take his place, the ancient demon king would have been defeated. The 6 giant palms killed the heaven-ranked level 4 dragon vulture and continued to attack the ancient demon king. Luckily, Yu Yang could only maintain the power of the law for less than a minute. The golden snake demon dissipated in the sky, allowing the ancient demon king to escape from this calamity. The Scarlet Emperor and the Nine Brilliance King heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, this brat hadn't mastered the power of the law. Otherwise, not to mention the ancient demon king, even they would have to gang up on him. I was wrong. However, I will never make the same mistake again. The battered ancient demon king fell to the ground. He didn't get angry. Instead, he stood up calmly and looked at Yu Yang. You didn't kill me, that was your biggest mistake. Just now, that was your last chance. You've already missed it forever. I dare say that you'll regret it, because your blow has made me decide to use my greatest strength without holding anything back. Not only the ancient demon king, even the Scarlet the Arch and Nine Brilliance King had never thought that a quasi-heaven ranker like Yu Yang could control the power of the law. Even the slightest control of the law was extremely powerful. The ancient demon king, who originally thought that he would be able to win with his heaven-ranked level 6 strength and the 8 ultimate clones, fell into a dangerous situation. It was not because of his strength, but because he was ruthlessly schemed by Yu Yang. Of course, both the Scarlet Emperor and the Nine Brilliance King knew that Yu Yang's ancient code energy wasn't enough to kill the ancient demon king. He could only control the slightest bit of the ancient code energy, and he could only do it for a minute. Even the Heaven Realm Emperor rank Empress behind the Nine Brilliance King did not dare to say she could kill the ancient demon king in 1 minute. The ancient demon king's biggest mistake was using his human body to fight against Yu Yang. He did not unleash his true power as a demon king. Yu Yang's mistake was not cooperating with Ji Zun to injure the ancient demon king when the power of the law was activated. Both of them made mistakes. That was what the Scarlet the Arch and Nine Brilliance King thought. Hoo-hoo. When the power of the law disappeared from Yu Yang's body, he stood still as if he had used up all of his mental energy. The Scarlet the Arch felt a little better after seeing this. Although this brat was abnormal and even controlled the power of the law, he had not completely mastered it. The ancient demon king would definitely be dead if he could hold on for 10 minutes. Roar. Compared to Yu Yang, who was recovering, the ancient demon king started to move. His body trembled as his knees sunk deep into the hard rock surface. His hands bent. An extremely powerful demon king's power exploded from his body. The human body that looked like Yu Yang shattered into pieces. The human body could not withstand the true power of the demon king. The demon king's power that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years was not something a human body could withstand, unless it was the original demon king's body or the god's body. In order to gain fourth mother's trust, the ancient demon king had hidden the demon king's power that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. This way, he could keep a trump card when he was with his allies like the Scarlet the Arch and Nine Brilliance King. If Yu Yang had not used his nomological powers, he would not have been willing to activate this Demon King's power. Once this Demon King's power that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years was activated, his body would not be able to withstand it. Before he found a suitable vessel, this energy would be used up and would never be able to recover. On top of that, the ancient Demon King was worried that the Nine Brilliance King would see through his sealed soul star and harm him in the future. However, Yu Yang had used nomological powers, so he had no other choice. The Scarlet the Arch and the Nine Brilliance King might join hands to deal with him in the future, but the ancient Devil King couldn't think about the future. Right now, he had to kill Yu Yang, who was the main threat to his life. No matter what, this fellow who had grasped the power of the laws could not be allowed to live. I don't want Yu Clan's third young master's body anymore. I don't want his identity anymore. I just want you to die. The ancient Demon King's voice was filled with hatred. Then, with a loud bang, the ancient Demon King's humanoid body exploded into pieces. Countless flames and energy gushed out from the crystal core like a volcanic eruption. The Scarlet the Arch noticed the runes on the ancient Demon King's demon heart crystal core. Although he couldn't decipher it or understand it, he still remembered it. 6 soul star points. The Nine Brilliance King saw it more clearly than the Scarlet the Arch. The moment the energy and the raging flames exploded, they suddenly stopped in midair. Then, they quickly condensed into a 100-meter-tall Demon King's body. The body formed by flames and energy was forming at a speed visible to the naked eye. A sinister and terrifying demon head, a black curved demon horn, fangs that spat out flames, scarlet eyes that burned like the sun, and a pair of wings that were formed from thick smoke and flames. When the ancient Demon King's huge body that was formed from energy stood up and raised both of his arms towards the sky, the Scarlet Emperor and the rest were shocked at his power. The ancient Demon King was also a heaven-ranked level 6, but the ancient Demon King believed that if a heaven-ranked level 6 came from the heaven realm, he would be able to kill the ancient Demon King like a little chick. Such an ancient Demon King was a true innate 6th level supreme innate expert, a supreme expert with supreme willpower, 100-meter tall and power accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Not to mention Yu Yang, even the powerful Scarlet Emperor felt that he was very small in front of the ancient Demon King. Although the Scarlet the Arch was arrogant, he knew clearly that he was no match for the ancient Demon King. Even with the protection of the divine equipment, he couldn't defeat the ancient Demon King. The Scarlet the Arch was shocked and the Nine Brilliance King was also extremely serious. The Nine Brilliance King was glad that the ancient Demon King didn't obtain the divine body. If the ancient Demon King obtained the divine body, it would be the best vessel for the Demon King's power for tens of thousands of years. Even his ancestor wouldn't be able to deal with him, no wonder this guy had to pretend to be the Yu Clan's third young master. He didn't lack power, he just lacked the best vessel. If he obtained the divine body, not only the Tong Tian Tower, even the heaven realm would never have a peaceful day. The ancient Demon King who obtained the divine body and the ancient treasures in the gods' ruins would definitely be more terrifying than the prison emperor. At that time even the 3 great leaders wouldn't be able to subdue him. Thinking of this, the Nine Brilliance King's expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with killing intent. After this battle, regardless of the outcome of the battle between the ancient Demon King and Yu Yang, the ancient Demon King must not be allowed to live. Those old guys in the central shrine were right. If the Tong Tian Tower's rankers didn't suppress and seal him, the heaven realm would never have a peaceful day. You and I are both peerless geniuses. Our biggest mistake is to become enemies with each other. My plan, my seizure, that was a mistake. If I was given a second chance, I wouldn't have done it. Your appearance is also a mistake. Your appearance is like a joke of fate. 2 geniuses who could shine in different eras are now forced to fight together. What a pity. Back then, I avoided Emperor Wu Shuang, Peerless, Queen Vivian Li, Prison Emperor, and even Tian Luan, Qianyi, Wu Sei and other rankers. I thought I could rule an era, but who would have thought that you would appear? The ancient Demon King's voice reverberated through the entire White River Valley like thunder, and you were just as pitiful. If you didn't meet me, with your talent, your achievements wouldn't be any worse than the Prison Emperor. You might even be able to catch up to Fei Wenli and Peerless. But today, you have to fight with me for this opportunity. Since it's God's arrangement, what can I do? Yu Yang shook his head. I'll kill you. Although killing you won't change my fate, I still have to do it. Fate, you are a hateful thing. The primordial demon king faced the sky and let out a roar, as if he was depressed about his fate. I agree. The battle between you and me is indeed a mistake. Yu Yang glanced at the Scarlet Emperor and Nine Brilliance King and sighed, sometimes it's like this. Even though you know it's a mistake, you still have to continue. Who asked us to be enemies? To be honest, I sympathize with you for missing out on the glorious era. It was indeed depressing for you to meet Emperor Wu Shuang, peerless. Queen Wu Shuang, you met Conquest Queen Fei Wenli. I think you're not the only one who felt dejected, but all the rankers in her era, including Prison Emperor, Tian Luan, Xianxia, and Wu Sei. This is how the Tong Tian Tower is. Strong rankers are born all the time. If you want to stand at the peak of the Tong Tian Tower, you have to be strong enough. Who asked you not to be the most outstanding, most talented, and most powerful? If I die in your hands, I won't regret being born in the wrong era. Similarly, if you die in my hands, please don't blame fate, because fate is the same for everyone. If you can't control fate, then fate will control you. In the end, Yu Yang made his decision. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts shook. The Scarlet Emperor was stunned. The Nine Brilliance King's expression changed. Even Jizun nodded slightly. She was satisfied with Yu Yang's current state of mind. Life is like this. If you can't control fate, then you'll be controlled by fate. In other words, those who aren't strong enough can only go with the flow. Only the strongest can do whatever they want. Only those who can control their own fate can go against the flow, climb to the peak, and look down on all living beings. Alright, let me challenge my own fate without reservation. The ancient demon king stood there blankly for a while. Then, he raised his head and breathed out a flaming storm. He roared continuously in the flames as he increased and used the demon king's power that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. He didn't know if he could survive today's battle. Even if he defeated Yu Yang, he might still die in the hands of Jizun, the Nine Brilliance King, and the Heaven Empress. His plan failed, and he had to fight Yu Yang. If he could do it all over again, he would never do it. He would rather stay in hibernation, just like how he hid from Peerless, Fei Wenli, Prison Emperor, and the other invincible experts. However, he couldn't go back to that situation now. The Scarlet Emperor returned. So did the Nine Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress. On the other side was Yu Yang, who had mastered the power of the law, and Jizun, who no one dared to look down on. The ancient demon king didn't know if this battle would be his last. However, he had decided on one thing. Without reservation. He would use the demon king's power that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years to fight. Even if he died, he would die a glorious death. Purgatory. The ancient demon king pressed his hands on the ground of the White River Valley. The demon king's power that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years immediately ignited the whole valley, causing the underground heat to erupt. In an instant, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. The earth split open like the mouth of a prehistoric monster. Blood-red hot lava gushed out. Countless lava erupted into the sky. Thick smoke and volcanic ash covered the sky. The whole White River Valley, within a radius of 10 kilometers, turned into a horrifying scene of purgatory. As the lava flowed in the valley and the hellfire burned the mountain walls, the ancient demon king pointed his right arm at Yu Yang. A blood-red light shot out. This was the demon king's finger that could instantly kill all living beings. It was the strongest power that the ancient demon king and his guardian beast torch could unleash together. Even the invincible prison emperor had been injured by this finger. Of course, Yu Yang didn't dare to take this finger head-on. He immediately got rid of the ancient demon king's will. He teleported away. The bloody light from the demon king's finger easily pierced a fist-sized hole on the surface of the altar that nothing could damage. It sizzled and emitted smoke. The Scarlet Emperor's eyes twitched when he saw this finger. He felt that even his protective divine equipment might not be able to withstand this finger. If he couldn't, he might be killed instantly by the ancient demon king. The demon king's finger really had the power to kill all living beings in a second. Yu Yang was also shocked. Just as he teleported away, the ancient demon king's left hand grabbed him. When Yu Yang teleported away, he accurately determined the location of Yu Yang's appearance. Bone Crusher Mill. The ancient demon king summoned an extremely weird special type beast. It looked like a millstone and was covered with runic circles. It didn't have any external force controlling it, but it could automatically spin with an unstoppable force. The ancient demon king grabbed Yu Yang but didn't stuff him into his mouth. Instead, he pressed him into the body of the millstone-like beast called Bone Crusher Mill. It seemed like he wanted his beast to grind Yu Yang into powder. Huh? The Scarlet Emperor turned pale with fright. This beast reminded him of a terrifying legend. It was the ancient beast. Ancient beasts. When the Scarlet Emperor was young, he heard about it from a teacher. Due to the gap in time and history, as well as the chaos of war, many ancient beasts had disappeared from the world. Some of them had mutated due to the environment or other reasons. For example, the giant beasts mountain whale and island tortoise were the mutated descendants of the ancient beasts. They were very different from the modern beasts in the later period. They also had powers that were completely incomparable to the modern beasts. It was said that in ancient times, there were all kinds of beasts, and there were countless of them. Especially in the special category, the ancient rankers had unimaginable ways of using them. Unlike the modern warriors who mainly used elemental, strengthening and beasts, the special category was reduced to a supporting role. Among the ancient beasts, there was a type of beast called Lesser Sage. This type of beast could not reach the requirements of a holy beast in terms of size, intelligence, humanization, and so on. They were destined to not be able to become a holy beast, but their battle power was not inferior to a holy beast. Under some special circumstances, they were practically invincible. Therefore, people called this type of beast Lesser Sage. The biggest characteristic of a quasi-saint beast was that it had a special body shape and a unique skill that was suitable for a certain aspect of battle. It was impossible for them to be as all-round as a holy beast, but they were definitely not inferior to a holy beast in the area that they were most proficient in. The Scarlet Emperor looked at the Bone Crusher Mill in front of him and his first reaction was. It was a lesser sage, Yu Yang, who was caught by the ancient demon king and forced into the Bone Crusher Mill, immediately lifted up the stone mill that was pressing on him. However, Yu Yang, who had the strength to shake a small mountain with the help of the giant shadow, could not move the stone mill at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had the creation domain, it was very likely that he would have been ground into meat paste by the grindstone. One after another, huge rocks appeared beside Yu Yang. Each of them weighed tens of thousands of tons. In the creation domain, more than 10 illusions of Yu Yang threw the huge rocks on the ground into the stone mill, intending to jam the rotating Bone Crusher Mill. Yu Yang took the opportunity to escape when the stone mill was crushing him. He wanted to leave the Bone Crusher Mill, but he found that it was as if he had been locked in a sacred treasure, and he couldn't teleport out. The Bone Crusher Mill was unstoppable. It easily crushed all the boulders into powder. Unfortunately, this powerful quasi-sage beast was useless against the cunning Yu Yang. Although it crushed countless illusions of Yu Yang, Yu Yang's real body could escape to a safer place at the most dangerous moment. Inside the grindstone, there was always a sliver of space that allowed items to enter. That wasn't a flaw was keenly captured by Yu Yang. Even if it was only 1,000th of a second, he could still follow it closely and hide in the safe space at a moderate speed. Regardless of whether it sped up or switched between fast and slow speeds, the Bone Crusher Mill could not crush Yu Yang to death. The ancient demon king poured the blood-red lava into his mouth, preparing to mix it with his enemy, Yu Yang, and grind it into juice. The Scarlet Emperor's forehead was full of sweat. If the person inside was him, he would only have one way, and that was to use his divine weapon to protect himself. Other than that, he didn't have a better way. The ancient demon king poured himself into the lava and turned into lava water. Yu Yang was still able to survive. He had to admit that these two fellows were both abnormal. The boulders that were the size of a small hill were also turned into powder when they were thrown into the Bone Crusher Mill. If it wasn't for Yu Yang, this abnormal opponent, this Bone Crusher Mill would definitely be invincible. The Scarlet Emperor also didn't understand how Yu Yang could survive in the horrifying grindstone that was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. He only knew that no matter if it was the ancient demon king or Yu Yang, they didn't unleash their greatest power or ultimate move. White Bone Cage. The ancient demon king realized that the bone crusher mill could not crush Yu Yang to death, so he summoned another ancient beast. This was a pair of huge white bone hands. On it, there was a power similar to that of a divine beast's will. It was a few times more powerful than the bone crusher mill. Since it was the one who initiated the attack, it immediately grabbed Yu Yang out of the bone crusher mill. The bone hands were like a cross, firmly holding Yu Yang's body to the ground. Yu Yang struggled with all his might and slashed with the crescent blade, but the bone hands were not damaged at all. Sparks flew where the blade slashed. Jizun's expression changed slightly. Even Yu Yang couldn't struggle free from the bone hands? The strangest thing was that this bone hands was a beast, and it was only gold ranked level 10, which was equivalent to heaven ranked level 3. If it was any other beast, it would have been killed by Yu Yang long ago, but it was not damaged at all. What was even more strange was that this bone hands could grab Yu Yang, who was famous for his battle skills and body movements. Wan Xiang's tomb. The ancient demon king held the brilliant holy grimoire and pointed it at Yu Yang. He was not pointing at the demon king's finger, but the summoned beast. It was as if there were 10,000 mammoths descending on top of Yu Yang's head at the same time. Although there was no physical trampling, the power was exactly the same. Not to mention Yu Yang, who was grabbed by the bone hands, even everyone present felt an extremely uncomfortable shock, as if there were 10,000 mammoths running over their heads. The entire ground was shaking and shaking. Yu Yang, who had never been stunned by an enemy before, lost his reaction at this moment. His head drooped down softly, as if he had lost consciousness. The Scarlet Emperor thought that the ancient demon king would take the opportunity to throw Yu Yang into the bone crusher mill, but the ancient demon king did not do that. He summoned his fifth beast from the holy grimoire, the dragon vulture, the broken bone mill, the white bone cage and the Wan Xiang tomb, the death fairy. A small boat that looked like a sampan strangely appeared in the sky. The boatman was an ordinary skeleton of the Bone Clan. He only had the strength of a heaven-ranked skeleton, which was not surprising at all. The real body of this death fairy beast was that sampan-like boat. It was a heaven-ranked level 5 battle beast, and it was the most powerful one among the ancient demon king's many battle beasts. The white bone cage threw Yu Yang, who was in a daze, onto the death fairy. The Bone Clan skeleton immediately propped up the white bone pole. A black hole appeared in the sky. The death fairy carried Yu Yang and slid into the black hole, slid into the eternity of death. Just as the black hole was about to swallow the death fairy, Yu Yang's eyes suddenly opened wide. Countless nirvana flames rose from his body and turned into a fire phoenix formed from nirvana flames. The fire phoenix soared into the sky and at the same time, grabbed Yu Yang from the death fairy. The Bone Clan skeleton hurriedly used the white bone pole to prick it, but the fire phoenix was even faster. It grabbed the white bone cage and Yu Yang together. More than half of the death fairy had already slid into the black hole and could no longer affect Yu Yang. Go to hell. The ancient demon king made a move that made everyone present blush with shame. He rushed forward and raised his demon king arms, savagely tearing apart the closing black hole. The black hole's devouring attribute frantically absorbed the demon king's energy on his arms, but he turned a blind eye to it. He then raised his giant leg and kicked Yu Yang, who was grabbed by the fire phoenix, into the black hole. Who would have thought that this kick would give Yu Yang an opportunity? Yu Yang, who had only managed to break free from the white bone cage, grabbed the ancient demon king's crooked claw. The giant loli jumped out. She, who was supported by the giant shadow, reached out and grabbed the ancient demon king's horn. She punched him a few times, making him dizzy. She then used her knee to push the ancient demon king's back. She wanted to force this enemy, who had plotted to kill her brother, into the huge black hole. A situation that no one could have imagined suddenly appeared. Everyone present was dumbstruck. What was going on? The ancient demon king wanted to kill Yu Yang, but failed. The death fairy and the expanding black hole that he created became his burial ground? I'll hit, I'll hit, I'll hit, 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 hit. The giant loli realized that the ancient demon king was stubbornly holding on to the edge of the black hole. No matter what, he refused to go in. She was furious and started punching him. With her ancient Titan royalty's natural advantage in size and strength, the ancient demon king was enough to make her struggle. The most tragic thing was that he could not dodge. Roar. The ancient demon king suffered more than 10 punches. Under the situation where he was unable to retract his arms, he could only retract the death fairy that was stuck halfway. The black hole disappeared and he finally escaped from this calamity. Damn you! Yu Yang, who had already used Nirvana Flame to burn the White Bones cage, also joined in the beating. The ancient demon king rolled to the side. His huge body awkwardly dodged Yu Yang's world exterminating wheel. The giant lowly used her feet to step on his back 3 times, making him feel so much pain that he wanted to die. He silently agreed to it. Being stepped on by the giant lowly was indeed satisfying, but it was still better than being hit in the head by Yu Yang's world exterminating wheel. He escaped from the giant lowly's unrecognizable kick. He controlled the White Bones cage to capture the giant lowly while summoning new beasts. The White Bones cage that had easily captured Yu Yang just now was not enough for the giant lowly. Its limit was only to grab one of the giant lowly's legs. The ancient titan's superior physique was obvious. It turned out that what was a gigantic cage to humans was nothing more than a slightly larger mousetrap to the primordial titans. The giant lowly felt pain in her legs. She reached out angrily and used both hands to pry open the white bone cage. Then, she ruthlessly broke its fingers one by one. She also used her arms and knees to break its 2 white bone arms. After smashing the quasi-saint White Bones cage, she happily roared towards the sky. Her voice shook the mountains and rivers. Seeing this scene, let alone the Scarlet Emperor, even the 9 Brilliance King felt a little dizzy. Ancient Titan, and a royal member of the Ancient Titan at that. Luckily it was a little lowly that had yet to mature. If it was an adult king, it would definitely not be a joke. The 500-meter-tall Heaven Realm Mountain Giant, Heaven Rank Level 5, was summoned by the Ancient Demon King. This guy with a body like a mountain of flesh charged towards the giant lowly. Every step he took caused an earthquake. Fatty, go to hell. The giant lowly was no longer the same as before. Under Yu Yang's guidance, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, with the help of the giant shadow, she was no longer a match for a normal mountain giant. She turned her body to the side and collided head-on with the mountain giant. At the moment of the collision, she instantly used a shoulder throw. Her powerful arms directly lifted the mountain giant off the ground and threw it over her head. Rumble, the mountain giant was thrown 3,000 meters away and smashed into a mountain. The mountain immediately crumbled. It was flattened. The momentum of the collapsing mountains and rivers and the shaking of the heavens and earth caused the spectators to break out in cold sweat. What a strong little lowly. This might be the strongest little lowly in history? Heaven Stairway Level 5, White River Valley. Other than the battle between Yu Yang and the Ancient Demon King at the Blood Altar, the battle between Night Empress and Four Seas clan had also reached its climax. Within the starry sky domain, the 12 zodiac constellations had already been born. Each constellation had supreme power. If it was another opponent, they would have already been destroyed by Night Empress attack. However, Four Seas Elder, who had the strength of heaven-ranked level 6 and sovereign will, showed no signs of losing. Instead, he advanced step by step and advanced towards Night Empress. The battle between 2 powerhouses was not something that could be decided in a short period of time. It would probably take at least a few hours of attrition. Compared to these two, Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia had already won. Impatience fell to the ground with heavy injuries and was carried back by her guardian beast, Charm Demon Empress. Her opponents, 2 heaven-ranked level 4 powerhouses from the 9 Brilliance clan, did not even have the time to announce their names before they were turned into ashes by her sky punishment. Their protective treasures could not withstand Impatience's sky punishment, which was very close to the power of the ancient code. If it wasn't for the fact that Phoenix Fairy Beauty had sustained heavy injuries when she killed the Four Seas Elder's son, and the sneak attack from the coffin monster by the Undertaker Eugene, she wouldn't have suffered a mental backlash when she used the power of Sky Law to kill these 2 strong enemies. She killed 2 heaven-ranked level 4 9 Brilliance clan experts in one move, seriously injured Eugene the Undertaker, and lightly injured 3 others. In addition, she killed Four Seas Elder's son, Siyu. This was Impatience's battle record. Even the arrogant giant Li Pan and Eugene the Undertaker, who thought that he could ignore mental attacks, were very surprised by her sky punishment. If the opponent was switched and the giant Li Pan attacked Impatiens instead of Eugene, he would probably be the third Nine Brilliance clan powerhouse to fall. Very powerful. I admit that I have underestimated you girls. Li Pan put away his previous arrogance. Humph, Eugene the Undertaker's face darkened. If not for his companion's timely rescue, his strongest coffin monster would have been smashed to pieces by the succubus queen. What he was worried about the most was not the Impatiens who had fainted and could no longer fight, nor was it the Princess Sisai who was holding the prison emperor divine sword and almost killed him just now. Instead, it was the Shui Wuxia who was holding the Book of Truth in her hands and had not moved at all. According to the relevant information gathered by the ancient demon king, the Scarlet Emperor, the Marquis of Zijin and the others, Eugene knew that this woman was called Shui Wuxia. She was the Yu clan's third young master's greatest helper. Her wisdom and mental strength were unparalleled. He knew that she was very powerful. However, after fighting with her, Eugene realized that all the previous information had severely underestimated the Shui Wuxia. If not for the fact that this Shui Wuxia was still very young, she would definitely be a ranker on the same level as the Night Empress or even surpass her. Standing beside Shui Wuxia was a female giant with the strength of heaven ranked level 5. If Eugene the Undertaker had a choice, he would rather fight with two female giants than to become this Shui Wuxia's opponent. Because of her restraint, his two heaven-ranked level 4 companions, Li Ke and Li Shi, were instantly killed by the Impatiens without any chance to escape. Although the one who killed the Impatiens was the one who caused Sky Law to show off her power, it was actually this Shui Wuxia who was in charge of restraining them. Kill her. Of course, among the 9 Light Clan's rankers, there were also people who saw the crux of the problem. The giant Li Pan and his cousin, Li Chang, who had the strength of heaven-ranked level 3, pounced towards Shui Wuxia at high speed. Eugene shouted loudly to stop them, but after his body was heavily injured, his throat became hoarse with blood. Moreover, the angry Li Pan and Li Chang simply let their hatred overwhelm their rationality. Scram! The female giant Raging Flame rushed out and blocked in front of Shui Wuxia, blocking the giant Li Pan's angry attack. She unleashed her dragon power and started a bloody battle with Li Pan without holding anything back. That heaven-ranked level 3 Li Chang met man. The god-binding chain whipped Li Chang's body. Man forcefully dragged this heaven-ranked level 3 enemy from the sky to the ground. She then raised a huge rock that was the size of a small mountain and smashed it on the other party's head. Hell! At this time, Hui Tai Lang was already fighting with the other 2 heaven-ranked rankers. He and his clone, one on the left and one on the right, one on the top and one on the bottom, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. The spirit of heaven fire had already summoned the blazing queen bee and hatched a sky full of blazing bee warriors. Together with the Reaper Mantis, she was looking for an opportunity. Although they didn't have any deterrent power in a battle between heaven-ranked rankers, they were a force that couldn't be underestimated. If the enemy's war beast was heavily injured, then their opportunity would come. Or if the prison emperor divine seal in Shui Wuxia's hands attacked, once it hit a heaven-ranked or war beast, they would immediately surround and attack. Beside their mistress, Shui Wuxia, they could unleash their greatest power. With the protection and support of the divine sense domain, although they weren't holy beasts or divine beasts, they were still a force that couldn't be ignored. Not to mention them, even the quintet-seeking golden mice were slowly swimming under Shui Wuxia's feet. There were 2 rankers in the 9 Glory clan who were very good at setting up traps and runes. Their existence was to allow Shui Wuxia to see through her opponent faster and give her the greatest blow. With the quintet-seeking golden mice and the Book of Truth, Shui Wuxia's current insight was already close to Yu Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision. Nirvana Sunflower. City Mistress Fallen Flower stood on the right of Shui Wuxia. She summoned the heaven-ranked level 5 Nirvana Sunflower and blinded almost all of the enemy's war beasts. Li Pan covered his eyes and ran away after the special skill of blindness was activated. He wasn't afraid of physical attacks, but he was afraid of this kind of mind control that deprived his vision. When the Nirvana Sunflower's second special skill was activated, the entire sky turned into a sunset. The twilight deepened, and even people's hearts became heavy and bleak. Among the enemy's war beasts, the 2 golden-horned bull warriors who were known to always be in high spirits also stared blankly at the Nirvana Sunflower, their eyes filled with numbness. 9 Glory East, praise by all, glory to our clan. A ranker from the 9 Glory clan who was dressed like a great witch waved his black staff and sang the 9 Glory clan's sacrificial war song loudly. All the rankers from the 9 Glory clan who were present trembled when they heard it. The bleak atmosphere in their hearts was swept away and the blindness was completely removed. Li Pan, who was punched dozens of times by the raging flames, immediately turned around and punched the raging flames. Of course, this sacrificial war song wasn't omnipotent. For example, Li Chang, who had fallen into A Man's hands, was in a desperate situation. A Man used the god-binding chains to strangle his neck and used her arms and knees to forcefully strangle Li Chang's back. If it was just her, Li Chang could still hold on for a while. However, Hui Tai Lang broke free from the 2 heaven rankers and opened its bloody mouth, biting down on Li Chang's lower body with its sharp teeth that could devour the heavens. No matter how much Li Chang was in pain, no matter how much he struggled or attacked, it resolutely refused to let go. The intelligent Hui Tai Lang naturally knew where a person's weakness was. As long as it attacked the enemy's weakness, it would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. This had always been the tactic that Yu Yang had taught it. The Tao Tai that the Tao Tai blade had transformed into did not have the intelligence of Hui Tai Lang, but it knew how to cooperate. It tightly bit down on Li Chang's right leg and used its claws to press down on the struggling left leg, helping Hui Tai Lang strengthen its attack on the lower body. The Star Luo Sky Scorpion quietly emerged from the ground and pierced a needle deep into Li Chang's spine. Yu Jin's clan brother, Yu Yu, who was also Heaven Ranker level 3, rushed over with lightning speed, wanting to save his good friend Li Chang. Be careful. Yu Jin was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just warned this brat not to underestimate the enemy and not to enter that Shui Wuxia's domain, but now he turned a deaf ear? I'll send you on your way. Princess Sisai, who had the support of the Azure Dragon holy power, forced the Heaven Ranker in front of her to retreat with one slash. She raised the Prison Emperor Divine Sword high up. Wah! Yu Yu from the 9 Light clan shouted in fear. He realized that no matter how he dodged, he would still crash into the Prison Emperor Divine Sword's blade. Leave quickly. Eugene the Undertaker did not care about his own safety. He used the coffin monster to wrap Yu Yu up and sent him far away from the Divine Sense domain. He threw out a fake body for Princess Sisai to kill while he escaped in a sorry state. Even though he used a fake body, there was still a deep sword wound on Eugene's back. He was not like the giant Li Pan whose physical defense had already reached the limit. Moreover, the might of the Divine Sword and the Azure Dragon holy power was not something that could be blocked by a physical body. Yu Yu, who had just jumped out of the coffin monster, did not even have the time to be shocked by the serious wound on Eugene's body before he heard his companion's anxious shout, "Hide!" A terrifying light and high heat that could incinerate everything appeared behind him. That was the Heaven Ranker level 5 Nirvana Sunflower. Different from the normal Heaven Realm Sunflower, the Nirvana Sunflower was a terrifying killing weapon. The Nirvana Flower will directly crush Yu Yu's body. Even someone as strong as him who was Heaven Ranker level 3 was easily crushed into 2 halves by the Nirvana Flower Wheel. City Master Fallen Flowers pointed at Li Pan, who was known as the strongest barbarian. When the Nirvana Sunflower shot towards him, Li Pan, who had never avoided a battle, immediately crouched on the ground and dodged the Nirvana Sunflower's slash. No. The Undertaker Eugene cried out in pain. The Yu clan had gradually declined in the 9 Light clan. Yu Yu was an extremely talented junior. Who would have thought that he, who had lived peacefully in the Western Heaven Realm, would fall in a battle in the Tong Tian Tower? The giant Li Pan also cried out in pain. After Li Kai and Li Shi, who were killed on the spot, the 3rd Li clan ranker, Li Chang, also fell under the combined attack of A Man, Hui Tai Lang and the other beasts. Li Chang's body gradually turned golden. When his spine turned golden, A Man directly broke his head. On the contrary, Hui Tai Lang and Tao Tai tore open his lower body and swallowed the flesh and blood in their mouths. Although the furious 9 Light clan rankers joined hands to kill the crazy Thorny Flower General and the Smoke Thorny Flower General, they could not save the lives of their clansmen. Exchanging a life for a life, they really suffered a great loss. The crazy Thorny Flower General and the Smoke Thorny Flower General were summoned by the opponent's guardian beasts. Even if they died, they could still be resurrected. However, their clansmen could not be resurrected, because even if they had the resurrection heaven crystal, they did not have a complete corpse. Yu Yu, who was split into two by the Nirvana sunflower, not only had her body, even her soul had been destroyed by the Nirvana flame. As for Li Chang, his corpse had already been eaten by the opponent's beasts. His soul had also been imprisoned by Xue Wuxia's divine sense domain and the Book of Truth. You did not come to Tongtian Tower for friendship, so you must pay the price for your greed. Xue Wuxia coldly stared at the Undertaker Eugene. The person she wanted to kill the most was actually this cunning opponent, but she had not found the opportunity. Maybe we came in the wrong place. However, since we have already formed an enmity, we will fight to the end. We do not want to hide our greed, nor do we want to explain. Living in this world, there are always different kinds of desires. When we are in pain, we will cry. When we are happy, we will laugh. When we see something beautiful, we will want it. When we see a treasure, we will want it. These desires are not something we can control even if we want to. It is not for justice, nor is it because we are born evil. We are just standing on different sides, doing the exact opposite. After the Undertaker Eugene lamented the death of his clansmen, he immediately answered Xue Wuxia seriously. He waved his arms and shouted to his clansmen, "Brothers, maybe we will die in battle, but the pride of the Nine Light clan cannot fall in our hands. Fight, it has nothing to do with justice or evil. We only need to fight to the death with our enemies." Heaven Stairway Level 5, White River Valley, Crimson Altar. The battle between Ancient Demon King and Yu Yang continued. With the help of the giant Loli, Ancient Demon King's Death Fairy and White Bone Cage were useless. Even the 500-meter-tall mountain giant was unable to restrain Ancient Demon King. The heaven-ranked level 5 mountain giant surpassed the giant Loli in terms of level and size. However, it was too clumsy and could not be compared to the giant Loli, who was proficient in battle techniques and had greater strength. Of course, due to its enormous size and unimaginable physical defense, the mountain giant wouldn't fall for the time being even though it was in a disadvantageous position. The battle between the two giants shook the earth. Everywhere they fought, sand and stones flew. Landslides, cracks. Gradually, the two giants fought their way out of the White River Valley's Crimson Altar, looking for a wider battlefield to better display their combat power. Inferno Prison descends. Ancient Demon King and his guardian beast Inferno merged into one, summoning a sky full of meteors. Volcanoes rose from the ground and magma spewed into the sky. Other than the Crimson Altar, the entire valley had turned into a blazing stone hell. In this blazing stone hell environment, Ancient Demon King's strength was strengthened. It increased by at least a few times. Moreover, the Inferno Prison's endless fire energy gathered in his body. If he did not destroy the blazing stone hell, he would be able to maintain his peak state. Yusu and Bei could no longer stay in Ancient Demon King's alienation domain. They could not stay for long in this kind of alienation domain, beast and environment. Although the two could not feel Ancient Demon King's hostility, they instinctively felt danger. Being in this place was more dangerous than being in an active volcano. Yi Xiao and Ziguang looked at each other. They originally had absolute confidence in Ancient Demon King, but after seeing the battle in front of them, they had an inexplicable lack of confidence. It would be difficult for Ancient Demon King alone to kill the abnormal Yu Yang without the best vessel and without recovering to his peak state. They saw that Yu Yang was still as nimble as ever in the blazing stone hell. Yusu, Bei, we don't need you to participate in this battle. You are all honorable Heaven Realm warriors, we are different. Yi Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and said to Yusu and Bei, who were in the sky, His Majesty is the master we follow. We can't just stand by and watch him fight alone. No matter what others say, we will not feel humiliated. If we die in battle, please inform our allies in Heaven Realm of our deaths. Originally, I had promised them to ally with us, but now, I might not have that chance. I'm very happy to be able to work together. Goodbye. Ziguang also nodded slightly. He took off his cloak and revealed his handsome face. Yusu knew that Yi Xiao and Ziguang were going to join hands with the Ancient Demon King to besiege Yu Yang. Such an action would not be too much of a burden for Yu Yang. This was because when Yi Xiao and Ziguang decided to attack together, Yi Xiao and Ziguang's expressions changed. That meant the wrath of a supreme martial artist. If she drew her sword in anger, there was a 90% chance that she would kill Yi Xiao and Ziguang. Yi Xiao and Ziguang knew that they could not escape death, but they wanted to use themselves to drag the Nine Brilliance King and Heaven Empress who were still watching. If the Nine Brilliance King continued to stand by and watch, then the Supreme would join hands with Yu Yang to defeat the ancient Demon King. How could the Nine Brilliance King explore the gods' ruins by himself after losing the ancient Demon King as an ally? Yi Xiao and Ziguang knew this. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to drag the Nine Brilliance King into the battle as soon as possible. The earlier the Nine Brilliance King entered the battlefield, the safer the ancient Demon King would be. Whether they could survive by a fluke was not part of Yi Xiao and Ziguang's plan. They did not want to know how terrifying a single attack from a human supreme that even the ancient Demon King had no confidence in defeating would be. "I'll join." Bei, who rarely expressed his opinion, suddenly decided to join hands with Yi Xiao and Ziguang. I'm also a teammate." Although Yusu was a little hesitant, he still nodded in the end. "Thank you." Yi Xiao knew that this was already very rare. After all, everyone only had one life. To be able to stay by his side in the face of life and death, he could not ask for more from such a teammate. Ziguang summoned a ball flickering with purple radiance. It was his guardian beast sphere. Yi Xiao summoned a monster with a bird's body and a human's face, a single horn and a single claw. This monster was similar to the Eastern Goblin tribe's human-faced owl, with only slight differences. This was the result of Yi Xiao's mutation after the ancient Demon King used his mutation inherent skill. Yi Xiao was actually the weakest among the 4 marshals and 8 generals under the ancient Demon King. After the mutation, Yi Xiao was reborn and became the strongest among the ancient Demon King's subordinates. The 4 marshals and 8 generals died in battle or were sealed, and he was the only one who escaped. After thousands of years, Ziguang, who was even more talented, joined. Yi Xiao was still the most loyal and powerful one among the ancient Demon King's subordinates. The human-faced owl, who was at heaven ranked level 4, turned out to be a weak owl. Now, after the mutation, it had the ability to be invincible among those of the same rank. Other than evading shadow and listening technique, Yi Xiao's guardian beast human-faced owl also had a special skill called capture. As long as the human-faced owl was caught in its claws, all the beasts weaker than the human-faced owl would be trapped in a white bone cage, unable to struggle. Even the beasts that were stronger than the human-faced owl would be greatly weakened. Most importantly, other than a few beasts that could not be captured, the human-faced owl's capture special skill would never fail. Compared to the ancient Demon King's white bone cage, the human-faced owl could not only capture its enemies, it could also attack at the same time. The only difference was that the human-faced owl's size was not big, so it could not capture living beings like the island whale, mountain giant and ancient titan. Bei summoned a shadow. It was exactly the same as him. No matter its strength, aura, or demeanor, it was exactly the same. This was the strongest copy ability. The only flaw was that it could only copy itself, and the copy time was only 10 minutes. Yusu summoned the Heaven Stage Level 3 Silver-Winged Heavenly Horse. This silver-winged heavenly horse was not a war beast, but a special type of war beast. It instantly transformed into a bright and dazzling heavenly horse armor, perfectly covering Yusu's body. Behind his back, 8 silver wings extended out, giving Yusu the fastest speed. Because of this special silver-winged Pegasus, Yusu obtained the title of Aerial Battle King. The Scarlet Emperor held the Scarlet Concubine's hand and swept away the torch stones falling from the sky. He was watching coldly from the side. He naturally supported Yi Xiao and Ziguang's idea of dragging the Nine Brilliance King into the battle. He was secretly glad that the 2 of them had such a sacrificial spirit. No matter who won this battle, he would not be able to benefit from it. If it wasn't for the importance of this battle, the Scarlet Emperor would have left the White River Valley and become a carefree king, regardless of the outcome between the ancient Demon King and Yu Yang's group. Between the ancient Demon King and Yu Yang, what the Scarlet Emperor hoped to see the most was an internecine outcome. Human Sovereign, please enlighten me. The Nine Brilliance King was a little unhappy with Yi Xiao and Ziguang's actions. Of course, he could understand their thoughts. The ancient Demon King was fighting a bitter battle, and it was indeed a little inappropriate for him to watch from the side. The Nine Brilliance clan had almost turned out in full force for the secret treasure in the gods' ruins. Some of the Nine Brilliance clan's disciples had already fallen. If he continued to watch the battle, the losses would only increase. Therefore, he decided to take action personally and end this battle as soon as possible. To be honest, the Nine Brilliance King did not want to start a war with Yu Yang and Sovereign. If he had gotten to know Yu Yang and Sovereign before forming an alliance with the ancient Demon King, he would be more than happy to join hands with Yu Yang and Sovereign. Joining hands with the young and promising Yu Yang would actually be the greatest guarantee. Unfortunately, reality was the opposite of his ideal. Now, he had to fight against Yu Yang and Sovereign as an invader and the ancient Demon King's ally. For the God's ruins, he had to take action no matter what. If the Nine Brilliance clan wanted to advance in the Heaven Realm, they had to obtain the secret treasure in the God's ruins. With the God blood, martial souls, and ancient relics, the Nine Brilliance clan was destined to become the strongest clan in the Heaven Realm. It was not impossible for them to replace the central shrine as the most revered existence. Yu Yang, I'll give you half an hour. End the battle as soon as possible. Sovereign ignored the Nine Brilliance King. She turned around and shouted at Yu Yang. Human Sovereign, a battle between experts. Can you give Dong Yao a name that I can remember? The Nine Brilliance King was even more displeased when Sovereign ignored him. He was the ruler of the Heaven Realm, yet a human sovereign from the sky-reaching tower was ignoring him? Of course, he pretended to be humble on the surface. As a ruler, he knew that the most useless thing in the world was anger. Anger would make people lose their rationality. Anger was harmless to an ordinary person, but to a ruler who controlled the lives of millions of people and the fate of the entire clan, an unnecessary anger might ruin the overall situation. The name isn't important. Sovereign raised her hand and slowly drew a hexagram array. A black piece condensed from the black hole of the shattered void appeared in her palm. Even though the Nine Brilliance King was the ruler of the Heaven Realm, looking down on the masses and the world, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the destructive black piece. It was definitely something that could kill him. The Empress, who had been hidden and silent all this while, also had a slight ripple in her aura when she saw the black piece. It was as if her heart was stirred by surprise. Jizun's left and right hands condensed the black pieces that could destroy all living things. Under her feet, there was also a strange object that looked like a black hole. It looked like a mirror, but it also had the ability to absorb and devour all living things. There were mysterious runes and patterns on the surface, and faintly, there was lightning flashing at the edge. Yusu swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty when he saw the strange phenomena that appeared on Jizun's body one after another. Fortunately, the Nine Brilliance King had already decided to fight. Otherwise, there would be a few more teams participating. He would only be throwing his life away. Yi Xiao, Ziguang, Bei, and himself wanted to fight a Jizun? Tipping each of them with a black chess piece would probably be too much for them to bear. Leave. Quickly. When the ancient Demon King, who was fighting with Yu Yang, saw that Jizun was about to attack, he immediately warned his subordinates to leave the White River Valley. Rising sun from the east. A huge energy ball that was even brighter than the sun exploded from the Nine Brilliance King's body. Its power was simply enough to destroy the world. He raised the huge energy ball that looked like a sun with both hands. Everything that the solar energy ball touched, be it rocks, lava, mountain walls, or even mountains, was instantly turned into nothingness. Yi Xiao, Ziguang, Bei, and Yusu were so frightened that they quickly ran away. They didn't dare to get within 1,000 meters of the sun. The Nine Brilliance King slowly pushed the huge energy ball toward Jizun. If Jizun couldn't take it, there would only be one result. That was death. As a ruler of the Heaven Realm, the Nine Brilliance King didn't want to use any tricks. In the face of absolute power, all strategies and tactics were useless. As long as the opponent couldn't take the sun, the battle would be over. When the Nine Brilliance King pushed the sun towards Jizun, Yi Xiao and Ziguang actually disregarded their own safety and blocked Jizun's path. They were like moths flying into a flame. They quickly descended from the sky, intending to block Jizun's path of retreat and delay her, forcing her to face the sunlight energy ball that was comparable to the sun. The destructive solar energy ball had almost no flaws. If one had to point out a flaw, it would be its slow speed. Even though the Nine Brilliance King had locked onto it with his mind, it was still possible for an honorable realm expert to escape from it. Yi Xiao and Ziguang's current plan was to delay Ji Zun and force her to face the attack head-on. Would they be annihilated by this sunlight energy ball? The answer was yes. Seeing Yi Xiao and Ziguang risking their lives, the ancient demon king who was fighting with Yu Yang roared in grief. These were his last and most loyal subordinates, and they were about to sacrifice themselves for him. Even though he was a cold and emotionless ancient demon king, he still felt heartache as he watched this kind of life and death parting that would never return. Don't even think about it. What made the ancient demon king feel even more pain was that not only could he not stop his subordinates from dying, he also had to stop Yu Yang with his life. Yu Yang raised his world-exterminating wheel and prepared to cut a path to save Ji Zun. The ancient demon king naturally would not let Yu Yang get what he wanted. He forcefully grabbed the world-exterminating wheel with his right claw and used his other claw to help the badly damaged White Bones cage, intending to capture Yu Yang. Even if it was just for 1 second, it was enough to restrain a strong enemy like Yu Yang and change the entire situation. Yu Yang rode on the Nirvana Fire Phoenix and rushed past the ancient demon king. He did not take the opportunity to injure the ancient demon king's arm. Instead, he pulled back the world-exterminating wheel and slashed it towards Yi Xiao and Ziguang. The human-faced owl and Yuan descended from the sky and intercepted Yu Yang. They fearlessly rushed towards the world-exterminating wheel and the Nirvana Fire Phoenix, hoping to buy a second for their master. Behind them, the ancient demon king also hurriedly chased after them. He extended his arm and tried to grab Yu Yang's body. Boom! Behind Yu Yang, aka, the unique battle angel, appeared. Her cannon barrel blasted a heavy cannon toward the ancient demon king's face. When the human-faced owl in the sky forcibly brushed the edge of the Nirvana Fire Phoenix and was about to catch Yu Yang with one claw, Ika's angel's blade shone, and a diagonal crosscut broke through the air. The circle that was not afraid of brute force attacks at all let the world-exterminating wheel cut off a small part of its body. It jumped in front of the human-faced owl and blocked the cross-slash for it. The human-faced owl stretched out its claw and prepared to rush forward to catch the circle that never missed its target. Colorful lights filled the sky. Countless petals fluttered in the air. An indescribable fragrance permeated the entire blood-colored altar. It was refreshing, making one feel as if they had entered a dreamland. In the center of the brilliance, the world's most beautiful flower was born. It seemed as if it was slowly blooming. However, when the human-faced owl reached out its claw to the top of Yu Yang's head, a girl who was so perfect that it made people sigh appeared in the center of the flower bud. Her appearance was unparalleled in the world. Any adjectives would pale in comparison to her devastatingly beautiful appearance. Even the world's most exquisite painter would not be able to describe her heavenly appearance. Her golden waterfall-like long hair fluttered without any wind, flashing rainbow-like colors. Her clear forehead was adorned with a fragmented 100-flower crown. Her skin was as white as snow, and she was even more beautiful than a flower. Behind the crown of 100 flowers, there was a small and exquisite crown, showing off her status. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. The strongest emperor among all plant-type beasts. She was also the only existence among all plant-type beasts. When her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes slowly opened. Even though the entire White River Valley had turned into a blazing stone hell, at the edge of the magma, in the cracks between the rocks, the scorched ground, the rock walls, and the debris, countless fresh flowers drilled out at the same time. Branches and leaves grew, thousands of flowers bloomed, silently cheering for the birth of the Flower Queen. In an instant, the entire blazing stone hell had turned into a sea of flowers. With a wave of her hand, Duo, who had officially grown into a golden crown thorny flower queen and officially leveled up to a divine beast, easily flicked the human-faced owl away. She only used a finger to draw the human-faced owl and Yuan into the whirlpool of flowers, throwing them 10,000 meters away. Ancient Demon King caught up. Duo stretched out her palm. She forcefully used the will of a divine beast to stop Ancient Demon King's huge body in midair, forbidding him from chasing after Yu Yang. Life Chain. Seeing that Yu Yang had broken out of the encirclement and was about to attack Yi Xiao and Ziguang, the Ancient Demon King suddenly shot out a golden life chain. This saint-ranked life chain wrapped around Yu Yang's ankle. One end of the life chain was connected to his own demon hand, forcefully pulling Yu Yang back. In order to protect Yi Xiao and Zi Guang, Bei used his clone to block the world-exterminating wheel that Yu Yang had thrown out. Before the clone disappeared, it actually knew how to change its angle, causing the world-exterminating wheel to change its direction. The world-exterminating wheel brushed past Zi Guang's hair and slashed across the sky, slicing everything in its way. The 1,000-meter-tall White River Valley mountain wall was slashed in half by the world-exterminating wheel. In the instant that the mountain was about to collapse, Yi Xiao and Zi Guang had already attacked Zhizun's back. Their goal was not to injure Zhizun, but to make her stay for 2 seconds, forcing her to take on the 9 Brilliance King's sunlight energy ball that was comparable to the sun. You're overestimating yourself. Zhizun did not use the black pieces in her hand to attack Yi Xiao and Zi Guang's bodies. She let out a low shout, and the mysterious rune mirror wheel under her feet immediately expanded. Moreover, it mysteriously started to spin according to Zhizun's will. A mirror wheel that was comparable to the world inside the door of life froze Yi Xiao and Zi Guang in midair. Following Zhizun's finger, the two of them involuntarily fell into the world inside the mirror wheel. Yi Xiao and Zi Guang's appearance was not completely useless. As the two of them intercepted, the sun condensed by the 9 Brilliance King arrived. This sunlight energy ball had an extremely powerful mental lock-on ability. It attacked the enemy according to the 9 Brilliance King's will, from extremely slow to extremely slow, then fast, and finally extremely fast. With a destructive energy, it charged towards Zhizun. Zhizun still did not let go of the black pieces in her hand. Instead of retreating, she moved forward and faced the sunlight energy ball that was comparable to the sun. The mysterious mirror wheel spun around her body like a shadow protecting its owner's body. What made the ancient demon king, the Scarlet Emperor, and the 9 Brilliance King dumbfounded was that the sunlight energy ball that was comparable to the sun did not explode when it came into contact with the mirror wheel. Instead, it was strangely swallowed by the mirror wheel. It was as if the sun was eaten by a heavenly dog. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it slowly disappeared into the mirror wheel that was much smaller than itself. Perhaps the mirror wheel was unable to contain two different things, or perhaps the energy had exceeded the limit of what it could contain. Yi Xiao and Zi Guang, who were swallowed by the mirror wheel, were now thrown out by the mirror wheel's inner world. Yi Xiao appeared in the sky and fell down uncontrollably from an extremely high altitude. His bones were about to crack. Although he was as strong as an Iron Man, he couldn't help but groan in his throat. Unlike Yi Xiao, Zi Guang appeared on the ground and shot up to the sky. When he shot up to 100 meters in the sky, he seemed to have hit something and was refracted. He fell miserably on the stone wall with his head bleeding. This is the inner world. She has mastered the inner world law of the gate of life and death. The ancient demon king knew that Zhizun was very powerful, but he had never imagined that she had mastered the law of space. Different from Yu Yang's law of war beasts, Zhizun's law of space was the law of space. With the mirror wheel as the inner world, her control of the law was much more precise and profound than Yu Yang's. No wonder the sunlight energy ball that the 9 Brilliance King had condensed couldn't move her. The mirror wheel's inner world? Let's see how many of my energy balls you can swallow. The 9 Brilliance King was also a little angry. How could a king in the heaven realm be disregarded by his opponent and easily neutralized his attack? How humiliating was that? Zhizun's strength made him want to kill her. In the heaven realm, there was a saying among the king-level experts and above. The saying was that enemies who could control the three energies of space, time, and fate were the most difficult enemies to deal with. Once someone mastered this ability, no matter how strong or weak they were, they had to be eliminated. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. The three energies of space, time, and fate were different kinds of energy that no other energy could touch. No matter how strong a heaven-ranked expert was, he could defeat all enemies and destroy all living things, but he couldn't control space, time, or defy fate. Even the realm lords who were like gods in the heaven realm didn't dare to say they could control the mysteries of space, time, and fate, let alone the beings below the realm lord level. What made the 9 Brilliance King confident was that Zhizun's strength was inferior to his. Her control of the law of space was still at the initial stage and couldn't reach a perfect state. The 9 Brilliance King felt that he could fill the mirror wheel's inner world with energy and stop Zhizun from using the law of space to defend against him. Secondly, there was an ancestor-level heaven empress behind him. She was the strongest. Even if he couldn't defeat her, As long as the Heaven Empress made a move, it wouldn't be a problem to take down this human Jizun and that freak Yu Yang. With her around, he didn't need to worry about anything. 9 brilliance combo, water, gold, fire, 3 brilliance combo. The 9 brilliance king flew into the sky and condensed a huge energy ball in each of his hands. One was sapphire blue, and the other was golden. A third energy ball condensed under his feet. It was shaped like fire. It was similar to the sun ball from before, but slightly smaller. The 9 brilliance king threw and kicked 3 energy balls of different colors. They streaked across the sky like meteors and shot toward the Supremes. Although the 3 energy balls were slightly smaller than the sun from before, the power of the 3 energy balls wasn't inferior to the sun from before. In fact, it was slightly stronger. The sapphire blue water ball and the golden gold ball, one from the left and one from the right, made a turn and collided with Jizun's body. As for the fire energy ball that looked like a small sun, it flew straight toward Jizun like an arrow after being kicked. The mirror wheel revolved crazily. Jizun seemed like she was going to absorb the opponent's 3 consecutive attacks with the mirror wheel. The 9 brilliance king instantly teleported behind Jizun and pressed his palms on her back. Wood, earth, explode. Just as the wood and earth energies were about to explode on Jizun's back and attack her together with the water, metal, and fire elements, Jizun suddenly disappeared. She escaped from the 9 brilliance king's mental lock like a wisp of smoke. Damn it. The 9 brilliance king realized he had fallen into Jizun's trap. Without an opponent, wouldn't it mean he would have to endure the 5 consecutive attacks? I'll return it to you. Just as the 9 brilliance king was about to teleport away, Jizun appeared behind him. The black pieces shot out. From her hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the sky. It seemed like she was drawing some kind of rune formation. The mirror wheel stopped and slowly spat out the incomparably huge energy ball of sunlight. Under the command of Jizun, it bombarded the 9 brilliance king's back. Together with the 5 luminaries, they attacked the panic-stricken 9 brilliance king from both sides. In Yu Yang's opinion, the power of the 6 luminaries' combined attack was equivalent to an atomic bomb explosion. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The feeling of destruction filled the hearts of the people present, and they were all shocked. Dodge. At the first moment, Yu Yang hugged Duo, whose skin could be broken by the wind, and protected her with the Nirvana wings. On the way, he also took Ika's small hand and hid behind the ancient demon king. Actually, the 2 girls' defense was not weaker than his at all. Yu Yang's action was actually a kind of subconscious reaction. He felt that he had to protect them. Damn it. The ancient demon king also wanted to rescue his subordinates, Yi Xiao and Zi Guang, but Yu Yang used the life chain to hold him back. Moreover, Little Winli also cooperated and used her binding inherent skill to fix the ancient demon king in midair. When the ancient demon king broke free, the big explosion of the 6 luminaries' combined attack had already happened. The terrifying shockwave was like a solid energy shield, spreading outwards crazily. Within the giant shield, everything was in a state of destruction. Yusu and Bei were scared to the east and west, desperately trying to escape, but they still couldn't escape in time. The big explosion caught up with them and they fell to the mountain wall 10,000 meters away. Yi Xiao and Zi Guang, who didn't have time to escape, were engulfed by the shock wave of the big explosion under the watchful eyes of the ancient demon king. Hiding in the blood-colored altar, Red's mother couldn't resist this kind of explosion at all, but she pressed some kind of button and closed the entire passage of the altar base. The blood-colored altar and the female statue on it were the only scenery still standing in the explosion range. The Heaven Queen, who had been invisible, also raised a shield at this time. The shield had several golden runic arrays and special spirit beasts guarding it. Even with the power of Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yu Yang couldn't see the truth. After an unknown period of time. After the big explosion destroyed most of the entire mountain valley, it finally gradually subsided. A huge circular gap disappeared in the mountain valley, as if it had been bitten by a tengu. Countless gravel that was shaken into the sky by the shock wave fell down at this time, and the ground sank into a deep pit that was hundreds of meters deep, just like the mouth of a giant prehistoric beast. The only thing that still existed was the blood-colored altar. Its base was still supported by stone pillars, but because the supreme seal did not protect the surroundings, it formed a cylindrical stone pillar, and the surroundings became an abyss. When Yu Yang brought Duo and Ika, he gently landed on the blood-red altar. He found that this blood-red altar, which could not be damaged by ordinary power, was burned by the flames of the big explosion. It was like a hot pot burning people. Under the blood-colored altar base, Ancient Demon rescued Ziguang, who was hiding there to avoid the big explosion. At this time, Ziguang's body. Ziguang was extremely black. In the sky, high up in the sky, there was a figure that had lost consciousness and was falling straight down. In the sky, Queen, King Divine Saint King, if Nightingale had not pushed Ziguang away, he would have been the one who occupied the position of the stone pillar to avoid the explosion. He had given the opportunity to the purple light, and because he had not been able to dodge in time, he had been sent flying into the sky by the explosion. Although he had not died yet, he had been severely injured and was on the verge of death. If he didn't run far enough, he would have been at the edge of the big explosion's shockwave. With his current strength, he wouldn't have survived. If he hadn't escaped far enough, he would have been at the edge of the explosion's shockwaves. With his current strength, he wouldn't have been able to survive in the center of the explosion. After the battle between Nine Brilliance King and Jizun, they all felt powerless. After the battle between the Supremes and the Nine Brilliance King, they all felt a sense of helplessness. Even a publicly recognized heaven-ranked powerhouse would only be a slightly larger ant in front of a stronger opponent. The power of a king-ranked heaven-ranked expert was too terrifying. The 6 luminaries' combined attack was already so powerful. What about the even more terrifying 9 luminaries combo? Yu Yang looked around. He didn't care about Yusu, Ziguang, and the others' lives. He only cared about one person. That person was Jizun. Although the 6 luminaries attacked Nine Brilliance King, Jizun was also at the center of the big explosion. What happened to her? Did she escape safely, or was she injured? Jizun was nowhere to be seen, but the Nine Brilliance King appeared. In the abyss-like pit under the altar, the tall Nine Brilliance King's skin was slightly injured and blood was seeping out. However, his upper body wasn't badly injured. Even the explosion of a lion didn't burn him. Only the tip of his hair was slightly burnt. His face was slightly blackened, which was the only proof that he was at the center of the big explosion. Not only did he not die from the explosion, but he was also unharmed. Was he still human? Yu Yang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He thought the explosion would at least injure one of Nine Brilliance King's arms, break one of his ribs, or even turn him into a charcoal cellar. But he didn't expect the guy to still be alive. If it wasn't for the injuries left behind by the 6 luminaries combo, Yu Yang would have thought that he had escaped at the last second. He had taken the full brunt of the 6 luminaries' combined attack, but his body wasn't badly injured. This guy was simply a big freak. Yu Yang didn't even have the strength to curse. Of course, he didn't know that although the Nine Brilliance King and the Lionheart King were both king rank experts in the heaven realm, their strength far surpassed the average king rank. They were close to the emperor rank. Putting the Lionheart King aside, the Nine Brilliance King still dared to come even though he knew that not everyone could covet the god's ruins in the Babel Tower. His ambition was obvious. In the heaven realm, ambition was proportional to strength. The Nine Brilliance King had the ambition to snatch the god's ruins. This showed how powerful he was. Are you disappointed to see that I'm fine? The Nine Brilliance King looked at Yu Yang, who was shaking his head and sighing. He suddenly said in a serious tone, "Actually, I'm still slightly injured. The power of the 6 luminaries isn't easy to deal with." Hey, are you boasting? Yu Yang couldn't stand it anymore. If this guy wanted to boast about the power of the 6 luminaries, he should have just said it. I can still use the 6 luminaries combo at least 50 more times. How many times can you dodge it? The Nine Brilliance King was about to persuade him to surrender. In his heart, Yu Yang was a genius. If he was willing to cooperate, it would save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, Yu Yang also had Jizun, who had mastered the law of space, on his side. With the two of them, the exploration of the god's ruins would be like adding wings to a tiger. They had already succeeded more than half of it before it even started. I might not be able to dodge it even once. Yu Yang raised his brows slightly. A mocking smile appeared in his eyes. Who knows if you don't try? Must we fight to the death? The Nine Brilliance King felt that it wasn't the best ending to fight. My words don't count. Yu Yang suddenly turned into an obedient child. He bowed slightly to the side to show his respect. I'll listen to Master. I won't go wherever Master says. The 6 luminaries is only SOSO. Jizun appeared beside Yu Yang with a flash. She was still holding 2 black pieces in her hands. The 2 black pieces that had been condensed for a long time didn't seem to have changed much on the surface. However, there was an earth-shattering change on the inside. The newly condensed black pieces didn't have a core. Now, the 2 black pieces had a special energy core. Their surface was like a black hole that absorbed everything, while the core maintained the small energy black hole on the surface, allowing it to continue. Most importantly, these 2 cores were formed purely from Jizun's spirit. They were completely controlled by Jizun's will. Once it was activated, they wouldn't be like the previous black pieces that would automatically disappear once they had absorbed enough energy. The current energy black pieces would never disappear unless Jizun's will dissipated. They could continue to destroy the enemy. Yu Yang looked at the 2 black pieces. His heart trembled. He suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. These 2 black dots, if they were expanded 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times, and expanded to the size of the black hole space that sealed Empress Fei Wenli, wouldn't that be the seal of an ancient expert, that kind of god? How was the black hole seal created? Yu Yang couldn't figure out this question. Now, he finally found the answer. The real black hole seal was actually a special embodiment of the law of space and supreme will. What Jizun had mastered now was the prototype of this black hole space. Although it was far from the black hole seal, she had already comprehended the principle. The only thing she was lacking was the strengthening of energy and will. In the future, she would definitely be able to seal a life into the black hole space like the ancient experts, instead of killing it with one blow like now. Seal, that was a terrifying ability that could even confine souls. If Jizun had this ability, not to mention the ancient Devil King, Scarlet Emperor, and 9 Brilliance King, even the Empress who was quietly watching the battle wouldn't be able to escape the seal. Conquest Queen Fei Wenli, who swept across the heaven realm back then, was still imprisoned in the black hole space, unable to break free. Buy me 10 seconds. Jizun didn't shoot out the 2 terrifying black pieces. Instead, she kept them and continued to condense them. She signaled Yu Yang to cover for her. The 6-winged blood angel that had been flying around her began to transform into the humanoid divine soldier of the blood-winged angel. Yes. Compared to Yu Yang's war god attendant and feather sisters, the 6-winged blood angel wasn't as good in terms of potential and continuous power. However, it was much better in terms of transformation and compatibility with its master. The war god attendant and feather sisters couldn't transform into the real humanoid divine soldier yet. However, the 6-winged blood angel could transform instantly and greatly enhance Jizun's power. With the sword in her hand, Jizun's aura changed. Her aura was like a high mountain that people couldn't look up to. With her supreme will, her aura wasn't any weaker than the 9 Brilliance Kings. A blood-red pillar of light soared into the sky from the humanoid divine soldier in her hand. Jizun summoned a diamond grimoire that was already very close to the holy grimoire. Her left hand casually flipped a page. The entire space immediately changed. The ancient Devil King's blazing stone hell shattered the 6 luminaries, but he still controlled the space around the blood-red altar. Since the 9 Brilliance King participated in the battle, his will also controlled the space. Even the Scarlet Emperor and the Empress Consciousness were secretly watching. However, when Jizun flipped a page, the will, consciousness, and domain of the entire space were shattered and destroyed. What replaced it was a supreme will that made one tremble in fear. The supreme Jizun's will immediately locked onto the 9 Brilliance King. Although Jizun hadn't made her move yet, Yu Yang felt that no matter where the 9 Brilliance King fled to, no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be able to dodge Jizun's slash. Eh? The 9 Brilliance King's expression changed for the second time. He also felt the same sense of crisis. Could it be that he couldn't even dodge a single slash from his opponent? If he couldn't dodge it, what would that mean? It was a complete suppression in terms of realm and will. If he took the slash head-on, the consequences would probably be, the Heavenly Queen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly gave up watching the battle and spoke for the first time. These 2 kids are quite interesting. Whether it's the girl with a strong aura or the boy who has been hiding his strength and not going all out, they both make one curious. The Tongtian Tower is indeed a good place. There are so many geniuses among the younger generation. Even I am tempted by them. Dong Yao, you don't mind me sticking my nose into your business, do you? Dong Yao doesn't dare to disobey the ancestors' wishes. The Nine Brilliance King was overjoyed. He felt that with the ancestors' help, Yu Yang and Ji Zun would be captured even if they didn't die. Once they took them down, it would be equivalent to obtaining the key to the gods' ruins. As for the ancient demon king, if he succeeded in exploring the gods' ruins, there was no need for him to keep such an ally. The ancient treasures in the gods' ruins were only suitable for the warriors of the Nine Brilliance race. They could never nurture a formidable enemy. Block her for 10 seconds, Ji Zun seemed to have predicted that the Empress would make a move. She repeated her instructions. Yes. Yu Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although the Empress was unimaginably powerful, Yu Yang was still confident that he could block her for 10 seconds. However, the Nine Brilliance King and the Ancient Demon King were filled with disbelief when they heard it. Yu Yang could block the Empress for 10 seconds? What did 10 seconds mean to an Emperor rank expert in the heaven world? It was enough to destroy the entire White River Valley several times over. Even if Yu Yang could block the Empress for 10 seconds, so what? Did Ji Zun have the confidence to kill the Nine Brilliance King within 10 seconds, even without the Ancient Devil King and the Scarlet Arch keeping an eye on him, who could kill the Nine Brilliance King within 10 seconds with the strength of a Heaven Realm monarch? Even the three magnates of the Heaven World and the first Hall Master of the Central Divine World wouldn't dare to say something like that. Yet, the confidence displayed by Ji Zun, that unquestionable and undeniable fighting spirit, was so real. 10, 9, 8, 7. The Scarlet Arch who was hiding in the grimoire world was elated. He deliberately added to the chaos by counting. Whether Ji Zun could kill the Nine Brilliance King or not, he was happy to see Yu Yang being defeated while blocking the Empress of Heaven. In the Scarlet Thearch's mind, it would be best if both sides suffered heavy injuries and even the Ancient Demon King fell to the ground. That would be the greatest reward for him. Kill. Ji Zun raised her humanoid divine weapon. Her eyes shot out a holy radiance that could judge everything. With this, no one doubted her anymore. The Nine Brilliance King's expression changed for the third time. He who wanted to laugh out loud became extremely serious. He furrowed his brows and clenched his fists to accumulate energy. It was unknown whether he was going to face the attack or dodge. The Heaven Empress had arrived. She arrived in an instant. Her speed was indescribable. She reached out her hand and pressed it on the sovereign's head. Yu Yang turned pale with fright. He didn't have time to stop her. He realized that he couldn't even delay her for a second. Fortunately, he had been maintaining the creation domain with his consciousness. At the most dangerous moment, the creation domain teleported the sovereign's true body behind Yu Yang, leaving behind an illusory image to confuse the Heaven Empress. To Yu Yang's surprise, the Heaven Empress didn't get confused by the illusory image. She passed through it and arrived in front of Yu Yang. The same move. She reached out her left hand and pressed it on the top of Yu Yang's head. At this moment, the sense of danger in Yu Yang's heart was no less than the Nine Brilliance King's. An inexplicable shadow of death crept into Yu Yang's heart, shaking his soul. The Scarlet Arch and the Ancient Demon King finally understood that the Heaven Empress didn't want to kill the sovereign, but Yu Yang. The sovereign was stronger than Yu Yang, so it wouldn't be easy to kill her. Yu Yang was different. No matter how monstrous he was, his realm was too far away from the Heaven Empress. It wasn't something that could be made up for with talent. If the Heaven Empress wanted to kill Yu Yang, the sovereign would definitely stop her. She took advantage of the fact that the sovereign was busy dealing with the Nine Brilliance King to kill Yu Yang. What a treacherous old woman. The Scarlet Arch cursed in his heart. Although he didn't like Yu Yang, he didn't like the Nine Brilliance King and the Heaven Empress either. The alliance between the two was just a mutual benefit. The Heaven Empress' merciless action of using the Nine Brilliance King as bait to lure the sovereign to kill Yu Yang sent chills down his spine. The Nine Brilliance King was only a bait to the Heaven Empress. What was he? It seemed like what happened to Yu Yang today would be his tomorrow. It would be too naive of him to think that the Empress and the Nine Brilliance King would be merciful enough to share some benefits with their allies after opening the god's ruins. Let alone him, it was hard to say if the Empress would kill the Nine Brilliance King and take everything for herself after opening the god's ruins. If this continued, he would probably follow in Yu Yang's footsteps. The expression of the ancient demon king was also unsightly. The heavenly queen's ruthlessness was undoubtedly the basic characteristic of a super expert. What she did was not wrong. However, those who achieved great things had to be decisive in killing. What the Empress did was naturally the most reasonable. However, doing so would make one's heart turn cold. The ancient devil king watched quietly. Under his gaze, the Empress completely ignored the Nine Brilliance King, who was still locked onto by the aura of a supremacy. She pressed her palm down heavily. Although the Empress' palm was not big, the ancient demon king felt that this palm could flatten a mountain, dry up the ocean, and split the earth. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. The ancient demon king really wanted to see if his mortal enemy, Yu Yang, could withstand the Empress' palm. If he could withstand it, then what method did he use? Yu Yang, who was shrouded in the shadow of death, exploded. A world-shaking change occurred in the creation domain. All the energy and will interweaved into a huge wheel of runes, the Wheel of Eternity. However, the Empress' palm was still able to go against Yu Yang's will and slowly pressed down, even under the restriction of the Wheel of Eternity. That palm landed on Yu Yang's forehead without making a sound. An unbearable pain immediately appeared on Yu Yang's face. He felt as if his head was about to explode. It was a terrifying power. Under the Empress' will, the Wheel of Eternity flowed against the defense and penetrated deeply. What surprised the Scarlet Arch and the ancient demon king was that Yu Yang didn't run away like he usually did. One must know that Yu Yang was the most cunning of them all. In normal battles, he would always escape as soon as there was any danger. But now, under the Empress' palm, not only did Yu Yang not take a step back, he even took the initiative to fight back. Strange, could it be that he knew he couldn't keep his life and decided to fight to the death? Behind Yu Yang, Little Winli turned into a huge golden snake demon with the support of the power of the law. Not only her, but even Duo and Ika's bodies had different obvious changes. Duo turned into a 100-meter-tall golden-crowned thorny flower queen and waved countless golden petals to block the Nine Brilliance King's attack. Ika's body didn't grow, but a 10-meter-tall golden figure rose into the sky and aimed at the Nine Brilliance King with a golden cannon. Little Winli, who had turned into a huge golden snake demon, didn't move. She just lowered her body. She stared at the Empress with her huge golden eyes. The power of the law, the will of the divine beast, and the binding innate skill were used to stop the Empress who was chasing after Yu Yang. The Wheel of Eternity on the ground, and Little Winli's huge eyes in the sky, the Empress' palm that could flatten mountains. She finally stopped. Slash! Jizun jumped up and pressed her left hand on Yu Yang's shoulder. Using the power of the law in his body and the support of the innate invisible sword Qi, she turned the divine weapon in her hand towards the Empress and slashed down. Yu Yang and she had never cooperated before. Moreover, Yu Yang and Jizun didn't know that the Empress would suddenly attack. It was an impromptu change of target and reaction. However, Yu Yang and Jizun, who had never cooperated before, had a tacit understanding as if they had rehearsed it thousands of times. It was as if they were working together to counterattack. Yu Yang had never tried to use someone else's body to release the innate invisible sword Qi. Even the two sisters, Yao and Yu, were still trying to figure it out. Now, he was using Jizun's body and the divine weapon in Jizun's hands. It was as perfect as if he was doing it himself. There was even a kind of yin energy and Jizun's will that was similar to Shui Wuxia and the others. The sword slashed down. The Empress obviously made a dodging action. However, Little Winli, with the power of the law, the will of the divine beast and the binding innate skill, firmly locked the Empress in midair. If the Empress hadn't stepped into the eternal wheel and the creation domain, she might have been able to escape. Aya! The Empress screamed. Jizun's divine weapon had already slashed across the Empress' shoulder, from her chest to her lower abdomen, leaving a long sword mark. With a slash, Jizun seemed to have lost all her strength. Her body went limp and she almost fell. Yu Yang was about to retreat with Jizun. However, the Empress immediately counterattacked. A ribbon shot out from the Empress' sleeves. Its power was even sharper than the sword qi. The soft ribbon, in the hands of a Heaven Realm Emperor Rancor, was also the most terrifying killing weapon. The ribbon shot straight at Jizun's forehead, intending to pierce through her forehead. Yu Yang threw out the Pisces ribbon, wanting to entangle the ribbon shot out from the Empress' sleeves. Who would have thought that the ribbon controlled by the Empress, like a poisonous snake, would bypass the Pisces ribbon treasure's entanglement and lashed at the left side of Yu Yang's face like a whip, leaving a terrifying wound on Yu Yang's face. The ribbon went around Yu Yang's neck and continued to shoot towards Jizun behind him. Jizun, who was exhausted, could not escape this entanglement. Moreover, if she left, the ribbon would immediately be retracted. At that time, Yu Yang's neck would most likely be broken by the Empress. Even if Yu Yang's neck was not broken, she would still be able to successfully strangle him. Jizun reached out and grabbed the ribbon. At the moment when the ribbon was about to strangle her beautiful neck and kill Yu Yang, Jizun pounced forward and her whole body hit Yu Yang's back. The divine weapon in her hand passed through the gap between Yu Yang's ribs, narrowly brushing past Yu Yang's heart and piercing the palm of the Empress. Yu Yang was hit by Jizun and his whole body shot towards the Empress like a cannonball. The Empress stretched out her hand and pressed her palm heavily on Yu Yang's chest. Yu Yang spat out blood and condensed it into Qi Xiao sword. Together with the black Guizong sword and white Shuanghua sword in his left and right hands, they nailed the Empress' shoulder and arm. Damn it! The Empress could not bear the pain and anger. Her eyes quickly turned into a blazing gold like the sun. 2 rays of golden light broke out of her eyes and shot towards Yu Yang. Jizun pulled the seriously injured Yu Yang and stood in front of him. The 2 rays of golden light that were 10,000 times sharper than arrows easily penetrated Jizun and pierced through her body. They then pierced through the body of Yu Yang, who was protected by the Nirvana flame armor, and nailed into the ground, creating 2 bottomless holes on the indestructible blood-red altar. Fortunately, because of Jizun's protection, Yu Yang did not let the 2 rays of golden light hit his vital parts. Otherwise, his life might have been in danger. Yu Yang's blood and Jizun's blood mixed together. The Nirvana flame burned fiercely. It was completely different from usual. It not only protected Yu Yang, but also protected Jizun, who was in Yu Yang's arms. You guys have really surprised me. For thousands of years, no one has been able to hurt my body, let alone such a heavy injury. The Empress' cloak shattered, revealing the appearance of a kind-looking old granny. However, her words were as cold as ice. Young people like you will be a disaster when you grow up. In order for the Heaven Realm to have a few days of peace in the future, I have no choice but to break my previous promise and send you on your way. The shame of Fei Wenli sweeping through the Heaven Realm, I will never let it repeat its mistakes. Stop her for another 10 seconds. Jizun struggled out of Yu Yang's arms and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the humanoid divine weapon in her hand. Then, she used the blood on her hands that were stained with Yu Yang's blood and quickly drew a rune diagram on the humanoid divine weapon. Yu Yang nodded. He slowly closed his eyes and slowly drew a circle with his hands. At this moment, the creation domain was changing endlessly. A Milky Way river of comets was being born. The Empress was extremely fast. She didn't wait for Yu Yang to finish condensing the comet's river and hit Yu Yang's chest with her palm. Yu Yang fell down and hit Jizun, who was drawing the rune diagram in blood. Both of them fell down at the same time. The Empress instantly caught up and slammed her palm down again, ready to kill both of them at the same time. Behind her, the gigantic Empress of Heaven's Might had already repelled Xiao Wenli's golden snake demon's protection. When Duo and Ika were in urgent need of help, the Empress could even find the time to summon her grimoire and the 2 old twins. These 2 old men whose strength surpassed the 9 Brilliance King were her guardian war beasts, the Grand Wizard Duo. After repelling Duo and Ika, the Grand Wizard Duo stood with the Empress. 3 palms pressed towards Yu Yang and Jizun. In order to eliminate potential juniors, they no longer cared about identity, honor, promises, and oaths. Back then, in order to obtain the support of Tong Tian Tower's rankers, they had once admitted that they would never kill Tong Tian Tower's juniors with potential. Back then, when they had submitted to Fei Wenli, the conquering queen, they had once sworn that they would never become enemies with Tong Tian Tower's juniors. In fact, when the three great leaders fought the prison emperor to the death, they had even expressed their desire to live in peace. Because of the decline of the descendants of Tong Tian Tower, they had long forgotten all of this. Sword of Life. Jizun thrust out the human divine weapon in her hand, which was shining with colorful brilliance because of her and Yu Yang's blood. Halfway through, Yu Yang took it and controlled the human divine weapon. Jizun, who had abandoned the sword, bounced over Yu Yang like a bowstring. Her soft body climbed up the Sword of Life and held the two black chess pieces that everyone had ignored in her hands. You're courting death. The Empress felt a sense of danger from Jizun's strong counterattack. At the same time that the heavy palm hit Jizun's chest, Yu Yang took over the control of the Sword of Life. It mysteriously pierced through Jizun's clothes and slid through her skin. It did not hurt Jizun at all, but accurately pierced the palm of the Empress. It penetrated deeply into the Empress's shoulder. The Empress was hit by the sword and her body shook violently. Jizun resisted the heavy palm force and waved her hands like a fairy scattering flowers. Her body was spinning deliciously. Her hands clasped the black chess pieces tightly. At the same time, it hit the Empress's left and right ears. Die. The Grand Wizard duo and their master felt the same way. They burst out with all their strength and punched heavily, intending to smash Jizun and Yu Yang, who were struggling to death. Get lost. Two shadows flashed out of Yu Yang's body at the same time. One was the hornless dragon, who was so angry that she could not control the power of the dragon god. The other was the ice Qilin, who had a frosty face and frowned eyebrows. They kicked out almost at the same time. Before the Grand Wizard duo could hit Jizun and Yu Yang, they kicked the two old men away. You have guardian war beasts? Nine Brilliance King was speechless. He couldn't understand how many guardian war beasts Yu Yang had. The reason why the ancestor, the Sky Empress, was able to stand out from the Nine Light clan in the Heaven Realm and become the strongest Sky Empress was because she had two guardian beasts that resembled twin brothers. The Grand Wizard and Grand Wizard were born in human form and were guardian war beasts. They were extremely intelligent and proficient in the combat skills of all the male experts in the Nine Brilliance clan. Therefore, the descendants of the Nine Brilliance clan called them the Grand Wizard. Once the Grand Wizard and Grand Wizard fought, they could not only enhance each other's strength, but their minds were also as one. When they worked together, they could unleash at least 10 times the power of a single person. The Heaven Empress with two guardian war beasts could grow into an emperor-level expert in the Heaven Realm. How powerful would Yu Yang be if he didn't kill the little snake monster, Battle Angel, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and Hornless Dragon? The Nine Brilliance King shuddered at the thought. In fact, he didn't know that at the entrance of White River Valley a few hundred kilometers away, there were Red, who had already become a divine beast, a man who never got tired, Spirit of Heaven Fire. Of course, there were also the Phoenix Sisters, who were even more powerful. Immortal Beast, Qilin Girl of the Eastern Immortal Tribe? Ancient Demon King felt a little dizzy when he saw Qilin Girl Bing Yin. The Scarlet Emperor's expression changed drastically. They all knew that it was a terrible thing to make enemies with the Eastern Immortal Tribe, no matter how powerful they were. The Eastern Immortal Tribe was a surprisingly kind race. They weren't interested in invading. Of course, the rich and abundant Heaven Realm was just a small village in their eyes. They didn't care about invading Heaven Realm at all, just like how rich people living in the imperial capital wouldn't go to the countryside to fight with farmers for land. Whatever the reason, the Eastern Immortal Tribe had never invaded Heaven Realm. Occasionally, young immortals would come to Heaven Realm for sightseeing. The residents of Heaven Realm knew about the Eastern Immortal Tribe mainly from the Eastern Goblin Tribe, who were exiled by the Eastern Goblin Tribe. These Eastern Goblin tribesmen, even if they were criminals banished by the Eastern Celestial Tribe, still possessed a terrifying power that would stun the residents of the Heaven Realm. Moreover, some sages who were more adventurous had once made a deduction. They had found some clues based on ancient documents and various ancient relics, and came to this conclusion: the residents of the Heaven Realm, other than a portion of them who did not have a human form and could not transform into a human, were the descendants of the ancient aboriginals. Many humanoid or humanoid beasts, or even beasts that could transform into humans, were the descendants of the criminals who had been banished from the Eastern Immortal Tribe since the ancient era, just like the descendants of the Eastern Goblin Tribe who had been banished from the Heaven Realm for tens of thousands of years. Because it was so ancient, the earliest it could be more than 1,000,000 years old. Every time the criminals were exiled, it was at a different time. Some were recorded 1,000,000 years ago, some were recorded 1,000,000 years later, some were recorded 100,000 years ago, and even more were recorded 100,000 years later. Among the descendants of the criminals, only a few of the direct descendants remembered the continuation of their ancestors. Most of the collateral and hybrid bloodlines had lost their roots. They forgot all about their ancestors and created another civilization, which was the current heaven realm. Many of their descendants married with the aboriginals, giving birth to different races, beasts, and even beasts. When the beasts mixed with each other, new races were born continuously. Regarding the research topic of the heaven realm residents being the descendants of the Eastern Immortal tribe, the sages also proposed a point of proof. Why couldn't the summoning grimoire be used to contract a life form other than a human form? Even the Eastern Goblin tribe couldn't easily contract a summoning grimoire. No matter if it was the Eastern Goblin tribe, heaven realm rankers, or beasts, they all had to have a human form. If they didn't know how to transform into a human and didn't have intelligence, it would be impossible for them to be recognized by the summoning grimoire. Some people could contract a grimoire when they were only earth rank, some rankers were already heaven rank, but they couldn't contract a grimoire for life. There were many reasons, but after research, the biggest reason was that they didn't have a human form. Thus, the sages came to a conclusion: the summoning grimoire was indeed created by the gods of the ancient era, but those gods of the ancient era were none other than the mysterious Eastern Immortal tribe. They didn't create the summoning grimoire just to increase the strength of the heaven realm beings. Instead, they gave the heaven realm beings a chance to cultivate and grow. With the help of the summoning grimoire, the heaven realm beings would continue to grow. Gradually, they would be able to wake up from their confusion and return to the Eastern Immortal tribe. If they wanted to return to the Eastern Immortal tribe and return to the world of the gods would definitely not accept them if they looked messy. They must look like the gods. This was also the reason why, no matter what race, as long as they were the grimoire holders, they would definitely be able to transform into a human. Another point was that the summoning grimoire could also be owned by a beast, but it must be a divine beast with a human form. No matter how powerful the beast was, as long as it lacked these two basic conditions, it wouldn't be able to contract a summoning grimoire. The sages believed that the summoning grimoire was a seed that the gods bestowed to the heaven realm beings. Not only did it increase the grimoire holder's battle power, it could also help the owner awaken. Of course, most of the grimoire holders were lost in the power and didn't truly awaken. The truly awakened rankers, without exception, had all left the heaven realm. They had all become gods. If these gods didn't go to the Eastern Immortal tribe's world, why didn't they return? This would only happen if they awakened and returned. If not, there would definitely be many gods in charge of the heaven realm today. In the heaven realm, many rankers had formed a custom, which was not to attack, capture or harm the lives of the Eastern Immortal tribe at will. Whether it was for sightseeing or training, or for other reasons, as long as they came, they must secretly pay attention and not interfere with their actions. If there was any force that dared to attack the Eastern Immortal tribe, they would definitely be the target of public criticism. Maybe a sneak attack. Someone would dare to do it. Even the central divine palace, which was the most powerful and arrogant in the heaven realm, wouldn't dare to do that. Oh no. The ancient demon king was an old ghost that had been around for tens of thousands of years. He naturally knew the pros and cons. Whether this Qilin girl could be killed or not, if he killed this Qilin girl today, within a few days, there would be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Eastern Goblin tribe attacking. The scariest thing was, at that time, no one in the entire heaven realm would dare to help. If even tens of thousands of Eastern Goblin tribe couldn't be killed, the Eastern Immortal tribe would definitely send people to kill them. Even if they killed a large number of Eastern Goblin tribe, or caused a long war in the heaven realm, causing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the Eastern Immortal tribe would still send people to seal them. Back then, many all-powerful experts were sealed underground. Even the Queen Vivian Li who swept through the heaven realm couldn't escape the fate of being sealed. Although the ancient demon king didn't know who sealed Queen Vivian Li, he guessed that even if it wasn't someone from the Eastern Immortal tribe, it would be someone who had awakened and was about to return to the Eastern Immortal tribe. They were also the gods that the heaven realm residents called The Scarlet Emperor sneaked a glance at the ancient Demon King. He didn't care about the ancient Demon King's attitude. He didn't care what the ancient Demon King's attitude was, he would definitely not attack Yu Yang again. Especially not that Qilin girl. Unless he was retarded, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing like attacking the Eastern Immortal tribe. Yu Yang wasn't an ordinary person. He could have so many guardian beasts and Qilin girl as his companion. Maybe he was from the Eastern Immortal tribe. His powerful mother might also be from the Eastern Immortal tribe. If not, how could she enter the gods' ruins? If not for the Eastern Immortal tribe, how could this brat be so abnormal? At such a young age, he already had the world-exterminating wheel and the eternal wheel. He also had Nirvana flame. He also had the sword chi that even the Empress couldn't defend against and countless guardian beasts. No matter how much he hated him, he could only kill him secretly. The Scarlet Emperor definitely wouldn't do this in front of everyone. He didn't want the entire Heaven Realm's Eastern Goblin tribe to surround him. He also didn't want the Heaven Realm's Goblin Emperors and Goblin Emperors to break their oath and tear him into pieces. Those were all abnormal people that even the Heaven Realm's great leaders didn't want to provoke. If not for the ancient oath, if not for the hope of returning home, who knows if they would have destroyed the Heaven Realm. Supreme Dragon God's divine power. The Empress painfully dispersed the innate sword chi on her shoulder and arm. She didn't look at Qilin girl Bing Yin, but at hornless dragon Jiang Ying who couldn't control her power. Suddenly, her body began to tremble as if she had remembered something terrifying. She pointed at hornless dragon Jiang Ying and screamed, "Where did you inherit the divine power? Mystic dragon, did you release that guy?" Eh? Yu Yang was stunned. This Empress actually knew about Mo Long? Mo Long. The Scarlet Emperor was slightly better. After all, he was a descendant and had only heard of the legend of Mo Long. However, the ancient Demon King was much closer to the era of Mo Long than the Scarlet Emperor. It was definitely an unforgettable memory for this peerless villain. The ancient Demon King was speechless. If Yu Yang was Mo Long's relative, they wouldn't be able to fight this battle. Even if he wanted to kill Yu Yang, the Empress would probably stop him. After all, the Nine Brilliance clan, Eastern Goblin tribe and Eastern Celestial tribe had a deep relationship. The ancient ancestor of the Nine Brilliance clan, Luo Ho, was said to be friends with Mo Long. Just as the ancient Demon King and the Scarlet Emperor were about to escape to avoid being caught by the Empress and the Nine Brilliance King and presented to Yu Yang as a gift. Suddenly, they heard a voice of disbelief. The Empress screamed, kill them. The Nine Brilliance clan wants to rise again, we can't let them live. We can't let Mo Long and the Eastern Goblin tribe know about what happened today. Kill them all. The gods' ruins can only belong to us, the Nine Brilliance clan. Even the ancient Demon King and the Scarlet Emperor were shocked when they heard this. It can't be, they really wanted to ask if the Empress had gone senile with age. Openly challenging the Eastern Goblin tribe and Eastern Celestial tribe? Even if they wanted to get the gods' ruins, they couldn't do it so openly. There were so many people, and they still wanted to kill them all? The Heaven Empress saw Qilin girl Bing Yin and hornless dragon Jiang Ying. She even knew that the demon dragon was born, yet she still wanted to silence them. Was she brain damaged because Jizun hit 2 black dots in her head? The Scarlet Emperor and the ancient Demon King both wanted to kill Yu Yang. They yearned for it. However, neither the Scarlet Emperor who had fought a bloody battle with Yu Yang nor the ancient Demon King who schemed to replace Yu Yang's identity dared to make it public. At least they did not dare to do it in front of outsiders. In this world, there were many things that could not be done in public. Once it was made public, the consequences would be severe. Even if they succeeded in killing Yu Yang, it would be a disaster if it was leaked out. The Scarlet Emperor and the ancient Demon King had the confidence to ally with the Nine Light clan to kill Yu Yang together with the Nine Light King and the Heaven Empress before they knew that Yu Yang and Jizun could fight against the Heaven Empress. But now, they no longer had that confidence. To the Scarlet Emperor, not only did the Qilin girl Bing Yin reappear, she was much stronger than before. There was also the hornless dragon who inherited the dragon god's supreme divine power. What did this mean? The Qilin girl was not just a passerby, but an immortal beast that truly protected Yu Yang. Similarly, the hornless dragon Jiang Ying who inherited the dragon god's supreme divine power was his guardian beast. Now he wanted to attack Yu Yang. Don't even think about it, the ancient demon king did not know that Yu Yang had an immortal beast protecting him. The Scarlet Emperor did not share all the information with him. Otherwise, he would have reconsidered and would not have made such a move. Now that Yu Yang had the protection of the immortal beast and was related to the demon dragon, the first thought that came to the ancient demon king's mind was not to kill him, but to find a place to sleep. He wanted to avoid Yu Yang like how he avoided Emperor Wu Shuang, Conquest Queen Fei Wenli, and Prison Emperor. The current Yu Yang was unstoppable. Even if the Prison Emperor used his life to seal the three great leaders of Heaven Realm, they would not be able to stop the Shu clan third young master, yes. What surprised the Scarlet Arch and the ancient demon king even more was that the Nine Brilliance king nodded in agreement. Was this guy also retarded? The Heaven Empress head was hit by the black pieces. Even though she didn't explode, she was still severely injured. It was reasonable to say that she was retarded. The Nine Brilliance king's head wasn't hit at all. The Scarlet Arch and the ancient demon king exchanged glances with one another. They both felt that the Nine Brilliance king was too crazy and unreasonable. However, the Nine Brilliance king knew that he wasn't an idiot. The Empress was right. If the Nine Glory clan wanted to rise again in the Heaven Realm, they had to obtain the secret treasure of the gods' ruins. They had to eliminate Yu Yang and Ji Zun, and they had to silence everyone present. This was not only a matter of provoking the Eastern Immortal Tribe, but also the Demon Dragon, the Supreme Dragon God, and a secret from 100,000 years ago. The distant ancestor of the Nine Brilliance race, Luo Ho, was a murderer who was not inferior to the Demon Dragon. He was extremely evil and took pleasure in committing evil. Relying on his strength, he committed many evil deeds in the Heaven Realm that angered both humans and gods. After that, he was hunted down by experts from all walks of life. Moreover, it even alarmed the Supreme Dragon God, who personally issued an arrest warrant for him. With nowhere to run, Luo Ho decided to turn himself in. He used the betrayal of his good friend, the Demon Dragon, as a condition to clear his name. However, because he had done too many bad things and committed heinous crimes, it was difficult for him to change his nature. Even after he betrayed the mystic dragon and decided to turn himself in, he still slaughtered some of his enemies' families and pretended to repent for his sins. In the end, he was beheaded by the Supreme Dragon God and his soul was taken away, causing his body and soul to be destroyed forever. The same betrayal happened 10,000 years ago. Back then, the powerful Queen Vivian Li rose to power and swept across the entire Heaven Realm. Almost no one was a match for her. The Nine Brilliance race's emperor and two empresses pledged their allegiance to her. In the process of conquering the Heaven Realm, the Nine Brilliance race was extremely loyal and courageous. They were even more respectful to Queen Vivian Li. No one knew that Queen Vivian Li's seal was the betrayal and accusation of the Nine Brilliance race's emperor and two empresses. Although the Nine Brilliance race's emperor and two empresses were killed by the furious Conquest Queen, leaving only the current empress, the Nine Brilliance race had won the ruling power of the Western Heaven Realm for nearly 10,000 years. She is Fei Wenli's daughter, kill her. The empress had an inexplicable suspicion from the beginning, but she was not sure. After all, Queen Vivian Li had been sealed for 10,000 years and it was impossible for her to return to the world. Later on, Little Wenli's performance and battles were very similar to Fei Wenli's. Especially after she became a golden snake demon with the power of the ancient code, it evoked deep memories of the empress. In the end, she was 100% sure that Little Wenli was Fei Wenli's daughter. It was the shield that Little Wenli held up when Yu Yang was in danger. That was the snake demon protection that the empress remembered deeply. In the Heaven Realm, it was also known as the Empress Divine Shield. There was no mistaking it. If Little Wenli was Fei Wenli's daughter, it proved that Fei Wenli, the conquering queen, would soon return to the Heaven Realm. Under such circumstances, the empress could not let Yu Yang and Little Wenli live. Moreover, even without the threat of Fei Wenli, there was still the demon dragon. The betrayal of the ancestors would definitely cause the demon dragon to come to the door. Without the gods' ruins' divine blood, divine body, and other ancient relics, how could she fight against the demon dragon and Fei Wenli? Don't leave a single one alive, kill them all. The first person the empress attacked was not Yu Yang, nor Ji Zun, but Yi Xiao and Zi Guang, who were previously seriously injured. Ah! The ancient demon king used the fastest speed in his life to save Ziguang. Yi Xiao, who could not save Ziguang in time, looked deeply at the ancient demon king. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the empress. Self-destruction. The empress was shaken by Yi Xiao's self-destruction, but she did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the ancient demon king. Her target was Ziguang, who was beside the ancient demon king, while the two elders went for Yusu and Bei. The Nine Brilliance King also rushed towards the Scarlet Emperor. As long as he killed everyone, with the help of the Nine Brilliance clan's relic in the Empress' hand, no one would know what happened today. As long as he could obtain the God's Ruins treasure, the Nine Brilliance King did not mind killing all the residents of the Tongtian Tower. The current soaring dragon continent, Heaven Stairway, and Demon Abyss were no longer the blessed land of gods that was filled with experts, unshakable, and geniuses. Dong Yao, you will regret this. The Scarlet Emperor laughed in anger. As long as he could escape, he would expose the truth even if the Eastern Celestial tribe had to remain sealed forever. He would let the Nine Brilliance clan have a taste of extermination. It would be fine if he killed Yu Yang and Jizun, but these audacious Nine Brilliance clan actually wanted to silence them? Wasn't this forcing him to fight the ancient demon king? The Scarlet Emperor was sure that he was not the only one who could not bear it. The ancient demon king would not be able to bear this humiliation either. The Guardian Divine Shield, a 4-star divine weapon, appeared from the Scarlet Emperor's body. It blocked the Nine Brilliance King's palm. Ancient Devil King attacked Heaven Queen, but who would have thought that Heaven Queen's eyes would shoot out 2 beams of golden light at an incomparably fast speed. One of them pierced through Ancient Devil King's arm while the other pierced through Ziguang's chest. No. The ancient demon king was going crazy. If he still had the body of a demon king, if it wasn't for the fact that he had fought with Yu Yang so hard that he didn't even have a human body anymore, how could he not be able to withstand a single attack from the Heaven Queen? The heavily injured Ziguang smiled, just like Yi Xiao who had self-destructed. With blood dripping from the corner of his lips, he shouted, "Your Majesty, let's go. Let's go." Ziguang pounced towards the Empress with the same intention as Yi Xiao. Even if he could not hurt the Empress, stopping her for a second was better than doing nothing. He would not be able to live. I hope your Majesty can leave safely. How could the ancient demon king not understand Ziguang's heart? He roared in pain and left Ziguang to face the Empress alone. He teleported to Yusu's side and used his body to take the fatal blow for Yusu. He protected Yusu with a white bone cage and threw her tens of thousands of meters away. When the ancient demon king tried to save North after taking the punch, he found that North had already been killed by the Grand Witch. He exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. He looked back again. Ziguang did not even have the time to self-destruct. Heaven Empress crushed his head and destroyed his soul. Scarlet Emperor, I'll help you leave this place. The ancient demon king clenched his teeth when he saw the Scarlet Emperor being beaten back by the Nine Brilliance King. He decided not to run anymore. He would get the Scarlet Emperor out of here with the Guardian Divine Shield. This would be the biggest blow to the Nine Brilliance race. Don't get dizzy, I can hold on. Go and look after Jizun and give her time to recover. The Scarlet Emperor did not appreciate it. He thought that the best way was to let Jizun recover as soon as possible. As long as she was alive, they would have a chance to severely injure the Empress. Jizun still had 2 black chess pieces in the Empress' head that had yet to explode. The Scarlet Emperor thought that no matter how strong the Empress was, she would not be able to expel the 2 black chess pieces. She could only suppress it with some kind of power. The longer the suppression lasted, the more serious the Empress' injuries would be. As long as Jizun could recover, the Empress would be able to make Jizun explode the black chess pieces and severely injure her. Damned fate. The ancient demon king let out a sorrowful cry. The enemy that he had been scheming against was now someone that he had to protect. Why was this happening? This damned fate was playing with him mercilessly. Yusu, who had been bounced out from the white bone cage, was about to enter the grimoire world. The Empress ribbon flew towards him. It wrapped around his waist. In the next second, the Empress would arrive in front of him and crush him like a bug. Yusu roared. He pulled out his sword and cut his body in half. When his body entered the grimoire world, the Empress had already released a destructive shockwave that turned Yusu's lower body and the mountain behind him into ashes. He's not dead yet. In the future, send someone to guard him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The Empress' expression changed slightly. She was unhappy that Yusu had escaped. Annoying old witch. The Qilin girl, Bing Yin, was flushed with anger when she saw the Empress' crazy massacre. She had never seen such a shameless person. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to heal Yu Yang and Ji Zun, she would definitely stop it. However, Yu Yang and Ji Zun were in danger. Not only did she have to save them, she also had to guard them. Dragon's might. The hornless dragon was actually still sleeping in the chaos, but when she found that Yu Yang's life was in danger, she couldn't help but rush out. She hadn't fully integrated the dragon god's divine power, so she couldn't control it well. What she could control was only a small part of the total. Jiang Yan's dragon's might came out. The whole world of the blood-colored altar in White River Valley seemed to be controlled by a giant hand above their heads. Even the powerful ancient Devil King and Red Emperor had a difficult feeling that they couldn't lift their heads and leave. The two elders of the ancestral sorcerer suddenly slowed down when they attacked the Qilin girl Bing Yin, who was healing Yu Yang and Ji Zun. IKA and Duo, who were not affected by the dragon's might, took the opportunity to repel the two old men. Boom, on the other side, Little Wenli didn't need the blessing of Yu Yang's power of law, and automatically transformed into a golden snake demon. She stretched out her 6 giant arms and fiercely shook the golden statue of the Empress above the Empress' head. In the distant valley, the giant Loli, who had just defeated the mountain giant, seemed to sense the danger of Yu Yang. She desperately climbed the mountain peak and went straight over the mountain peak. The golden statue of the Empress and Little Wenli's golden snake demon collided. The Empress, who was multitasking, rushed to the blood-colored altar faster than lightning. Her target was very clear, and that was Yu Yang. No matter how many guardian war beasts Yu Yang had, and no matter how powerful Yu Yang's guardian war beasts were, he himself was a weakness. As long as Yu Yang was killed, no matter how many guardian war beasts he had, they would all die together. The Empress had to kill Yu Yang first, even if she had to do everything she could. If Yu Yang died, then Ji Zun would lose her greatest support and was destined to lose. Kill. Yu Yang knew that this was the last moment of Ji Zun's recovery. If he was affected by the Empress, it would be a little difficult for him to kill the Empress and the 9 Brilliance King alone. He jumped up and faced the Empress. The Eternal Wheel and World Exterminating Wheel came out at the same time. The Empress caused the Eternal Wheel to stop moving as slowly as a turtle. However, just as Yu Yang was about to slash the World Exterminating Wheel towards the Heaven Queen, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous telepathy. He didn't have the time to warn Ji Zun, so he directly reached out and carried her up. Together with Bing Yin, who was still healing her injuries, Yu Yang held the two women's soft waists in each hand and ran for their lives. Behind him, the Empress slowly revealed a severed head. The severed head was very different from a normal person's head. It had 3 eyes and black flames as its beard. Although it had been dead for a long time, it opened its mouth the moment it appeared. It looked like it was going to swallow the sky. Head of Luo Ho. The ancient demon king was shocked. The Empress actually had such a terrifying treasure. No wonder she dared to say such arrogant words. End of chapter 748. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.